On the awakening day at Tianshui No. 1 High School, a shocking piece of news spread across the campus. Wang Yan, the top scholar in both academics and combat for 3 consecutive years, had awakened as an Aura Master. The news immediately caused an uproar among the students. After all, Aura Masters not only lacked any combat abilities, but their level 1 skill only provided a meager 1 boost to basic attack power, a profession widely considered the most useless of all. At least regular warriors and mages get something like Slash or Elemental Missile at level 1, and even Priest can manage a mix of healing and attack. But an Aura Master? All they get is a worthless aura. A1 attack boost? That's not even enough to kill an ant. Looks like our genius is done for this time. Forget about the 3 Supreme Academies. Getting into Tianshui Academy would be a miracle now. Amid the chaos of speculation and gossip, Wang Yan quietly returned to his classroom and opened his attribute panel. Divine Aura Master Wang Yan. Level 1. Attributes: Intelligence 10, Strength 10, Constitution 10, Agility 10. Energy: 100,100 points. Skills: True Damage Aura, Divine Damage Aura. When Wang Yan looked at the detailed description of the Divine Damage Aura, he froze in shock. Upon activation, the aura consumed 10 energy points per second and caused all allied units within a radius of x 10 meters to have their damage fully transformed into divine damage. This divine damage ignored all forms of resistance, defense, damage reduction, block, invincibility, untargetable states, void effects, and even evasion. In that moment, Wang Yan realized that he hadn't awakened as an ordinary Aura Master, but as a divine Aura Master. This game-changing enhancement was the ultimate weapon in team battles. However, his excitement quickly faded when he discovered a serious problem. Keeping the aura activated for just 1 minute would require melting down 60 pieces of standard equipment. Based on the current prices at the Tianshui Trading Hall, that would cost anywhere from 10 to 20,000 dragon coins. Left with no choice, Wang Yan decided to seek advice from his homeroom teacher, Qin Yao. When he explained that he could convert his teammates' damage to 100 divine damage, the stunningly attractive woman in professional attire couldn't help but burst into laughter. Wang Yan, are you joking? How could there possibly be an aura with such overpowered effects? Do you even realize how terrifying divine damage is? For most people, even having 1, or just 0.01, of it would already be insanely powerful. Teacher, I'm not joking, Wang Yan said urgently. Seeing the doubt still lingering on Qin Yao's face, he decisively added, why don't you take a look at my aura's effect directly? Without hesitation, Wang Yan displayed his newly awakened Holy Damage Aura. Holy Damage Aura? The moment Qin Yao witnessed the aura's effect, she was utterly stunned. A massive 400-meter coverage radius, and the ability to convert all allied units' damage into 100 holy damage? It sounded like a fantasy. Even legendary powerhouses at levels 70 or 80, or beings at the Saint Domain level, longed for such an ability. And now, it appeared in a mere level 1 aura wielder? I believe you now. Qin Yao instinctively swallowed hard. As a level 30+ gold tier professional, she had encountered many aura wielders, including those at the 40s dark gold tier and 50s hero tier. But even among them, awakening a true damage aura was already considered a mark of genius, with conversion rates often being a mere 1 to 10. As for ordinary aura wielders, most could only awaken basic auras that increased attack, defense, or experience gain. Holy damage? Even true damage would instantly make them the centerpiece of any team. Wang Yan, your case is extraordinary. I must report this to the principal immediately. Qin Yao said excitedly. Don't worry, I'll do everything I can to secure the best opportunities for you. Wait, teacher. Wang Yan quickly asked, I just want to know, with this ability, can I get a guaranteed admission into one of the 3 Supreme Academies? You know, the ones in Kyoto, Jinghai, and Jiangnan? Do you even need to ask? Of course, you'll be guaranteed admission. Qin Yao replied before rushing out of the classroom in a hurry. Her perfect figure moved gracefully as she ran, momentarily leaving Wang Yan dazed. TSK. Teacher Qin Yao's figure is truly breathtaking. Wang Yan chuckled softly and sat back in his chair, waiting for further news with ease. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Zhao Guofeng was on the phone, contacting recruitment mentors from various prestigious universities. As the principal, he was determined to secure good opportunities for the standout talents who had awakened this year: a Holy Light Priest, a bloodthirsty berserker, and a Dark Moon Mage. However, the calls were far from encouraging. Kyoto's 2nd Academy hung up directly, and Jinghai's 9th Academy even dismissed the Dark Moon Mage as unworthy of their attention. The special recruitment window is only open for a week. Zhao Guofeng sighed, rubbing his temples in frustration. Just then, with a loud bang, the office door was flung open. Qin Yao burst in, disregarding her usual composure, and exclaimed, Principal Zhao, there's an earth-shattering genius in our class. A genius? Are you talking about the 3 students with rare professions? I'm already working on finding them recruitment opportunities, Zhao Guofeng said with a smile. Qin Yao shook her head vehemently and then detailed Wang Yan's holy damage aura to the principal. The profession of Aura Master has always been seen as an awkward existence in most people's eyes. With weak combat abilities in the early stages, limited aura effects, and seemingly negligible bonuses, it hardly stood out. But on this day, Zhao Guofeng encountered a prodigy that would completely shatter his understanding of peerless genius with a 100 holy damage conversion aura. Teacher Qin, where is this genius? I need to meet them right now, immediately. Zhao Guofeng's voice carried an uncontrollable excitement. Before the words finished echoing, he had already dashed out of the office. Watching his retreating figure, Qin Yao couldn't help muttering, wasn't he the one telling me to stay calm earlier? Now he's more anxious than I am. Shaking her head, she quickly followed Zhao Guofeng. Back in the office, Zhao Guofeng's gaze instantly locked onto Wang Yan. Are you the student who awakened the holy damage conversion aura? When Wang Yan nodded in confirmation, Zhao Guofeng clenched his fists tightly. Quick, show me your aura effect. If this is real, our Tianshui High School will finally. He almost slipped up and quickly corrected himself. Will finally make history. Without hesitation, Wang Yan activated his aura. A pure white light flowed through the air, and the sacred energy made Zhao Guofeng's eyes widen instantly. Holy! It really is 100 holy damage conversion. This is absolutely incredible. Zhao Guofeng was so ecstatic that he could barely form coherent sentences. Principal Zhao, Wang Yan took the opportunity to ask, do you think an aura master like me has a chance of being directly admitted to one of the 3 supreme academies? Zhao Guofeng froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. You've got it backwards. The real question is whether those academies are worthy of having you. Things moved quickly from there. Zhao Guofeng immediately tasked Qin Yao with overseeing Wang Yan's leveling progress, while he himself rushed to the Tianshui City Professionals Guild to report this groundbreaking discovery to President Li Yingtian. When Li Yingtian heard the phrase, 100 holy damage conversion aura, he shot up from his chair. What? Get over here right now. If this is true, I need to report this to the Eastern Mountain Province immediately. Meanwhile, Qin Yao had already brought Wang Yan to a training area suited for level 10 monsters. Here, Wang Yan demonstrated the power of his aura for the first time in combat. As he activated his aura, a pure white glow enveloped a 400-meter radius. Qin Yao raised her longbow and fired arrows at a few split-horned boars. Swish, swish, swish. 16,568. Holy damage. 16,568. Holy damage. 16,568. Holy damage. 16,568. Holy damage. The pure white damage numbers lit up the air, as if proclaiming the rise of a legendary genius. Qin Yao watched the battlefield before her, so thrilled she could barely contain herself. The power of holy damage left her utterly astounded. An attack that ignored defense, damage reduction, and all forms of resistance. It was, without a doubt, the ultimate weapon she had always dreamed of. Even though the opponents were merely level 10 split-horn boars, these creatures boasted hundreds of defense points and a passive skill that reduced damage by 10. For an average person, dealing with them would have been a headache. But against holy damage, their defenses were meaningless. Every strike delivered maximum damage. System notifications rang out one after another. Ding! Your teammate Qin Yao has slain a LV-10 split-horn boar, earning 1,000 experience points. Ding! Your teammate Qin Yao has slain a LV-10 bronze boss, berserk split-horn boar, earning 15,200 experience points. Ding! Your level has increased. Current level, 2. Ding! Your level has increased. Current level, 5. Ding! You have received attribute rewards. All attributes 5, free attribute points 20. Ding! You have reached LV5 and successfully awakened a new aura effect. Divine Attack Aura. Huh. Teacher Qin, I've awakened a new aura effect. Wang Yan exclaimed in surprise. After witnessing the overwhelming power of holy damage, Qin Yao became even more fervent in her monster hunting. In just 2 hours, she had leveled Wang Yan up to LV5. This rapid progress was astonishing. Most aura masters typically needed to reach level 10 to awaken their second aura skill, but Wang Yan had achieved it at level 5. Wang Yan, let's check out the effects of your second aura skill, Qin Yao said eagerly. Wang Yan opened his attribute panel. Information: Divine Aura Master Wang Yan. Level 5. Attributes: Intelligence 35, Strength 15, Constitution 15, Agility 15, Energy 0350 points. Skills: Holy Damage Aura, Divine Attack Aura. Divine Attack Aura, when activated, consumes 10 energy points per second, increasing the attack power of all allied units within a radius of all attributes 10 meters by 1,000. Qin Yao was stunned after reading the description. This This is insane. A direct tenfold increase in attack power? This aura is absolutely game-breaking. Wang Yan, I think we need to hold off on leveling up for now. I have to report this to the principal immediately. Wang Yan agreed without hesitation. No problem, Teacher Qin. Go ahead and report it. After all, he was just sitting back and gaining experience while his beautiful teacher carried him through. There was no rush. Qin Yao immediately opened a private chat window with Zhao Guofeng. After the Great Mutation, professionals could add each other as friends, and only unfamiliar ones would resort to phone calls. Meanwhile, in the office of the Tianshui City Professional Guild's president, Li Yingtian was left speechless after hearing Zhao Guofeng's report. Good heavens! I never thought such a prodigy could exist. Holy damage, and it's an aura effect at that. This is beyond extraordinary. For most first-level professionals, a 10-meter aura range is already impressive. They have to stay still to keep allies within range. But this kid starts with a 400-meter range? That's absurd. At that moment, Zhao Guofeng received a new message from Qin Yao. When he saw that Wang Yan had not only awakened a second aura at level 5, but also expanded his aura range from 400 meters to 800 meters, he was once again left in shock. For context, a typical aura master's range at level 1 was around 20 or 30 meters at best, and Wang Yan's range had already surpassed 1,000 meters. Principal Zhao, what's going on? Li Yingtian asked curiously, noticing Zhao Guofeng's stunned expression. Presently, take a look at this. Wang Yan has given us more than just surprises. As you know, ordinary aura masters awaken a new aura every 10 levels. But not only did he awaken his second aura skill at level 5, the skill's effects are absolutely mind-blowing. Zhao Guofeng quickly pulled out his phone and showed Li Yingtian the screenshot of the aura effect that Qin Yao had just sent him. As the God Ear attack aura appeared on the screen, Li Yingtian was momentarily stunned. Holy crap! This kid is defying the heavens. Li Yingtian stared at the screenshot, his eyes wide. The divine damage boost and tenfold attack amplification, such an incredible aura effect, could bring about a revolutionary change for the entire team. Suddenly, an idea struck Li Yingtian. What if we let this genius participate in the national tournament coming up in a month? Zhao Guofeng narrowed his eyes and immediately caught on. Presently, are you talking about the International League for New Generation Professionals on Blue Star? Exactly. Li Yingtian nodded, explaining, this league happens once every 10 years, and it's open to all professionals who've awakened within that time frame. Ever since Blue Star entered the Great Mutation era 500 years ago, this competition has been held for over 2 centuries. Unfortunately, our Long Nation has never achieved an ideal ranking in past tournaments, which directly affects our influence on the international stage. But with this kid in the lineup, Long Nation is bound to claim the championship we've dreamed of this year. Right. Why didn't I think of that? Zhao Guofeng exclaimed, slapping his thigh in excitement. The two then discussed the challenges Long Nation had faced in previous tournaments. It wasn't a matter of lacking strength, but rather that other countries often resorted to dirty tricks. Frost Nation, Sakura Nation, Beacon Nation, and Bear Nation would stop at nothing to secure a better ranking, while Long Nation's players, who valued fair and honorable combat, often found themselves at a disadvantage. But with Wang Yan in the competition, Li Yingtian's eyes gleamed with determination. Even without awakening any more auras, just the amplifications of his current 2 auras alone can render all those underhanded tactics useless. When the time comes, those nations will finally understand the meaning of overwhelming power. Considering the process of reporting this, Li Yingtian devised a plan. They'll need to report this matter to the higher-ups through Provincial President Lin Chong and submit it to the Long Nation Central Guild. But before that, we need to document Wang Yan's growth. Upon learning that Wang Yan was currently leveling up under the guidance of a ranger mentor, Li Yingtian made a decision. Once he's gained enough strength tomorrow, they'll take him into a high-level instance to collect concrete combat data before reporting to the province. After all, some auras might have level or usage restrictions, and we'll need to test them in action. Li Yingtian also had a personal agenda. His team was currently competing with the Silver Sea City President's team for a hero level 50 dungeon. This would be the perfect opportunity to assess Wang Yan's abilities. If he performed well, not only Tianshui City but even Dongshan Province would struggle to accommodate such a prodigy. Only the Long Nation Central Guild could provide the best resources for his development. Got it. They'll have Wang Yan prepare right away. Let me know as soon as you're ready. Zhao Guofeng responded enthusiastically. Li Yingtian's decision caught Zhao Guofeng completely off guard. He originally thought the matter would end at the city level, but to his shock, Chairman Li intended to report Wang Yan's case directly to the Provincial Guild. The boldness of this decision nearly made Zhao Guofeng gasp in disbelief. Chairman Li. Zhao Guofeng hesitated for a moment, frowning slightly. If we escalate it layer by layer, could there be any risks? Risks? What kind of risks? Li Yingtian asked, looking puzzled. Lowering his voice, Zhao Guofeng expressed his concerns. Wouldn't too many people know about it? You're aware that similar incidents have occurred internationally. A prodigy in the Lighthouse Nation was assassinated by a demon traitor, and a genius in the Sanskrit nation was snuffed out in the cradle. If something were to happen to Wang Yan. Before he could finish, Li Yingtian burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, Principal Zhao. Are you worried this kid will be taken and dissected for research? No, I wouldn't dare. Zhao Guofeng quickly waved his hands in denial. Li Yingtian patted his shoulder lightly, his expression relaxed. You've thought it through, but you're forgetting one thing: this is the Dragon Nation. Not one of those dangerous places. If the Central Guild learns about this case, their level of protection for Wang Yan will far exceed your imagination. Meanwhile, in the level 10 Wilderness Monster Zone, Qin Yao and Wang Yan were still focused on clearing monsters. Scatter arrows. With Qin Yao's soft command, a cascade of damage numbers lit up the air. 176,568. Holy damage. 176,568. Holy damage. 176,568. Holy damage. 176,568. Holy damage. A horde of raging giant pythons collapsed on the spot, and the system notifications followed one after another. Ding. Your teammate Qin Yao has slain a level 18 raging giant python. You've gained 1,800 experience points. Ding. Your level has increased. Current level 10. Ding. You've received attribute rewards. All attributes 1. Free attribute points 5. Ding. You've successfully awakened an aura effect. Divine Stealth Aura. Classmate Wang Yan. Your auras are incredible. Qin Yao exclaimed excitedly. My scatter arrows usually deal only around 10,000 damage, but with your holy damage aura and divine attack aura, I'm hitting nearly 200,000. However, such immense power came with a cost. With both auras activated simultaneously, they consumed 20 points of energy per second. Even for a divine aura master like Wang Yan, natural recovery required an hour to restore just 1 energy point. To maintain the auras for an hour, the energy cost alone would amount to over 2 million dragon coins, equivalent to the lifetime savings of an ordinary person. By the way, classmate Wang Yan, Qin Yao asked seriously, you just leveled up to 10? Did you awaken a new aura? Wang Yan nodded. Yes, teacher Qin Yao. I awakened the Divine Stealth Aura. The system panel immediately displayed his updated status. Divine Aura Master Wang Yan. Level 10. Attributes: Intelligence 65, Strength 20, Constitution 20, Agility 20. Energy 0750 points. Skills: Holy Damage Aura, Divine Attack Aura, Divine Stealth Aura. The Divine Stealth Aura had extraordinarily powerful effects. When activated, it consumed 10 energy points per second, rendering all allied units within x 10 meters completely undetectable by any means of investigation. It also increased movement speed by 100, and allies could re-enter stealth just 1 second after attacking. When Qin Yao saw the effects of Wang Yan's third aura skill, the Divine Invisibility Aura, she was utterly stunned. The aura's effects exceeded her wildest expectations. Centered on Wang Yan, it had an astonishing radius of 1,250 meters, meaning the total coverage spanned an incredible 2,500 meters. But what truly left her in disbelief were its actual capabilities. As long as there was sufficient energy, the invisibility could be maintained indefinitely. It granted total immunity to any detection or anti-stealth abilities. Even if invisibility was broken due to an attack, it would automatically reactivate in just 1 second. All allies in stealth would also receive a 100 movement speed boost. This is practically a god-tier skill tailor-made for assassins. Qin Yao thought, her excitement uncontrollable. With this aura, assassins would no longer need to fear being counterattacked after executing their skill combos. Moreover, the aura's value was equally immeasurable for ranger classes. Firing an arrow and instantly vanishing would leave enemies without even a chance to locate their position. Unfortunately, Wang Yan's energy reserves were completely depleted at the moment. Although Qin Yao was eager to experience the effects of this divine aura, she had no choice but to wait. For now, they could only rely on the meager energy gained from dismantling Y-tire gear dropped by minor monsters, allowing them to activate the aura for just a few seconds occasionally. Just then, Qin Yao's friend list lit Upit was a message from Principal Zhao. I'm back from the city. Chairman Li wants you to continue helping Wang Yan level up. Have him report directly to the City Guild tomorrow for a capability assessment. By the way, how is Wang Yan doing now? Qin Yao quickly replied, Principal Zhao, Wang Yan has already reached level 10 and awakened a new aura skill. She attached a screenshot of the aura's effects with her message. When Zhao Guofeng saw the details of the Divine Invisibility Aura, he was completely dumbfounded. Divine Invisibility Aura? Infinite stealth, undetectable, plus a 100 movement speed boost? My god, this aura user. I'm honestly at a loss for words. First came the Holy Damage Aura, and now the Divine Invisibility Aura. Such exceptional talents left Zhao Guofeng utterly astonished. a radius of 1,250 meters. Zhao Guofeng's voice was filled with astonishment and disbelief. His eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he could already envision the incredible impact this Godder stealth aura, spanning a diameter of 2,500 meters, would have in actual combat. His thoughts raced uncontrollably. A team of professional players, entirely cloaked in invisibility, silently infiltrates a dungeon. The powerful bosses, unable to spot even a shadow of their enemies, would fall one after another under the onslaught of what seems like air. It was nothing short of a mythical battle scene. Infinite stealth. This is practically invincible. Zhao Guofeng clenched his fists, his voice trembling with excitement. The allure was so overwhelming that he felt an almost irresistible urge to take Wang Yan for a field test immediately. But reality quickly brought him back down to earth. President Li had explicitly stated that they would have to wait until tomorrow to visit the Tianshui Professionals Guild. Moreover, even if they could go now, he didn't have any high-quality dungeon resources at hand. Ordinary low-level mobs wouldn't do justice to the true power of this Godder aura. It's only in high-difficulty dungeons, against truly formidable monsters, that this aura can fully unleash its dominance, Zhao Guofeng thought to himself. At this moment, even Qin Yao had to admit that keeping Wang Yan by her side was a waste of his talent. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Guofeng turned to Teacher Qin. Didn't you say that Wang Yan can awaken a new aura effect every 5 levels he gains? Do you think he can reach level 15 by the end of tonight? If there's not enough time, perhaps it's better to let him rest. After all, even if you can push through, Wang Yan's body might not be able to handle it. Qin Yao rubbed her tired eyes and, after some careful thought, said, from 9 a.m. until now, it's been a full 12 hours, and I've only just reached level 10. To get to level 15, even at the fastest pace, it'll take at least 2 or 3 days. One night just isn't enough. I see. Zhao Guofeng sighed softly. Then let's forget about it for now. Tomorrow, he can join the dungeon battles. Since there's no way to unlock a new aura tonight, just take some time to rest with Wang Yan. Even though leveling up restores mental energy for professionals, physical stamina still has its limits. He's been grinding all day, after all. If Wang Yan heard this, he'd probably laugh his head off. Grinding? The whole day? He'd either been napping in the shade or playing with small animals. Aside from occasionally moving to a new spot after leveling up, he hadn't even bothered shifting his ignoble posterior. With such a comfortable setup for leveling, not only was he not tired, but he felt he could go another 3 days and nights without issue. Still, Qin Yao obediently followed Zhao Guofeng's instructions. After clearing the surrounding monsters, she approached Wang Yan and relayed Zhao Guofeng's message. So tomorrow, I'm heading to the Tianshui City Professional Guild to run a dungeon with the guild leader? Wang Yan's eyes lit up. Wow, what a sweet deal. First, a beautiful lady carries me, and now I get to meet a big shot. They'll let Principal Zhao know you're on board. Let's rest well tonight and head to the guild together tomorrow. Wang Yan suddenly froze. Teacher Qin, when you say rest tonight, do you mean the two of us? Huh. No, not what you're thinking. Qin Yao's cheeks flushed instantly. After all, she was in her early 20s, an age when such thoughts were hard to avoid, and her heart couldn't help but race. Just kidding. Wang Yan shrugged with a grin, then thought of something. But, Teacher Qin, Guild Leader Li, and the others usually run level 50 dungeons. As a level 10 Aura Master, can I even earn any experience? Under the rules of the Heavenly Path, if a monster's level exceeded a professional's by more than 10 levels, no experience could be gained. This mechanism was designed to prevent stronger players from power leveling weaker ones. Qin Yao smiled and explained, you don't need to worry about that. The guild leader has beast blood elixirs. Beast blood elixirs? The kind that boost experience rewards? As Tianshui High's top academic and combat student for 3 consecutive years, Wang Yan had never seen one in person, but he had read about these miraculous potions in books. The blood of powerful monsters, refined by advanced alchemists, could significantly enhance the user's experience gain. Even the most basic common-grade beast blood elixir allowed users to gain full experience in a party without it being split among teammates. And as the potion's quality increased, the effects became even more astonishing. Bronze grade granted an additional 100 experience, silver grade 200, and gold grade a staggering 500. Most importantly, it could bypass the 10-level experience restriction. On Blue Star, all items were clearly categorized by quality, starting from the lowest, common also known as apprentice grade, followed by bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, then heroic, epic, legendary, and finally sanctuary. With each quality upgrade, the effects became exponentially more powerful. The miraculous properties of the Beast Blood Potion left Wang Yan in awe. This extraordinary potion allows even a level 1 professional to earn full experience points when defeating level 100 monsters. As a result, Its price in the Tianshui city marketplace has always remained exorbitantly high. A single bottle of the ordinary grade costs 10,000 dragon coins and only lasts for an hour, while the bronze grade commands an astronomical price of 100,000 dragon coins, equivalent to several years' living expenses for an average family. Wang Yan couldn't help but recall events from a decade ago. Even the 200,000 dragon coins in compensation left by his level 38 parents after their passing could only afford 2 bottles of bronze-grade beast blood potion. Still, with such a potion, grinding monsters in level 50-60 dungeons would undoubtedly skyrocket one's leveling speed. However, Qin Yao, noticing his thoughts, spoke directly. This kind of rare resource is beyond the reach of ordinary people like us. Of course, if you manage to join Chairman Li's team, you might just gain access to such resources. Wang Yan nodded thoughtfully. With the beast blood potion, he could team up with Chairman Li to clear dungeons, and his leveling speed would surely soar. After leaving the training area, the two returned to Tianshui City and found a random hotel to rest. The next morning, after a quick breakfast, they headed straight back to school and met with Principal Zhao Guofeng. You're all here, right? If there's nothing else, let's go meet Chairman Li directly. Without further ado, Zhao Guofeng led them to a vehicle bound for the Tianshui City Professionals Guild. An hour or two later, an imposing building came into view. This was the Tianshui City Professionals Guild, a place Wang Yan had never set foot in before. The guild was divided into 3 main sections. The operations hall handled mission commissions and served as Chairman Li Yingshan's office. The trading hall was akin to a treasure trove but with fair prices, and the awakening hall specialized in providing advancement services for professionals. Under Zhao Guofeng's guidance, they quickly met Li Yingtian, the de facto ruler of Tianshui City. Upon seeing Wang Yan, Li Yingtian immediately stood up to greet him. After a brief introduction, Li Yingtian eagerly inquired about Wang Yan's specific abilities. Qin Yao provided a detailed account of Wang Yan's rapid growth, the unique characteristics of his 3 divine-level auras, and his astonishing performance in combat. When she mentioned that the aura effects could fully enhance even high-level professionals, Li Yingtian was visibly shocked. This is an unparalleled genius. Li Yingtian exclaimed with excitement, insisting on personally experiencing the effects of the divine-level stealth aura. As a ranger himself, he instantly recognized the strategic value of such an ability. With this aura, a team would no longer require a tank, their damage output would increase significantly, and the survivability of fragile classes like mages and rangers would be greatly improved. When Wang Yan demonstrated the effects of the divine-level stealth or unlimited stealth, unbreakable concealment, a 100 movement speed boost, and a coverage radius exceeding a kilometer, Li Yingtian was utterly stunned. This all-encompassing stealth and speed enhancement not only improved the team's offensive capabilities but also maximized their survival chances. Even against a boss large-scale damage skills, the 100 movement speed boost would allow the team to evade with ease. The sheer power of this divine aura left Li Yingtian envisioning future battle scenarios with growing excitement. Li Yingtian, can you activate the aura effect now so I can experience it? Li Yingtian's tone was filled with anticipation. Wang Yan scratched the back of his head awkwardly. To be honest, I spent all day grinding monsters yesterday, and my yuan energy is completely drained. It hasn't recovered yet. Yuan energy? Li Yingtian's eyes lit up. Oh, that's right. Aura masters need to consume yuan energy to activate their skills. To recover it, you need to absorb treasures containing yuan energy, correct? He took out a translucent, sky blue orb about the size of a goose egg from his pocket. As it happens, I have a yuan energy pool here, storing 100,000 points of yuan energy. Use it for now, and let me know if you need more. Wang Yan stared at the yuan energy pool in his hand, stunned. This was a rare treasure capable of storing vast amounts of yuan energy. He hadn't expected the president of Tianshui City to be so thoughtful. In just a few seconds, Wang Yan quickly replenished 750 points of yuan energy from the pool. Without hesitation, he activated 3 powerful aura effects. Instantly, the attribute panels of Li Yingtian, Zhao Guofeng, Qin Yao, and Wang Yan himself all displayed the statuses of 3 god-tier auras. Seeing this, Li Yingtian couldn't contain his excitement. Wang Yan, are you free right now? I'd like to invite you to join our team in tackling a hero-grade dungeon. Sure, I'm free at the moment. Wang Yan readily agreed. Li Yingtian exclaimed, great, 3 times in a row, then handed Wang Yan a few crimson-colored potions. Let's head out now. These are silver-tier beast blood potions. Using them not only grants you experience from high-level monsters in the dungeon, but also provides a 200 bonus. After traversing a winding wilderness, the group finally arrived at the entrance to a deep, shadowy cave. This is our destination, the hero-grade dungeon, underground cavern, Li Yingtian explained. The monsters inside are around level 50, but don't worry, we'll make sure you stay safe. Before long, the rest of the team gathered. Li Yingtian introduced them to Wang Yan. This is Su Muqing, a level 59 hero-tier holy light priest. Lu Xueyao, a level 56 silver moon priest. Chen Shiyu, a level 58 command warrior. and Chun Ming, a level 59 Sunflame mage. Chen Shiyu, clad in female warrior armor, stepped forward and studied Wang Yan with interest. So, this is the legendary Wang Yan? Don't worry, Su Muqing, Lu Shuiyao, and I will be responsible for protecting you this time. With 3 high-level women guarding him and his stealth aura as an additional safeguard, Wang Yan's sense of security soared. Especially since Su Muqing possessed the rare Holy Light Blessing skill, which granted 10 seconds of immunity to fatal damage and restored 10 of health afterward. Led by Li Yingtian, the group eagerly entered the dungeon. A system notification rang out. Ding! You have opened the entrance to the hero-grade dungeon. Venomous Swamp. Please select a difficulty level. Options: Easy, Hard, Nightmare, Hell, or Shura. Although Li Yingtian initially considered choosing hard difficulty, he ultimately opted for easy to ensure Wang Yan's safety. After a brief moment of disorientation, the group found themselves in a swampy area shrouded in toxic mists. As soon as they entered the venomous swamp, the group was greeted by a dense swarm of venomous cat demons guarding the dungeon's entrance. These creatures, though small in size, possessed deadly poisonous claws and astonishing agility. What made them even more troublesome was their high evasion rate of 33. At that moment, nearly 1,000 venomous cat demons turned their heads in unison, their blood-red eyes glowing menacingly in the dim swamp. Not good. It's a monster horde. Su Muqing's alarmed cry broke the silence. This rare phenomenon of clustered monsters often signified disaster. To make matters worse, the creatures blocked the dungeon's exit, and leaving the dungeon required a full minute of cooldown time. The seasoned Li Yingtian quickly scanned the open ground to the right and commanded in a steady voice, "Stay calm, everyone. Maintain formation, move to the right, and protect Wang Yan. Prepare to exit the dungeon in 1 minute." Before his words could fully land, the venomous cat demons let out piercing screeches and charged toward the group. Chen Shiyu stepped forward resolutely, her heavy armor gleaming coldly in the dim light. "They'll hold them off." At this critical moment, Wang Yan activated the divine invisibility aura. In an instant, the group's figures turned semi-transparent, visible only to one another. The swarm of venomous cat demons halted abruptly, their ears twitching in confusion as they sniffed the air. However, the divine invisibility aura not only blocked all sound and scent, but also rendered detection tools and skills ineffective. How could I forget about this monster ability? Li Yingtian breathed a sigh of relief, while the others stared at Wang Yan in astonishment. This group invisibility skill, covering a radius of over a kilometer, was even more powerful than a rogue stealth ability. Under Li Yingtian's guidance, the group efficiently escorted Wang Yan to a safe zone on the right. As soon as the danger subsided, he immediately ordered a counterattack. Wang Yan then unleashed the divine damage aura and the divine attack aura, instantly boosting everyone's attack power tenfold and converting their damage into holy energy. Chen Shiyu was the first to strike, slashing at the nearest venomous cat demon. A 269873 holy damage figure appeared in the air as the cat demon shattered instantly. Her figure vanished again after the attack, plunging the remaining demons into deeper chaos. Next, the fire mage Chen Ming summoned a rain of flames from above. A cascade of damage numbers such as 116848, 116863, and 116834 poured down like a waterfall. What was once a skill that dealt only a quarter of the enemy's health now became a devastating curse, wiping out swathes of the cat demons. With the triple auras enhancing them, the team moved as though unstoppable. Apart from Su Muqing and Lu Shuiyao, who stayed back to guard Wang Yan, the others unleashed their full strength, turning the encounter into a one-sided massacre. In just a single minute, the 1,000 venomous cat demons were reduced to nothing but experience points. Standing under the protection of the 2 beautiful healers, Wang Yan leisurely watched the performance. With the beast blood elixir amplifying the effect, his experience points skyrocketed. Ding! Your teammate, Chen Ming, has slain a level 51 venomous cat demon. You've gained 5,100 experience points. Ding! Your level has increased. Current level, 11. Ding! You've received attribute rewards. All attributes 1. Free attribute points 5. The continuous leveling notifications rang non-stop as Wang Yan's level surged all the way to 14 before it finally settled. Watching the dazzling array of notifications, he couldn't hide his delight. Coming to this dungeon today had been the right decision. Well done, Wang Yan. Li Yingtian's eyes were filled with admiration as he gazed at the young man before him, who was only at a level in the teens. To be able to play such a pivotal role in a hero-level dungeon was truly astonishing. Although this wave of monsters was classified as an easy level, it was not to be underestimated. Without the aura provided by Wang Yan, someone in the team would have undoubtedly sustained serious injuries. The other team members were equally impressed, eagerly asking to add him as a friend, hoping for a chance to collaborate again in the future. As seasoned players, they had worked with countless support class professionals and understood the critical importance of healers like Lu Shuiyao and Su Muqing in a team. However, support roles were ultimately just that, support. The outcome of battles was usually determined by combat classes. Yet, Wang Yan single-handedly turned the tide of the battle. A support class of this caliber was unheard of. Wang Yan graciously accepted every friend request, adding these renowned experts from Tianshui City one by one. Li Yingtian noticed Wang Yan had already leveled up to 14 and nodded with satisfaction. Your leveling speed is impressive. Keep it up. After a brief rest, the team pressed on. The scattered monsters they encountered along the way were effortlessly dealt with, thanks to Wang Yan's aura. This was what an easy-level hero dungeon was supposed to feel like. Before long, Wang Yan reached level 15. System notifications rang out in succession. Ding, your teammate Wang Ming has slain the LV-53 venomous pattern snake. You have gained 5,300 experience points. Ding, your level has increased. Current level, 15. Ding, you have successfully awakened a new aura effect. Divine Purification Aura. Guild Leader, I've awakened a new aura, Wang Yan announced as he activated it. A new status appeared in everyone's attribute panels. The Divine Purification Aura could continuously dispel all negative effects within an area equal to 10 times the user's total attributes in meters. It could even dispel certain summons and harmful environments. The revelation left everyone stunned. Su Muqing and Lu Shuiyao, both healers, understood the rarity of purification skills all too well. Su Muqing wouldn't even be able to learn a basic purification spell until level 50, and it would only work on a single target with a cooldown. Yet Wang Yan's aura could perform a large-scale, continuous purification without any cooldown. It was simply game-changing. Li Yingtian could barely contain his excitement, already strategizing how to report this genius to ensure his safe development. Soon, the team reached an area shrouded in poisonous mist. Li Yingtian pulled out 2 golden-grade anti-poison masks, handing one to Wang Yan. This poisonous fog is the trickiest part. Inside, there's a type of monster called a poison fog assassin that can turn invisible within the mist. The other team members also donned their anti-poison masks. At that moment, Wang Yan had an idea. Guild Leader, do you think my purification aura might be able to clear this poisonous fog? Li Yingtian was skeptical. Dispelling such a vast area of poison would typically require a priest of epic rank or higher. However, recalling Wang Yan's past feats, he said, why not give it a try? Without hesitation, Wang Yan activated his aura. Miraculously, the poisonous fog dissipated as though it were being evaporated. The poison fog assassins hidden within were forced to reveal themselves. These creatures resembled feline demons, small in stature, covered in short fur, with razor-sharp claws on their hands. Their blood-red eyes glowed menacingly in the darkness. The poison mist assassins stood frozen in place, like clowns stripped of all their disguises. Their beady eyes were filled with confusion, unable to comprehend how their once proud poison mist had vanished without a trace. Everyone present was stunned. This deadly poison mist zone, a place that even high-level professionals had to navigate cautiously with gas masks, had been effortlessly purified? This area was notoriously the most troublesome part of the venomous marsh, even more daunting than the boss battle that followed. High-level priests capable of dispelling poison mist often dismissed such heroic-level dungeons as beneath their notice. The opportunity is here. Li Yingtian was the first to react. Without the poison mist to shield them, they're nothing but lambs to the slaughter. Wang Yan immediately activated all his auras, empowering the team. The assassins, now fully exposed without the cover of the mist, were unable to hide. Chen Xiu charged forward like a tiger descending from the mountain, her long sword slicing through lives with each swing. Meanwhile, Chen Ming's staff moved in a flurry, unleashing fireballs, firewalls, and fire rains that wove a deadly net, consuming the helpless assassins one by one. The battle concluded with astonishing speed. Experience points surged like a tidal wave, propelling Wang Yan directly to level 16. This meteoric rise in level would surely leave his classmates green with envy. As they moved beyond the area, the group arrived at the boss lair. The surroundings were a desolate wasteland. Once lush vegetation had withered into dry, blackened husks. The ground was littered with shattered bottles and jars, alongside unrecognizable white bones. At the center of the site stood a crude wooden hut. The moment the team stepped into the hut's perimeter, an enraged roar erupted from within. How dare you trespass on my domain? Instantly, a wave of poison mist exploded outward from the hut's center at an alarming speed. This was the deadly alchemist's most powerful skill, almost impossible to dodge and capable of draining half a target's health within 10 seconds. However, just as the mist was about to engulf them, Wang Yan's divine purification aura flared to life. The poison mist was immediately dispelled upon contact, leaving no time for the poisonous effect to take hold. Su Muqing and Lu Shuiyao exchanged glances, their expressions complex as they looked at Wang Yan. In the past, they were always overwhelmed, constantly clearing poison statuses and healing their teammates. But now, Wang Yan's single aura had resolved everything, leaving them feeling more like passengers being carried through the battle. As the poison mist subsided, the alchemist finally revealed his true form. This story takes place in a dungeon known as the Venomous Marsh. Once a thriving swamp full of life, it was irreversibly polluted by the experiments of a deranged alchemist. This level 50 heroic tier boss had lost his sanity after prolonged exposure to toxins and now relentlessly attacked any intruders. Based on what Wang Yan had learned in school, these dungeon stories were often projections of real events from other dimensions, powered by some mysterious energy. Of course, there were also special dungeons that directly connected to other worlds, where monsters would not respawn after being defeated. However, the secrets of dungeons, much like the origins of professionals themselves, remain an enduring mystery. His tattered figure looked particularly menacing in the dim swamp. The cracks on his skin resembled dried riverbeds, and his eyes shimmered with a crazed light. This man, once a renowned alchemist, had now completely lost his sanity. "I will kill you all." His roar echoed through the swamp. But everyone present knew the truth ever since Wang Yan's purification power neutralized his most potent toxic mist. This deranged alchemist was no longer a significant threat. Under the amplification of Wang Yan's dual auras, the team's attacks had reached an overwhelming level of power. Amid the flashes of swords and blades, staggering damage numbers kept appearing hundreds of thousands. Hundreds of thousands. The frail alchemist staggered under the relentless onslaught, barely able to stay upright. Within mere seconds, he let out one final, unwilling roar before collapsing heavily onto the muddy swamp. A finely crafted treasure chest materialized beside the alchemist's lifeless body. At the same time, a system notification rang in everyone's minds. Your party has successfully cleared the toxic swamp on easy difficulty. Completion time: 13 minutes 55 seconds. Rating: SS. Oh my god. Chen Shiyu exclaimed in amazement. I thought we were just here to help a beginner, but I can't believe we managed to get an SS rating. Su Muqing mused thoughtfully. If it weren't for the initial monster wave and the fact that we didn't intentionally rush, we might have scored an SS rating. Chun Ming burst into hearty laughter. I've run this dungeon countless times, but I can honestly say this was the easiest and most enjoyable one yet. As a pyromancer and the main damage dealer, his output had multiplied several times thanks to Wang Yan's aura buffs. All eyes instinctively turned toward Wang Yan. They all realized that a prodigious talent was about to rise in Tianshui City. Wang Yan, Li Yingtian spoke up, you should open this treasure chest. Whatever's inside, it's yours. Wang Yan waved his hands awkwardly. That's too much. You all brought me here to level up. I'm just riding along for the experience. The chest is everyone's reward. Enough? Don't refuse, Li Yingtian said firmly. Everyone here saw how much you contributed this time, and besides, I have something I need to ask of you later. Hearing Li Yingtian's words, Wang Yan immediately understood his intentions. As an aura master, he knew this was a rare opportunity. Stepping forward cautiously, Wang Yan opened the boss treasure chest. Amidst the golden glow, 3 pieces of equipment appeared one after another. Storage ring, dark gold LV15. Effect: unlocks 10 cubic meters of storage space. Alchemist's robe, gold LV15. Effect: enhances defense. Bonus: 5 mana and energy recovery speed. Additional: 5 poison resistance. Poison resistant belt, silver LV15. Effect: enhances defense. Additional: 10 poison resistance. Wang Yan's eyes lit up. As a novice mage who didn't even own a staff, these items were truly a blessing. Up until now, he had been wearing basic gear not because he was poor, but because his powerful aura skills alone were enough to sustain him in battle. Besides, staffs that amplified aura skills were not only rare but also absurdly expensive. As for armor, Wang Yan had never given it a second thought. Ever since awakening as an aura master, his combat strategy had been laughably simple. Activate his aura, stay behind his teammates, and cheer them on. Monsters couldn't even touch him, so buying armor felt like a waste. But now, with these free high-grade items, how could he say no? The storage ring, in particular, was perfect for storing materials and equipment dropped by monsters, which could become a significant source of income. When Wang Yan donned the alchemist's robe, the black cloak and its mysterious hood finally gave him the appearance of a proper mage. Upon leaving the dungeon, he showcased the equipment to the group. Li Yingtian nodded in approval. Not bad. These items suit you well. Wang Yan was ecstatic inside. Not bad? This was a windfall. Most newbies at his level were stuck with bronze or silver gear at best. Yet this chest had given him a dark gold and a gold item. Normally, boss loot would be divided among the team, and whoever needed an item would have to pay its market value. But this time, thanks to Li Yingtian's influence, the others were willing to let Wang Yan have the gear as a favorite investment in a promising future talent. Having received such generosity, Wang Yan knew it was only right to reciprocate. Before Li Yingtian could say anything, Wang Yan took the initiative and asked, Guild leader, you mentioned earlier that there was something you needed my help with? Li Yingtian turned to the other 8 team members. I'm sure you've all heard of the extreme Frost Tomb instance in the underground Abyssal dungeon that, to this day, no one in the world has completed with an SSS rating. The group nodded. As a hero-tier dungeon, the underground abyss was present in multiple countries. Although the instances in each country were independent, the monsters, environments, and bosses were identical, making it a universal instance. Its most unique feature was that the first team in the world to achieve an SSS rating would secure 50 years of special rewards for their country. However, the accomplishment only counted if the team's levels were below the dungeon's recommended level, ruling out the possibility of high-level players farming low-level instances. As a result, the competition for SSS ratings in universal instances was always fierce. In the competitive arena of global dungeon challenges, nations are striving to cultivate top-tier professional players, all aiming to achieve the coveted SS grade accolades in various universal dungeons. Among them, the Underground Abyss stands as the most formidable dungeon cluster, comprising 4 distinct challenges: the Frozen Tomb, the Venomous Swamp, the Worm Cavern, and the Shadowed Forest. Currently, aside from the seemingly insurmountable Frozen Tomb, the SS grade titles for the other 3 dungeons have already been claimed by Sakura Nation, Beacon Nation, and Bear Nation, respectively. This has left the Dragon Nation trailing behind in this fierce competition. For Li Yingtian, achieving an SS grade rating in the Frozen Tomb has become an unshakable obsession. This dungeon is located within his own city of Tianshui, as if silently mocking their inability to conquer it. Over the years, he has gathered countless talents, forming one elite team after another. Yet the challenge remains undefeated. So, you're asking me to join the scoring attempt? Wang Yan keenly caught the underlying message in Li Yingtian's words. Li Yingtian nodded eagerly, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Do you know why no one has managed to achieve an SS grade rating in the Frozen Tomb all these years? Faced with the question, Wang Yan shook his head honestly. Li Yingtian then unveiled the secret behind the mystery. The key to achieving a high score in any dungeon lies in the completion time. Currently, the fastest recorded time for the Frozen Tomb globally is 13 minutes and 11 seconds. But to achieve an SS grade rating, the time must be brought down to under 10 minutes. As Li Yingtian explained further, Wang Yan began to grasp the unique mechanics of this dungeon. Anyone entering the Frozen Tomb is afflicted by a persistent cold status, which significantly reduces movement and casting speeds. Even if this status is temporarily dispelled, it reactivates within seconds. In such a scenario, priests cannot afford to waste their precious purification spells on removing this debuff. To make matters worse, the dungeon's final boss, the Night Sovereign, continuously casts additional negative effects, further hindering the player's progress. These compounded challenges have made it impossible for any team to break the 13-minute barrier, let alone achieve the under 10-minute requirement for an SS grade rating. Wang Yan instantly grasped Li Yingtian's strategy. The purification aura was indeed the key to breaking through. Exactly. Li Yingtian's eyes lit up with excitement. As long as you can maintain the purification aura throughout, eliminating the effects of the cold debuff, the completion time will be significantly reduced. He then shared his past attempts using anti-cold potions and having priests take turns dispelling, but these methods only ever achieved an SS rating, always falling short of the coveted SSS rating. Wang Yan nodded in understanding and was about to set off when Li Yingtian handed the team leader role to Chen Ming. I won't be joining this time, Li Yingtian explained. My level exceeds the requirements for an SSS reward. Remember, this run is primarily for testing. Whether or not you achieve SSS, your safety is the top priority, especially Wang Yan's. Don't worry, Chen Ming assured him with a serious expression. Even if we fail, I'll make sure Wang Yan stays safe. Everyone present understood that Wang Yan's value far exceeded a mere SSS reward. Rewards could be earned again, but if anything happened to Wang Yan, that loss would be irreparable. Li Yingtian seemed unconcerned. The team members were all elites from Tianshui City, and they were already well-versed in the Azure difficulty of the Frozen Tomb. Although they hadn't yet achieved SSS, completing the dungeon safely was second nature to them. The challenge wasn't the strength of the monsters, but the persistent negative status effect, combined with the boss's time-wasting abilities. After replenishing his energy, Wang Yan followed Chen Ming and the team to the dungeon entrance. Anticipation was written on everyone's faces after all. Who wouldn't want to bring glory to their nation? Wang Yan's aura added a unique sense of confidence to the group, as if with this divine support, they could accomplish anything. The system notification sounded. You have entered the heroic dungeon Frozen Tomb. Please select a difficulty. Without hesitation, Chen Ming chose Azure difficulty. The scenery before them shifted, and after a brief moment of dizziness, the group found themselves in a dark underground tomb. A mage cast an illumination spell, dispelling the darkness to reveal a chamber of stone bricks, cobwebs, and decayed bones. A piercing cold wind swept through, causing everyone to shiver. The status bar quickly displayed the cold effect, movement speed 20, casting speed 20. Without delay, Wang Yan activated the purification aura, its light spreading across a 2,000-meter radius. The chill on everyone's bodies vanished instantly, and relief and joy were evident on their faces. It works perfectly. Let's move, Chen Ming urged, and the group advanced swiftly. From the corridor ahead came the sound of grinding stones as skeletal warriors pushed open sarcophagi and climbed out. This was the first wave of enemies Li Yingtian had mentioned. Clad in heavy armor and wielding long swords, their hollow eye sockets burned with blue flames. These skeletons were notorious for their high defense, thick health, and powerful attacks, though their sluggish movements made them time-consuming to deal with. Wang Yan made a quick decision, activating both the divine attack aura and the holy damage aura. Against these slow-moving skeletons, the stealth aura was unnecessary. With the double aura boosting their damage by several folds, the team easily broke through the skeleton's defenses and launched a fierce assault. 268748268106268536. A series of vivid red damage numbers floated in the air, like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, reaping the lives of the skeleton warriors. These once troublesome monsters now seemed as fragile as paper, collapsing one after another. Chen Ming glanced at the timer, a flicker of delight flashing in his eyes. Unbelievable, just over a minute. He calculated silently, realizing that their efficiency had more than doubled compared to before. What used to take 3 full minutes to clear the skeleton warrior horde was now accomplished with ease thanks to Wang Yan's addition. Move forward, Chen Ming commanded decisively, leading the team swiftly toward the next stage. Soon, a labyrinth-like structure loomed before them. 5 shadowy entrances stood silently, but only one led to the correct path. While the monsters in this stage weren't particularly formidable, the maze's intricate and ever-changing layout often left newcomers hopelessly lost. Since the maze randomized with every attempt, relying on memory was futile. Chen Ming refrained from acting rashly. He turned to the summoner in the group, giving her a slight nod. Understanding his signal at once, the summoner stepped forward. She formed intricate hand seals, and a mysterious magic circle materialized beneath her feet. As she chanted, 5 pitch-black bats emerged from the void. Go, she commanded. The bats darted into the separate entrances. Closing her eyes, she focused intently, sensing the movements of each bat. Controlling 5 summoned creatures simultaneously was no small feat, but with Wang Yan's purification aura, which extended up to a 2,000-meter radius, the bats were unaffected by the chilling atmosphere, allowing them to fly at incredible speed. Roughly 30 seconds later, the summoner suddenly opened her eyes, her face lighting up with joy. She pointed firmly at one of the entrances and declared confidently, "Got it. This is the one." Wang Yan watched the summoner's actions intently, filled with awe. The unique way in which these summoning skills were utilized was truly eye-opening. It was clear that this team had undergone countless trials in the Frozen Tomb to develop such an efficient tactical synergy. Ordinary teams could hardly achieve this level of coordination. Upon entering the labyrinth, the maze-like high walls and enticing dead ends were everywhere, but the summoner's bat had already memorized the correct path. This nimble creature used echolocation to map out the area in its mind, leading the group steadily forward. Occasionally, skeletal warriors would emerge, only to be instantly annihilated by the team. Everyone remained highly vigilant, including Su Muqing and Lu Xueyao, who stayed close to Wang Yan while also contributing damage with their skills. Wang Yan, however, appeared relaxed, activating his auras and entering observation mode. Still, the difficulty of this Shura-level dungeon was truly impressive. Even these minor, skeletal warriors, if placed in a simpler dungeon, could easily crush 10 venomous cat demons. With their high defense and strong attacks, a single one could have kept the team engaged for a long time if not for Wang Yan's extraordinary auras. As the monsters grew stronger, Wang Yan's experience points increased rapidly. His level surged to 17, with 18 just within reach. Information: Divine Aura Master, Wang Yan. Level: 17. Attributes: Intelligence 95, Strength 27, Constitution 27, Agility 27. Energy: 900,950 points. Skills: Divine Damage Aura, Divine Attack Aura, Divine Invisibility Aura, Divine Purification Aura. During the battles, Wang Yan carefully managed his energy pool to sustain his abilities. The Purification Aura consumed 10 energy points per second, while other skills were activated as needed. Though he had a gifted energy pool from Li Yingtian, Wang Yan was mindful not to squander such precious resources. Guided by the bat, the group soon exited the labyrinth. Before them stretched a vast circular plaza. Floating above the plaza were countless oil lamps, seemingly suspended in defiance of gravity, while a star-studded night sky loomed deep and endless above. This is illusion magic. In reality, we're still inside the tomb, Chen Ming explained to the curious Wang Yan. Wang Yan nodded in agreement, noting the plaza's design felt oddly familiar. This plaza, it looked somewhat like a coliseum. Before his voice faded, the sound of hooves echoed from the ground. From around the far corner of the plaza, 5 or 6 white figures charged forward. It was 5 skeletal knights. Clad in heavy armor and mounted on skeletal horses, they raced straight toward the group. Be careful. The initial charge from these skeletal knights is incredibly strong. Chen Ming shouted in warning. Wang Yan immediately activated the divine invisibility aura, boosting everyone's movement speed by 100. The team instinctively scattered, avoiding the knights' charge paths. Without targets, the skeletal knights had to slow down, drawing their bone blades as they searched for their prey. One skeletal knight stood out among the rest, draped in a crimson cloak and towering above its peers. Wang Yan noticed its information prompt: Skeletal Knight Leader, head of the heroic Skeletal Knight Battalion, possessing extraordinary combat abilities. This elite enemy ran its skeletal hands over its eye sockets, causing the blue soul flames in its eyes to turn blood red. A ranger in the group explained. It's using a detection skill. Wang Yan smirked to himself. His invisibility aura not only concealed sound, scent, and temperature, but also rendered him undetectable by any sensory skills or tools. Even if he stood directly in front of the Skeletal Knight Leader and shouted, it wouldn't perceive his presence. While the Skeletal Knight Leader searched in vain, the team had already maneuvered behind the knights. Attack! Chen Ming commanded, and explosive fireballs streaked through the air as the team launched a coordinated assault. With the divine damage aura and tenfold attack boosts, the unsuspecting skeletal knights were obliterated in an instant. This invisibility aura is incredible. With it, anyone could be a top-tier assassin, Su Muqing praised sincerely. Absolutely. This aura is insanely strong. In the past, dealing with these skeletal knights would have taken us 3 to 5 minutes at least, the teammates chimed in. The group looked at Wang Yan with a mixture of admiration and amazement. For a level 17 aura master to contribute so much, no one present dared to claim greater credit. His talent was so extraordinary that it left no room for jealousy. Wang Yan's abilities had already surpassed the realm of ordinary comparisons. His extraordinary capabilities not only failed to incite jealousy among his teammates, but instead made everyone feel fortunate to fight alongside such a powerful support class player. Since Wang Yan joined the team, their combat effectiveness had increased exponentially. Not only could they handle hero-level dungeons with ease, but even epic-level dungeons were no longer an unattainable dream. Look, the boss of the Frost Tomb is just ahead, Chen Ming exclaimed excitedly, glancing at the time. It only took us 3 minutes. This would have been unthinkable before. At this rate, an SS level rating is just around the corner. Ahead of them stood a hexagonal altar of the undead, with massive stone pillars rising at each corner. As the team advanced, a few experienced members explained the impending threats to Wang Yan. Several skeletal mages perched atop the pillars. These enemies were notorious for their rapid small-scale meteor spells, posing a significant danger to backline players. Su Muqing glanced at Wang Yan, who was only at level 10, and couldn't help but feel a bit worried. In this hell difficulty dungeon, a single strike from the skeletal mages could easily cost him his life. Without hesitation, she cast a magical shield on Wang Yan. What's this for? Wang Yan asked curiously, looking at her. These skeletal mages have high attack power, but don't worry, I'll protect you, Su Muqing said earnestly. Wang Yan smiled faintly and calmly activated his invisibility aura. As a support mage who didn't need to engage directly in combat, his invisibility ability was unparalleled. In national battles, this skill alone was enough to catch enemies completely off guard. After some discussion, Wang Yan and Su Muqing decided to split up while maintaining their invisible states. Although Lu Xueyao also wanted to join in protecting him, she ultimately refrained, considering the team's need for a healer's support. Under the cover of Wang Yan's invisibility aura, the team silently infiltrated the altar. The skeletal mages atop the 6 stone pillars remained motionless, like statues. Once everyone was in position, Wang Ming gave the order, and 4 ranged players launched their attacks simultaneously. Fire serpents, arrows, and wind blades tore through the air, transformed by Wang Yan's aura into holy damage, instantly unleashing staggering damage numbers: 269,080, 299,561, 279,123, 239,456. The 4 skeletal mages crumbled into piles of bones before they could even awaken. The remaining 2 skeletal mages finally reacted, blue flames igniting in their eyes as they hastily hurled meteors toward the source of the attack. However, with the 100 movement speed boost from Wang Yan's Godder invisibility aura, the 4 players had already relocated, preparing for the next wave of attacks. 294531 and 273169, 2 massive numbers, flashed in the air, and the remaining skeletal mages instantly turned to dust. Chen Ming stood frozen in place, blinking in disbelief. This was simply incredible. From his experience, these skeletal mages were supposed to be formidable opponents. Not only would they immediately activate thick magical shields upon being attacked, but they would also summon new layers of defense when their shields were about to break. In critical moments, they could even teleport nimbly to other pillars, buying themselves time to cast spells. The usual strategy required coordinated teamwork. Focus fire to take down one mage quickly, then switch to the next. As the final challenge before the boss, this altar had always been a tough hurdle. The team had to dodge falling meteors while maintaining a synchronized attack rhythm, leaving no opportunity for the skeletal mages to recover. The priest's quick reflexes were especially crucial here. If any teammate failed to avoid a meteor in time, the priest had to immediately cast a shield to protect them. The meteors were no joke. Getting hit meant serious injury and being knocked down. But this time, these once troublesome skeletal mages didn't even get the chance to activate their shields. One strike, clean and decisive, left them obliterated. Even the most powerful spells seemed insignificant in the face of such overwhelming strength. Next up is the boss fight. The group couldn't contain their excitement. From the moment they entered the dungeon, only about 4 minutes had passed. This speed was absolutely unheard of. Let's go. It's time to face the boss, Qinming said, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. This could be a historic moment if they could secure the SS tier reward for Longhua. Their names might truly be recorded in history books. The rest of the team was equally exhilarated. After all, their best record for clearing the frozen tomb was 14 minutes and 23 seconds, still far from the global best of 13 minutes and 11 seconds. But now, in just 4 minutes, they were already standing at the door to the boss chamber. On the way to the boss stage, Chen Ming took the opportunity to brief Wang Yan about the final boss of the frozen tomb, the Dark Night King. This skeletal monarch, while not particularly powerful in offense, was a fearsome foe due to his extraordinary defense and immense health pool. He specialized in melee single-target attacks, and what made him even more troublesome were his numerous crowd control abilities, which often left opponents struggling to react. Patience is key when dealing with this guy, Chen Ming said in a low voice. The main thing is to avoid his control skills and slowly chip away at his health. Soon, the group arrived at a vast, open area. At the center of the space stood an enormous stone coffin, over 2 meters long, drawing all eyes. The lid of the coffin was carved with a massive crown encrusted with dazzling gemstones, which glimmered eerily in the dim light. Who dares disturb my slumber? A chilling voice suddenly echoed through the space. With a deafening crash, the stone coffin was flung open. A ghastly pale hand covered in bone spikes stretched out, followed by the slow rise of a massive figure. This Dark Night King was unlike any ordinary skeleton. His entire body was clad in armor forged from white bones, with countless bone spikes protruding from the gaps of the armor. He wore a resplendent gemstone crown on his head and wielded a massive, rusted greatsword that still gleamed with a frosty glint. Prepare to die, intruders, the skeletal king roared, raising his sword to unleash his signature skill, Bone Prison Frost. A wave of icy cold filled the entire space, designed to freeze targets afflicted with a cold status effect for 5 seconds. But to the Dark Night King's astonishment, his skill had no effect whatsoever. Surprised? I don't have any cold status on me. Chen Ming laughed triumphantly, seizing the opportunity to unleash a flame storm. Although the Dark Night King quickly summoned an ice armor, the damage had already been converted to a divine attribute, bypassing his elemental resistance entirely. 73,499. 65,596, 72,749. A series of massive damage numbers floated above the Dark Night King's head. Seeing this, the group joined the fray, and the Dark Night King's health bar began to plummet at an alarming rate. Suddenly, the Dark Night King let out an earth-shattering roar. Black mist enveloped his body as his bone armor shattered into countless fragments, which hovered around him like the harbinger of death from the abyss. He's entering his second phase. Su Muqing, protect Wang Yan. Chunming shouted. Lu Shuiyao instantly cast a silver moon shield, and a silvery white glow of moonlight enveloped the entire group. Simultaneously, Su Muqing finished her incantation, summoning a radiant golden holy cross emblem onto Wang Yan. A surge of warmth spread through his body, and his status bar indicated he had gained the blessing of Holy Light buff. The skill notification, Holy Light's Protection, flashed across Wang Yan's vision, immune to fatal damage for 10 seconds, followed by a 10 health recovery once it ends. Wang Yan was puzzled. He was in stealth mode, so why would Su Muqing activate Holy Light's Protection at this moment? The answer quickly became clear. Chun Shiyu, wielding a massive shield, firmly positioned herself in front of Wang Yan. In the next instant, the figure of the Dark Knight Monarch flickered within the black mist, and the bone fragments surrounding him suddenly rained down like a violent storm. Clang, clang, clang. The bone fragments struck the shield with a rapid barrage of impacts, leaving countless craters in the surrounding walls. This was an indiscriminate area attack, and even Wang Yan, despite being in stealth mode, couldn't escape its reach. For others, it might only cause minor injuries, but for Wang Yan, who was just over level 10, any single fragment could be lethal. Thankfully, with Chen Shiyu's shield providing protection and Su Muqing's holy light's protection as backup, Wang Yan had now become the safest person on the battlefield. As the bone storm subsided, the Dark Knight Monarch raised his massive sword and let out a thunderous roar. The black mist around him surged outward like a tidal wave. This was his second ultimate move, Bone Prison's Dark Breath. In an instant, several streams of black mist enveloped the battlefield, plunging everyone into a 10-second state of blindness. This skill, with a cooldown of only 20 seconds, was particularly troublesome. Every 10 seconds, the team would be forced to struggle in the darkness. Even with a priest present, only one person's blindness could be dispelled at a time. Ordinary teams had to rely on sound to locate their target and dodge attacks, waiting for the blindness to end before regrouping for a counterattack. This cycle made it nearly impossible to clear the stage within 10 minutes. This time, the Skeleton King's proud ability, the Bone Prison of Dark Rest, proved as fragile as a soap bubble. The black mist barely flickered before everyone's eyes and didn't even last half a second before being completely dispelled by Wang Yan's divine purification aura. The most troublesome boss of the underground dungeon, with its two signature moves, the crowd-controlling Bone Prison of Cold Rest and the blinding Bone Prison of Dark Rest, was rendered utterly useless in the face of Wang Yan's aura. The Night King's predicament at this moment was almost comical. Its oversized greatsword swung wildly through the air, but failed to hit even a single target. As a boss known for its high attack power but sluggish movement, losing its control abilities left it as helpless as a punching bag. To make matters worse, under the dual enhancements of Wang Yan's Holy Aura and Attack Aura, its once formidable defenses were now completely meaningless. 269,080, 299,561, 279,123, 239,456. Damage numbers poured down like a waterfall. Even the simplest crossbow bolts hit it with the force of magical artillery, and previously ineffective attacks now all became fatal blows. In the end, the Night King let out a pitiful wail as its massive greatsword fell to the ground with a heavy thud. Its colossal skeletal frame collapsed into a heap of bones, and moments later, both the skeleton and the greatsword dissolved into a dazzling shower of starlight, leaving only a large treasure chest behind. Yet no one paid attention to the chest at that moment. Everyone held their breath in anticipation, waiting for the system announcement. Though the outcome was already expected, only when the message actually appeared could they truly relax. Your team has successfully cleared the Shura-level Frozen Tomb in 6 minutes and 36 seconds, achieving an SSS rating. Congratulations! Your team is the first globally to earn an SSS rating on Shura-level Frozen Tomb. National rewards will be distributed shortly. Would you like to name your team and make the member list public? Cheers erupted instantly. Yes, we did it. Haha, SSS rating. All thanks to Wang Yan. Wang Yan is amazing. After the initial excitement, the discussion shifted to whether or not to remain anonymous. To everyone's surprise, Wang Yan was the first to speak. You all can display your names. It'll stay anonymous. The group was momentarily stunned but quickly understood. Chenming nodded in agreement. That's true. If your situation is exposed, it would be too shocking. Anonymity is safer. A level 20 aura master serving as a key player in a hero-level dungeon and helping the team achieve an SSS rating. If such a feat were made public, it would undoubtedly draw countless prying eyes. For certain nations hostile to Longhua, eliminating a prodigy before they could fully grow was often the simplest course of action. Su Muqing was the first to step forward in support. Then I'll stay anonymous too. If you're the only one who stays anonymous, it'll be easy for people to figure you out. The other teammates quickly echoed her sentiment, willingly giving up the chance to make a name for themselves. Wang Yan felt a warmth in his heart. These teammates, whom he had only recently met, were willing to forego this rare opportunity for recognition to protect him. This was the unique unity of Longhua when it came to matters of great national importance. Longhua's people always demonstrated remarkable solidarity. In the end, after some discussion, they simply named their team Aura, with all members choosing to remain anonymous. This historic moment would be remembered forever in a very special way. A global announcement echoed simultaneously through everyone's communicators, delivering an earth-shattering piece of news that quickly spread across the entire world. Team Halo from Longhua had achieved an unprecedented SSS rating in the Frozen Tomb dungeon with a record-breaking time of 6 minutes and 36 seconds. The system displayed the rewards, leaving everyone stunned. A 10 increase in resource material output for all hero-level and below dungeons in Longhua. A 10 higher probability for all unawakened individuals in Longhua to awaken into rare professions. A 5 higher drop rate for rare items from all wild monsters and dungeon bosses in Longhua. This reward is way too generous, isn't it? Someone murmured, their eyes gleaming with disbelief. Indeed, compared to previous records, this reward was extraordinarily lavish. Everyone vividly remembered that when Sakura Nation, Lighthouse Nation, and Bear Nation each secured SSS rankings in 3 other dungeons, their rewards were limited to a mere 10 boost in resource material output. But this time, there were 3 rewards in total, especially the second Oni 10 increase in the likelihood of awakening rare professions. With Longwa's population exceeding 1 billion, this meant that tens of thousands of rare profession holders would emerge in the next awakening wave. This number alone was enough to shift the nation's entire power dynamic. Could it be because the frozen tomb is particularly difficult? Someone speculated. After all, no team has ever managed to clear it in under 10 minutes. All eyes instinctively turned to Wang Yan. This time, when the team suggested that he open the boss chest, Wang Yan didn't refuse. He knew very well that achieving this SSS rating was in no small part thanks to his contributions. Let's go, someone said with a grin. The guild leader must be over the moon right now. This reward would remain locked for 50 years unless someone broke the record. And now, it was time to witness the final step of this historic moment. Everyone knew deep down that without Wang Yan's presence, achieving the SS level reward would have been impossible. From the dark golden boss chest, the white bone staff slowly emerged, exuding a faint, eerie glow. This level 20 piece of equipment boasted impressive attributes: a 10 increase in casting speed, 10 intelligence, and a 10 boost to all attributes for summon creatures. Wang Yan silently assessed the value of the staff. Aside from the intelligence boost, which was somewhat practical, the other attributes seemed rather redundant for an aura master like him. After all, most auras were instant cast, making casting speed irrelevant. As for the summon creature's attribute bonus, it had nothing to do with his profession. However, such a dark gold tier item would undoubtedly fetch a price in the millions on the market. Outside the dungeon, Li Yingtian had been waiting for quite some time. When he saw the global announcement revealing that Wang Yan's team had achieved an SS level rating, the experienced guild leader was so overwhelmed with emotion that tears streamed down his face. As the team emerged, he quickly turned away to discreetly wipe his reddened eyes. Sorry, everyone, Li Yingtian said with slight embarrassment. I just can't help myself. No worries, guild leader. We're just as excited. The team members chimed in enthusiastically. Who wouldn't be thrilled by this? Making his way through the crowd, Li Yingtian approached Wang Yan. This young man had shattered their previous record of over 14 minutes in just 6 minutes, naturally becoming the center of attention. Well done, Wang Yan, Li Yingtian said, patting him on the shoulder before addressing the rest of the team. You've all worked hard. Choosing to stay anonymous was a wise decision. While it means missing out on fame for now, I'll make sure to report everything in detail to the province. You are all heroes of the Dragon Kingdom, and I promise you won't be overlooked. Li Yingtian's assurance brightened everyone's spirits. They knew well that the guild leader was a man of his word, and his promises always came to fruition. This was one of the reasons he commanded such high respect in Tianshui City's professional circles. However, Li Yingtian's expression grew serious. I need everyone to keep today's challenge completely confidential. Of course, this won't be forever. When the time is right, we'll reveal the details and the team roster. The team understood immediately this was to protect Wang Yan. Li Yingtian was also feeling the weight of the situation. He had initially heard from Zhao Guofeng about a prodigy from Tianshui No. 1 High School, but hadn't expected someone so extraordinary. This situation was beyond his ability to handle alone, and he would have to report it to higher authorities. For now, his priority was to safeguard Wang Yan's information as much as possible. No problem, guild leader. The team members responded in unison. We understand what needs to be done. Su Muqing then asked, should we focus on helping Wang Yan level up quickly next? Li Yingtian pondered for a moment before shaking his head. That's not feasible. Everyone in Dongshan province knows that the underground abyss is managed by our Tianshui City Guild. Over the years, I've been leading the team to challenge the frozen tomb. Even though we stayed anonymous this time, those with insight could still deduce that it was us who achieved the SSS rating. If Wang Yan stays with us all the time, it will only attract suspicion. Here's the plan, Li Yingtian decided. Wang Yan, you should return to your normal study routine and avoid drawing attention to yourself. Honestly, whether you take the college entrance exam or not is irrelevant. Know you're guaranteed a spot at one of the supreme academies. The question isn't whether you'll go to Kyoto, Jinghai, or Jiangnan. It's that all 3 will be competing to have you. I'll consult with the higher-ups before making further arrangements. Wang Yan nodded in agreement, though he couldn't help feeling a bit disappointed. Leveling up with this team was incredibly efficient, especially with Li Yingtian's unlimited supply of beast blood potions. It was like riding a rocket. He was already level 18 and a half, nearing level 19, far ahead of his peers who had just awakened and were barely above level 10. Still, he understood that Li Yingtian had his best interests at heart. Once the higher-ups made their decision, someone would undoubtedly help him continue leveling. Before parting ways, Li Yingtian and Wang Yan exchanged friend requests. Li Yingtian initially wanted to arrange for someone to escort and protect Wang Yan, but the latter politely declined. Wang Yan felt that this would only draw more attention and preferred to quietly take a cab home. Finally, Wang Yan attempted to return the energy orb containing over 74,000 energy points to Li Yingtian. However, the guild leader waved him off generously. "Keep it. I'll have someone deliver 2 more spares to you in a couple of days." Wang Yan calmly accepted the yuan power pool, his expression remaining composed. Li Yingtian reminded him, "Remember to send me a screenshot of the badge when you get back, so I can submit it." Opening the attribute panel, Wang Yan indeed found a new badge in the achievement system, Extreme Frost Challenger. Golden text flickered beneath the badge. "You have achieved the world's first SSS rating in the Extreme Frost Tomb, triggering a national reward." This badge was not only a symbol of strength, but also an unparalleled honor. After adding everyone as friends, Wang Yan bid farewell to the underground cavern dungeon. Escorted by a professional combatant, he returned safely to the city and took a taxi back to his residence. His home was in an old residential area on the outskirts of the city. The buildings had no elevators, and the walls were peeling and weathered, but the rent was cheap, only 600 dragon coins per month. 10 years ago, his parents had passed away, leaving him with a compensation of 200,000 dragon coins. That money had supported him through high school, but as of 2 months ago, it was nearly depleted. A notice from the landlord was taped to his door. "Please pay your rent on time. Thank you for your cooperation." Wang Yan smiled bitterly as he tore the note down. He was already 2 months behind on rent, with only a little over 1,000 dragon coins left in his account. This was a carefully calculated situation. If he could hold out until his career awakening, his financial troubles would be resolved. Career awakening was a crucial turning point in life. Awakening a civilian profession meant an ordinary life, while awakening a combat profession, even the most basic one, would bring an income far exceeding that of most people. Of course, combat professionals also face significant expenses: equipment, training items, skill books, and companion beasts. The bone staff in his possession alone was worth over 1,000,000 dragon coins on the market. Thinking back to the beast tide outbreak 8 years ago, Wang Yan's eyes dimmed. He remembered the sight of the city engulfed in flames, filled with ruins and panicked crowds. To stop the beast tide, all of Tianshui City's combat professionals had been deployed, including his parents. Rumors later suggested that this disaster might have been orchestrated by Sakura Nation, allegedly under the influence of Beacon Nation. At this thought, a cold glint flashed in Wang Yan's eyes. Shaking off the heavy memories, Wang Yan turned his attention back to the attribute panel. His storage ring was packed with materials obtained from the dungeon. Crystal cores, beast horns, hides, claws, bones. These hero-grade materials could easily sell for tens of thousands of dragon coins. Just as he was preparing to head to the professional marketplace, a message from Li Yingtian popped up in his friend list. It turned out that Li Yingtian had been in a long-standing dispute with Silver Sea City over the ownership of the underground cavern dungeon. Without an SSS rating, the provincial guild had grown dissatisfied with him. Thanks to Wang Yan's timely contribution, Tianshui City managed to retain its management rights. The final message made Wang Yan's heart race. To thank him for his contribution, the Tianshui City Professionals Guild awarded him 5,000,000 dragon coins in cash, along with a dark gold grade piece of equipment. The unexpected windfall filled him with uncontrollable excitement. Over the years, Wang Yan's monthly expenses, apart from rent, amounted to just a few hundred yuan. Now, with a substantial sum of money about to arrive, his heartbeat involuntarily quickened. 5,000,000? Wang Yan murmured the number softly, then chuckled at himself for being so easily impressed. After all, the yuan force pool gifted to him by Li Yingtian was worth over 10 million. For advanced professionals, a mere 5 million was hardly worth mentioning. Still, he couldn't suppress his excitement. This was the first time in his life he had ever seen so much cash. Looking down at his phone, the transfer notification had indeed arrived a few minutes earlier. Your savings account ending in 9527 received a transfer of 5 million dragon coins at 20 hours 11 minutes and 53 seconds. Current balance, 5,001,033.40. Staring at the long string of numbers, an overwhelming sense of happiness surged through him. Wang Yan even had the urge to roll on the floor in joy, though he managed to restrain himself. He quickly opened his phone and transferred the rent and utility payments to his landlord, feeling much lighter afterward. Right, the equipment. Wang Yan opened his friend list and found the email attachment sent by Li Yingtian. It was a ring, one of the most expensive types of equipment. Rings were highly sought after because each person could wear up to 10 at a time, and they typically offered powerful functionalities. On the market, their prices were second only to necklaces and cloaks. After retrieving the attachment, the equipment was automatically stored in his system space. Wang Yan eagerly checked its attributes. Frequency modulation ring, dark gold. Equipment level, LV 15. Base attributes, intelligence 10. Yuan force recovery speed 10 points hour. Special effect, allows free control of aura intensity 1100 and reduces yuan force consumption. Seeing these attributes, Wang Yan's eyes lit up. This was clearly a piece of equipment tailored for an aura master. He quickly understood Li Yingtian's intention. With this ring, he could adjust the aura's effect as needed. After all, an ordinary aura master's initial skill only provided a 1 boost, but his divine level attack aura amplified by a staggering 1000. If this were discovered during a team-up, it would terrify people. With the frequency modulation ring, he could perfectly disguise himself as a regular aura master. Although Wang Yan disliked hiding his true abilities, he understood his situation. As an aura master focused on support, he had little combat capability without teammates. If he were ever targeted by an assassination attempt from foreign forces, his only option would be to activate invisibility and flee. Thinking back to the terrifying group damage dealt by the Dark Knight King earlier today, he realized that without Qin Shiyu and Su Muqing's protection, he probably wouldn't have survived. Acknowledging this weakness, Wang Yan fell into deep thought. Perhaps he should visit the pet market and look into getting a combat-type pet? While professionals could sign multiple pet contracts, only one pet could accompany them into dungeons at a time except for summoners and beast tamers, who could control multiple pets simultaneously in battle. Most people bought pets for companionship or as support units capable of casting shields or healing. Combat pets, on the other hand, were not only expensive but also rare in demand. High-level professionals often fought in life-or-death scenarios, leaving no room to focus on commanding a pet. For instance, in Li Yingtian's team, aside from the summoner who had an owl for picking up loot, no one else brought pets. But Wang Yan was different. His role in battle was simply to activate his aura, leaving him free to command a pet. The problem was that combat-type pet eggs were outrageously expensive, often costing millions. Forget it. We'll think about it later. Time for a late-night snack. Wang Yan stood up. There are only 6 days left until the college entrance exams. Those newly awakened classmates of mine are probably working hard to level up right now. Students from well-off families often hire high-level professionals as sparring partners to ensure they stand out during college entrance exams. Although top universities place more emphasis on a candidate's potential and talent, one's level is still a crucial factor. After all, the exams don't just include written tests. They also feature specialized trial dungeons to assess a student's abilities. Showing up at level 1 for such an exam would undoubtedly be a laughingstock. However, such concerns were no longer an issue for Wang Yan. With Li Yingtian as his powerful backer, all he needed to do was wait for arrangements to be made. For now, he decided to relax and treat himself. A trip to the food street was an order. Grilled skewers with beer sounded like the perfect reward. Just as Wang Yan was about to head out, his phone buzzed with a message from Li Yingtian. I have some good news for you. I've reported your SS level evaluation results. The base reward has been confirmed 10 million yuan, which will be credited to your account soon. Other rewards are still being discussed. If you have any specific requests, let me know and I'll relay them. The message hit Wang Yan like a thunderbolt, sending shockwaves through his mind. 10 million? That meant he was about to become a millionaire overnight. While this amount might not be much in the circles of high-level professionals, to an ordinary person, it was an astronomical sum. Wang Yan quickly replied, I don't have any special requests for now. Just having the money is great. His imagination began to run wild. How many skewers could he buy with that? How many bottles of beer? Moments later, another reply from Li Yingtian arrived. Got it. I understand. It's normal for newly awakened professionals to be short on funds. I'll continue to advocate for you. Clearly, Wang Yan's daring feat of tackling the dungeon empty-handed today had left a deep impression on Li Yingtian. From everything that had transpired, it was obvious that Li Yingtian had also realized Wang Yan didn't come from a wealthy background. Wang Yan pushed open the door of the barbecue restaurant, and the rich aroma of grilled meat greeted him immediately. He ordered a table full of dishes and a few bottles of ice-cold beer. The glistening skewers of meat sizzled over the charcoal fire, while the servers continuously brought over freshly grilled food. Looking at the spread of delicious dishes in front of him, Wang Yan felt his mood lift. Just before he left home, a prize of 10 million dragon coins had been deposited into his account, instantly skyrocketing his balance to over 15 million. The sum felt almost unreal to him. After all, he had spent years living in genuine fear of poverty. Taking a bite of the tender, charred lamb skewer, Wang Yan suddenly felt a twinge of loneliness dining alone at this late hour. He thought of his friend Chen Yuan. Even though it was already past 9 at night, he decided to send Chen Yuan a message. Chen Yuan was his only friend from school. Wang Yan had devoted most of his time to studying, and to others, this handsome, high-achieving student always seemed aloof and unsociable. He had plenty of admirers, but few ever managed to strike up a conversation with him. In truth, he was simply too focused on academics to make time for socializing. As for how he and Chen Yuan became friends, it was actually pretty simple. Chen Yuan often paid Wang Yan to borrow his homework to copy. While Wang Yan didn't know much about Chen Yuan's family background, it was clear that he came from a wealthy household. Back then, Wang Yan was in desperate need of money and was happy to make the exchange. Over time, the two grew closer. Reaching for his phone to add Chen Yuan as a contact, Wang Yan noticed an unread message from him. "Hey Wang, want to team up for some leveling tomorrow?" The message was sent a day ago. Huh. Wang Yan let out a soft hiss of regret. At the time, he had been so engrossed in leveling up with teacher Qin Yao that he completely missed the notification. Feeling a bit guilty, he replied, just saw your message now." Chen Yuan replied instantly, "I thought you were dead. I even went to your place yesterday to find you. Ha ha ha, don't sweat the details. Want to come out now? My treat." "No way. Seriously? You hit the jackpot or something?" "I made a bit of money recently." "Wow, nice one, Wang. But I can't make it today. My parents are home right now, and if I go out at this hour, they'll kill me." "They'll take a rain check on that meal, though." Wang Yan felt a pang of disappointment. It seemed tonight he'd have to enjoy the feast by himself. Chen Yuan sent another message. "How about tomorrow? Let's team up for leveling. I've invited a few friends there, all really strong." Wang Yan was about to politely decline when Chen Yuan immediately followed up. "Don't even think about saying you're busy." Wang Yan smiled wryly, his fingers hovering over the already typed, "I'm busy." Recently, news of his awakening as an aura master had been spreading like wildfire at school. As the top student in both academics and combat for 3 consecutive years, many had taken delight in his so-called downfall. Aura Masters were notoriously unpopular in early-stage team formations due to their weak buffing abilities and slow energy recovery. Wang Yan understood that Chen Yuan was trying to lend him a hand. Even in this world where strength dictated one's future and social circles, Chen Yuan had chosen to stand by him. "Alright, what time tomorrow?" 9 a.m. tomorrow, at the northern outskirts of the city. I'll meet you at the entrance to the shadowy forest. Got it. After exchanging a few more casual messages, Wang Yan exited the chat app. Just then, the barbecue restaurant's TV began broadcasting a breaking news story. Major update. A mysterious team from the Dragon Nation has cleared the Icy Tomb dungeon and secured an SS tier reward. However, none of the team members have agreed to interviews so far. The surrounding diners broke into animated discussions. "This is a blessing for our Dragon Nation. Increasing the rare class awakening rate by 10, the next batch of students is so lucky. Why are they staying anonymous? That's way too humble." Only now did Wang Yan realize the magnitude of the sensation this national reward had caused. It wasn't just the lucrative reward. The astonishing record time 6 minutes and 36 seconds was what truly shocked everyone. It was double the speed of the previous global record of 13 minutes and 11 seconds, set by the Lighthouse Nation. Listening to the unabashed praise around him, terms like national treasure and unparalleled talent being thrown around, Wang Yan couldn't help but feel a bit self-conscious. Wang Yan unlocked his phone, and what greeted him was an overwhelming flood of news headlines. Every major website's top stories were all reporting the same event: the groundbreaking achievement of the SS-level reward in the Frozen Tomb. Anonymous hero claims the world's first SS-level reward. Mystery behind anonymity. Blessings for the Dragon Kingdom. Mysterious team sets a new record in Frozen Tomb rewards. 6 minutes and 36 seconds. Experts predict the record for the level 60 dungeon may last 500 years. Exclusive. Analyzing the profound impact of a 10 increase in rare class probability for the Dragon Kingdom. Social media platforms were dominated by this trending topic. Wang Yan's attention was drawn to a high-traffic post titled, "The Strongest Level 60 Dungeon Reward in History? A Rational Analysis of Why the Frozen Tomb Reward is So Extraordinary." The post, authored by a user named Jianbingguzi, had already garnered hundreds of thousands of comments, with its popularity still rising. As a professional from Tianshui City, Jianbingguzi had deep insights into the dungeons of the underground caverns. He offered a detailed analysis of the unique challenges posed by the Frozen Tomb. First, the persistent cold state debuff throughout the dungeon significantly slows down players' movement and attack speed, extends skill cooldown durations, substantially increases the time required to clear the dungeon. Second, the unique monster designs. Skeletal warriors with astonishingly high defense and massive health pools. Fragile-looking skeletal mages that are deceptively tough, constantly stacking magical shields on themselves. Defeating the skeletal mages requires the team to deliver extremely high burst damage within a short time frame. Finally, the characteristics of the boss fight. The boss itself is a massive tank with incredible durability. It possesses 2 crowd control abilities, group freezing and group blinding. These abilities are used alternately, forcing players to adopt highly cautious strategies. Because of these challenges, even the world's strongest nation, the Lighthouse Country, had only managed a record of 13 minutes and 11 seconds, which had remained unbroken for years. Jianbingguzi shared his perspective. In theory, group purification skills could significantly improve performance. However, such skills are typically only available to priests at level 80 and above. Meanwhile, in the Death Altar stage, Maintaining sufficient damage output is crucial to defeating the skeletal mages. Increasing the number of priests would reduce the team's overall damage output, creating what seems like an unsolvable dilemma. Reading this, Wang Yan couldn't help but nod in agreement. The analysis was spot on. Indeed, it was precisely his unparalleled, continuous group purification aura that had made this astonishing achievement possible. In conclusion, Jianbing Guzi stated, "This anonymous team either possesses an unconventional strategy or is composed of top-tier geniuses. They are most likely from the Zhongting Guild of the Dragon Kingdom, and their decision to remain anonymous makes sense. This record will likely remain unchallenged for a very long time. Even 50 years from now, when the reward lock is lifted, breaking this record will still be a daunting task." Wang Yan was scrolling through the trending posts on the forum when his eyes landed on a detailed analysis thread. A particular detail mentioned in the post made him smile. The team that had achieved this miracle consisted of only 9 members. He knew the reason for not having a full roster was simply because Li Yingxin's level was too high, and they couldn't find a suitable teammate in time. What made it even more amusing was that the sensational SSS rating for the Extreme Frost Tomb wasn't the result of meticulous planning. Instead, it was an impromptu decision sparked by Li Yingxin's confidence in his own abilities. The analysis in the post was thorough, culminating in an emotional conclusion by a user with the ID Jianbing Guzi. The user wrote, 10 years ago, my father sacrificed his life to protect this city he loved during the Beast Tide outbreak. His greatest wish in life was to witness the rise of Longhua. When I saw the national reward announcement, I was deeply moved. Thank you to these unsung heroes. You are the pride of Longhua. The comment section erupted with excitement. The OP's analysis is so professional. I wouldn't have realized how challenging the Extreme Frost Tomb is without this post. Only 9 people achieving this result? These pros are absolutely incredible. Whenever danger strikes, there's always a group of brave individuals who step forward. They are the backbone of Longhua. Respect to the OP's father and to these 9 anonymous heroes. Reading these passionate replies, Wang Yan found himself lost in thought. As someone who had experienced the event firsthand, he had initially seen it as a natural outcome. He was happy about the success but hadn't thought much beyond that. What he hadn't expected was how this incident had provided such a profound sense of inspiration to so many people. Many commenters expressed their determination to follow the example of these 9 anonymous heroes, striving to improve themselves and contribute to Longhua's rise. The overwhelming response brought Wang Yan a sense of comfort, but it also made him feel the weight of added responsibility. After all, being a hero comes with its own set of obligations. Late at night in the Sakura Nation, an ancient and elegant mansion on the outskirts stood in utter silence. Sitting upright on a tatami mat, Kitahara Sosuke sipped his tea calmly, his gaze fixed on a slender man seated opposite him. Yashigoka Kunihiko, the chairman of the Eastern Province Professional Guild. Behind Yashigoka stood several impeccably dressed bodyguards, their eyes scanning the surroundings warily from behind dark sunglasses. Kita-Harrison, I assume you've already heard about Dragon Nation's achievement of securing the first ever SS level rating for the Frozen Tomb. Yashigoka began without preamble. As the patriarch of the last reclusive family in Sakura Nation, Kitahara Sosuke's lineage was infamous for training deadly warriors through forbidden elixirs. Although these warriors had drastically shortened lifespans, rarely living past 30, their life-forging combat prowess far exceeded that of ordinary fighters. Kitahara Sosuke set down his teacup and replied indifferently, I'm aware. Seeing his lack of further response, Yashigoka pressed on anxiously, Kita-Harrison, can you truly stand by and watch Dragon Nation rise unchecked? Have you forgotten, Lord Yashigoka? Kitahara Sosuke let out a faint, bitter smile. 10 years ago, when I tried to incite a beast tide in Dragon Nation, I lost over half of my warriors. This old man am not what I used to be. Yashigoka sighed and pulled a black token from his pocket, placing it solemnly on the table. Kita-Harrison, this time, only you can take on this task for the sake of Sakura Nation. I know you're concerned about young Kitahara Asaka, but that child is a unseen-a-century genius for our great Sakura Nation. Do you think ID let him walk to his death in vain? This is a challenge token. Kitahara Sosuke's expression shifted slightly. Yashigoka nodded affirmatively. That's correct. Kitahara Sosuke picked up the token, reading the instructions that appeared before him. Upon activation, a death duel challenge can be issued to a specific nation, with customizable participation conditions within the permitted scope. Both victory and defeat will bring significant rewards and severe penalties, with a maximum of 500 participants allowed. The Prime Minister's exact words were, "We must show Dragon Nation that they cannot grow arrogant." Yashigoka's tone turned serious. The Prime Minister hopes to set the challenge target as Dragon Nation's newly awakened batch of professionals. Kitahara Sosuke immediately grasped the underlying strategy. With the strength of his family's warriors, combined with the recently awakened class rare profession, Crescent Moon Swordsman of Kitahara Asaka, this challenge would be nothing short of a massacre. The loss of 500 newly emerging talents, along with the accompanying penalties, would cripple Dragon Nation's development for decades. For young Asaka, this is a rare opportunity, Yashigoka continued. Once he returns victorious, I will personally arrange for him to train at the Spring Sun Shrine. And the Kitahara family will rise to become the strongest family in the entire Eastern Province. These are promises directly from the Prime Minister. Without hesitation, Kitahara Sosuke tucked the token into his robe. No need to deliberate. I accept. I'll need 5 days to prepare. Meanwhile, in a secret facility in the Lighthouse Nation, a military officer was reporting to a sharply dressed man. Sir, Dragon Nation has done an excellent job with their secrecy this time. We've made no progress so far. Send spies into the provinces near Dongshan, the man ordered with a furrowed brow. Put everything else on hold. Prioritize uncovering the list of participants for this breakthrough. At the Tianjue City Professional Guild, Zhao Guofeng was in a meeting with Qin Yao and Li Yingtian to discuss matters regarding Wang Yan. Li Yingtian asked Qin Yao sternly if there had been any witnesses when she leveled up, and upon receiving a negative answer, he let out a sigh of relief. I've already reported Wang Yan's situation to the higher-ups, Li Yingtian said. If I'm not mistaken, they'll likely assign him to participate in the national war a month from now. Until then, we must maintain strict confidentiality to prevent other nations from preparing in advance. Zhao Guofeng was delighted to learn that Wang Yan had already garnered the attention of the 3 supreme academies. In his mind, had begun planning the renovation of the guild's facilities. Unbeknownst to Wang Yan, his very existence had already sparked ripples across the international stage, and a storm was quietly brewing. Beep, beep. The alarm clock shattered the tranquility of the early morning. Wang Yan struggled to extend a hand from his warm bed, fumbling around the bedside for a while before finally silencing the persistent alarm. It was 7:30, leaving him an hour and a half until his meeting with Chen Yuan. He stared blankly at the ceiling, feeling as though his bed had some sort of magical pull that kept him from moving. Regret from staying up late last night crept into his mind, and he began questioning why he had agreed to join Chen Yuan for early morning leveling. As his heavy eyelids waged war against each other, a mischievous thought whispered in his mind, what if he just ditched Chen Yuan today? But then, he quickly reconsidered. If he bailed on Chen Yuan again, that guy would most likely storm into his house and personally preside over his funeral. Fine, I'll get up. After an intense internal struggle, Wang Yan finally dragged himself out of bed. Following a quick wash, he threw on some casual clothes and headed out the door. At the breakfast stall downstairs, he ordered a basket of steamed buns, a cup of milk, and a fried dough stick. Although money wasn't an issue for him anymore, his ingrained habit of frugality remained. After eating, he flagged down a taxi. To Shadowy Forest, please, he told the driver. The Shadowy Forest, located in the northern outskirts of the city, was an open leveling area. Unlike fixed dungeons like the underground caverns, the outskirts of Shadowy Forest were teeming with low-level monsters suitable for beginners. For Wang Yan, who was already level 18, the monsters here no longer provided any meaningful experience. He was simply tagging along to keep Chen Yuan company. Half an hour later, Wang Yan arrived punctually at 8:50. The Shadowy Forest was unusually lively today, with a large crowd of rookie adventurers clad in shiny new gear gathering at the outskirts. Judging by their youthful faces, they were clearly this year's batch of newly awakened professionals. During the awakening season, the market for low-level premium gear always boomed, and opportunistic merchants never missed a chance to exploit inexperienced beginners. Amid this sea of well-equipped newcomers, Wang Yan's casual attire stood out like a sore thumb, making him look more like a casual tourist than a professional adventurer. But this was intentionally. Yingtian had specifically instructed him to keep a low profile. Wang Yan not only concealed his level information but also left behind the golden robe and silver belt he had acquired in dungeons. Even the dark gold storage ring he owned had its information hidden. As he scanned the crowd for Chen Yuan, a familiar voice called out from behind him, "Lao Wang, over here." Turning around, he saw Chen Yuan, looking dashing in his heavy armor, enthusiastically waving at him. As a heavy-armored warrior, Chen Yuan's class excelled in a balanced mix of offense, defense, and speed, though his stamina was slightly lacking. Beside him stood 4 others, 3 men in their early 20s, clearly not this year's rookies, and a petite girl with delicate features who seemed vaguely familiar. Chen Yuan eagerly introduced them. "These 3 are sparring partners I hired from Golden Wing Company." Wang Yan immediately understood. Golden Wing Company was a well-known task delegation agency in Tianjue City, famous for its roster of elite professionals. Hiring sparring partners from them wasn't cheap after all. Any skilled adventurer could easily earn a considerable income fighting monsters on their own. Wang Yan couldn't help but marvel at how much Chen Yuan was willing to spend. Hiring sparring partners was one thing, but hiring 3 at once? That was sheer extravagance. Chen Yuan pulled Wang Yan over to the 3 individuals, a sly glint flashing in his eyes. He introduced Wang Yan with a serious tone. "This is my good buddy, Wang Yan. Then, his gaze shifted to the petite girl among them. He blinked, glanced back at Wang Yan, and a knowing smile crept onto his face. Raising an eyebrow, he teased, "Wang Yan, I don't think I need to introduce this one, do I? You must know her. This is Su Muxue." Only then did Wang Yan take a proper look at Su Muxue, the renowned figure of Tianshui No. 1 High School. Su Muxue had delicate features and a petite frame. Though she was already 18, she still retained an adorably youthful appearance. Yet beneath her sweet exterior lay a proud and aloof heart. She never initiated conversations with others and always wore an unapproachable, stern expression. Few had ever seen her smile. It was precisely this contrast that earned her the widely known nickname, the stern Lolita Queen. Although Wang Yan and Su Muxue weren't well acquainted, they were no strangers to each other's reputations. This was no coincidence. Wang Yan had been the top student in both academics and combat at Tianshui No. 1 High School for 3 consecutive years, while Su Muxue consistently held second place. As the perennial runner-up to Wang Yan, Su Muxue was frequently compared to him. Over time, bizarre rumors even began to spread, claiming the two were secretly a couple. However, after Su Muxue awakened a rare class Dark Moon Mage, such comparisons dwindled. Among the 3 rare classes awakened at Tianshui No. 1 High School, Holy Light Priest, Bloodthirsty Berserker, and Dark Moon Mage, Dark Moon Mage was undoubtedly the most powerful. To outsiders, this signified that Su Muxue and Wang Yan's futures would diverge drastically. Wang Yan stood still, his brows slightly furrowed. He truly couldn't recall when Chen Yuan had met Su Muxue, which stirred a sense of doubt in his heart. At this moment, Su Muxue was sizing him up with her cold, clear gaze. "Hello, Su Muxue," Wang Yan greeted with a friendly smile, nodding lightly. "Hello," Su Muxue responded politely, to his surprise, with a nod of her own. This made Wang Yan think to himself that perhaps the rumors about her being difficult to approach weren't entirely accurate. Chen Yuan glanced at his watch. It was already past 9. "Sorry, everyone, let's wait a bit longer. My girlfriend isn't here yet," he said, laughing a little awkwardly. "Your girlfriend?" Wang Yan asked curiously. "Is it that girl with the twin ponytails? What's her name again?" Chen Yuan shook his head helplessly. "Not her. I just told you a few days ago it's Zhang Yueqi from our class." "Your memory is terrible. How is that my fault?" Wang Yan shrugged. "You change girlfriends so often. Who can keep track?" Noticing Su Muxue's curious glance, Chen Yuan's face stiffened. He quickly nudged Wang Yan with his elbow. "Will you stop saying stuff like that, old Wang?" As they were waiting, a voice filled with excitement suddenly rang out. "Muxue." They turned and saw their classmate Jin Lu. As one of the 3 rare class awakeners from Tianshui No. 1 High School this year, his bloodthirsty berserker class was widely renowned. "Well, looks like 2 of Tianshui City's 3 prodigies are here in one place," Chen Yuan joked. Su Muxue, however, frowned. "Jin Lu, are we that close? Please don't call me so familiarly." Her cold words made a hint of awkwardness flash across Jin Lu's face. Jin Lu's gaze shifted to Wang Yan, standing beside Su Muxue, and his expression turned hostile. "Wang Yan, what are you doing here? Why are you even here? What's wrong with me being here?" Wang Yan asked, confused. "I'm here to enjoy the scenery. Does it have anything to do with you?" Noticing Jin Lu occasionally glancing at Su Muxue, Wang Yan quickly pieced it together. It was probably because of the rumors circulating around school about him and Su Muxue, which had clearly irritated Jin Lu, who obviously had feelings for her. "I heard you awakened as an aura master," Jin Lu said with a mocking smile. "Why don't you show us what you've got? Let everyone see what the top student of the school is capable of." When Wang Yan didn't respond, Jin Lu smirked even more. "Don't tell me you really came here just to enjoy the scenery. No gear, not even a staff. Did you forget it? Or can you not afford one?" He feigned sudden realization. "Oh, I get it. With your 1 aura boost, gear doesn't make a difference, does it? Truly worthy of being the school's top student. Your way of thinking is on a whole other level." Chen Yuan couldn't stand it anymore. He stepped forward and stood in front of Jin Lu. "Are you looking for trouble, Jin Lu? As far as I remember, we've never crossed you before, have we?" Before the tension escalated, a girl approached them. "Chen Yuan, why haven't you been answering my messages? I've been looking for you." It was Chen Yuan's girlfriend, Zhang Yueqi, the ice mage. Chen Yuan grabbed Zhang Yueqi's hand, ready to leave, but she noticed Wang Yan and frowned. "Wang Yan, what are you doing here?" Wang Yan was completely exasperated. Why was everyone asking him why he was here today? "I'm just passing through," he said helplessly. "Chen Yuan, why didn't you tell me Wang Yan was coming too?" Zhang Yueqi asked, visibly displeased. Chen Yuan was starting to get annoyed. "What, do I need your permission to invite my buddy? Do you realize how important these next few days are for us? There are only 5 days left until the college entrance exams, and I don't have time to waste with you." Wang Yan caught the implication. Under the rules of the Heavenly Tao, experience points were shared equally among team members. For creatures in the outskirts of the Shadow Forest, no one would use expensive beast blood potions. With the 3 sparring partners Chen Yuan had already hired, adding Wang Yan would mean even less experience for everyone. Zhang Yueqi clearly saw him as a burdensome one who would take a share of the experience while contributing nothing. Wang Yan shook his head in resignation. Ever since he awakened as an aura master, everyone's attitude toward him had changed, except for Chen Yuan. Seeing this unfold, Jin Lu crossed his arms, watching the scene unfold with amusement. Just as Chen Yuan was about to lose his temper, Wang Yan patted him on the shoulder. I just remembered I have something to take care of at home. You guys go ahead, I'll head back. No way, old Wang, Chen Yuan said, grabbing his arm. You're not going anywhere today. We agreed to level up together, and you're not ditching me now. Then, pointing at Zhang Yueqi, he added, as for you, go wherever you want. Zhang Yueqi's face turned red with anger. Chen Yuan, what did you just say to me? I said you can go wherever you want. Didn't you understand? Fine. Don't regret this. Zhang Yueqi turned to leave, but was stopped by Jin Lu. Zhang Yueqi, why don't you join us instead? We're short a mage, Jin Lu said. Only then did everyone notice the 3 people standing behind Jin Lu, clearly not first-year awakeners. Wang Yan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Jin Lu had even hired an extra sparring partner compared to Chen Yuan. His family's wealth was evident. Zhang Yueqi hesitated for a moment before a smile appeared on her face. Sure, they'll join you. She walked over to Jin Lu's side and threw a provocative glance at Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan simply smiled indifferently and shrugged. Let's go, he said. Just as the 3 were about to leave, Jin Lu suddenly called out, wait a second. Chen Yuan turned impatiently, his cold gaze landing on Jin Lu. What do you want now? I don't have time to play games with you. Jin Lu, however, ignored him and walked straight to the 3 sparring partners standing beside Chen Yuan. You're from Genie Company, aren't you? He flashed a meaningful smile, pulling out a business card and handing it to the young man leading the group. Genie Company's boss, Genie Fei, is my father. The 3 sparring partners froze upon hearing this, their expressions changing drastically. Jin Lu pointed at Chen Yuan, his voice turning icy. I despise people who don't respect women. Don't take any assignments from him. If there's an issue, I'll explain it to my father. The 3 looked at each other, clearly hesitant, but eventually bowed their heads and apologized to Chen Yuan. Mr. Chen, we're really sorry, we'll refund your deposit shortly. Though annoyed, Chen Yuan understood their predicament as workers just trying to make a living. He waved them off, signaling for them to leave. Jin Lu laughed triumphantly before leading Zhang Yueqi and the 4 sparring partners toward the shadowy forest. Take your time, Wang Yan and Chen Yuan, he called out mockingly. Before leaving, he turned to Su Muxue and extended an invitation. Muxue, would you like to join us? To his surprise, Su Muxue coldly declined. No thanks. I have my own plans. Jin Lu's smirk froze on his face. He cast a meaningful glance at Wang Yan and Su Muxue before leaving with a sour expression. Once Jin Lu and his group were out of sight, Chen Yuan sighed. I'm really sorry, Su Muxue. That must have been embarrassing to watch. With no sparring partners left, the situation became a bit awkward. Usually, rookie teams consisted of about 5 members, which helped improve efficiency and ensured mutual support in case of danger. Wang Yan clapped Chen Yuan on the shoulder. Well, we're already here. Let's just head to the outskirts of the forest and take down a few demon rabbits to get some practice. To their surprise, Su Muxue spoke up. I'll join you. With that, she took the lead and started walking ahead. Wang Yan gave Chen Yuan a puzzled look. How do you know her? Believe it or not, I don't really know her, Chen Yuan replied in a low voice. She approached me and asked if she could team up with us. So you're saying she's here because of me? Wang Yan asked, stunned. Chen Yuan gave him a meaningful look. I think you might be in for something. What he didn't tell Wang Yan was that he had heard Su Muxue's father was notoriously hot-tempered and fiercely protective of his daughter. The 3 of them crossed an open field and arrived at the outskirts of the shadowy forest, which was surrounded by iron fences. The area was bustling with people, newly awakened rookies practicing and leveling up. Any monsters that appeared were immediately swarmed and taken down. When forming the team, Chen Yuan displayed as level 11, Su Muxue as level 12, while Wang Yan opted to hide his level. Though the other 2 were curious, they tactfully chose not to ask. Su Muxue raised her staff and summoned a dark energy orb, which flew straight at a demon rabbit. The orb exploded on impact, instantly reducing the rabbit to fragments. Ding! Your teammate, Su Muxue, has slain an LV5 sharp-toothed demon rabbit. You have gained 167 experience points. Wang Yan shook his head to himself. The amount of experience was pitiful compared to what he could earn by running a dungeon with Li Yingtian and the others. Still, Su Muxue's attack dealt over 5,000 damage, which was impressive for a mage of her level. There are too many people here. We need to go deeper, Su Muxue said calmly after slaying the rabbit demon. Her slender fingers brushed lightly against her staff, her eyes shining with unwavering determination. Chen Yuan hesitated. But there are only 3 of us. Isn't that too risky? He glanced around and explained in a low voice. The outer perimeter of the shadowy forest is a completely safe zone, with monsters not exceeding level 10. But it's a different story deeper inside. The forest spans over 10,000 square kilometers, and high-level monsters often wander into lower-level areas. He continued, under normal circumstances, without considering training purposes, you'd need at least a 5-person team to be safe. Plus, none of us have scouting skills. If we encounter a group of monsters, his voice carried a hint of worry. Groups like goblin squads or orc packs are especially dangerous. In Chen Yuan's mind, Wang Yan was practically useless in combat. While they were nominally a 3-person team, in reality, only 2 of them were actually capable of fighting. Venturing deep into the shadowy forest with just 2 fighters was tantamount to suicide. What's the matter? Are you scared? Su Muxue teased, a playful smile tugging at the corner of her lips. Being questioned like that by a girl, Chen Yuan's face immediately flushed red. I'm not scared. I'm just worried about you too. Both of them turned to look at Wang Yan. He simply shrugged. I don't mind either way. Before his words had even fully landed, Su Muxue had already turned and started walking ahead. Let's go then. Slow down, Su Muxue. Why does a mage always insist on taking the lead? Chen Yuan called out helplessly. The 3 of them continued deeper into the forest. Su Muxue walked while unfolding a map. The supply station is to the northeast. My plan is to move deeper while heading closer to the station. There are high-level guards stationed there, so we can retreat in case of an emergency. Listening to her plan, Wang Yan couldn't help but admire her. This seemingly petite girl didn't come across as a novice at all. Although boldly leading a 3-person team into the depths, she wasn't reckless but rather exuded confidence. Beneath her adorable face lay a composure far beyond her age. As they ventured further, the monster levels noticeably increased. However, Chen Yuan and Su Muxue worked seamlessly together, quickly dispatching any monsters they encountered. Wang Yan never activated his aura skills, and the other 2 had grown used to it, assuming he wasn't capable of fighting. Wait. Wang Yan suddenly signaled for them to stop. He crouched down, examining the marks on the ground. Judging by these footprints and the fresh droppings, it's a pack of wind wolves nearby. Su Muxue and Chen Yuan looked at him curiously. Wang Yan explained, wind wolves are pack creatures, usually around level 15. That level would be very dangerous for you too. No wonder I lose to you every year, Su Muxue said, a glimmer of admiration in her eyes. Your theoretical knowledge is impressive. Wang Yan smiled and analyzed. Judging by the direction of the footprints, they've headed northwest. Chen Yuan nudged Wang Yan with his elbow. Not bad, Wang. But a hint of regret crossed his mind. Such a brilliant mind, yet cursed with the aura master profession. In that case, let's head toward the supply station, Su Muxue suggested. The wind wolf pack is too dangerous. But Wang Yan shook his head. No, we should track them. The other 2 stared at him in shock. Are you joking, Wang? Chen Yuan said urgently. Those are level 15 monsters, and they always travel in packs of at least 10. Su Muxue added. And wind wolf packs don't just stick to one group. They respond to each other's calls. Exactly, Wang Yan nodded. When they encounter a strong enemy, they howl to summon reinforcements. Then why would you want to track them? The 2 looked at him in confusion. Wang Yan smiled faintly. What if we had these auras? He activated his frequency ring, adjusting it to 10. 3 auras unfolded simultaneously. Holy Damage Aura converts 10 of teammates' damage into holy damage, bypassing defense, immunity, and invincibility. Divine Attack Aura consumes 1 point of energy per second, boosting attack power and spell strength of allies within a 10-meter radius by 100. Divine Invisibility Aura consumes 1 point of energy per second, granting allies within a 10-meter radius invisibility, immunity to detection, a 10 movement speed boost, and reactivating invisibility 10 seconds after attacking. At 10 frequency, the aura effects were reduced to 1/10 of their original power, but the combined enhancements were still formidable. 10 holy damage, 100 damage boosts, and group invisibility. With these buffs, they could dominate any monster area below level 20. Chen Yuan and Su Muxue stared in shock at the 3 glowing halos surrounding Wang Yan, rendered speechless. Chen Yuan's mouth hung open, frozen in an expression of disbelief as if struck by lightning. Even the usually composed and cold Su Muxue couldn't maintain her calm demeanor, her lips slightly parted, her face filled with astonishment. Wang Yan quietly deactivated the halos and said nonchalantly, So, what do you think? Can we handle the Windwolf pack now? Ha ha ha. Chen Yuan suddenly burst into laughter, stepping forward to punch Wang Yan lightly on the shoulder. You're incredible, old Wang. I knew you weren't ordinary. You sly guy, hiding this ace up your sleeve. Even though Wang Yan had suppressed the effects of his 3 halos to just 10, they were still astonishingly powerful in the eyes of Chen Yuan and Su Muxue. Take the Holy Damage Halo, for instance. For most Aura Masters, even awakening a true damage halo with a meager 1 boost was considered incredibly fortunate. Such a level would already make teams compete fiercely to recruit them after all. While true damage might be affected by shields and damage reduction buffs, its ability to bypass defense made it second only to holy damage. Reaching a 5 boost would mark someone as an absolute genius, highly sought after by every team. But Wang Yan? He had a staggering 10 holy damage boost, completely ignoring shields, damage reductions, and all forms of defense. With this level of power, even the sparring partners Chen Yuan had hired would probably pay him just to join his team. And that wasn't even mentioning his attack halo and invisibility halo. For most Aura Masters, their attack halos provided only a 1 boost, with 10 being considered exceptional. Yet Wang Yan had effortlessly demonstrated a jaw-dropping 100 boost. As for the group invisibility halo, it was a rare ability worldwide, and usually came with strict range limitations. Wang Yan, however, could easily cover a range of 2,000 meters. The way Su Muxue looked at Wang Yan grew increasingly complex. She had initially thought that this guy, who dared to enter the Shadow Forest without any equipment, was merely tagging along to take advantage of Chen Yuan's sparring arrangements. But to her surprise, he had hidden his true capabilities so deeply. What puzzled her even more was how Wang Yan had chosen not to reveal his strength in the face of Jean Lu's earlier provocation. If he had showcased these 3 halos then, even someone as arrogant as Jean Lu would have been forced to shut up. Talented Aura Masters like Wang Yan had unimaginable potential and connections, and every combat professional dreamed of teaming up with a powerful support. Did Wang Yan think Jean Lu wasn't even worth proving himself to? Alright, let's go find that Wind Wolf pack, Wang Yan said. Chen Yuan, filled with excitement, charged ahead, eager to encounter the wolves. Along the way, Wang Yan carefully examined fallen branches and tracks on the ground, temporarily taking on the role of scout. About 5 minutes later, rustling sounds came from a nearby thicket. The trio tensed, their eyes fixed on the source of the noise. Through the foliage, they could faintly see several black and white figures moving swiftly. Howl! A wolf's cry pierced the air as over a dozen vicious wind wolves leapt out of the bushes, moving in unison to surround the 3 of them. The wolves' eyes glinted menacingly as they locked onto their prey, as if victory was already theirs. Wang Yan recalled what he had read in textbooks. Wind wolves earned their name from their ability to harness wind elements within their bodies to enhance their speed. However, their use of elements and magic was limited to this, relying primarily on their claws and fangs for attacks. As the wolves prepared to pounce, Wang Yan immediately activated his invisibility halo and instructed, "Get out of their encirclement first." Having practiced basic tactics during his time with Li Yingtian and the others, Wang Yan gave his orders with confidence. Su Muxue and Chen Yuan followed his instructions without hesitation. The wind wolves froze in confusion as the trio suddenly vanished. They sniffed the air, trying to detect a scent, but their usually keen noses failed them this time. "Now, attack," Wang Yan commanded, simultaneously activating his holy damage halo and attack halo. Chen Yuan immediately switched from his short sword and shield to a massive greatsword, activating 2 of his own skills, Burst Stance and Battle Roar. As a heavy-armored warrior, Chen Yuan could freely alternate between defensive and offensive stances, capable of serving as either a tank or a damage dealer. With Wang Yan's halos providing boosts and invisibility concealing them, who needed a frontline? Chen Yuan let out a thunderous roar and charged directly into the pack of wolves, swinging his greatsword in a whirlwind of destruction. His body spun rapidly, unleashing countless sword slashes in all directions, instantly slicing 6 level 15 wind wolves into pieces. Damage numbers flashed across the air: 13,990, 14,845, 13,729, 13,829. Wang Yan was momentarily stunned. While his halo certainly played a role, Chen Yuan's display of power was nothing short of impressive, matching even rivaling Su Muxue's abilities. Su Muxue gazed at Chen Yuan's figure, a flicker of surprise flashing in her eyes. With a graceful sweep of her staff through the air, accompanied by a brief incantation, several blades of dark moon shot forward. These silver-white crescent blades intertwined into a net in the air, hurtling straight toward the pack of wind wolves. Enhanced by Wang Yan's aura, each blade of dark moon unleashed a staggering damage of over 10,000 points, precisely enough to take down the wind wolves in a single strike. Before the pack could even react, more than half had already fallen. The 2 surviving wind wolves stood frozen, witnessing a scene that chilled them to their core. A human warrior materializing out of thin air, taking down 6 of their kin in an instant, and then, a mage appearing to claim 5 more lives in quick succession. "Hold on, Chen Yuan, leave one," Wang Yan called out in time. Chen Yuan understood immediately. After slaying 1 more wolf, he stopped and stood still. The last remaining wind wolf, terrified by the sudden massacre, tucked its tail and fled in panic. "Wang, why leave one? That's still experience points we're missing out on," Qin Yuan asked, puzzled. Wang Yan simply smiled without answering, pointing in the direction the wind wolf had fled. Sure enough, a few seconds later, a loud wolf howl echoed from afar. Haha, you're something else, Wang. Your mind is truly devious, Qin Yuan exclaimed in realization. It became clear that the plan was to let the fleeing wind wolf summon reinforcements. Su Muxue approached the battlefield, watching as the wind wolf carcasses disintegrated into shimmering particles of light. The addition of materials like crystal cores, wolf pelts, beast bones, and wolf fangs in her backpack attested to the intense battle they had just fought. Although the bronze light armor they had found wasn't useful for any of them, it could still fetch a decent sum at the supply station. It's hard to believe the three of us managed to wipe out a pack of level 15 wind wolves, Su Muxue marveled. Man, that was awesome. Even hiring those 3 sparring partners before didn't give us this kind of thrill. Qin Yuan laughed excitedly. Wang Yan activated his stealth aura and led the group in pursuit of the fleeing wind wolf. Before long, they spotted their target howling incessantly in an open clearing, summoning its pack. Moments later, around 15 more wind wolves arrived in response. 3 hours of fierce combat honed their teamwork to perfection. Chen Yuan's crushing storm combined with Su Mushue's dark moon blades allowed them to effortlessly mow down wave after wave of wind wolves. But just as they were dealing with a new batch of 20 wind wolves, the situation took a sudden turn. A bone-chilling roar reverberated through the battlefield, and a towering wind wolf king emerged, a level 19 bronze tier boss, its gaze radiating a dangerous glint. Its roar seemed to carry an unsettling magical power, foretelling the arrival of a fierce and grueling fight. The Wind Wolf King's roar echoed through the forest, a cry of fearsome intimidation. This ability was not to be underestimated. Any target with a level lower than the Wind Wolf King would suffer a 35 reduction in attack power. A trace of panic flashed across Qin Yuan and Su Mushue's faces. They clearly hadn't anticipated encountering such a tricky boss with an area-wide damage reduction skill. Wang Yan, should we retreat? Su Muxue instinctively turned to Wang Yan for guidance, her voice tinged with nervousness. Unknowingly, she had already begun to see this man as their anchor. Wang Yan remained calm and composed, shaking his head lightly. No need. With a single thought, he activated the purifying aura, which flowed like a clear spring, instantly dispelling the fear effect from both of them. This unexpected move caused a flicker of astonishment in Chen Yuan and Su Mushue's eyes. Let's fall back and wait for the stealth status to reactivate, Wang Yan said confidently. To him, what was a mere level 19 bronze tier boss? Even the heroic tier Dark Knight Monarch had been manageable for him, and now, the aura's strength was only at 10 of its full potential. If he unleashed it completely, the Wolf King wouldn't stand a chance. Wang Yan's words acted like a calming pill, quickly restoring the pair's composure. Following his instructions, the three of them retreated in an orderly manner. Once the stealth effect cloaked them again, Qin Yuan immediately launched a surprise attack on the wolf pack, while Su Muxue focused on the Wind Wolf King, firing several precise dark orbs in succession. 13,592. 14,305. The damage numbers kept flashing. Even with its staggering 120,000 health, the Wind Wolf King was no match for such overwhelming damage. Before it could even touch the group, the majestic boss let out a final wail and collapsed heavily to the ground. Ding! Your teammate Su Muxue has killed LV-19 Wind Wolf King. You have gained 14,500 experience points. At the same time, Qin Yuan finished off the remaining wolves. With the battle over, the group discovered that the Wind Wolf King had dropped a decent haul of loot: 3 common grade items, 2 bronze tier pieces of equipment, and 1 particularly intriguing mysterious map. Su Muxue picked up the map and asked curiously, "Look at this, what do you think it is?" Su Muxue picked up the map, her slender fingers gently brushing over the parchment that shimmered with a faint, purple glow. Her eyes suddenly lit up, and the corners of her lips curved into a delighted smile. "This is a treasure map," she exclaimed, her voice brimming with barely contained excitement. Chen Yuan and Wang Yan immediately gathered around upon hearing her. Wang Yan took the map, and a line of information appeared before him. Small treasure map. Used to unlock a temporary instance, spawning a small kobold camp. Whoa, it really is a treasure map? Chen Yuan couldn't help but blurt out. Wang Yan was no stranger to treasure maps. These rare items, which only dropped from bosses, could unlock special instances. Such camps not only offered abundant experience points, but also had a chance to drop rare equipment. Even the lowest tier small treasure map could fetch millions on the market. Naturally, most people would choose to use such a priceless item themselves. Chen Yuan's eyes gleamed with excitement. So, old Wang, should we challenge the instance right now? Wang Yan shook his head, his gaze sweeping over his companions' weary faces. Su Mushue's mana is depleted, and you're running low on stamina, aren't you? It was true. The three of them had been fighting continuously for 3 hours, hunting wind wolves relentlessly since dawn before finally taking down the Wolf King. While Wang Yan's unique energy pool allowed him to hold out longer, both Chen Yuan and Su Muxue were clearly running low on energy, and their recovery rate had slowed significantly. It's midday now, Wang Yan suggested. Let's head to the supply station for some food and recover before tackling the treasure map. Neither of them objected. Wang Yan took the opportunity to check their levels. Chen Yuan and Su Muxue had both reached level 15, gaining 34 levels in just one morning in astonishing pace. As for himself, he was on the verge of breaking through to level 19, with the level 20 awakening and a new aura just within reach. On their way to the supply station, Chen Yuan suddenly spoke up. Old Wang, our team intimacy level has increased. Wang Yan opened the friend panel to confirm. Their intimacy level had indeed risen from 0 to 2. This would grant them greater experience bonuses when teaming up in the future. It was worth noting that intimacy levels usually increased slowly, especially when there were significant level differences, as part of the game's balancing mechanics. Not bad. Wang Yan nodded. We should level up even faster this afternoon. Haha, talk about a stroke of luck. Chen Yuan laughed. Teaming up with you is way more efficient than playing with those hired companions. Even the usually stoic Su Muxue revealed a rare smile at this moment. As they chatted, Chen Yuan brought up Wang Yan's university plans. Though Wang Yan had narrowed his options to Jinghai, Jiangnan, or Kyoto 3 prestigious school, she was still deliberating on the final choice. In this world, the college entrance exam system was flexible. As long as one met the required scores, enrollment could be deferred slightly. Come on, with your skills, you can pick any university you want, Chen Yuan said. Just let me know when you've decided. I'll try to go to the same uni if I can get in. That is, don't worry, with your abilities, you'll have no problem. Wang Yan replied sincerely. Based on today's performance, Chen Yuan's potential likely exceeded expectations. Not only was he strong and resilient, but his value to the team might even surpass that of rare-class players. At that moment, the usually quiet Su Muxue suddenly spoke. Wang Yan, when you've made your decision, let me know too. Seeing their surprised expressions, a faint blush crept up Su Muxue's cheeks as she quickly walked ahead. Don't get the wrong idea. You've always scored better than me, and I just want a chance to catch up. Sure, I'll let you know once I've decided. Wang Yan replied cheerfully. Chen Yuan glanced between the two, a sly smile playing on his lips. There seemed to be an unusual tension in the air between them. The three of them organized their morning haul as they made their way to the supply station. In addition to a wealth of materials, they had gained over a dozen common-grade items and 2 pieces of bronze equipment dropped by the Wind Wolf King. Bronze power bracers LV-15. Heavy armor. Strength 5. Defense 165. Bronze wind staff LV-15. Wind attribute skill damage 5. Casting speed 5. Intelligence 5. Magic attack 1845. To Wang Yan's surprise, both Su Muxue and Chen Yuan showed little interest in the 2 decent pieces of equipment and suggested selling them and splitting the profits. It made sense for Su Muxue, as a Dark Moon mage, to only care about dark attribute bonuses, but the power bracers seemed perfectly suited for Chen Yuan. Seeing Wang Yan's confusion, Chen Yuan proudly displayed his gear-a-dazzling set of LV-10 silver equipment. Wang Yan was momentarily speechless, knowing each piece of that gear had to cost tens of thousands. You're really burning money, Wang Yan commented. Sure, the stats are great, but you'll only use them until level 15. By level 20, even basic gear will outperform these. Chen Yuan grinned smugly. Hey, I've got money to spend, and am happy to do it. Besides, you're missing the point here. Silver gear at level 15 is super rare. Next year, I can resell it to newly awakened players and at least break even. Round it up, and it's basically free. Wang Yan couldn't help but think Chen Yuan had a knack for being a shrewd trader. It must run in the family. While Chen Yuan never talked about his family, it was clear he came from wealth. At the Shadow Forest supply station, the Zijian Merchant Guild's purchasing hub was bustling with people. Beyond offering lodging and meals, the guild also bought crystal cores, materials, and other goods from adventurers. As the largest merchant guild in Longhua, Zijian worked closely with the government to ensure fair prices and a small profit margin. They even provided equipment auction services. Several young adventurers eagerly awaited their appraisals. Your crystal cores and materials total 2,413 yuan. Would you like cash or a transfer? For these beginners, this amount equivalent to a month's salary for an average person was already thrilling. By midday, a long line had formed at the purchasing counters. Most level 10 adventurers only had 5 to 6 cubic meters of storage space and couldn't afford storage rings, so frequent backpack clearing was a necessity. Suddenly, a quote from counter 3 drew everyone's attention. Your materials and equipment are valued at 6,421 yuan. A slender young man casually wrapped his arm around the girl beside him and said nonchalantly, "That's it. Just transfer it all to her." It was none other than Jin Liu and Zhang Yueqi, who had apparently grown quite close. Zhang Yueqi was flattered. "I can't accept this, young Master Jin. I wouldn't have leveled up without your help and the sparring partners." Jin Liu waved her off with a flourish. even giving her waist a playful squeeze. Take it. It's nothing to me. Use it to get some decent gear, and we'll team up again next time. Zhang Yueqi shifted slightly, her eyes sparkling. Thank you so much for your generosity, young Master Jean. The onlookers whispered among themselves, recognizing Jean Lu as one of Tianshui City's 3 rare class awakenings of the year, a bloodthirsty berserker. Jean Lu basked in the attention, smugly holding Zhang Yueqi as they headed toward the restaurant. At that moment, he noticed Wang Yan's group enter, particularly Su Muxue chatting and laughing with Wang Yan. Jean Lu's expression darkened. Chen Yuan caught sight of Zhang Yueqi beside Jean Lu and merely chuckled under his breath. When Jean Lu tightened his grip on Zhang Yueqi in a deliberate show of dominance, Chen Yuan remained unbothered and quietly got in line. Jean Lu stood there, a glint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Watching Chen Yuan's reaction, the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smirk. Wang Yan and Su Muxue completely ignored him, which only deepened his irritation. Young Master Jean, aren't we going to eat? Zhang Yueqi, sensing the awkward tension, gently tugged at Jean Lu's sleeve. Jean Lu pretended not to hear her and instead took a few steps toward Wang Yan and the others. His tone carried a clear provocation. Well, if it isn't Chen Yuan and Wang Yan, how's the haul this morning? None of your business, Chen Yuan replied coldly, not even bothering to lift his eyelids. It was only then that Wang Yan noticed Jean Lu standing behind him. Looking at this persistent nuisance, he sighed helplessly. Don't get so worked up, Jean Lu said with a nonchalant chuckle. As a fellow classmate, I feel it's my duty to remind you. The supply station's minimum purchase price starts at $500. If you can't meet that amount later, well, that'd be awkward. That was indeed true. Every transaction at the supply station had to be recorded. To avoid long queues and prevent professionals from selling materials in dribs and drabs, the financial guild stipulated that materials had to be valued at 500 or more to be accepted for purchase. Jean Lu silently calculated. Without the help of any sparring partners, and given the composition of Chen Yuan's team, which included that useless aura master Wang Yan, it was unlikely they could handle even a few rabbits. In an open area like the shadowy forest, teeming with monsters, venturing in without a team of at least 5 was practically suicidal. His gaze lingered on Su Muxue for a moment. He had assumed she had another team, but to his surprise, she seemed determined to stick with these 2. This only solidified his suspicion. There must be something ambiguous going on between Su Muxue and Wang Yan. Otherwise, who would willingly team up with a useless aura master? Classmate Muxue, my invitation still stands. You're welcome to join my team anytime. Jean Lu offered again with a seemingly sincere smile. A flicker of annoyance flashed in Su Muxue's eyes. No need. I already have a team. Jean Lu suppressed his irritation and feigned indifference. All right, as long as you're happy. Their exchange quickly drew the attention of the surrounding crowd. Many students from Tianshui First High recognized Su Muxue, and whispers began spreading like wildfire. Isn't that the Dark Moon Mage, Su Muxue? One of the 3 geniuses from our school this year. Interesting. We've run into 2 of the 3 geniuses, but her team looks so amateurish. Just 3 people? Soon, all eyes turned to Wang Yan, and the murmurs grew increasingly cutting. No way. Isn't that Wang Yan? Huh. The so-called genius aura master from Tianshui First High. How does he even have the nerve to team up with Su Muxue? He's just dragging her down. And he brought along his buddy Chen Yuan. Incredible. I get why it's just 3 of them now. With someone like that as dead weight, who'd want to join their team? These comments weren't whispered, but spoken loud enough for Wang Yan to hear, as if they were deliberately trying to rub salt in the wound. Such is human nature. When someone once held in high regard falls, there's always a crowd eager to kick them while they're down. Chen Yuan's face darkened with anger, and he was about to confront the crowd when Wang Yan stopped him. Seeing the calm expression on Wang Yan's face, Chen Yuan immediately understood was intentionally keeping a low profile. Though he didn't fully understand the reason, Chen Yuan nodded in agreement. When it was their turn to trade, Chen Yuan volunteered. Old Wang, classmate Su Muxue, let me handle the selling. Hand over all the materials and equipment to me. According to standard team rules, any unneeded equipment would be sold, and the profit evenly split. If a team member wanted a particular piece of equipment, they'd buy it at market price, and the money would be distributed to the rest of the team. The team leader typically managed equipment and items, while materials and crystal cores were automatically divided. Under Jean Lu's condescending gaze, Chen Yuan stepped up to the supply station counter. He first pulled out a piece of white-grade equipment, causing Jean Lu to frown slightly. White-grade equipment wasn't particularly valuable, but at low levels, it could take killing 100 monsters just to obtain one piece. But what happened next left everyone in stunned silence. Chen Yuan kept pulling out white-grade equipment, one piece after another. 1, 2, 3. For the entire supply station gradually fell silent as all eyes focused on this unbelievable scene. When the 14th piece of white-grade equipment was placed on the counter, gasps echoed throughout the room. That quantity would take an average team 3 or 4 days to collect. at best. After all, for low-level professionals, the primary source of income was typically materials and crystal cores. As expected of an arcane moon mage, Su Muxue truly demonstrated an impressive level of power. Chen Yuan, the heavy-armored warrior, also caught everyone's attention. 14 pieces of Y-tire equipment were neatly laid out on the table, emitting a faint glow. It was worth noting that it had only been a day since the awakenings, and today was merely the second day. Everyone present knew full well that such an amount of equipment couldn't have been acquired in just one morning. Yet, even gathering 14 pieces of Y-tire gear in 2 days was enough to astonish everyone in the room. Their initial disdain gradually shifted to recognition, and they gained a newfound respect for Su Muxue and Chen Yuan's abilities. As for Wang Yan, it seemed no one took the Aura support mage seriously. To the onlookers, these spoils of war likely had little to do with someone in a support role like him. Jin Lu, who had initially been waiting to mock the team, now wore a stiff expression. The peculiar stares from those around him made his face grow darker and darker. Just moments ago, he had sneered at this team, but now he was being thoroughly humiliated. What truly shocked everyone, however, was what came next. After the 14 pieces of Y-tire equipment, Chen Yuan pulled out 2 bronze-tier items, a bronze armguard and a bronze staff. The atmosphere in the room instantly reached a fever pitch. Wait, am I seeing things? Bronze tier? And 2 pieces at that? Where on earth did they find those? Aren't bronze tier items only dropped by bosses at this level? It was common knowledge that monsters below level 15 typically only dropped Y-tire gear, with bronze tier drops being astronomically rare, somewhere around a 1 in several million chance. Obtaining bronze tier equipment practically required defeating a boss. But that raised another question: could a team of just 3 people really take down a boss? Even a level 10 boss had nearly 100,000 health points, not to mention its special abilities. Without a team of at least 10, who would dare to attempt such a feat? Jin Lu's gaze darted back and forth between Chen Yuan and Su Muxue, his mind racing. Was the arcane moon mage truly this powerful? Or was Chen Yuan secretly some kind of hidden expert? Off to the side, Zhang Yueqi looked visibly uneasy. Having trained with Chen Yuan just the day before, she knew better than anyone that they had sold off all their loot before leaving the shadowy forest. This meant that all the gear now on display had been obtained just this morning. She had no idea how they managed it, but one thing was clear: she had missed a golden opportunity. If she hadn't had a falling out with Chen Yuan that morning, she could have been part of this haul. The experience points alone from this endeavor would have been enough to level her up 3 times, at the very least. Chen Yuan calmly placed additional materials and crystal cores on the table. That's everything. Please appraise it. After tallying up the items, the appraiser said, the total value of these items and materials is 32,356 yuan. After deducting a 10 service fee, it comes to 29,120.4 yuan. Chen Yuan took out a black card. I have this. The appraiser's expression instantly changed upon seeing the card. With a newfound air of respect, he quickly said, my apologies, sir. I didn't realize you were a distinguished black card holder of the Zijian Merchant Guild. The service fee will be waived, and the items will be valued at the highest market price. That brings the total to 35,591 yuan. The surrounding crowd buzzed with curiosity about this mysterious black card. Jin Lu, however, was utterly stunned and knew exactly what the Zijian Merchant Guild's black card represented. According to his father, there were fewer than 10 black card holders in the entire Dongshan province. Even his father, who ran Jin E Corporation, the largest commission agency in Tianshui City, hadn't qualified for one. After the transaction was completed, Chen Yuan shot Jin Lu a meaningful look. That single glance sent a chill down Jin Lu's spine. In a sudden fit of panic, he shook off Zhang Yueqi's hand, causing her to cry out in surprise. She stared at him in disbelief, utterly shocked by his reaction. Jin Lu's expression suddenly darkened. Without saying another word, he simply turned to the 3 sparring partners beside him and said curtly, let's go, before hastily leaving the supply station. It was as if something terrifying was chasing him. This abrupt action left Zhang Yueqi frozen in place, bewildered, while the strange looks from those around her made her feel extremely uncomfortable. Chen Yuan witnessed the scene and couldn't help but let a faintly amused smile creep onto his face. Jin Lu sure was decisive, leaving without so much as an explanation. Zhang Yueqi was completely at a loss, unable to comprehend why Jin Lu fled as if he had seen a ghost. Instinctively, she cast a pleading glance at Chen Yuan, only to find him leisurely walking away with Wang Yan and Su Muxue toward the restaurant, leaving her standing awkwardly under the scrutinizing gazes of others. Blushing deeply, Zhang Yueqi eventually turned and hurried out of the supply station, as if escaping. Inside the restaurant, the 3 of them quickly split the profits from selling the equipment materials. Each of them received about 10,000 yuan. For Chen Yuan, this amount was insignificant, and Su Muxue didn't seem to care much about it either. Their biggest gain from the morning was the significant increase in their levels. Everything else was secondary. Wang Yan shook his head and sighed. Rich people really are something else. Then, as if realizing something, he added, wait, I guess I'm a millionaire now too. As they entered the restaurant, Wang Yan suddenly remembered he still owed Chen Yuan a meal. What do you guys want to eat? It's on me. I promised to treat you yesterday after all. Chen Yuan quickly waved his hand. Oh, don't do that, big bro. How could I let you treat us? You're like a brother to me now. Let me handle lunch today. You just focus on regaining your energy. I'm counting on you to help me level up this afternoon. Wang Yin was momentarily speechless, but Su Mushua chimed in at the right moment. How about we split the bill? No way. Qin Yuan immediately replied. Su Mushua, you worked hard this morning too. If it weren't for you joining the team, Wang Yan and I might still be stuck fighting rabbit demons. Leading the way, Qin Yuan continued. Don't argue with me on this, leave it to me. Approaching the restaurant staff, he pulled out a black card and asked, do you have any private rooms available? He'll take one. At first, the staff member frowned slightly, but upon seeing the black card in Chen Yuan's hand, their face instantly lit up with a warm smile. Of course, sir. Please wait a moment, and he'll arrange it for you right away. A sudden rush of footsteps echoed from upstairs, and soon a man in a sharp suit appeared, walking briskly with a fawning smile plastered across his face. Greetings, everyone. I'm Wang Shun, the manager of the supply station restaurant, he said with a deep bow to Wang Yin and the others. Please, follow me upstairs. We've prepared a special room for our distinguished guests. Under Wang Shun's guidance, the three of them were led to a luxurious private dining room on the second floor. A server handed over a customized menu, which Chen Yuan accepted but didn't open. Instead, he respectfully passed it to Wang Yin. Old Wang, Su Mushua, take a look and order whatever you'd like. This exchange didn't escape Wang Shun's attention, and he couldn't help but feel surprised. He keenly noticed that, despite being peers, both Chen Yuan and the girl seemed to defer to Wang Yin. The fact that a holder of the prestigious Purple Gold Business Association black card showed such respect to a young man piqued Wang Shun's curiosity. Who exactly was this Wang Yin? Silently, he memorized the appearances of Wang Yin and Su Mushua before quietly instructing a waiter, bring out a bottle of ruby. Wang Yin carefully browsed the menu. It was clear this wasn't the usual quick-service menu of the supply station. Luxury items like king salmon, caviar, shark fin, and white truffle were all listed. However, he showed little interest in the extravagant dishes and instead flipped to the back to order some home-style dishes. Dumpa pork knuckle, fish-flavored eggplant cakes, and twice-cooked pork. Su Mushua politely declined the menu. You guys go ahead. I'm not picky. Chen Yuan, on the other hand, didn't hold back. Let's have one of each of your signature dishes, please. No sooner had he spoken than Wang Shun entered with a tray, holding a bottle of wine labeled with a vibrant ruby emblem. This is a gift from the restaurant, a bottle of ruby from the Longwa Black Forest Winery. Manager Wang, you're too kind. We're just here for a simple meal. Chen Yuan quickly declined, but Wang Shun had already adeptly uncorked the bottle and poured the wine. Mr. Chun, please don't be modest. Your presence is an honor for our humble establishment. Don't hesitate to call me if you need anything. Ruby wine? Chen Yuan, you've got some serious clout, Su Mushua remarked with a smile. Not at all. It's all thanks to the black card. I'm just a good-for-nothing spender. Chen Yuan waved dismissively. Is this wine expensive? Wang Yin, who knew nothing about wine, asked curiously. Black Forest Winery produces in limited quantities. A bottle can go for over 100,000, Su Mushua replied with a nod. Limited quantities? More like a marketing gimmick to rip people off. It doesn't even taste as good as cola, Chen Yuan scoffed, then actually ordered a bottle of cola, making Su Mushua shake her head in exasperation. The meal was a pleasant one, with the restaurant's meticulous attention to detail shining through. The three of them ate, chatted, and gradually became more familiar with one another. Wang Yan realized that the so-called strict Luo Wang wasn't difficult to get along with. After all, she was just more competitive than most girls and focused on improving her skills. After the meal, Chen Yuan eagerly suggested they continue leveling up. The trio headed to a clearing in the forest, where Wang Yin retrieved a purple miniature treasure map obtained from the Wind Wolf King. As they examined the map, both Wang Yin and Su Mushua looked eager. These types of dungeons typically offered generous rewards and significantly more experience points than regular monsters. With a thought, Wang Yin activated the map. It emitted a purple glow, and an arrow pointed to the destination. A kobold camp, suitable for levels 15-20, with a bronze tier boss. This is going to be tricky, Wang Yin muttered, frowning. This was a randomly generated treasure map, unlike common dungeons that appeared directly in front of the players. They would need to follow the map to locate it. While treasure maps usually led to remote areas, there was always the risk of others discovering and claiming the dungeon first, as it only allowed a single team. Su Mushua compared the map. What's worse is that the dungeon is in Zone 1. According to official classification, the outskirts of the shadowy forest were suitable for players under level 10, while the inner forest was divided into 3 zones. Zone 1 was home to monsters around level 20, with the possibility of encountering creatures above level 25 if unlucky. For their current levels, it posed a considerable danger, especially since they lacked a scouting role to help avoid threats in advance. For a moment, the group fell into a brief silence. Wang Yan was the first to break it, his gaze sweeping across his companions' faces. "So, what do you think? Are we going or not?" Chen Yuan gritted his teeth, a flicker of determination in his eyes. "Of course we're going. Opportunities like this don't come by often." Su Muxue pondered for a moment before suggesting, "How about we vote on it? Those in favor, raise your hand." As soon as she finished speaking, she raised her hand decisively. Wang Yan and Chen Yuan followed suit without hesitation, and the three exchanged knowing smiles. Having reached a consensus, the trio set off immediately, moving swiftly toward their destination. To save time, they decided to take a shortcut. Chen Yuan, wielding a long blade, led the way, skillfully cutting through the obstructing thorns. "Ugh," Chen Yuan muttered as he cleared the path. "If I hadn't been so busy leveling up these past few days, I would have gotten a pet beast to ride. Traveling on foot like this is way too tiring." At the mention of pet beasts, Wang Yan's interest was piqued. "Chen Yuan, do you know any good pet beast shops? I've been thinking about contracting a combat type one lately." "You're looking for a pet beast?" Chen Yuan glanced back at Wang Yan, his eyes lighting up. "Hey, with your aura skill paired with a combat type pet, that'd be a perfect combo. Activate an aura, and the power would be insane." Wang Yan nodded in agreement. "That's exactly what I was thinking, but I'm not too familiar with the pet beast market." Chen Yuan was about to say something but stopped himself, glancing at Su Muxue. He was aware that the Su family was in the pet beast business, but didn't want to seem like he had pried into her background. Su Muxue, noticing the hesitation, spoke up on her own. "There are two pet beast shops in Tianshui City, Rare Beast Pavilion in the east and Exotic Beast Hall in the west. But honestly, it's hard to find truly high-quality pet beasts in either of them." With Su Muxue's detailed explanation, Wang Yin gained a clearer understanding of the pet beast market. It turned out that most shops primarily sold bronze tier and silver tier beasts, whose quality determined their potential strength. For instance, no matter how much you nurtured a bronze tier mole, it could never rival a sanctuary tier dragon. Moreover, these pet beasts were expensive, with even an ordinary bronze tier beast egg costing tens of thousands. So, Su Muxue concluded, if you want a long-term battle companion, you'll either have to risk venturing into the wild to steal an egg from a powerful creature, or keep an eye on the auctions held by the Purple Gold Chamber of Commerce. High-tier pet beasts are usually sold through auctions first. After walking for about 10 minutes, the group arrived at a small creek. Wang Yin checked the map and confirmed. This marks the boundary between the inner area of Shadowy Forest and Zone 1. Beyond this point is the level 20 monster zone. Although Chen Yuan and Su Muxue were only level 15, with Wang Yan's aura support, taking on monsters 5 levels higher wasn't a concern. They had barely entered Zone 1 when they encountered their first monstera 3-meturtle twisted tree. This level 21 monster was covered in sharp spikes, with facial features resembling a human's etched into its trunk, emitting an unsettling creaking sound. Wang Yin immediately activated his triple auras, and Chen Yuan and Su Muxue launched their attacks in sync. Su Muxue summoned a meteor-like mass of dark energy, slamming it into the tree's body and dealing a massive 34,197 damage. It was her newly learned skill at level 15. Chen Yuan maintained his distance, slashing repeatedly to unleash sword energy that sent wood splinters flying, inflicting 14,762 and 15,879 damage with consecutive strikes. Under their relentless assault, the twisted tree collapsed with a resounding thud. Wang Yin nodded in satisfaction. "It looks like we can handle level 20 monsters just fine without wasting any time." With that, he activated his stealth aura and led the group toward the kobold dungeon that lay just a kilometer ahead. Deep within the shadowy forest, in the first zone, a vast freshwater lake lay quietly hidden amidst the dense woods. A small deer cautiously approached the edge of the lake. Its ears twitched constantly as it scanned its surroundings, ensuring there was no danger. Only then did it lower its head to drink. In that instant, the serene lake's surface erupted with a violent splash as a massive, blood-red maw surged out of the water, clamping down on the deer's neck with precision. It was a colossal blood crocodile, nearly 5 meters in length, its crimson body covered in black-red scales that glimmered ominously under the sunlight. As a level 25 monster, it displayed savagery far beyond that of an ordinary crocodile. The deer struggled desperately, but the blood crocodile coldly executed a death roll, dragging its barely breathing prey into the depths of the lake. The surface of the water returned to its tranquil state, with only the bloodstains along the shore bearing silent testimony to the recent carnage. About 10 minutes later, 3 figures appeared by the lake: Wang Yan, Chen Yuan, and Su Muxue. Wang Yan deactivated his invisibility aura. Though his energy reserves were still sufficient, he needed to conserve every bit of strength for the upcoming dungeon challenge. In the distance, on the far side of the lake, a deep, Swirling black portal shimmered faintly. It was the gateway to the dungeon. Chen Yuan, brimming with excitement, was about to rush toward it, but Wang Yan grabbed him firmly. What's wrong, Wang? Chen Yuan asked, puzzled. Did you forget everything from the textbook? Wang Yan replied with a hint of exasperation. Su Mushua chuckled and teased. Looks like someone spent all their time napping in class. Chen Yuan sheepishly admitted to his bad habit and asked for guidance. You two geniuses are making me feel the pressure. Just tell me what's going on. Wang Yan noticed some chaotic tracks near the shore and began explaining as they moved forward. Large freshwater lakes like this are critical water sources in the forest. Predators often set up ambushes here, Su Mushua added, and the lake itself is home to dangerous creatures like water snakes, crocodiles, and snapping turtles, spotting fresh drag marks and bloodstains on the ground. Wang Yan analyzed further. Judging by these marks, this was the work of blood crocodiles. They're monstrous, social creatures with massive bodies, experts in underwater ambushes, but quite slow on land. The trio cautiously approached the portal, intentionally maintaining a safe distance from the shoreline. When they were just 10 meters away from the portal, the calm lake suddenly erupted. A swarm of blood crocodiles, numbering in the hundreds, burst out of the water. Their scales opened and closed, their eyes glowing with a bloodthirsty light, as they charged to tear the intruders apart. Wang Yan immediately deployed his aura, while Chen Yuan swung his massive sword, sending waves of sword energy slicing through the air, each pair of strikes taking down a blood crocodile. Su Mushua was even more ferocious. Every orb of dark matter she unleashed annihilated 3 to 4 blood crocodiles at once. Though the enemies were numerous, the efficient teamwork of the two damage dealers left no doubt about the outcome of the battle. Bright red corpses quickly piled up along the lakeshore, the remains of the blood crocodiles vanishing slower than the rate at which Chen Yuan and Su Mushua were slaying them. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood, and the crocodile's crimson lifeblood soaked the sandy ground, turning it into a muddy scarlet mess. Wang Yan quietly released his finger from the variable frequency ring. He had planned to amplify the aura's power if Chen Yuan and Su Mushua faced overwhelming pressure, but it seemed that the 10 boost was more than sufficient. At first, it seemed as though an endless horde of blood crocodiles emerged from the lake, but their numbers began to dwindle over time. About 10 minutes later, only 5 or 6 blood crocodiles remained near the shore. Seizing the moment, Chen Yuan charged into the group, unleashing his crushing storm ability to annihilate the remaining crocodiles in one swift strike. Who? Chen Yuan exhaled deeply, a grin spreading across his face. Done. Over 100 crocodiles had been wiped out by the combined efforts of the duo. As their bodies dissolved into glowing particles and vanished into the air, the blood-soaked ground was all that remained as evidence of the ferocious battle. Among the loot dropped by the blood crocodiles were a few pieces of white-tire equipment and a sizable amount of materials. Crocodile hides and teeth, in particular, were valuable crafting resources that could fetch a good price. After gathering the items, Chen Yuan slung his massive sword over his shoulder and rejoined the group with a relaxed expression. A horde of level 20 monsters? That's it? They're not much tougher than wind wolves. Honestly, we might have just wiped out the entire population of these blood crocodiles. Wang Yan chuckled. I didn't expect you to be so environmentally conscious. Environmentally conscious? Nah, it just feels like I could have kept going. Chen Yuan laughed heartily. Just as Chen Yuan was basking in his triumph, the surface of the lake erupted with a massive splash. A deep, furious roar echoed from the water, its resonance akin to a dragon's roar, sending shivers down their spines. The low-frequency vibration rippled through the lake, creating waves and spray, as if some colossal subwoofer lay hidden beneath the surface. What the hell is that? Chen Yuan stumbled back several steps, turning cautiously to look. From the center of the lake, blood-red scales and sword-like dorsal fins emerged, glinting with a metallic sheen under the sunlight. A massive crocodilian head surfaced next, its cold, merciless eyes locking onto the trio on the shore. This blood crocodile was enormous, easily 8 or 9 meters in length. It swam toward the shore at an alarming speed, and a notification appeared before them. Dragon blood crocodile. Level, 33 gold. Description. A powerful mutated blood crocodile with a trace of dragon bloodline activated within its body. This grants it immense potential for growth, and its offspring are highly likely to inherit or even enhance its dragon bloodline. Oh my god. A level 33 gold tier boss. Chen Yuan's face turned pale, and Wang Yan and Su Mushua looked equally stunned. Typically, bosses were only about 5 levels higher than the surrounding monsters, but this one was a full 13 levels higher, an extremely rare occurrence. Even more unsettling was the description, hinting that this boss was still growing and had not yet reached its peak. What do we do, Wang Yan? Su Mushua turned to him, awaiting his decision. Run. What else? Wang Yan activated his invisibility aura without hesitation and led the group in a mad dash toward the teleportation portal. We're not seriously going to fight a level 33 boss Hedon, are we? The enraged dragon-blood crocodile surged out of the water, sending an enormous spray into the air. It moved on land far faster than ordinary blood crocodiles, but by the time it reached the shore, the humans had vanished. The dragon-blood crocodile let out an earth-shaking roar, its fury palpable as it thrashed about, seemingly enraged at being outmaneuvered by such weak creatures. Under the cover of invisibility, the trio sprinted to the teleportation portal, where a prompt appeared before them. Enter instance, Kobold Camp, level range, 1520. Boss, Bronze Tier. Without hesitation, Wang Yan selected Confirm. A flash of blinding light enveloped them, and when it faded, they found themselves in a completely different environment. Surrounding them were crude wooden walls and watchtowers, giving the impression of being trapped within a primitive fortress. The walls were constructed from wooden stakes coated with clay and then hardened with fire, showcasing a rough and rudimentary level of craftsmanship. Welcome to Kobold Camp. Objective: defeat the Kobold Chieftain and seize his treasure. Note: if your team leaves the instance before defeating the Kobold Chieftain, you will lose all rewards, including experience and loot. This treasure map instance was indeed unusual. In most instances, leaving partway through would at least allow players to keep what they had already earned. But here, success hinged entirely on defeating the boss. As the notification disappeared, a horn blared loudly, followed by a cacophony of shouts from atop the walls. Intruders! Intruders! Drive them out! Kill them! A swarm of kobolds appeared on the walls. These creatures had canine heads and humanoid bodies, with small, wiry frames and dark red skin resembling that of orcs, though they were far less imposing. They looked like miniature versions of orcs. Despite their frail appearance, the crossbows and horned bows in their hands posed a significant threat. Defensive stance. Chen Yuan reacted swiftly, switching to a defensive stance and pulling out a large shield to protect Su Muxue and Wang Yan. Wang Yan immediately activated his invisibility aura as well. Given their disadvantageous position, with the kobolds holding the high ground and enhancing the power of their arrows, going invisible and observing the situation was the best choice. When the trio suddenly disappeared, the kobolds froze in confusion. Their simple minds seemed to short-circuit for a moment, leaving them utterly baffled by the humans' sudden vanishing act. An arrow sliced through the air, heading straight for the spot where Wang Yan and his group had just been moments ago. It seemed to trigger something, as the other kobolds quickly snapped to attention, drawing their bows in unison. In an instant, a dense rain of arrows enveloped the area, turning the yellow earth into a bristling porcupine of shafts. Fortunately, Wang Yan and his companions had already moved silently to a new position under the cover of invisibility. A few stray arrows veered toward their current location, but Chen Yuan effortlessly caught them with his shield. Amid the chaos of the battlefield, none of the kobolds noticed the strange phenomenon of arrows falling seemingly from thin air. They were too preoccupied, unleashing volley after volley of arrows as if their quivers were inexhaustible. Squawk! Squawk! A sharp cry cut through the storm of arrows. A burly kobold raised its arm, and the others immediately ceased their barrage. A system prompt flashed before Wang Yan and his group. Kobold Centurion Bronze Level, LV20. This Centurion's level was noticeably higher than the common kobolds, most of whom hovered around level 15. The Centurion scratched its head with a puzzled expression, then waved its hand, barking out new orders in an unintelligible language. The kobolds on the wall sprang into action. They set aside their bows and crossbows, equipping themselves with short swords and round shields. Massive winches creaked as several kobolds worked together to turn them, and the crude city gate began to rise. A flood of kobolds poured through the open gate, swarming into the clearing. They sniffed the air repeatedly and swung their short swords cautiously, clearly aware of the presence of invisible intruders. "They know we're invisible," Wang Yan murmured, his gaze fixed on the wall. "See that winch next to the kobold Centurion? These walls are completely sealed, and the gate is the only way in or out. If we destroy the winch..." Chen Yuan and Su Mashua's eyes lit up as they immediately grasped Wang Yan's plan. The three carefully moved along the base of the wall, slipping through the open gate before the kobolds could fully organize. They climbed a staircase hidden behind the wall, ascending to a higher vantage point. Unnoticed, they boldly positioned themselves right behind the kobold Centurion. The commander was too busy barking orders and throwing tantrums at its disobedient underlings to notice their presence. Wang Yan drew a small dagger and stationed himself beside the winch. Chen Yuan, like an invisible specter of death, stood behind the Centurion with his massive sword ready. When the hundreds of kobolds on the ground formed a long, snake-like formation and began advancing, Wang Yan struck decisively. The rope snapped with a sharp twang, and the gate crashed down with a deafening thud. At the same moment, Wang Yan's aura flared to life. The Centurion barely had time to let out a surprised squawk before Chen Yuan's greatsword sliced through the air, cutting it down in one swift motion. Su Mashua's moonlit blade followed immediately, mercilessly dispatching the surrounding kobolds. Chaos erupted atop the wall. Some kobolds fled in terror, while others raised their shields and charged at the trio, only to be cut down by moonlit magic and sword energy. In mere moments, the wall was cleared of enemies. Meanwhile, the hundreds of kobolds trapped on the ground below erupted into frantic shouting. Having left their bows and crossbows atop the wall, they resorted to hurling stones in desperation, but the projectiles posed no threat to the trio standing high above. Heh. A sly smile spread across Chen Yuan's face as he stood atop the city wall, looking down at the panicked kobold crowd below. You locked us down there and fired arrows earlier, huh? Well, now it's our turn. The kobolds below seemed to sense the imminent danger. They resorted to the most primitive siege tactic, forming a human pyramid. However, their futile effort was swiftly interrupted by Chen Yuan's sword energy. Sharp waves of energy tore through the air, cutting down the kobolds at the foot of the wall with precision. Su Mushue, the kobolds in the distance are all yours, Chen Yuan said. As a temporary stand-in as a chi swordsman, his sword energy range was far inferior to that of Su Mushue, a true long-range specialist. Su Mushue gracefully raised her staff, dark purple light gathering at its tip. In the blink of an eye, countless blades of dark moonlight shot forth, unleashing a one-sided massacre in the square. The first wave of attacks claimed the lives of over a dozen kobolds, staining the ground red with blood. The remaining kobolds finally grasped the severity of the situation. They scattered across the square in panic. Some buried their heads in the dirt, while others lay flat on the ground, feigning death in desperation. Even those who had been stacking for the pyramid lost their will to fight under the sheer terror of Chen Yuan's sword energy and joined the fleeing crowd. But all their efforts were in vain. Su Mushue's dark moon blades were like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, accurately harvesting life after life. About 10 minutes later, the slaughter was over. Hundreds of kobolds lay lifeless, victims of Su Mushue's devastating magic. A series of system notifications chimed. Ding. Your teammate Su Mushue has killed LV-15 kobold. You have gained 1,425 experience points. Ding. You have leveled up. Current level, level 20. Ding. You have received attribute rewards. All attributes 1, free attribute points 5. Ding. You have reached level 20 and successfully awakened an aura effect. Godly Slow Aura. Wang Yan inspected the description of his newly acquired aura skill. Godly Slow Aura. When activated, it applies a slow effect to all enemies within a radius equal to 10 times the user's all attribute value in meters, reducing their movement speed by 90 and the range of their charge type skills by 90. This slow effect ignores tenacity. The tenacity ignoring feature left Wang Yan stunned. Tenacity, as a hidden attribute, typically reduces the duration of control effects. Most boss-level monsters possess high tenacity, significantly diminishing the effectiveness of control skills. Certain warrior abilities, such as Chen Yuan's Battle Roar, could even increase tenacity by 30. Yet, Wang Yan's aura completely bypassed tenacity, applying a 90 slow effect to any target, making it absurdly overpowered. Wang Yan then checked his attribute panel. Information. Godly Aura Master Wang Yan. Level 20. Attributes. Intelligence 110, Strength 30, Constitution 30, Agility 30. Energy 934,1000 points. Skills. Holy Damage Aura, Godly Attack Aura, Godly Invisibility Aura, Godly Purification Aura, Godly Slow Aura. 5 auras, with all attributes around 200 points, and each aura's range extended to 2,000 meters. Haha, I leveled up again. Chen Yuan's cheerful voice rang out. The party interface showed that both Chen Yuan and Su Mushue had reached level 16. This hidden dungeon really gives a lot of experience, Su Mushue remarked. These level 15 kobolds give more experience than the level 20 blood crocodiles. Scattered across the square were a dozen Y-tier items and 2 bronze-tier pieces of equipment. Chen Yuan looked at the loot and sighed. What a shame about these items. While materials would automatically decompose and be evenly distributed into everyone's inventory, the equipment and items required manual collection. There was no way down from the city wall, and the gate reinforced with half a meter of iron and thick wood, weighing several tons, would consume a significant amount of energy to break with skills. At that moment, Su Mushue spoke up. No worries, I brought a pet for collecting loot. She pulled out a small red orb engraved with runes from her backpack. Wang Yan and Chen Yuan recognized it as a pricey storage pet ball. With a flash of light, an owl carrying a silver-deer storage backpack appeared before them. Under Su Mushue's direction, the owl quickly gathered all the loot scattered in the square. Good job, Kiki. Su Mushue gently stroked the owl's head before returning it to the pet ball. Chen Yuan exclaimed, "What a beautiful owl. I didn't know you had such a treasure. Why didn't you summon it earlier?" Kiki doesn't have any combat abilities. It's only good for collecting loot. I usually keep it as a pet, Su Mushue explained. Wang Yan noticed that this pet ball was different from the common white, fist-sized ones on the market. It was the size of a baseball and red in color. Su Muxue waved the pet ball in her hand. This is a silver deer pet ball. It has healing and recovery effects for the pet inside. By the way, my family is in the pet business. We own the Rare Beast Pavilion in the east of Tianshui City and the Exotic Beast Hall in the west. If you're interested, you can come check them out. I can give you a discount. Wang Yan was taken aback. No wonder Su Mushue's gear was on par with Chen Yuan. She was a wealthy heiress. Looking down at his own plain white-tire equipment, he couldn't help but sigh. Do I have some kind of talent for attracting rich second-generation kids? After a brief rest, the group continued deeper into the Kobold camp. As they advanced, a rather laughable truth became apparent. The four walls they encountered earlier turned out to be the grandest structures in the entire camp. The interior was filled with makeshift tents haphazardly constructed from animal hides and branches, a clear testament to the kobolds' lack of architectural prowess. Gradually, the strength of their enemies began to increase. Scattered kobold squads launched sporadic attacks, but were effortlessly dealt with. As they delved further, more elite kobold units started to appear. Battle teams composed of warriors, crossbowmen, and spearmen, with levels rising from 15 to around 17 or 18. Even against these skilled foes, Wang Yan's tactics remained effective. Each encounter began with him activating his stealth aura, leading the team to flank the enemies and launch surprise attacks. Chen Yuan, in particular, relished the thrill of sneaking into enemy ranks under stealth and unleashing his crushing storm, embodying the role of an assassin. The trio navigated this level 20 dungeon as if they were taking a casual stroll. Before long, they reached the final challenge, the so-called Kobold Chieftain's Palace. As the system notification chimed, the group exchanged bemused glances. The so-called palace before them was nothing more than a shabby, 20-square-meter straw hut, crudely built with mud and thatch. It had no windows, and the eaves were riddled with holes, looking as though a strong gust of wind could bring it down. Can this really be called a palace? Chen Yuan remarked, staring speechlessly at the fragile structure. Wang Yan quipped, compared to those animal hide tents, this straw hut is practically a luxury. His comment drew a chuckle from Su Muxue. Just then, the door of the hut was violently kicked open. A burly kobold emerged, its expression dark and clearly offended by their mockery. This chieftain stood apart from the others, standing nearly 1.7 meters tall. Its muscular frame was well-defined, and it carried a sharp long sword at its waist, far superior to the crude weapons wielded by the other kobolds. The system displayed, Kobold Chieftain Bronze, level 20, agility-type boss, master of swordsmanship. Without warning, the chieftain attacked. Drawing its sword, it charged forward like a cannonball, leaving only a blur behind. In an instant, it was upon Chen Yuan. Reacting quickly, Chen Yuan realized he couldn't evade and immediately countered with his crushing storm. The chieftain was forced into a backflip to dodge, but as soon as it landed, Su Mushue's dark matter descended from above. The chieftain showcased its remarkable agility once more, perfectly evading with a side flip. So fast! Chen Yuan exclaimed in surprise. Wang Yan quickly analyzed the situation. The boss had a health pool of just over 70,000, with incredible speed but low defense. Its decision to dodge Chen Yuan's crushing storm, rather than take it heat-in, suggested that its strength might not match Chen Yuan's in his burst stance. The chieftain held its long sword, searching for an opening to strike. Chen Yuan retreated to his teammates. Wang, it's too fast. I'll switch to a defensive stance and protect you. Wang Yan shook his head. No need. If you trust me, charge at it right now and attack. Chen Yuan was momentarily stunned but then laughed. All right, watch me. Without hesitation, he raised his sword and charged. The chieftain's eyes gleamed with disdain as it prepared to counterattack, but suddenly, it felt an overwhelming force weighing it down. Its legs felt as though they were filled with lead, and every step became agonizingly slow. Watching Chen Yuan's greatsword descending toward it, the chieftain's expression finally shifted to one of panic. An attack it could have easily dodged before was now impossible to avoid. A devastating blow landed. 18,030. Nearly a quarter of the chieftain's health vanished instantly. Su Muxue followed up with a dark energy orb, scoring another critical hit, 34,978. The chieftain was utterly terrified, but it was too late. Chen Yuan's crushing storm landed, shattering it completely. The system notification appeared. Your teammate Chen Yuan has slain the level 20 Kobold Chieftain, earning 21,000 experience points. Wang, how did you do that? Why did it suddenly stop moving? Chen Yuan asked excitedly. Since the slowing aura only affected enemies, he couldn't see its effects in his status bar. Wang Yan smiled. It's a new skill I learned, a slowing aura that reduces movement speed. This speed-reliant boss met an inglorious end. Had it been able to leverage its agility, the trio might have faced a grueling battle. But under the slowing aura, it couldn't even lay a finger on them. Chen Yuan stood next to the corpse of the kobold leader, frowning slightly. Something's off. Why did this boss suddenly just freeze up and let me attack? And why didn't it drop a treasure chest? Before he could finish speaking, the kobold leader's body disintegrated into tiny specks of starlight, vanishing into the air. At the same time, the dilapidated thatched hut nearby collapsed with a loud crash, revealing a large silver glowing chest amidst the rubble. The kobold leader's treasure chest? The three of them exclaimed in realization. A system notification chimed in. Your party has cleared the kobold camp. The instance will automatically close in 10 minutes, or you may choose to leave early. So, who's going to open the chest? Wang Yan asked as he approached the massive box. Me. I'll do it. Chen Yuan eagerly ran up and opened the treasure chest without hesitation. A dazzling light burst forth, and two pieces of equipment appeared before them. Nightfall Staff Silver. Required level, LV 20. Cast Speed 5. Intelligence 5. Dark Attribute Damage 10. Magic Attack 2460. Gale Greatsword Silver. Required level, LV 20. Attack Speed 13. Strength 10. Physical Attack 2460. Haha, 2 silver grade items. My luck is amazing. Chen Yuan's face lit up with joy. Wang Yan quietly analyzed the situation. It was likely due to the unique nature of this special instance. Instances unlocked with treasure maps not only dropped higher quality loot, but often provided equipment tailored to the party members' classes. This was one of the reasons treasure maps were so highly valued. Chen Yuan picked up the greatsword and examined it closely. That's odd. I've never seen a greatsword that boosts attack speed before, but it works perfectly with my sword energy release speed. I'm taking this one. He knew he'd need a few more levels before he could equip it. Sumushiwe, this staff boosts dark attributes. It should be perfect for you, Chen Yuan said, handing the staff to his teammate. Sumushiwe accepted the staff and nodded. Yes, the stats are great. I'll take it. Each of these level 20 silver grade items could fetch around 100,000 credits. Wang Yan estimated his share would be around 70,000 to 80,000, a sum that would have been unimaginable to him in the past. Let's get ready to leave the instance, Wang Yan said as he activated his stealth aura. This reminded the other two of a crucial detail. They still had a level 33 dragonblood crocodile waiting for them outside. That mutated golden boss had 480,000 HP and could easily kill them with a single attack. The three carefully exited the instance, only to see the dragonblood crocodile lying motionless by the riverbank, seemingly asleep. No way, it's still here, Chen Yuan whispered, lowering his voice. Do you think it's waiting for us? Su Mushue muttered, also instinctively keeping her voice down. Just as they were about to leave, the dragonblood crocodile's body began to twitch. Its muscles tensed, and it trembled slightly. What's it doing? Chen Yuan asked curiously. Could it be constipated? Wang Yan speculated, puzzled. Su Mushue looked at the two with exasperation. Are you seriously this interested in a crocodile's bathroom habits? Let's get out of here. As the daughter of a beast merchant, she was well aware of how dangerous creatures with dragon in their name could be. A dragon's bloodline represented the pinnacle of magical beast power, with pure blood dragons starting at legendary quality. This mutated crocodile with awakened dragon blood was bound to have unpredictable potential. Don't panic, Chen Yuan said, clearly intrigued. How often do you get to witness a golden boss doing its business? This is a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Seconds later, Chen Yuan suddenly shouted, It's out. Wait, why is its poop red? Wang Yan leaned in for a closer look and offered an explanation. That's not poop, it's an egg. It must be mating season for blood crocodiles. An egg? Su Mushue's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could it be a golden great egg? Chen Yuan immediately caught on. Holy crap. Wang Yan, Su Mushue, are we about to strike it rich? A glimmer of excitement flashed in Su Mushue's eyes as she slowly revealed the value of the golden tier dragon egg. This isn't just any ordinary pet egg. Golden tier eggs start at over 1 million, and this one, with its dragon bloodline and being a bostier creature, could fetch an astronomical price. She then elaborated on why this egg was so precious. In the game world, most combat professionals were reluctant to raise battle pets for 3 main reasons. First, they didn't want to be distracted by commanding a pet during fights. Second, high-quality pet eggs were rare and exorbitantly expensive, often costing millions. And third, the cost of nurturing them was staggering. Most critically, pets would claim half of their owner's experience points. But golden tier pets and above are a whole different story, Su Mushue said, her tone tinged with admiration. They're a game changer. While common, bronze, and silver tier pets are everywhere, golden tier and higher pets not only excel in base and growth attributes, but also possess extraordinary intelligence. They can fight autonomously, executing simple commands with seamless coordination with their owner. Wang Yan and Chen Yuan's eyes lit up as they eagerly asked, So, does that mean this mutated boss egg might have limitless evolutionary potential? Su Mushue nodded, though hesitation flickered across her face midway through her reply. Under Chen Yuan's persistent questioning, she finally disclosed a critical secret. Our Su family has a unique method to enhance the latent bloodlines of pets, making the next generation's bloodline even purer. Just the activated dragon bloodline in this egg alone is priceless to my family. Chen Yuan gasped, immediately grasping the significance through continuous breeding. The dragon bloodline could grow increasingly powerful. It was no wonder the Su family had built a global empire in the pet business. As they spoke, the blood dragon crocodile had laid its second egg. Its movements were labored, requiring several minutes of rest after each egg. Chen Yuan grew concerned about Wang Yan's energy depletion, but Wang Yan confidently pulled out some rations and water, signaling for everyone to remain patient. Nearly an hour later, the blood dragon crocodile finally laid its fourth and final egg. With great care, it dug a shallow pit in the soft sand and buried the eggs one by one. "They'll steal the eggs," Wang Yan said, standing up and shaking the storage ring on his finger. "You two stay back and be ready to cover me. With only 4 eggs, it'll be faster if I go alone." Despite Chen Yuan and Su Mux's concerns and their offers to accompany him, Wang Yan insisted on carrying out the task solo. Chen Yuan and Su Muxue exchanged a glance, surprise flickering in their eyes. In this world, storage rings were rare and expensive items. The two of them could only afford the most basic storage backpacks for now. Yet, despite Wang Yan not wearing a single decent piece of equipment, he had an impressive dark gold grade storage ring on his finger. That was no small matter. This ring not only had a much larger storage space compared to ordinary backpacks, but also outperformed them in storage range and speed. Regular white-tire backpacks had a storage range of about 1 meter, bronze tier ones extended to over 2 meters, but Wang Yan's dark gold grade ring boasted an impressive 5-meter range. In critical moments, that distance could mean the difference between life and death. "Stay back later, both of you," Wang Yan instructed. "And remember, no matter what happens, don't attack first. If you initiate an attack, the invisibility aura will deactivate. As long as we remain unseen, no matter how strong that dragon blood crocodile is, it can't do anything to us." After giving his instructions, Wang Yan planned the escape route for after the egg theft. He stayed back to monitor the dragon blood crocodile while assigning Chen Yuan and Su Muxue to clear the route of thorns and monsters. However, the dragon blood crocodile's behavior caught him off guard. It buried its eggs, covered them with branches and leaves, and then lay down motionless less than half a meter from the nest. Time ticked by, and it was already 4 p.m. The sky was beginning to darken. Chen Yuan started to grow anxious. What's this dragon blood crocodile doing? Why hasn't it moved? If we wait any longer, it'll be dark, and our vision is nowhere near as good as the wild beasts. Don't rush. Be patient. I refuse to believe it doesn't get thirsty or hungry, Wang Yan replied calmly. After laying its eggs, it must have used up a lot of energy. It'll have to go look for food eventually. Sure enough, as the orange-eared sunset painted the sky, the dragon blood crocodile finally stirred. It slowly crawled toward the lake, seemingly preparing to enter the water. "You two wait for me at the escape route," Wang Yan said to his slower-moving companions. Su Muxue, in particular, was the slowest, so having them retreat in advance was the safer choice. "Be careful, Wang. Your safety is more important than the eggs," Su Muxue said with concern. "Don't worry," Wang Yan replied with a wave of his hand. "We'll be fine. You two go ahead." Once the dragon blood crocodile submerged in the water, Wang Yan cautiously approached the nesting site. Although his invisibility aura masked his presence, he still avoided stepping on branches to minimize noise. Fortunately, the eggs weren't buried deeply. Parts of the eggshells were still visible, covered haphazardly with a few twigs. Standing at the maximum range of his storage ring, Wang Yan activated its storage ability. "You have obtained 4 dragon blood crocodile eggs." Just as he was about to retreat, the lake's surface suddenly exploded with a furious roar. What? How did it sense that? Somehow, the dragon blood crocodile realized its eggs had been stolen. Wang Yan immediately turned and bolted. Behind him, the dragon blood crocodile charged onto the shore, letting out a roar that resembled that of a raging dragon. The sound carried an overwhelming sense of intimidation. The dragon blood crocodile has used the area suppression skill, Dragon's Might. Dragon's Might effect. All hostile creatures in the vicinity enter a state of fear. Movement speed reduced by 50, attack power reduced by 40, casting speed reduced by 30, skill cooldowns increased by 10. Duration: 20 seconds. That's insane. Wang Yan was shocked by the skill's power, which rivaled that of a dark gold tier boss. He quickly activated his purification aura to dispel the debuff and used his slow aura to try to hinder the dragon blood crocodile's movements. But the dragon blood crocodile roared again, its body rapidly expanding to over 10 meters in length. Its entire form turned a fiery red, radiating heat, and its blood-red scales looked as though they might start dripping blood. The dragon blood crocodile has used the skill, Crimson Frenzy. Crimson Frenzy effect. Body size increases by 50. Defense and attack power significantly enhanced. Land movement speed increased by 100. Swimming speed increased by 100. Immune to all magic and negative effects. Duration. 180 seconds. What the hell? Magic immunity? What kind of monster is this? Wang Yan thought, alarmed, as he ran for his life. Thankfully, his aura skills weren't considered offensive, so his invisibility remained intact. The dragon blood crocodile reached its now empty nest, threw its head back, and let out an enraged roar. It opened its massive jaws and unleashed a torrent of scorching flames, incinerating the surrounding trees and underbrush to ash in an instant. The dragon blood crocodile has used the skill, Dragon Breath. Seeing the notification, Wang Yan, who hadn't gotten far yet, immediately picked up his pace and ran even faster. At the retreat route, Chen Yuan and Su Muxue were anxiously waiting. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from the lakeside, causing both of them to tense up immediately. Su Muxue's pale face was etched with worry, while Chen Yuan, despite reassuring her with, "Don't worry. Old Wang has his invisibility aura," betrayed his own unease with trembling hands and restless pacing. The lakeside was ablaze with fire, and the furious roars of the dragon blood crocodile echoed non-stop. Unable to hold back any longer, Chen Yuan drew the massive sword from his waist, ready to rush back to help. Just as the situation seemed most dire, a familiar figure came sprinting towards them from the lakeside. "Old Wang!" Chen Yuan shouted excitedly. "Run! That dragon blood crocodile is insanely strong!" Wang Yan yelled as he dashed toward them. Without hesitation, the three of them bolted along their planned escape route, not stopping until the roars of the dragon blood crocodile faded into silence. Chen Yuan, clad in heavy armor, was the most exhausted, collapsing onto the ground and gasping for air. "I can't do this again. Next time, I'm making my dad get me a mount or something. This is killing me." Wang Yan and Su Muxue, both mages, didn't look much better. "Old Wang, how did it go?" Chen Yuan asked eagerly. With a smug grin, Wang Yan reached into his bag and pulled out 4 fiery red eggs. Each was covered in fine, scaly patterns, resembling dragon eggs more than crocodile eggs. "Holy crap! Amazing, Old Wang!" Chen Yuan exclaimed, throwing his arms around Wang Yan in an exuberant bear hug. Su Muxue's eyes curved into crescent moons as she genuinely admired Wang Yan's skill. To her, being able to steal eggs right under the nose of a boss-level creature was a feat beyond even the best hunters in her family's company. Wang Yan went on to describe the dragon blood crocodile's terrifying ability as it was immune to magic and could breathe dragon fire. Hearing this, both Chen Yuan and Su Muxue shuddered, realizing that a direct confrontation would have likely ended with them being reduced to ashes in an instant. "Old Wang, look!" Chen Yuan suddenly pointed at one of the eggs in astonishment. "This one's dark gold tier." Sure enough, one of the eggs was noticeably larger, with thicker, more pronounced scales. It was a dark gold tier egg, while the other 3 were gold tier, clearly indicating the former bore stronger dragon lineage. As for how to divide the 4 eggs, Wang Yan pondered for a moment. Although both Chen Yuan and Su Muxue insisted that all the eggs should belong to him, Su Muxue even offered to buy them at a high price. Wang Yan was adamant about a fair distribution. "Harry's what we'll do," Wang Yan finally said. "We'll keep the dark gold tier egg. Su Muxue, I hear your family has special methods for cultivating bloodlines. How about you take 2 eggs back with you?" Su Muxue was overjoyed. 2 eggs for me? Really? But These 2 eggs will only reach their full potential in your hands. Wang Yan's voice was calm yet firm. He explained in detail that most people could only bring 1 pet beast into a dungeon and could only summon one during battle. Therefore, neither he nor Chen Yuan had any reason to raise 2 eggs at the same time. Su Muxue's eyes glistened with unshed tears as a wave of emotion surged within her. Although she had known Wang Yan and Chen Yuan for less than a day, their brief time together had already made her regard them as sincere friends. These 2 eggs, imbued with dragon bloodline, were of immense significance to her. Even if Wang Yan had been unwilling to share, she was prepared to notify her family and spare no expense to acquire them. After all, creatures with dragon bloodlines were rare, and their eggs were even more so. An opportunity like this was nearly impossible to come by. For the Su family, this was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. With these 2 eggs, they could cultivate a new generation of pet beasts carrying the dragon bloodline. If fortune favored them, they might even produce a legendary grade pet beast. "Thank you, Wang Yan," Su Muxue said softly, her voice trembling as tears welled up in her eyes. She silently vowed to remember this kindness. Wang Yan turned to Chen Yuan. "But this means Chen Yuan will only get 1 egg. We'll need to find a way to make it up to him." Before Chen Yuan could wave it off, Su Muxue quickly interjected. "How about this? Once my family's company breeds the next generation of dragon-blooded crocodiles, I'll pick the best one and give it to Chen Yuan." Chen Yuan's face lit up with delight. He was well aware of the Su family's expertise in pet beast cultivation. The next generation of dragon-blooded crocodiles was bound to be even more powerful. Gifting one of these to an elder in his family would surely earn him considerable favor. All right, it's settled then, Wang Yan said with a nod, relieved to see the 4 eggs distributed fairly. This was precisely why so many team rules existed in the field. When a team unexpectedly came across a priceless treasure that couldn't be divided fairly, it often led to conflict and betrayal. Such was the nature of the professional world. A single priceless item could change one's fate. It was the most thrilling and unpredictable line of work, but also the most perilous. Wang Yan had heard countless stories of comrades turning on each other over treasures, abandoning all ties of brotherhood and family. Once outside the safety of the city, whether in open zones or dungeons, it was lawless territory. Every day, countless professionals perished at the hands of monsters. But who could say for certain how many were truly killed by monsters and how many fell victim to human schemes? This world operated under an unspoken rule. Disputes between professionals, as long as they were resolved outside the city, were beyond the reach of the law. This only underscored the value of trustworthy teammates. To Wang Yan, both Chen Yuan and Su Muxue were reliable and extraordinarily talented companions. As Su Muxue carefully stored the 2 eggs in her spatial storage, Chen Yuan suddenly asked, "What if both turn out to be male or female?" Wang Yan explained, "Dragon-blooded crocodiles have a specific trait. If the incubation temperature is between 28 to 29 degrees, the hatchling will be female, and at 33 to 35 degrees, it will be male. Ordinary crocodiles share this characteristic, but it's more stable with dragon-blooded ones. If the temperature is right, the gender will be guaranteed. However, inbreeding is the real issue to worry about." Su Muxue looked at Wang Yan in surprise. "You're absolutely right, but we have special methods to address inbreeding. Still, where did you learn all this? It's not something they teach in textbooks." "I spend my free time reading monster encyclopedias at the library," Wang Yan replied calmly. This explained why he had consistently ranked first in both academics and combat for 3 consecutive years. For the past 3 years, Wang Yan had practically treated the library as his second home. Whenever he had free time, he could always be found sitting in a quiet corner with a stack of books, completely engrossed in reading. His intense focus made it seem as if he were shut off from the outside world. Chen Yuan often joked, "Wang Yan is basically a walking book." Although said in jest, the statement was not far from the truth. Su Muxue gazed at Wang Yan's back, her emotions growing increasingly complex. Admiration and envy intertwined. But deep down, there was also a faint sense of helplessness she couldn't quite articulate. She had once naively believed that the gap between her and Wang Yan was not insurmountable, that with enough effort, she could one day catch up to him. But reality had dealt her a harsh blow. Wang Yan was not only extraordinarily gifted, but also dedicated every spare moment to studying. This almost obsessive level of focus left his peers far behind. Su Muxue, who had been called a genius by those around her since childhood, felt for the first time what it truly meant to be out of someone's league. Still, she found some comfort in sensing Wang Yan's genuine recognition of her as a teammate. This recognition was hard-earned and, therefore, all the more precious. Wang Yan glanced at the time. It was nearing 6 p.m. Though there was still some daylight left, his thoughts had already drifted to the dragon-blooded crocodile egg. "Why don't we call it a day?" he suggested. "We can continue tomorrow. I need to head to the pet market to prepare a few essentials." Chen Yuan and Su Muxue exchanged a glance, clearly sharing the same idea. Su Mushue's eyes lit up as she said, "Yes, I need to hurry home and share this great news with my dad." Suddenly, as if remembering something important, she added, "Oh, by the way, you'll need a contract scroll to bond with your pets. Don't buy them at the market. Theory ridiculously expensive, costing tens of thousands each. I'll send you both one via email later. Make sure to check your inbox." Neither Wang Yan nor Chen Yuan declined her offer. They understood that Su Muxue, having obtained 2 golden-grade eggs, likely felt a little guilty and wanted to express her goodwill. Afterward, the 3 of them headed to the supply station to sell off unneeded materials and equipment. As they left the shadowy forest, they said their goodbyes at the outskirts and parted ways, each heading home. Inside the dimly lit taxi under the night sky, Wang Yan gazed out at the rapidly receding scenery. On the streets, patrol squads composed of elite professionals were conducting their routine rounds, alertly scanning for any monsters that might have infiltrated from the wild. 10 minutes later, the familiar city wall came into view. The towering structure, standing 10 meters high and reaching into the clouds, was constructed as a defensive barrier for Tianshui City after the beast tide a decade ago. This wall was not only a boundary between the city and the wilderness, but also a source of reassurance for its citizens. Thinking about the mutated boss egg with dragon bloodline in his possession, Wang Yan couldn't help but smile. Su Muxue had mentioned that even a regular dark gold grade pet egg could fetch close to 10 million, and this unique egg would undoubtedly be worth much more. Instead of heading straight home, Wang Yan asked the driver to stop near Jinshouzhai. At 7 p.m., his stomach was already protesting. Entering a modest family-style restaurant, he ordered 3 dishes and a soup. As a professional, his appetite had grown along with his increased attribute points. Although the mage class only gained 1 point in all attributes per level, by level 10, his physical condition was already double that of an average person. While he was eating, his friend list lit up with a message. Wang Yan, I've sent you the contract scroll, along with a few little gifts. Check them out. It was a message from Su Mushiwe. Attached were 3 items: a pet contract scroll, a silver-grade pet ball worth 50,000, and a black VIP card that offered a 10 discount at all Zhenshou and Exotic Beast Pavilion locations nationwide. Wang Yan examined the contract scroll closely, recalling what he knew about pets. Pet eggs are the easiest to form contracts with since they haven't developed consciousness yet. Next are young pets that have been tamed by beast tamers. Fully grown captured beasts have an extremely low contract success rate. Ordinary people can contract multiple pets, but can only choose one as their primary battle companion. Secondary pets, if forced into combat, may rebel against commands or even void the contract altogether. A pet's level cannot exceed its owner's level. Beast tamers can control multiple pets in combat within the range of their abilities. Contracts establish a deep connection between the owner and their pet, allowing shared thoughts and emotions. Got the stuff, thanks. Wang Yan replied. After finishing his meal, he headed to Tianshui City's largest pet store Zhenshou. The store covered an expansive area, with the front section neatly divided into departments selling pets, pet eggs, and various supplies, while the back section was restricted and not open to the public. As soon as Wang Yan stepped through the doors, a friendly staff member greeted him warmly. After some inquiries, Wang Yan learned that the price of incubation devices ranged from a few thousand to tens of thousands. The more advanced equipment not only improved the success rate of hatching, but could also predict the incubation time. Wang Yan knew very well that he couldn't afford to be stingy when it came to hatching the dragon blood crocodile. Although the success rate for hatching such a powerful creature was quite high, the slim chance of failure was enough to make anyone's heart ache. Without hesitation, he opted for the most advanced incubator on the market, spending over 70,000 on it. To prepare for the arrival of the little one, he also purchased 100 pounds of jerky specifically designed for carnivorous pet beasts. This expense was relatively modest, costing just over 1,000. Carefully packing the equipment and supplies into his backpack, he immediately hailed a cab and headed home. Once home, Wang Yan wasted no time finding a clear space and plugging in the expensive incubator. This was no ordinary device. It was made from special materials capable of precisely controlling temperature and even perfectly simulating a natural environment. Even more impressive, it came equipped with advanced scanning features that could monitor the health of the pet beast egg in real time and predict the exact hatching time. Wang Yan carefully retrieved the precious dragon blood crocodile egg from his storage space and gently placed it inside the incubator. He lightly patted the eggshell and thought to himself, I've spent so much money just to hatch you. You'd better not disappoint me. Next, he took out a contract scroll and silently recited the incantation to establish the pet beast contract. In an instant, a faint light flashed as the scroll dissolved into a stream of energy and merged with the egg. A mysterious symbol briefly appeared on the surface of the eggshell before vanishing. The moment the contract was successfully formed, Wang Yan immediately felt a powerful presence intimately connected to him. The soul of this new life was brimming with strength, wildness, bloodlust, and hunger, like a restless flame eager to break free from its confinement. Although the little dragon blood crocodile had yet to hatch, its vibrant spiritual state alone indicated that it was in excellent condition. Wang Yan carefully closed the incubator and set the temperature to 34 degrees Celsius. His goal was clear: wanted to hatch a male dragon blood crocodile. Apart from considerations for breeding, male dragon blood crocodiles were superior to females in size and attributes. The incubator's display screen flickered with a blue glow, and the scan results quickly appeared. Beast egg status: extremely healthy. Estimated remaining incubation time: 14 hours and 34 minutes. Wang Yan's eyes lit up. The speed was beyond his expectations. Wild blood crocodile eggs usually took a full month to hatch. Yet this dragon blood crocodile egg would be ready in less than a day. By around 10 a.m. tomorrow, he could witness the little creature breaking out of its shell. Just as he was about to take a shower, a notification sound from his friend list interrupted him. Surprisingly, the sender wasn't Chen Yuan or Su Muyu, but Principal Zhao Guofeng of Tianshui No. 1 High School. Wang Yan, congratulations. Chairman Li has confirmed your guaranteed admission. You can choose freely among the 3 Supreme Academies. He'll explain the details to you shortly. Upon reading the message, Wang Yan finally felt the tension in his chest ease. Although he had anticipated this outcome, it wasn't until this moment that his anxious heart truly settled. His gaze drifted to the tea table, where an old, yellowing photo of 3 people sat. In the picture, a younger version of himself was surrounded by his parents, their faces radiating pure happiness. Mom, Dad, I got into the best university in Longhua. Did you see that? Wang Yan murmured softly, then replied to the principal, "Thank you, Principal Zhao. I'll never forget the support and cultivation I received from Tianshui No. 1 High School." Principal Zhao quickly responded, "Diligence is rewarded. This is the result of your hard work and a blessing from above. By the way, I've already applied for a Honorable Union Merit Scholarship from the school board on your behalf. The funds should be transferred soon." While this scholarship paled in comparison to the generosity of the Tianshui City Professional Guild, it was still a delightful surprise. What caught Wang Yan even more off guard was Principal Zhao's request for a full-body photo of him in formal attire. It turned out to be for his induction into the Tianshui No. 1 High School Hall of Fame. This was no small honor in the school's 300-year history. Only 7 individuals had ever been inducted, with the most recent being Xiao Jianyun, a legendary figure hailed as Longguo's greatest warrior, over 50 years ago. If Wang Yan were to be selected, he would become the first in the school's history to enter the Hall of Fame with an auxiliary profession. Shortly after, a message from Li Yingtian arrived. "Wang Yan, representatives from Dongshan Province have already been in touch. Considering your financial situation, they've decided to grant you an additional 10 million yuan in prize money, along with an offer to join the Zhongting Guild." The Zhongting Guild. It was an elite national organization that only accepted the top professionals in the country. Even someone as powerful as Li Yingtian longed to join it. Membership not only came with exceptional benefits, but also signified the protection of the nation. "Chairman, I'd be honored to join," Wang Yan replied without hesitation. Li Yingtian mentioned that someone would deliver the confidentiality agreement and employment application soon. Then, shifting the topic, he added, "Now, let's discuss your guaranteed university admission." The moment Li Yingtian said those words, Wang Yan's eyes lit up. He realized this was the true purpose behind Li Yingtian reaching out to him. "You have your pick of the 3 most prestigious universities in Longguo: Jiangnan University, Jingdu University, and Jinghai University. You won't even need to take the college entrance exams. Just stay home and wait for your acceptance letter," Li Yingtian said with a hint of anticipation in his tone. "But you must make your choice within a month, as the semester starts in 3 months." Wang Yan fell into brief contemplation. To be honest, which university he attended didn't matter much to him. Being admitted to one of the top 3 supreme academies was already enough to honor the memory of his parents. However, directly telling Li Yingtian any of them is fine seemed too dismissive. "Chairman Li, could you give me a detailed introduction to the characteristics of these 3 universities?" Li Yingtian seemed to have anticipated this question and began explaining in an unhurried manner. "Jingdu University is located in the capital city and is the best place to network with the children of influential families. The university's leadership has extensive connections, making it highly convenient for job recommendations or business collaborations." Wang Yan silently shook his head. Politics and climbing the social ladder had never been his aspiration. Jinghai University, on the other hand, is filled with the offspring of wealthy merchants and maintains close ties with domestic and international conglomerates. Joining this circle would expose you to business opportunities that ordinary people could only dream of. This option was also crossed off, and Wang Yan's mind had no interest in the cutthroat world of commerce. His original goal had always been to become a powerful professional. "Lastly, there's Jiangnan University," Li Yingtian continued. "It's the most traditional and pure combat professional academy, producing many of Longguo's renowned warriors. However, I must warn you, this school is located near the Abyssal demon caverns and faces constant attacks from demons. Students are required to participate in real combat, which is why Jiangnan University produces the strongest professionals. Of course, a significant number of students perish in battle each year." "Chairman Li, I choose Jiangnan University," Wang Yan responded without hesitation. Li Yingtian's concise descriptions had clearly laid out the potential futures each university offered. Seconds later, Li Yingtian replied, "Are you sure? As a support professional, there's no need to put yourself in harm's way. Thank you for the warning, Chairman, but Jiangnan University is the place I want to go." At that moment, within the Tianshui City Professional Guild office, Li Yingtian was not alone. Sitting across from him was a robust middle-aged man dressed in a black combat training uniform. His square-shaped face bore a prominent scar that ran from his left temple across his eye and down to the corner of his mouth, adding a menacing edge to his demeanor. His sharp gaze and every movement exuded an aura of someone who had survived countless life-and-death encounters. Li Yingtian sighed. He chose Jiangnan University. The man chuckled lightly. "Not bad. This kid has guts, like him. Captain Su, you're interested in Wang Yan?" Li Yingtian asked, looking at Su Jingfeng, the captain of the Dragon Flame Squad, a special team under the Zhongting Guild. It wasn't surprising for someone to be sent over, but sending a member of the Dragon Flame Squad was unexpected. In Longguo, many had heard of the Zhongting Guild, but very few knew about the Dragon Flame Squad, a covert team specializing in secret missions. The team known as Long Yin was indeed extraordinary and privileged. Even the professional guilds of the capital had no authority over them. They answered only to the Zhongting Guild. In Li Yingtian's eyes, every member of this squad was as dangerous as a ticking time bomb. Whether Su Jingfeng's favor towards Wang Yan was a blessing or a curse, even Li Yingtian himself couldn't say for sure. That's right, we at Longyan only want true warriors, Su Jingfeng said, a faint, enigmatic smile playing on his lips. Of course, whether he can become a true warrior depends on his performance moving forward. With that, Su Jingfeng stood up and opened the office door. Thank you for your hard work, Chairman Li. I'll head back to the guild now. I'll leave the rest to you. Understood. Please feel free to contact me anytime. Li Yingtian replied respectfully, rising to his feet. Suddenly, Wang Yan's phone vibrated, and the screen lit up. A transfer of 10 million.00 dragon coins was credited to your savings account ending in 9527 at 19 hours 45 minutes and 13 seconds. Current balance, 24,946,055.40. Staring at the string of numbers, Wang Yan's face broke into a bright grin. With over 25 million in his account, he couldn't help but imagine a carefree future. I might as well just retire now. Ha ha ha, he mused, casually tossing his phone aside as he sprawled out on the sofa. Ah, being rich feels amazing. Little did Wang Yan know, on the rooftop of the building opposite his, two figures were watching him closely under the cover of night. A male warrior clad in black light armor and a female ranger dressed in equally dark leather armor observed his every move through binoculars. What the hell is this kid doing? The man sneered. College entrance exams are around the corner, and he's just lying there like some useless bum. The woman shot him a sidelong glance, her tone laced with disdain. Not everyone's a training freak like you. This kid's already recognized as a genius by the higher-ups and guaranteed admission to the top 3 academies. Genius? The man scoffed coldly. I've taken down plenty of so-called geniuses. I have no idea why the captain sent me to protect someone like him. Enough complaining, the woman said, crossing her arms, her voice icy. Once he successfully joins the guild, our mission will be over. The next day, Wang Yan woke up naturally, without the interruption of an alarm clock. He slept in until after 9 in the morning. Without the pressure of the college entrance exams, life now felt as relaxing as a holiday for him. Groggily, he picked up his phone and noticed an unread message from Chen Yuan, which made his heart skip a beat. The promise they made yesterday to level up together suddenly came back to him. However, the content of the message quickly put him at ease. Hey Wang, I can't make it this morning. My crocodile egg is about to hatch. How about we head to the Shadow Forest together this afternoon? Sure, let's do the afternoon then, Wang Yan replied. As he sent the message, he remembered that his own dragon blood crocodile egg was also close to hatching. He checked the incubation box. It was in perfect condition, with just 1 hour and 15 minutes left on the timer. Returning to the warmth of his bed, Wang Yan started to ponder. Since he wasn't hungry, he decided to skip breakfast altogether. After 3 years of intense study, he now felt like a wild dog off its leash, fully embracing his newfound freedom. Just as he was about to take another nap, a new message popped up in his friend list. It was from Su Muxue. Wang Yan, my dad wants to meet you for lunch. I'd like to invite you for a meal. Are you available? The message made Wang Yan's head ache. As someone with social anxiety, he dreaded having meals with strangers, especially elders. What if the atmosphere turned awkward? But Su Muxue was a permanent teammate, and declining didn't seem like an option. After some internal struggle, he reluctantly replied, Sure, when? Whenever you're free, she responded. I'm free this afternoon, Wang Yan replied, hoping to get it over with quickly. Great, I'll let my dad know. Send me your home address, and I'll have someone pick you up. An hour later, Wang Yan sat nervously by the incubation box, watching the final minute of the countdown. A faint tap, tap sound came from inside the box as the dragon blood crocodile began moving within its shell. With a sound reminiscent of a rice cooker's beep, the incubation timer hit 0. He opened the box to find the fiery red egg covered in dense scales shaking violently. Since it was a rare dark gold-gray dragon blood crocodile, Wang Yan opted not to use the assisted hatching function. Instead, he offered verbal encouragement. You can do it. Come on. The little creature seemed to respond to his words. With a sudden burst of strength, it broke through the shell. A lively baby dragon blood crocodile emerged, scurrying around the box and letting out a soft, high-pitched dragon roar, accompanied by tiny flames bursting from its mouth. Wang Yan reached out to gently stroke it, and the little one immediately calmed down, affectionately nuzzling his hand. Up close, the dragon blood crocodile was stunning. Its fiery red body was interwoven with intricate black patterns, exuding both beauty and danger. Its eyes were mesmerizing blood-red sclera dotted with star-like sparkles, with deep, abyssal black pupils. Under the sunlight, its scales shimmered with a jade-like luster, resembling a deadly work of art. As he inspected its mouth, Wang Yan noticed a row of blood-red teeth, gleaming like polished rubies, neatly aligned. Since your teeth are so red, I'll call you Shuya Bloodfang, he said with a smile. Roar. Bloodfang let out a delighted growl, clearly approving of its new name. Wang Yan placed some prepared jerky in front of it. Instead of eating it right away, bloodfang sprayed a small burst of dragon breath, roasting the jerky to perfection. Its refined dining habits made Wang Yan chuckle. As he watched bloodfang enjoy its meal, Wang Yan opened its data panel. Dragon Blood Crocodile, Dark Gold Grade LV1. Strength-type creature with activated dragon bloodline and immense growth potential. Skills. Lunge Bite. Charges up to 5 meters distance, increases with level to bite an enemy. Death Roll. Spins rapidly while holding onto an enemy, inflicting devastating tearing damage. Dragon Breath. Unleashes a destructive breath of fire capable of incinerating everything in its path. Wang Yan stared at the skill list of bloodfang, and his heart skipped a beat. The discovery instantly put him on high alert. This Dragonblood crocodile possessed a charged skill. This completely overturned his understanding of crocodilian creatures. Ordinary crocodiles are slow on land and only show their true prowess in water. Yet, this palm-sized Dragonblood crocodile could leap a distance of 5 meters in one bound. Wang Yan couldn't help but gasp. If it were to grow, how much farther could it leap? Recalling the level 33 Dragonblood crocodile he had encountered before, Wang Yan felt a chill run down his spine. If he had exposed himself for even a second back then, that massive creature would have charged at him in an instant, followed by a deadly death roll. The thought sent a shiver through him. But after the fear subsided, excitement took over. The charge skill meant the Dragonblood crocodile was formidable on land as well. Coupled with the Crimson Frenzy skill, which granted immunity to magic and increased speed, and the powerful Dragon's Might skill, its potential was immense. Though bloodfang was still low-level and couldn't yet master these advanced skills, its growth prospects were limitless. After finishing its meal, bloodfang let out a satisfied burp, complete with a spark of flame, and nimbly leapt off the table. With a crisp thud, it landed steadily on the ground. Its astonishing agility once again leaving Wang Yan in awe. This little creature's physical capabilities were incredible. It leapt from such a high table without even blinking. Driven by curiosity, bloodfang began exploring the room. A moment later, it let out a low growl at Wang Yan, clearly searching for a place to swim. How could I forget about that? Wang Yan suddenly realized. Although there was the pet capsule, keeping a pet confined for too long could lead to depression. He immediately picked up bloodfang and carried it to the bathroom. Filling the bathtub with water, he said, "Make do with this for now. I'll get you a proper fish tank soon." Bloodfang wasn't picky and eagerly dove into the water, swimming joyfully. Clearly, it preferred the water to the land. Watching this, Wang Yan began pondering his living arrangements. It wasn't that he wanted to upgrade to a bigger house just because he had money now, but rather to accommodate bloodfang's growth needs. Recalling the 8 or 9 meter long adult Dragonblood crocodile he had seen before, he realized he might need to prepare a large pond in the future. As Wang Yan crouched by the bathtub, gently stroking bloodfang, his phone chimed with a message notification. It was from Su Mushue, informing him that the driver was waiting downstairs and providing detailed vehicle information. Wasting no time, Wang Yan headed downstairs and spotted a sleek black luxury car parked there. A chauffeur in a sharp suit and white gloves respectfully opened the door for him. "Mr. Wang Yan, this way please." The formal treatment made Wang Yan a bit uneasy, but he politely thanked the driver and got into the car. Meanwhile, in a private room at the Kaixuan restaurant, "Father, Wang Yan is almost here. I'm going to go meet him," Su Mushue said, glancing at the GPS on her phone. Beside her sat a burly middle-aged man, her father, Su Che. His muscular build strained his clothing, his slicked back hair and chiseled features, making him look more like a soldier than a businessman. "Xiangyuan community?" Su Che asked softly. "I didn't expect your classmate to live in such an old neighborhood. The environment there must not be great." "Yes, Wang Yan's parents unfortunately passed away during the beast tide 10 years ago, so his family's financial situation isn't very good," Su Mushue replied honestly. Su Che stroked his chin, a knowing smile playing on his lips. "This kid gave away a pet egg worth tens of millions without a second thought. Tell me honestly, is he trying to pursue you?" "Ugh, Dad." Su Mushue's face turned bright red. "Don't jump to conclusions. He's just someone with principles and insisted on splitting the rewards evenly according to the team rules." After a brief pause, she added seriously, "And don't underestimate him. He's incredibly strong. Maybe he doesn't even care about that kind of money." Hearing his daughter's words, Su Che's furrowed brows relaxed slightly, and a thoughtful glimmer appeared in his eyes. As a father, he knew his strong-willed daughter all too well. From a young age, Su Mushue had been determined to surpass her older sister, striving to be the best in everything and rarely acknowledging others' abilities. Even when she occasionally lost, she would always find an opportunity to make a comeback. Now, for her to openly praise this Wang Yan as being strong, it was clear this young man was no ordinary individual. No wonder he could so generously gift 2 gold-tier pet beast eggs. "Dad, they'll go pick him up now," Su Mushue said, glancing at her phone as she stood up. Mr. Wang, we've arrived. The chauffeur said as the car came to a smooth stop and opened the door for Wang Yan. In front of him stood a quaint and uniquely styled restaurant. Unlike the opulence typical of high-end establishments, this place featured a rustic charm with its bamboo and wooden architecture, resembling a serene retreat amidst the bustling city. Wang Yan nodded silently, impressed by Su Mushua's father's refined taste. As he was lost in thought, a familiar figure appeared at the restaurant entrance. Su Mushue walked out, waving at him. Wang Yan nodded in response and soon followed her to a reserved private dining room. The moment Wang Yan stepped inside, he was momentarily stunned. Before him stood Su Che, a tall and imposing figure exuding an invisible aura of dominance. He completely overturned Wang Yan's preconceived notion of wealthy businessmen as overweight and affable. Wang Yan, this is my dad, Su Mushu introduced. Hello, Uncle Su, Wang Yan said, bowing slightly. Su Che gave Wang Yan a once-over and then warmly invited him. Ah, Wang, come, have a seat. Xiaoxu's been talking about you non-stop. Now that I've met you, I must say, you truly are an impressive young man. Despite his commanding presence, Su Chi's demeanor was approachable and without a trace of arrogance. After some polite small talk, Su Che and Wang Yan began discussing everyday topics, centering on studies and life. The conversation was engaging yet well-measured, allowing Wang Yan to quickly feel at ease. He thought to himself that, aside from his slightly intimidating appearance, Uncle Su was genuinely a pleasant person. Before long, the topic naturally shifted to the dragonblood crocodiles. Su Che said, the 2 dragonblood crocodile eggs hatched successfully. They should now be at our breeding center for further nurturing. Really? That's great. Wang Yan replied. My dragonblood crocodile has also hatched, and it's in excellent condition. By the way, Uncle Su, I'd like to ask for your advice on pet beast cultivation. As a leading expert in the pet beast industry, Su Che generously shared a wealth of professional knowledge. From temperature and water quality to diet, he covered every detail. He emphasized that for reptilian pet beasts like the dragonblood crocodile, their level and innate talent were the most crucial factors, as individuals with poor talent had limited cultivation value. Thank you for your guidance, Uncle Su. I've learned a lot, Wang Yan said gratefully. It's nothing. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to ask me anytime, Su Che replied with a smile, sending Wang Yan a friend request. After discussing dragonblood crocodiles for a while longer, Su Che finally revealed the real purpose of the meeting. Wang, Xiaoxue can be a bit impulsive. Those 2 eggs are extremely valuable. How about this? They'll buy them from you at 10 million each. What do you think? Only then did Wang Yan understand Su Che's intention. He quickly declined politely. There's no need for that. This was something the 3 of us agreed upon beforehand. According to the team rules, any resources we acquire should be equally shared. Seeing Wang Yan's sincere expression, Su Che nodded to himself. For a young man from an ordinary background to remain steadfast in his principles in the face of such temptation was truly commendable. All right then, Xiaoxue was right about you. You are indeed a person of principle, Su Che said with a hearty laugh. But let me say this, accepting such a significant gift from you makes me feel uneasy. People might laugh at me if word gets out. After a moment of thought, he continued, how about this? In 2 weeks, the Zijin Chamber of Commerce is hosting an auction in Tianshui City. I'd like to invite you to join me. I have a gift for you there, and this time, you can't refuse. Realizing it would be impolite to decline again, Wang Yan agreed, all right, I'll be there. After all, he had at least a month, and at most 3 months, before heading to Jiangnan University, so his schedule was flexible. Besides, he had some extra funds and was curious to see if there would be anything worthwhile to bid on at the auction. After the meal, Wang Yan bid farewell to Su Che and Su Mushue, agreeing to meet her at 2 p.m. to head to the shadowy forest. Both she and Chen Yuan needed to prepare for the college entrance exams. While Wang Yan no longer needed to worry about the exams, he planned to take the opportunity to train his level 1 bloodfang. After returning home, Wang Yan gently scooped the little bloodfang out of the bathtub. Just as he was about to place the tiny creature into a pet beast ball, Su Che's voice echoed in his mind. Newborn pet beasts should never be put into their balls too early, he recalled Su Che's advice. They need to get familiar with their owner's scent and build trust. Just like young animals depend on their parents, juvenile pet beasts are highly reliant on their masters. Bloodfang nuzzled against his palm, sending waves of delight through their bond. Wang Yan gently stroked its tiny head, silently grateful for the conversation with Su Che earlier that had taught him these crucial details. Come on, let's go out for some monster hunting. Wang Yan's words instantly excited Bloodfang, who spat out a few sparks, revealing its ferocious nature that was unmistakably tied to its dragon lineage. Although Bloodfang was currently no bigger than the size of his palm and probably couldn't even take on a stray cat, Wang Yan was pleased with its spirit. He placed Bloodfang along with a piece of jerky into his pocket, and the little creature immediately settled down, engrossed in its snack. As he walked, Wang Yan sent a message to Chen Yuan. I have plans with Su Mushue to head to Shadowy Forest at 2 p.m. No problem, just finished lunch. See you at the usual spot, Chen Yuan replied quickly. It was already close to 1 p.m. Wang Yan hailed a ride and headed straight for Shadowy Forest. 30 minutes later, he arrived at the bustling location, packed with fresh graduates. Hey, that's Wang Yan over there. I heard he teamed up with 2 pros yesterday and scored nearly 90,000 resources. Those 2 are no joke. He owns the heavy-armored warrior Chen Yuan, and the other Su Mushue, one of our school's 3 rare professions, the Dark Moon Mage. The murmurs around him made Wang Yan a bit uneasy. Still, this minor commotion aligned with Li Yingtian's advice to keep a low profile. While Wang Yan doubted anyone in Tianshui City, deep within the heart of Longhua, could pose a real threat to him, it never hurt to be cautious. He opened his storage ring and glanced at the alchemist's robe gold, poison-resistant belt silver, and bone scepter dark gold inside. These were spoils from the hero dungeon he had cleared with Li Yingtian. Initially, he had refrained from equipping them to keep a low profile, but seeing the wealthy young elites around him all decked out in silver gear, with some even flaunting gold items, it seemed his plain appearance was drawing more attention. Ugh. Yesterday's discretion was completely unnecessary. He decided to gear up, and sure enough, he instantly blended into the crowd. Before long, Su Mushue and Chen Yuan arrived. As soon as he saw them, Chen Yuan exclaimed excitedly, "Look, my little croc has hatched." In his hands was a tiny, blood-red crocodile, even smaller than bloodfang. Unlike bloodfang's black markings, this little creature had sturdy bones and bore a striking resemblance to the dragon blood crocs found near freshwater lakes. However, its teeth were plain white, and its eyes were a coppery huea, clear visual distinction between dark gold and gold rarity. "I've named it Xiao He," Chen Yuan announced proudly. Where exactly is it black?" Wang Yan asked, puzzled as he examined the crimson little crocodile. "Well, I had a dog named Xiao He when I was a kid, so this is kind of in its memory. I gotta say, man, you've got a real talent for naming." "Ha ha ha, that's right." Roar, Xiao He let out a low growl, seemingly expressing its dissatisfaction with the name. Su Mushue took the little crocodile from Chen Yuan and gently stroked it. "So small, yet so adorable," she said, a hint of envy flashing in her eyes. Although Wang Yan had given her 2 eggs, her family had taken them. She would have to wait for the dragon blood crocs to reproduce before she could form a contract with one. Her family didn't want her wasting energy on beasts without talent, though the dragon blood crocs were an exception due to their evolutionary potential. "Old Wang, where's your crocodile? Didn't it hatch?" Chen Yuan asked curiously, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Wang Yan smiled faintly, reached into his pocket, and pulled out a small dragon blood crocodile. In the sunlight, its scales shimmered with a unique luster. "Wow, it's so beautiful." Su Mushue couldn't help but exclaim softly. "It's called bloodfang," Wang Yan said, gently stroking the little crocodile's head. "Its teeth are blood red, which makes it really special." Chen Yuan's gaze shifted back and forth between the bloodfang in Wang Yan's hand and his own pet, Little Black. "I gotta admit, your dark gold tier 1 is definitely on another level." He noticed the distinct differences between Bloodfang's appearance and that of the adult dragonblood crocodile by the lake. Wang Yan felt a surge of anticipation inside. What kind of power would Bloodfang have once it grew to level 33? Just the thought of it was thrilling. "So, are we heading back to yesterday's area today?" Chen Yuan asked. Wang Yan unfolded the map and pointed to the border between Zone 1 and Zone 2. "Better not. That dragonblood crocodile might already have its eyes on us. I was thinking of heading to the eastern part of Zone 1. What do you guys think?" "Being near Zone 2 means encountering higher-level monsters," Wang Yan continued. "Although it's farther from the supply point, the competition won't be as intense. A lot of Awakeners are already past level 10, so the lower-level zones are bound to be more crowded." Both Su Mushue and Chen Yuan were already at level 16, about to hit level 17, and were strong enough to challenge tougher opponents. However, a slight worry crossed Su Mushue's face. "Isn't there a large goblin settlement near the eastern area?" "That's right," Wang Yan nodded. "Most people avoid that place. Those level 25-ish goblins are a real hassle. They always move in groups, with clear roles like warriors, archers, and spear throwers. The most annoying part is that they flee when they're low on health and blow horns to summon reinforcements." "Don't worry," Wang Yan reassured her. "We have the stealth aura and can retreat anytime. Besides, a large number of goblins could actually be a good thing. It means faster experience farming." With both of them in agreement, the trio set off deeper into the shadowy forest. A few hundred meters behind them, a pair of individuals quietly followed, a male warrior and a female ranger. "These kids seem pretty relaxed, even raising a 4-legged lizard," the warrior, Xiaolon, remarked. "Peach, why don't we just tell them we're here to protect them?" The woman, called Peach, shot him an annoyed glare. "Shut up, idiot. If we did that, we'd blow Wang Yan's cover." Using the bustling traffic in the shadowy forest as cover, The two continued trailing silently. Meanwhile, Wang Yan's group encountered a level 23 black bear monster along their path. Wang Yan immediately activated his aura and used a frequency-modulating ring to adjust its power to 20, boosting attack bonuses to 200 and converting 20 of damage to holy damage. Under the double aura effects, Chen Yuan's sword energy and Su Mushue's dark energy orb annihilated the black bear monster in an instant. "Whoa, old Wang, your aura is insane," Chen Yuan exclaimed, staring at the buff icons in his status bar in disbelief. Wang Yan simply smiled without saying a word. If Chen Yuan knew this was just the tip of the iceberg of his aura's potential, who knows how he'd react. As Chen Yuan and Su Mushue continued to level up, combined with Wang Yan's unique aura enhancement, their combat power had reached an astonishing level. Each strike they delivered inflicted over 20,000 points of terrifying damage on monsters. To put this into perspective, a level 20 monster typically had just over 20,000 health points. Adding the extra bonus of holy damage, their output became even more fearsome. Ding! Your teammate Su Mushue has slain a LV-23 black bear monster. Your pet, Dragonblood Crocodile, has gained 1,150 experience points. Ding! Your pet, Dragonblood Crocodile, has leveled up to LV2. As the system notification sounded, bloodfang let out a joyous roar. When Wang Yan took it out of his pocket, he was surprised to find that the little creature had grown significantly in size, doubling from its original palm-sized form to the size of 2 palms. "Lao Wang, did your Dragonblood Crocodile just level up?" Chen Yuan noticed the change in bloodfang. "That's right." Wang Yan nodded in confirmation. "I adjusted its experience gain to 100 to help it grow faster." This statement left both Chen Yuan and Su Mushue slightly surprised. It was known that when a professional brought a pet into battle, they could freely adjust the pet's share of experience, with a maximum of 100, but the minimum was no less than 50. This was precisely why many professionals were reluctant to bring combat-type pets with average potential, not only slowed down the owner's leveling process, but also typically had mediocre combat abilities. "Lao Wang, aren't you preparing for the college entrance exams?" Chen Yuan couldn't help but ask. Although the exams weren't solely determined by level, higher levels naturally gave candidates an advantage. Levels reflected a professional's effort, combat skills, and even family background. The harsh reality was that professionals from wealthy families often had a faster growth trajectory. Su Mushue chimed in. "Yeah, Wang Yan, your own level is important too." Wang Yan simply smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "I don't need to worry about that. Principal Zhao called me yesterday to inform me that I've been given a guaranteed admission." The news left the two momentarily stunned. Then, Chen Yuan punched Wang Yan's shoulder with a laugh. "Lao Wang, you sly dog. You didn't even tell me about something this big." Su Muxue's expression, however, was more complex. "Congratulations, Wang Yan," she said. While she was genuinely happy for her friend, she couldn't help but feel the growing gap between them. For years, she had set surpassing Wang Yan as her goal. Even though she was one of the 3 students at Tianshui High School who had awakened a rare profession that day, all she had earned was a principal's recommendation letter. Compared to guaranteed admission, the difference was significant. Still, Su Mushue quickly brushed off her negative thoughts and silently scolded herself. "Su Mushue, what are you thinking? You should be happy for your friend. Lao Wang, if those people on the school forum who've been badmouthing you found out about this, I can't imagine what their faces would look like." "Haha," Chen Yuan laughed. Suddenly, Su Mushue remembered Wang Yan's request the day before, asking them to keep his aura ability a secret. "By the way, Wang Yan, why don't you reveal your ability? If you showed your true strength, you'd instantly reclaim the title of Tianshui City's top genius." Wang Yan sighed. "Well, there's a reason for that, but I can't tell you for now." In truth, it wasn't that he was trying to keep a low profile, it was just that, back then, he had accidentally helped someone break the record for the frozen tomb, drawing global attention. If it gets out that he is the key to breaking the record, countless troubles might await him. In this tense international climate, some countries will stop at nothing to suppress their competitors. Wang Yan keenly sensed the sensitivity of the topic and quickly shifted the focus. "By the way, I heard you're planning to apply to the same university as me? I'm choosing Jiangnan University." However, he paused, his gaze shifting between the two of them. "This university might not be the best fit for you. I suggest you take your family's advice into consideration." He was well aware of Chen Yuan and Su Muxue's family backgrounds. Both came from business-oriented families. Logically, Jinghai University would be a better choice for their future development. However, Chen Yuan immediately interrupted him. "No, I've already made up my mind." His tone was firm, and a determined light flickered in his eyes. "It's not easy to find a teammate like you, an Aura Master. I'm sticking with this partnership." "Me too." Su Muxue's voice carried a hint of stubbornness. "Even though you're much stronger than me now, I'm determined to find a chance to beat you at least once." Wang Yan couldn't help but laugh at their resolve. "Well, you'd better give it your best shot then." He smiled sincerely. "In that case, See you at Jiangnan University. The three of them continued chatting and laughing as they headed toward the Eastern District, unaware that two figures in stealth mode were silently trailing them. Who would have thought this little trio had some real skills? That mage and warrior are no pushovers, Tauzi remarked, observing their targets up ahead. Xiaolan shot her a glare. Did you even read the intel the captain gave us? That kid named Wang Yan is an aura master. Now think about it, do you think those two teammates of his are so strong? Realization dawned on Xiaolan. Ah, I see now. I underestimated them. Keep following them, Tauzi said in a low voice. It looks like they're heading to the Eastern District. We can't let them get away. Xiaolan smirked disdainfully, a glint of scorn flashing in her eyes. A bunch of naive little kids. A three-man team daring to head to the Eastern District? Looks like you'll have to step in and teach them a lesson today. As Wang Yan and his group stepped into the Eastern Zone, the surroundings subtly changed. The dense forest gradually thinned out, granting them a clearer view but also making them more exposed to the sight of lurking monsters. Scattered across the ground were various wooden stakes, bearing evident marks of chopping. Seriously? Who would come to such a dangerous place to chop wood? Chen Yuan asked, puzzled. Wang Yan pondered for a moment before explaining. Looks like this is the work of goblins. They probably use the wood to build camps or as firewood. This means we're getting close to their activity zone. Hearing this, Su Muxue and Chen Yuan both became visibly more alert. Wang Yan pulled out a map to confirm their location. They had indeed reached the edge of the second area in the Eastern Zone. Along the way, the monsters they had defeated had leveled up Wang Yan's bloodfang to level 5. Now over half a meter long, it had to rest in his backpack. Suddenly, Wang Yan grabbed Su Muxue's wrist and pulled her back abruptly. Caught off guard, Su Muxue stumbled and nearly fell against Wang Yan. What's going on? Chen Yuan turned around and saw the scene, teasing with a grin. You two flirting now? Su Muxue's cheeks flushed as she quickly stood upright. Ignoring the banter, Wang Yan gestured for them to look at the ground. Hidden among the grass was a huge iron bear trap, faintly visible. Using a branch to probe it, Wang Yan triggered a loud snap as the trap instantly snapped the stick in two. Be careful. These goblins use traps, Wang Yan warned. Many rookie adventurers, accustomed to dealing with low-intelligence beasts, often fall victim to these. If Su Muxue had been caught just now, would have to retreat, not to mention the possibility of ambushing monsters nearby. A few hundred meters ahead, they encountered a group of goblins actively chopping wood. Besides over a dozen naked goblin lumberjacks, there was also a goblin squad leader, 2 goblin warriors, and 2 goblin archers at the scene. Wallawa! The goblins spotted the intruders and immediately shouted in their language. The lumberjacks dropped their tools, raising axes as they charged forward, while the archers drew their longbows made of mulberry wood. Take out the ranged enemies first, Wang Yan commanded decisively. Activating his stealth aura, he rendered the entire team invisible to the goblins. The goblin squad leader tried to use detection skills to locate them, but to no avail. By this time, Chen Yuan had already snuck up on the archers. Simultaneously, Wang Yan activated his attack aura, holy damage aura, and divine slowing aura. Chen Yuan unleashed a devastating crushing storm, instantly killing both archers with a 200 attack boost. The remaining goblins finally realized they were under attack and attempted to surround them, only to find themselves moving as if trapped in quicksand, unable to advance. Wang Yan unleashed his god-ear slowing aura, reducing the goblins' speed by a staggering 90. The effect was so overwhelming that it resembled a binding spell, leaving the goblins almost immobilized. This squad of goblins clearly lacked a priest among their ranks and had no means to counter such a suffocating debuff. At that moment, Su Muxue's dark moon blades streaked across the night sky like meteors. Damage numbers of 17856 and 17391 flashed repeatedly. Although the damage per hit wasn't extraordinary, the sheer number of blades made up for it. Considering the goblin's current health, just 2 strikes from the dark moon blades were enough to kill one. With a single cast of over a dozen blades, she swiftly took down 7 or 8 goblin lumberjacks. The remaining goblins descended into chaos. The goblin squad leader's eyes filled with terror as it let out a shrill scream and turned to flee. However, under the effects of the slowing aura, their retreat looked like a slow-motion scene from a movie, awkward and comical. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Yuan quickly flanked them. Each of his strikes hit vital points, mercilessly ending the goblins' lives. The goblin squad was utterly decimated, unable to flee and incapable of fighting back. They could only collapse in panic and despair. The rest of the battle was a foregone conclusion. Su Muxue and Chen Yuan worked together seamlessly, dispatching the remaining goblins with ease, as if slaughtering livestock. System notifications echoed in Wang Yan's mind. Ding! Your teammate Su Muxue has killed LV-23 Goblin Lumberjack. Your pet, Bloodfang Crocodile, has gained 1150 experience points. Ding! Your teammate Chen Yuan has killed LV-25 Goblin Warrior. Your pet, Bloodfang Crocodile, has gained 1250 experience points. The Bloodfang Crocodile's level rapidly soared to level 7, and its size increased accordingly. Wang Yan estimated it was now over a meter long and weighed dozens of kilograms, making it increasingly difficult to carry. The goblin corpses disintegrated into specks of light, leaving behind loot such as beast bones, hides, wood, and metals. We really hit the jackpot. This squad dropped 5 Y-tier items. Chen Yuan exclaimed excitedly. Wang Yan stepped forward to collect the gear into his storage ring, serving as the team's default item manager. Do humanoid monsters have a higher drop rate for gear? Su Muxue asked curiously. Wang Yan shook his head. I've never heard of such a thing. Maybe we just got lucky. Suddenly, Chen Yuan seemed to recall something. Hey, did you guys hear about that? Recently, a team of top-tier players in Longwa cleared the Frozen Tomb and earned a special reward. It increased resource output from all dungeons and monsters below heroic level by 10 and boosted rare item drop rates by 5. Of course, I heard about it. Su Muxue nodded. It's been trending everywhere these past few days. Looks like we, as Awakeners, are also benefiting from this bonus. A 10 and 5 increase might not sound like much, but considering drop rates are typically between 2 and 5, this boost is actually significant. Props to those unsung heroes, Chen Yuan said with admiration. If I ever meet them, I'd bow down in gratitude. Yeah, too bad they chose to stay anonymous, Su Muxue sighed. Otherwise, we could witness the prowess of these extraordinary players. Chen Yuan suddenly noticed something off about Wang Yan. Hey Wang, what's up with your face? You look weird. Nothing. Wang Yan quickly shook his head. Bloodfang's getting too heavy, it's hard to breathe with it on my back. Only then did the others realize that Bloodfang had grown to over a meter in length, while Chen Yuan's pet, Little Black, remained at level 4 due to fewer battles. Wang Yan placed Bloodfang on the ground. You're not a baby anymore. From now on, you'll have to walk on your own. I can't carry you anymore. Bloodfang let out a low growl in acknowledgement, stretching its limbs as it began crawling across the ground. Meanwhile, several hundred meters away, 2 members of the Dragonflame squad were speaking in hushed tones. That guy's no ordinary player, Xiao Lan remarked, her brows furrowed. Group invisibility, group slowing effects, and a damage-boosting aura. Now I understand why Captain Su instructed us to protect him. Noticing Peach's silence, Xiao Lan asked, Peach, why aren't you saying anything? Because you're an idiot, Peach replied with a cold chuckle. Did you not notice the crocodile beside Wang Yan? Xiao Lan only just realized it. In the span of 2 hours, the crocodile's size had multiplied. He refrained from using a detection skill to check its stats, fearing it might alert the other party. Judging by its growth rate, it's at least a gold-tier pet, Peach analyzed. No idea where he got such a rare creature, and his teammate, the heavy-armored warrior, also has a similar pet. Wang Yan is indeed intriguing. Only weaklings need pets, Xiao Lan scoffed. True strength lies in wielding a single blade to conquer the world. Like me, Peach ignored his childish remark and suddenly tensed up. Someone's coming. 3 Silverdeer professionals, all around level 30. Looks like they're after Wang Yan and his group. 3 Silverdeer nobodies think they can mess with my target? Xiao Lan sneered. Watch closely, you'll take them down with a single strike. If I need more than one, dinner's on me tonight. Don't be reckless, Peach rolled her eyes. Avoid exposing yourself unless absolutely necessary. These 3 don't seem to be from another nation, otherwise they wouldn't just send Silverdeer professionals. She decided to observe their intentions first, though she couldn't shake the feeling that these 3 might not stand a chance against Wang Yan's group. Relax. If they show any hostility, they'll have them on the ground in a second. Xiao Lan drew his dagger and activated stealth mode. As a Nightblade, he possessed rare stealth abilities. Peach, meanwhile, was a ranger-turned-assassin, adept at stealth, assassination, and reconnaissance. Wang Yan and his companions were about to delve deeper into the eastern region when the sound of footsteps and voices suddenly came from behind. Turning around, they saw 3 male professionals approaching: a warrior, a mage, and a priest. All 3 had concealed their levels and equipment details and appeared to be around 24 or 25 years old, clearly not newcomers who had just awakened this year. Wang Yan felt a surge of alarm. In a place like the Shadowy Forest, high-level professionals typically worked in established teams to tackle dungeons. It was rare to see a trio wandering around aimlessly. The entire situation felt off. The warrior leading the group flashed a friendly smile, waving as he called out, "Hello there, friends. We're here for the first time and have a question we'd like to ask." "Stop right there." Wang Yan's sharp command interrupted him. The shout startled not only the 3 approaching men but also Chen Yuan and Su Muxue. "You can ask your question, but keep your distance," Wang Yan demanded. The warrior maintained his smile and continued stepping forward. "Hey, no need to get so worked up, little brother. Don't misunderstand us. We mean no harm." "Chen Yuan, Su Muxue," Wang Yan said in a low voice. "If he gets within 15 meters, attack immediately." 15 meters was the typical charge range for most warrior classes, a critical danger zone for ranged professionals. Although the two didn't fully understand Wang Yan's heightened caution, they chose to trust him without hesitation, preparing for combat. Seeing the three on guard, the warrior's smile faded. His expression turned cold as he sneered. Well, I didn't expect you to be so vigilant, kid. Then, with a sinister grin, he added, fine. Since you've figured it out, there's no need for pretense. The mage stepped forward with a cruel smirk. Word is you guys collected resources worth nearly 90,000 yesterday at the supply station. I bet you're carrying some pretty decent gear, huh? The warrior's face twisted with greed and malice. Listen up. Hand over all your equipment and resources, and I'll let you live. Resist, and you'll have no one to blame but yourselves. Only now did Wang Yan realize they were being targeted by robbers. I saw online last night that a few newly awakened high school professionals went missing in the shadowy forest. Was that your doing? The priest burst into laughter. That's right, kid. And that's what happens to those who dare to resist. The warrior's eyes glinted with malice as he leered at Su Mushue. That girl from yesterday? We had a lot of fun with her. If you don't want to end up like her, you'd better play nice. Su Mushue clung to Wang Yan's sleeve, whispering, Wang Yan, what do we do? Don't worry, Wang Yan reassured her. We have the invisibility aura. They won't be able to catch us. Chun Yuan suggested cautiously. Maybe we should just hand over the gear? It's not worth much, and who knows what tricks they might have up their sleeves. Wang Yan shook his head, his gaze icy. You're overthinking it. We've already seen their faces, they won't let us go. Killing them is our only option. His eyes gleamed as if he were looking at three corpses. Get ready to fight. Wang Yan's calm tone steadied Chen Yuan and Su Mushue. He reached for his frequency ring, adjusting it to 60. Multiple auras activated simultaneously. Holy damage conversion increased to 60. Divine attack bonus damage rose to 600. Invisibility aura's movement speed boost strengthened to 60. And the cooldown for re-entering invisibility reduced to 6 seconds. All aura attributes were nearly doubled. Chen Yuan and Su Mushue were amazed at Wang Yan's hidden capabilities. The sudden surge in their stats gave them newfound confidence. As the invisibility aura activated, the trio vanished instantly. The priest reacted the fastest. Boss, they've got a group invisibility skill. Get back here and protect us, he shouted, casting an area purification skill at what he guessed was their position. The mage, too, prepared to unleash a barrage of spells the moment their enemies appeared. Unexpectedly, the purification spell had no effect. Damn it, did I misjudge their position? The priest muttered, unaware that Wang Yan's aura granted immunity to purification. Sensing trouble, the warrior drew his sword and shield, preparing to defend himself, but his movements slowed as if he were stuck in quicksand. They've got a strong slowing skill, purify me now, he shouted. Before his words could finish, a crocodile lunged out of invisibility. Bloodfang pounced on the warrior, sinking its jaws into his neck and executing a deadly death roll. Terrifying damage numbers flashed in rapid succession. 35608, 41080. Though Bloodfang was only level 7, it had the stats of a boss template. Its health was over 4 times that of an ordinary crocodile, and its attack power was more than double. Combined with Wang Yan's devastating aura damage bonuses, the Silverdeer warrior, despite being over level 30, was instantly killed by Bloodfang. The lifeless body of their teammate collapsed with a heavy thud in front of the crocodile, and the sight sent the remaining two into a state of sheer panic. The combat prowess displayed by Bloodfang was far beyond their comprehension. How could a pet beast under level 10 be so terrifying? Wang Yan quickly commanded Bloodfang to retreat. Even with the combined effects of multiple attribute boosts and auras that allowed it to surpass its level in combat power, its level 7 health was simply too fragile against opponents over level 30, especially damage-dealing classes. The opposing mage finally snapped out of their shock, casting a fireball, but Bloodfang, already at a safe distance, dodged it effortlessly. In the blink of an eye, Bloodfang vanished into the shadows once more. The priest and mage were now gripped by a profound sense of unease. They had no way of pinpointing the enemy's location. Frozen in place, they were caught in a paralyzing dilemma, unable to advance or retreat. This situation was utterly foreign to them. In previous awakening seasons, they had always played the role of hunters, preying on unsuspecting and inexperienced newcomers. But today, they had encountered a team whose combat abilities far exceeded their expectations. The mage attempted to move, but found himself still bound by the slowing effect. Why is this damn slow debuff still active? He cursed inwardly. Over 10 seconds had passed since the initial clash, and the duration of this effect was far beyond what was typical. The priest was in even worse condition. His hand gripping the staff was trembling, veins bulging with tension, knuckles pale, and cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Both of them were painfully aware that the roles of hunter and prey had been reversed. Suddenly, a flicker of determination crossed the priest's eyes. He cast a single target purification spell on himself, then turned and fled without hesitation. After the battle, Wang Yan quietly adjusted the variable frequency ring on his hand, setting the aura efficiency back to 20. This subtle action, however, did not escape Chen Yuan's notice. "Old Wang, what was up with your aura just now?" Chen Yuan finally couldn't help but ask. He hadn't intended to question him, knowing Wang Yan had his secrets to keep, but his curiosity gnawed at him like an itch he couldn't scratch. A 600 boost with a 60 holy damage conversion? If such a level of Aura Master were revealed to the outside world, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation in the gaming community. Su Muxue also cast a curious glance his way, clearly interested in the same question. Wang Yan looked at the two inquisitive faces and sighed helplessly. He couldn't reveal the truth Li Yingtian had repeatedly warned him not to expose his full capabilities. More importantly, if anyone discovered his connection to the frozen tomb, the number of people across the globe who would want him dead would be endless. "It's just one of my skills that can temporarily enhance the aura's effects." Wang Yan fabricated a harmless lie. "But the cooldown is really long, so I won't be able to use it again for quite a while." "Old Wang, your skill is insanely powerful." Chen Yuan and Su Mushue's eyes gleamed with envy. Seizing the moment, Wang Yan explained, between different classes, or even within the same class, people awaken different skills. For example, at level 30, a fire mage might awaken the high damage Hellfire, while someone else might awaken the lower damage but larger area Rain of Flames. Of course, aside from natural awakenings, skills can also be acquired through skill books. But low-level skill books aren't worth much, and the powerful ones only drop from bosses. They're extremely rare and expensive. Below the dark gold tier, most players don't even bother thinking about skill books. As they spoke, they spotted a group of goblins logging in the distance. Over 20 goblin lumberjacks toiled under the supervision of a goblin overseer, while 10 goblin warriors patrolled the area, keeping wild beasts at bay. Voila! The goblin overseer cracked a whip at a lumberjack who was working too slowly, leaving a bloody welt on its back. The lumberjack let out a pain scream and hastily picked up its pace. Just then, a sharp sound tore through the air. A massive red crocodile suddenly lunged at the goblin overseer. Before the goblins could react, the crocodile clamped down on the overseer's body and executed a death roll, ripping it to shreds. In its dying struggle, the goblin overseer drew a curved blade from its waist and slashed at the crocodile's head with all its might. A damage number of 2716 floated up, but against the crocodile's 40,000 health, it was little more than a scratch. Not only did the attack fail to harm the beast, but it also enraged it further. The red crocodile let out a thunderous roar, reminiscent of a dragon's cry, sending a primal fear coursing through the goblins. Their legs trembled as if their genetic memory of terror had been awakened. The crocodile then unleashed a searing breath of dragon fire, instantly reducing the goblin overseer to ashes and incinerating several nearby lumberjacks in the process. At this point, the other goblin warriors finally snapped out of their terror-induced stupor. Shouting loudly, they drew their weapons, preparing to surround and attack the fearsome intruder that had stormed into their camp. Shadows suddenly tore through the void, as blade-like moonlight and sharp sword energy intertwined into a deadly web, descending upon the goblin squad. The figures of a human mage and warrior emerged amidst the chaos. At the same time, a smaller crimson crocodile joined the fray, its dragon breath and sharp teeth weaving a lethal threat. The battlefield instantly became a blood-soaked slaughterhouse. The goblin screams echoed one after another, and blood sprayed into the air. Rabiwa! Raw! The surviving goblins, their faces etched with terror, turned to flee, only to find themselves seemingly trapped in quicksand, their every step becoming agonizingly slow. The coordinated assault of the two humans and the crocodile duo was like the scythe of death itself. The goblins, having lost the will to fight, focused solely on escaping, abandoning all attempts at resistance. This cowardice sealed their fate. Had they rallied to counterattack, they might have caused some trouble for their enemies. But now, they were nothing more than helpless prey awaiting slaughter. One heavily wounded goblin warrior struggled to crawl toward the corpse of the Decurion. Trembling, it retrieved a horn from the body. A deep, resonant horn sound pierced the skies, signaling the goblin's desperate call for reinforcements. Yet, the warrior was obliterated on the spot by a jet-black magic orb the moment it completed its task. In less than 2 minutes, the 30-plus member goblin squad was completely wiped out. Chen Yuan casually swung his greatsword, flicking off the blood from its blade, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. That was way too easy, huh? Wang Yan retrieved a herbal salve from his backpack, intending to treat Bloodfang's head wound. Since their team lacked a healer, this salve was their only option for dealing with injuries. However, as he approached Bloodfang, he was stunned to see that the wound had already fully healed, and its health had been completely restored. So this is the regenerative power of a dark gold tier boss pet? Wang Yan muttered in astonishment. This recovery ability is seriously overpowered. Bloodfang's tail wagged excitedly, and a bloodthirsty glint flickered in its eyes. It let out a low growl, urging Wang Yan to keep moving forward. The innate savagery of this dragon-blooded crocodile was on full display, its thirst for battle far surpassing that of other creatures. Wang Yan pulled a large piece of jerky from his backpack. Bloodfang swiftly caught it and devoured it, and an aura of contentment rippled through Wang Yan's mind. The creature affectionately nuzzled his hand, its tail swishing rapidly like an exuberant dog. With Wang Yan allocating all his experience points to it, Bloodfang had grown to level 11, while Chen Yuan's dragon-blooded crocodile had reached level 7, showcasing impressive combat prowess. Su Muxue approached the two, her expression serious. The goblin just used a horn to summon reinforcements. There's likely to be a lot of them. Are we pressing on? Of course we are. Wang Yan replied with a playful smirk. We're practically a 5-man team now. The two dragon-blooded crocodiles were as powerful as professional fighters of the same level, and under Wang Yan's aura buff, their combat capabilities were formidable. To ensure safety, Wang Yan activated the stealth aura first. The goblin camp was situated at the border between the first and second zones, to the east. Wang Yan predicted that the reinforcements would come from that direction, so he led the group eastward to meet them hidden. With the two dragon-blooded crocodiles taking the front line, Chen Yuan and Su Muxue could safely focus on ranged attacks from the back. These crocodiles were incredibly resilient, especially Wang Yan's bloodfang at just level 11. It possessed over 50,000 health points, far surpassing the level 20 kobold leader. Even more remarkable, as strength-type bosses, they wielded abilities like Dragon Breath for ranged attacks and Pounce for close-quarters combat. Before long, the forest revealed dozens of hurriedly moving figures. This large goblin force was entirely composed of combat units, with no trace of the lumberjacks they had seen earlier. Wang Yan led the group to circle around to the flank, carefully observing the roughly 50-strong team. Among these level 25 goblins, a new type of unit appeared. Level 26 goblin spear throwers, far more dangerous than archers. However, the most striking figure was a unique white-skinned goblin mage at the center of the group. Draped in a beast-hide cloak and wielding a staff embedded with a crystal core, the mage was surrounded by goblins, offering it extra protection. It seems this level 27 goblin mage is the biggest threat, Wang Yan noted as he observed. This rare spellcaster only had one skill explosive fireball, but its power was devastating, possibly even too much for Bloodfang to withstand. Chen Yuan, feeling bold, chimed in, "Leave it to me. They'll sneak up and take it out with 2 strikes. Don't be reckless," Wang Yan responded with a calm smile. "You could probably kill it, but don't forget about the dozens of elite goblins watching your every move." Realizing his impulsiveness, Chen Yuan scratched his head sheepishly. "Haha, your aura is so strong. Old Wang, it's making me feel invincible." Wang Yan fell into thought. This group was formidable, and a direct confrontation would be too risky. After a moment, his eyes lit up with an idea. "I've got a plan." "What is it, Old Wang?" Chen Yuan asked eagerly. "This time, there are too many enemies. We can't fight them hidden, we need to engage while retreating," Wang Yan explained, his gaze settling on Bloodfang. In his strategy, this dragon-blooded crocodile would play a pivotal role in taking down the goblin mage. Under Wang Yan's command, Bloodfang silently entered stealth mode and began sneaking toward the goblin mage. As a dragon-blood crocodile, its speed on land wasn't particularly fast. However, the goblin formation had loosened in their search for enemies, providing an opportunity for it to strike. Though the goblin mage was surrounded by over a dozen guards, the gaps between them were wide enough for Bloodfang to infiltrate. Under the watchful and tense eyes of Wang Yan and his team, the red-scaled crocodile carefully maneuvered through the patrols, avoiding detection. After nearly a minute, Bloodfang finally reached the goblin mage's back. At this moment, the mage, gripping his staff with a solemn expression, scanned the surroundings, completely unaware of the deadly threat lurking behind him. Seizing the moment, Wang Yan and his team swiftly approached the goblin squad. Once everything was in place, Wang Yan issued the attack command through their mental link. In an instant, Bloodfang sprang into action, its razor-sharp teeth sinking into the mage's staff-wielding wrist. With a ferocious death roll, it tore the mage's entire arm clean off. The staff fell to the ground, and just as the goblin mage let out a blood-curdling scream, Bloodfang unleashed a torrent of scorching dragon breath, reducing the mage to ashes in a heartbeat. Walala! The surrounding goblins finally realized, to their horror, that a red-scaled crocodile had somehow infiltrated the heart of their formation, and their key mage had been slain. Labarava! They roared in fury, surging toward Bloodfang. The crocodile responded with another blast of dragon breath, instantly killing 2 goblin warriors. Seeing itself on the verge of being surrounded, Bloodfang suddenly activated its pounce ability. With its level now at 11, its pounce range had extended from 5 meters to 16 meters. Like a streak of red lightning, the The crocodile leaped out of the encirclement, pinning a goblin spearman on the outer edge to the ground. A burst of dragon breath immediately charred half of the goblin's body to ash. The goblins were stunned by the crocodile's astonishing agility. Taking advantage of their shock, bloodfang escaped the encirclement. Though its stealth was compromised, its speed boost remained active, allowing the usually slow-moving crocodile to keep pace with the goblins. The goblin archer's arrows flew wildly, with poor accuracy, and even the few that hit failed to cause any significant harm. Meanwhile, the spearmen struggled with their limited range, unable to do anything but trail behind in frustration. As the goblins continued their relentless pursuit, Su Muxue, Chen Yuan, and Xiao He suddenly appeared. Chen Yuan swung his massive sword, unleashing a wave of energy that cut down several goblins at the front. Su Muxue bombarded the frontline goblins with dark moon magic, while the level 7 Xiao He, bolstered by Wang Yan's dual auras, unleashed dragon breath that dealt nearly 10,000 damage per second. This sudden onslaught instantly felled 7 or 8 unsuspecting goblins. The frontline goblin warriors prepared to counterattack, but Wang Yan's slowing aura engulfed the battlefield. Their movements became sluggish, slower than snails, leaving them helpless as magic, sword energy, and dragon breath rained down in a relentless storm. The archers and spearmen in the rear were also hindered by the debuff, unable to provide timely support. Chen Yuan and Su Muxue took the opportunity to strike down another dozen goblins before retreating and vanishing into stealth again. Seeing this, the goblins quickly regrouped, tightening their formation into a defensive posture. Wang Yan's slowing aura was like an invisible net, causing the goblin squad's movements to become sluggish. Their already loose formation became even harder to regroup. On this battlefield, Chen Yuan and his team transformed into predators in the darkness, using the cover of their stealth state to continually search for the weakest points in the enemy's lines. Every attack was as precise as a carefully choreographed dance. Under Wang Yan's command, they consistently pinpointed the gaps in the goblin defense. After taking down a few goblins, the team quickly retreated into the shadows, patiently waiting for their stealth abilities to recharge. This guerrilla-style tactic showcased exceptional discipline, with no signs of recklessness or overconfidence. With the perfect synergy between stealth and the slowing aura, the massive goblin force was gradually whittled down. Xiao He and bloodfang, the two moving sources of vitality, held the front line, creating a safe space for Chen Yuan and Su Muxue to deal damage. The goblins were completely on the defensive, unable to counterattack at all. Before long, when the goblin numbers dwindled to just a dozen or so, the group abandoned caution. They surged forward together, swiftly bringing the battle to an end. Wow, what a haul! Chen Yuan couldn't help but cheer as he looked at the equipment scattered across the ground. These level 25 monsters had provided a bountiful reward of experience points. Both Chen Yuan and Su Muxue leveled up to 18, nearly catching up to Wang Yan. Of course, this was also thanks to Wang Yan allocating all the experience to bloodfang. Bloodfang's growth was astonishing. Having already reached level 13, its body had swelled to a length of 2 meters, now resembling a fearsome and imposing beast. Wang Yan began gathering the loot, and the results were substantial. 8 pieces of common-grade equipment, 1 bronze-grade piece, and a large amount of materials. Since goblins, as humanoid monsters, often carry self-made weapons and armor, their corpses could be dismantled to yield basic materials like wood, metal, and leather, all essential resources for blacksmiths and alchemists to craft items. The most precious material for monsters is undoubtedly the crystal core, a magical nucleus brimming with energy that drops upon defeating a monster. The quality of a crystal core is directly tied to the monster's level and strength. The more powerful the creature, the more energy its core contains. In Tianshui City, these cores are not only utilized by power plants as an energy source but also serve as crucial ingredients for crafting equipment and brewing potions. Looks like today's earnings might break another record, Chen Yuan said with a grin. As pure combat professionals, the trio didn't have much use for these materials themselves and could only sell them at the supply station for cash. Yesterday, they set a record by earning 90,000 yuan in a single day, a feat that even made it to the top threads on the campus forum, turning Chen Yuan into a campus celebrity alongside Su Muxue. Su Muxue shook her head lightly. I think it's better to stay low-key. Didn't we just attract 3 robbers earlier? Those 3 bandits had clearly come prepared, likely keeping track of them ever since they entered the outskirts of the Shadow Forest. No worries, Chen Yuan laughed heartily. Don't forget old Wang's invisibility aura. If we can't beat them, we'll just run. As they spoke, a sharp, piercing whistle suddenly cut through the air. The trio looked up to see a red flare bursting not far away. It quickly turned green and condensed into a lingering cloud of smoke, highly conspicuous even in broad daylight. It's a distress signal. Wang Yan immediately recognized it. Judging by the color, it's from our school. He explained that newly awakened professionals received basic survival supplies, including healing salves, maps, a magic core compass, and this type of signal flare for emergencies. Each school's flair had a distinct color to facilitate mutual aid among students from the same institution. What kind of sentry would be this far from the supply station? Chun Yuan frowned. Wang Yan was equally puzzled about why other students from Tianshui City would venture into such a dangerous area. If they were also newly awakened professionals, it was a reckless move. Since they're from our school, let's go check it out. All right, Su Muxue nodded in agreement. About 500 meters away, two men and a woman, all professionals, were fleeing for their lives with a squad of goblins in relentless pursuit behind them. Damn it, how are there goblin squads here? The leading warrior was panting heavily, his face pale, his stamina almost depleted. Help, I don't want to die here. The female mage's voice cracked with sobs as she wielded her staff to conjure an ice wall, attempting to block the goblins. However, the cunning creatures easily circled around the obstacle and continued their chase. Idiot, the priest beside her snapped. Ice walls are for blocking damage, not stopping pursuers. You're wasting mana and putting all of us in danger. But the terrified mage was too panicked to listen. A goblin spearman closed in, hurling a long spear directly at her. With the goblin at level 26 and the mage only at level 13, a direct hit would be fatal. Frozen in fear, she stood motionless, her face drained of all color. The priest hastily cast a light shield, barely deflecting the deadly strike. However, his expression darkened immediately. This is bad. I'm almost out of mana. He had already expended too much energy protecting his teammates during their escape. Though he carried some restorative items, they were useless in the heat of battle. Are we really going to die here today? The warrior muttered, his voice filled with regret. I should have brought a sparring partner. What was I thinking? Just as despair began to set in, two blood-red figures darted through the air like lightning. Upon closer inspection, they turned out to be two red crocodiles, one larger, with blood-red skin patterned with snake-like black markings, and the other slightly smaller, uniformly blood-red without blemishes. Their scales shimmered with a metallic luster under the sunlight. The crocodiles charged into the goblin ranks, unleashing a flurry of bites, fiery breaths, and death rolls, throwing the goblins into disarray. Moments later, two human figures emerged as well. Sword energy and shadowy blades danced in the air, cutting down goblins one after another. In just a matter of seconds, the entire goblin squad was annihilated. Jinlu, Zhang Yueqi, what are you two doing here? A familiar voice called out from behind. The three fleeing professionals turned to see Wang Yan frowning at them. The ones who had just come to their rescue were Su Muxue and Chen Yuan. Among the rescued group, two of them, Zhang Yueqi and Jin Lu, were acquaintances of Wang Yan. As for the priest in their party, Wang Yan didn't recognize him. The moment Jin Lu and the others recognized Wang Yan and his companions, a complex expression flickered across their faces, particularly for Zhang Yueqi and Jin Lu. Their eyes were filled with shock. They never expected that, in such a critical moment, their saviors would turn out to be Wang Yan and his group. At the feet of the three stood two imposing red crocodiles, which had effortlessly taken down a goblin squad with an average level of 25 moments ago. This scene left Jin Lu and Zhang Yueqi full of questions. Could their levels already be above 20? And where did these ridiculously powerful red crocodiles come from? Judging by their combat abilities, these pets must be at least of silver rank or higher. The priest, however, was all smiles, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Thank you so much for saving us, classmates. You arrived just in time. If not for you, we would have been in serious trouble today. But before he could finish, his gaze suddenly froze. Wait, are you Su Muxue? As one of the most prominent figures at Tianshui No. 1 High School, Su Muxue's delicate and adorable face was unmistakable. She wasn't just the goddess in the hearts of many male students, but was also renowned for her outstanding academic performance. So that means you must be Chen Yuan and Wang Yan. The priest suddenly realized, connecting the dots. The three standing before him were none other than the 9,000 trio, who had caused a sensation on the school forum just yesterday. Their feat of recovering resources worth nearly 90,000 yuan at the supply station had already spread throughout the school. Granted, in a school like Tianshui No. 1, where many students came from affluent families, 90,000 yuan might not seem like much. But achieving such a result on the second day after awakening was undoubtedly a testament to their strength. It was even a record-breaking achievement among awakened professionals in recent years. Speculation about how they had accomplished this was rampant on the forum. Some guessed that Chen Yuan came from a wealthy family and was equipped with top-tier beginner gear. Others believed Su Muxue was extraordinarily powerful, possibly the strongest among this year's three rare professions. Yet, almost no one considered Wang Yan to be a key contributor. It seemed that everyone held a bias against the Aura Master profession, perceiving it as weak in the early stages. To many, if Wang Yan truly had the skills, he would have already stepped up to prove himself amidst all the skepticism. His silence, in their eyes, only confirmed the assumption that he lacked ability. However, there were still those who envied Wang Yan for being able to tag along with two renowned powerhouses like Chen Yuan and Su Muxue. Su Muxue didn't recognize the priest in front of her, but Chen Yuan did. Wait, aren't you? Zhang Xingyi. Hearing this name, both Wang Yan and Su Muxue came to a sudden realization. So, this was Zhang Xingyi, one of the 3 rare professions awakened in Tianshui City this year, the Holy Light Priest. That's right, it's me. Zhang Xingyi nodded, but after recognizing Wang Yan and the others, his initial enthusiasm faded into slight awkwardness. Before his awakening, he wasn't well known, with average academic and physical performance. But after awakening as a rare Holy Light Priest, he had quickly become a campus sensation, admired by many. The Holy Light Priest, as a powerful rare support class, not only excels at strengthening and protecting teammates, but also boasts considerable combat capabilities. Wang Yan recalled witnessing a Holy Light Priest, Su Muqing, in the Frozen Tomb dungeon. The power of her Holy Light Hammer was on par with that of an elemental mage. Moreover, the protection and enhancement abilities of the Holy Light Priest far surpassed those of ordinary priests. After the awakening ceremony, the school forum even ranked the newly awakened professionals by strength, with Zhang Xingyi placed at the top. Wait, why are there only 3 of you? Where's your sparring partner, Jinlu? Chen Yuan asked curiously. Though his tone carried no malice, the question still made Jinlu feel stifled, his face flashing with a hint of irritation. However, considering that the other party had just saved them, he held back his temper. Suddenly, Chen Yuan seemed to recall something and chuckled. Don't tell me you're planning to take part in that so-called challenge, huh? Wang Yan and Su Muxue looked puzzled. What challenge? Seriously, Wang, don't you ever surf the internet? Didn't you hear about how our resource recovery at the supply station yesterday got leaked on the school forum? Chen Yuan explained. Wang Yan nodded, indicating that he had only learned about it earlier during their conversation. Chen Yuan continued, well, some people who love stirring up trouble claim that our record is unbeatable, that no one at Tianshui number 1 could replicate it. That stirred up quite a bit of dissent, and a bunch of people decided to form teams to challenge our 90,000 yuan record. They even started a 90,000 challenge. Hearing this, Jin Lu and the others immediately flushed with embarrassment, their expressions turning awkward. In truth, Zhang Xingyi had sought out Jin Lu to form a team precisely to prove his own strength. In his mind, with 2 of Tianshui City's 3 rare professions joining forces, how could they possibly fall short of Su Muxue? Yet reality had dealt them a harsh blow. Not only were they chased into disarray by a goblin squad and nearly lost their lives, but they were also saved by Su Muxue's group. It was a blatant slap in the face. However, as Zhang Xingyi eyed the 2 red crocodiles at their feet, he felt slightly consoled. Well, I may have overestimated myself. I didn't expect you to have such powerful pets. It seems I won't be able to break that record after all. Though his words were humble, they carried a hint of bitterness. Chen Yuan and the others didn't seem to mind. Haha, what can you do? We just got lucky. It's just a record, don't take it too seriously. But you guys are pretty bold, venturing into the eastern part of Zone 1 with just 3 people. This area borders Zone 2, so you should be extra careful. Zhang Xingyi's face instantly darkened at this remark. What's that supposed to mean? Are you saying it's fine for you, Chen Yuan, to come here, but not for us? But recalling the stark difference in their combat prowess during the goblin skirmish, he sighed inwardly. What? This is the Eastern Zone? Zhang Yueqi's sudden exclamation broke the slightly awkward atmosphere. Zhang Yueqi stood motionless, staring at the map in her hands with a puzzled expression. What? This is the East Zone? Shouldn't it be the Southeast Zone? Wang Yan, standing nearby, could barely contain his frustration. First, he had to listen to Chen Yuan's absurd talk about a 90,000 yuan challenge, which already felt like a waste of time. Now, seeing this group struggle with something as basic as reading a map, he was utterly speechless. For combat professionals, navigating with a paper map was a fundamental skill, especially to prepare for situations where electronic devices might fail. Take out your compass, Wang Yan sighed. From where you are now, head 170 degrees for about 800 or 900 meters, and you'll reach the Southeast Zone. As soon as he said this, the faces of Jin Lu and his 2 teammates flushed with embarrassment. Zhang Xingyi barely managed to squeeze out a faint, thank you, before turning to lash out at Jin Lu. Look at the kind of people you brought along. Screaming at danger, unable to use their skills, and even messing up something as simple as reading a damn map. Once we get back to the supply station, get rid of her. Otherwise, don't bother asking me to team up with you again. Jin Lu had initially agreed to team up with Zhang Yueqi because she was an ice mage. But now, her failure at navigation had nearly gotten all 3 of them killed. Zhang Yueqi, on the verge of tears, looked pitifully at Jin Lu. You should find another team when we get back. Jin Lu sighed in resignation. Despair flashed in Zhang Yueqi's eyes. She had thought teaming up with Jin Lu and Zhang Xingyi would be her ticket to success, but her dream was shattered in an instant. Zhang Xingyi forced a smile and turned to Wang Yan and his group. Thanks guys. I'll treat you to a meal sometime. We're heading back to the supply station. It's no trouble at all. Helping out fellow classmates is the right thing to do. Wang Yan replied, waving it off. As Jinlu was about to leave, Wang Yan added, if you're heading back to the supply station, I suggest going 220 degrees for about 1,200 meters. You'll come across a small creek that crosses both the outer area and Zone 1. Use it as a landmark. Jinlu felt his face burn with embarrassment. Needing someone to explain such basic knowledge was mortifying enough. If word got out, he'd never live it down. Zhang Yueqi, tears welling up in her eyes, walked up to Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan, I've actually been wanting to apologize to you. Stop right there. Chen Yuan cut her off immediately. Spare me this act. Have you forgotten how you treated me back then? If you don't respect my brothers, you don't respect me. Go wherever you want, we're done here. As the three of them walked away, Chen Yuan shook his head and sighed. Man, I must have been blind back then to fall for such a shallow woman. Just then, Su Muxue pulled out a piece of parchment with a mysterious grin. Guess what I found? No way, another treasure map? Chen Yuan exclaimed in excitement. Not quite a treasure map, but still something good. Su Muxue smiled and explained that it was a silverdeer map called the Secret Passage of the Goblin Camp. She had quietly picked it up while Jin Lu and his group were still around. The map revealed a secret passage in the abandoned mines behind the Goblin Camp. The goblins had originally excavated it for mining, but after the resources were depleted, the passage was abandoned. Over time, the entrance had become concealed by thick brambles, forming a natural barrier that the goblins never bothered to clear. So, we can use this passage to infiltrate the Goblin Camp? Chen Yuan said, his excitement growing. Wang Yan, however, cautioned, the Goblin Camp is bound to have a boss. The level 28 Goblin Chief is close to Silverdeer in strength. While we're pretty strong, you and Su Muxue are only level 18, that's a full 10 levels below. Taking even one hit could end badly. Hey, race the plan. Well, activate the invisibility aura and scout things out first before making a move. Around 2 p.m., Wang Yan and his team finally arrived at the shadowy forest. By the time they ventured deep into the woods, the sky had grown dim. Glancing at his watch, Wang Yan noted it was already 5 p.m. They needed to return to the supply station or city before nightfall. The secret passage map in Wang Yan's hand marked the location of the Goblin Camp. Activating his invisibility aura, he led the team cautiously through the forest. Along the way, they encountered small groups of goblins, which they swiftly eliminated. Through constant skirmishes, they had become adept at dealing with the goblins. The two dragon-blooded crocodiles in their party also grew stronger, especially bloodfang, who had reached level 14 by the time they neared the Goblin Camp. The Goblin Camp was cleverly situated, nestled between three small hills, one of which was rich in iron ore. Though this area was part of the second zone, it was only on the outskirts. Venturing further would lead to encounters with far more ferocious creatures. As they advanced deeper, patrols of goblin squads became increasingly frequent. These patrols consisted mainly of combat units, with no trace of the usual lumberjacks. It was evident that the goblins understood the principle of not ruining their own backyard, as the forest surrounding the camp remained lush and untouched, with no signs of logging. To avoid alerting too many goblins, Wang Yan decided to bypass the patrols entirely, relying on the invisibility aura to sneak past. Based on the map, that abandoned iron mine on the tallest hill is the best spot for reconnaissance, Wang Yan suggested, pointing to the highest of the three hills. From that vantage point, they would have an unobstructed view, and as an abandoned mine, it was likely to have minimal defenses. 30 minutes later, they reached the hilltop. From their elevated position, they could see the entire goblin camp below, roughly the size of a football field. The camp was dotted with wooden structures, tents, and bonfires, with goblins scurrying about in busy activity. Using binoculars, they observed the camp in greater detail. The camp sat on a flat clearing, with all surrounding vegetation cleared away. The defensive perimeter was impressive. A crude wall made of wood, stone, and clay was built along the hillside. Watchtowers, manned by archers, were spaced every 20 meters. Below the walls, rows of spiked wooden barricades were arranged to deter intruders. The entire fortification looked newly constructed. Notably, the wall lacked a main gate. Goblins used wooden ladders and ropes to enter and exit. Inside the camp, everything was meticulously organized. There were areas designated for smelting, slaughtering, drying, and crafting equipment. Though small, the camp was well equipped. Wang Yan estimated there were around 500 goblins in and around the camp, far more than their small party could handle. This secret passage map is practically useless now, Wang Yan sighed. Even if we managed to sneak into the camp, we'd be surrounded in no time. Both Chen Yuan and Su Muxue agreed. Taking on hundreds of level 20 monsters would require a large team of high-ranking professionals, likely at the gold tier. Just as Su Muxue suggested selling the map instead, Chen Yuan suddenly exclaimed, "Look over there!" Through the binoculars, they saw a towering figure emerge from the largest building in the camp. This goblin, over 2 meters tall, stood out starkly among the smaller goblins. However, Its movements were sluggish, and its body was covered in white fur, giving it a frail and aged appearance. The system identified the figure as the Goblin Chieftain, level 30 silver rank, in a weakened state with all attributes reduced by 50. This aging and ailing leader was a shadow of its former self, clearly suffering from the ravages of time and illness. Wang Yan suddenly understood. No wonder the goblins have been logging so aggressively lately. Their chieftain is weakening, and they're fortifying their defenses to protect themselves. Wang Yan's speculation brought a look of sudden realization to Chen Yuan and Su Mushue's faces. In this shadowy forest, the conflicts weren't just between adventurers and monsters. Various magical beasts were also locked in constant struggles for territory. Some species had even been nearly wiped out by others. This goblin camp has quite an interesting history, Wang Yan said as he flipped through his memories. According to the Tianshui City Monster Almanac, it suddenly rose to prominence about 60 years ago. He continued his analysis. 50 years ago, an unusually powerful young goblin emerged. Just like the one we saw earlier, its physique was far beyond that of an ordinary goblin. This goblin became the chieftain, leading its tribe to seize control of an iron mine. They began forging equipment and expanding their influence. Su Mushue raised her binoculars to carefully observe the camp. You're right. The entire camp is piled high with wooden logs. The number of goblin lumberjacks has definitely increased a lot compared to before. Through her binoculars, she saw mountains of firewood under makeshift shelters in the camp and goblins busily working along the perimeter walls. Some were processing freshly cut wood, while others were reinforcing the camp's defenses. This boss is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Wang Yan said, shaking the secret passage map of the goblin camp in his hand. Its overall stats have been reduced by 50, making it weaker than even a goblin centurion. Excitement flickered in the eyes of Chen Yuan and Su Mushue. Old Wang, just tell us the plan. They'll follow your lead, Chen Yuan said. Su Mushue nodded in agreement. It was then that Wang Yan realized that, without him noticing, the two of them had already come to regard him as the leader of their team. He smiled. The plan is simple. Once you both reach level 20 and unlock new skills, we'll use this map to infiltrate the camp, take down the boss, and retreat immediately. He glanced at his two teammates, who were still at level 18, and at bloodfang, who still needed to grow. With the aura boost, bloodfang's performance today had already exceeded expectations. Given enough time to develop, its combat power would undoubtedly rival that of Chen Yuan, and Su Mushue even surpass them. Chen Yuan frowned slightly after listening to Wang Yan's analysis. He gazed at the distant goblin camp, feeling a tinge of regret. Looks like we can only take a look at this goblin camp. What if someone else gets to it first? Wang Yan put down the binoculars and reassured him in a relaxed tone. Don't worry, taking down a goblin camp like this isn't that easy. For bronze-tier professionals, you'd need at least a 100-man team just to get through the gates. Instead of going through all that trouble, it's more practical to grind some smaller mobs and level up. He continued his analysis. The strength of the goblin chieftain boss inside is unknown. If there's a major loss of life, it's just not worth it. Goblins are notoriously cunning. Even small goblin squads are rarely messed with, let alone an entire camp. As for silver-tier and above professionals, they wouldn't waste their time here, Wang Yan explained. Dungeons offer stable rewards, selectable difficulty levels, fixed monster counts, and controlled risks. Most importantly, there are detailed strategies available online. Even beginners can come prepared, greatly reducing the chances of team casualties. Hearing this, Chen Yuan finally relaxed. You've got a point there, he admitted. As the sky darkened, Wang Yan folded up the map. It's getting late. We should head back. What's the plan for tomorrow? Su Mushue asked. Chen Yuan thought for a moment. They'll definitely be here early. I spent the whole morning today getting nagged by my mom because of hatching Xiao He. Wang Yan, who had already secured his recommendation for university, said he didn't have much else to do. Instead of gaming at home, he might as well join them here. Let's meet at 8 a.m., Su Mushue suggested. She was clearly excited about the goblin camp and eager to reach level 20 as soon as possible. After all, with only 4 days left before the college entrance exams, most candidates would be lucky to hit level 15. Reaching level 20 would undoubtedly attract the attention of top schools. The three of them agreed on the plan and headed to the supply station to sell off their resources. As soon as they entered, they caught the attention of everyone inside, including a few classmates from Class 3, Grade 12, at Tianshui No. 1 High School. Hey, Chen Yuan, Wang Yan, the classmates greeted them. Think you'll break another record today? Chen Yuan chuckled and shook his head. You might be disappointed this time. When the shop assistant announced the total earnings as 56,070, the onlookers immediately started whispering. Figures. That 90,000 from yesterday must have been saved up over several days. Still, over 50,000 in one day is pretty impressive. If the top students in our grade worked hard enough, maybe they could pull it off too. A few classmates seized the opportunity to ask if they could join the team. What do you think about us? We've got a warrior, a rogue, and a wind mage. With more people, would be more efficient, right? Just as Wang Yan was considering how to politely decline, Su Mushue, who had been quiet until now, spoke up. Sorry, we're not looking to add more team members for now. The disappointed classmates left, their expressions a mix of envy and a hint of disdain directed at Wang Yan. But Wang Yan didn't care. He had never let others' opinions affect him. Becoming the top student at Tianxue No. 1 High School had never been about seeking anyone's approval. It was about living up to the expectations of his late parents. Even now, when some believed he had fallen from grace, he remained calm and steadfast. At the edge of the shadowy forest, as the sun dipped below the horizon, three people strolled toward the safe zone, chatting and laughing. Want me to give you a ride? I drove here today, so we can take a little detour, Chen Yuan offered enthusiastically. I think I'll pass. Wang Yan quickly waved his hand. Your driving skills? I'm afraid I might end up affecting your performance. Better to call a taxi, safer that way. The outskirts of the shadowy forest were always lined with taxis waiting for passengers at this time of evening. Su Mushue also politely declined, saying, My family has already arranged for a car to pick me up. All right then, I'll head out first. Take care on your way back. Chen Yuan shrugged and turned toward the parking area. Once Chen Yuan was out of sight, Su Mushue turned to Wang Yan, a rare smile gracing her lips. See you tomorrow then? Wang Yan froze for a moment. Su Mushue's smile was like the gentle warmth of spring sunlight, her crescent-shaped eyes shimmering as if holding starlight. Even a few passers-by, seasoned professionals among them, couldn't help but glance her way. Who would have thought you actually look quite nice when you smile? Wang Yan blurted out. Huh, what was that? Nothing. Wang Yan shook his head and casually flagged down a taxi. All right, see you tomorrow. As Wang Yan's taxi disappeared into the dusk, Su Mushue stood under the dim glow of the streetlight, her cheeks quietly warming to a rosy hue. Back in the city, Wang Yan stopped by a nearby restaurant to grab a takeout of 3 dishes and a soup before heading home. The moment he stepped through the door, he released Zueoi's level 15 pet beast that was already close to 2 meters long. Its sudden appearance made the small living room feel even more cramped. Clearly displeased about being confined in the pet ball for an hour, Shueya swung its tail, thumping it against the sofa legs as if to express its dissatisfaction. Stop sulking, Wang Yan said, patting its head. If you weren't such a slow crawler, I wouldn't have to keep you in there. If we relied on you to walk, we wouldn't have made it home before 10. A few pounds of fresh meat later, Zuya's mood finally improved. As Wang Yan ate his dinner, he teased. Most crocodiles either bask in the sun or soak in water, but you're always so full of energy. During his meal, Wang Yan recalled Chen Yuan mentioning the 90,000 yuan challenge. Curious, he opened the campus forum and found the post pinned at the top by the moderator. The thread was bustling with activity. Some were discussing strategies to break the record, while others questioned its credibility. At 7 o'clock the next morning, a series of sharp thuds came from the foot of the bed, startling Wang Yan awake. He sat up abruptly and, upon closer inspection, realized it was Shueya, slapping the bedpost with its tail to wake him up. You win. I almost thought it was a ghost. You're pretty punctual, huh? Wang Yan muttered, yawning as he relaxed. Shueya let out an excited low growl, wagging its tail energetically. After a quick wash, Wang Yan fed Shueya a few pieces of meat before returning it to its beast ball. Following breakfast, he headed out to the shadowy forest by car. Around 7:40 a.m., as he reached the outskirts of the shadowy forest, he had to release Zuyate had an extreme dislike for being confined in the beast ball and wouldn't tolerate it for even a second longer. The moment Shueya was out, it sprawled on the ground, mouth wide open, basking in the morning sunlight. Its nearly 2-meter-long body immediately drew attention from the onlookers. The striking redan black patterned scales exuded both beauty and danger, while its blood jade-like teeth, claws, and scales glimmered brilliantly under the sunlight. If not for its occasionally blinking red, starlit eyes, it could easily have been mistaken for a stunning jade sculpture. Wow, what a gorgeous crocodile. Is it a decorative pet beast? Looks more like a combat type. Whispers and murmurs filled the air. Some students from Tianxue City High School recognized Wang Yan and his crocodile. Isn't this the red crocodile from that post? Wait, wasn't the post about Chen Yuan and Su Muxue's pet? How did Wang Yan afford such a powerful beast? Could it be a gift from Su Mushue? This guy, living off a girl, huh? I wouldn't mind being spoiled by a rich lowly. Good morning, Wang Yan. A crisp female voice came from behind. Wang Yan turned to see Gongyu, the vice class representative, standing there with a cheerful smile. Since they were both class officers, they were fairly familiar with each other. Good morning, Gongyu. Gongyu looked at Shueya with eager eyes. Is this your crocodile? Can I pet it? Of course, go ahead. With permission granted, Gongyu happily squatted down, petting Shueya while snapping a few photos. She even took a selfie with it. Wang Yan. As the two chatted casually, Su Muxue's voice suddenly rang out. Her expression was cold as she asked, Is this your girlfriend, Wang Yan? Why didn't you introduce her? This is... Wang Yan began to explain, but Gong Yu quickly interrupted. Don't misunderstand, Su Mushiwe. I just came to see the crocodile, nothing else. Everyone knows you're Wang Yan's girlfriend. Su Mux's previously icy face immediately turned red. That's not... Wang Yan tried to clarify, but Gong Yu had already stood up and walked away briskly. All right, class rep, we'll head off now. My teammates are waiting for me. The gathered crowd looked a bit disappointed, as the dramatic confrontation they anticipated didn't happen. The atmosphere became slightly awkward until Chen Yuan arrived just in time. Hey, Wang Yan, Su Mushiwe, morning, he called out from a distance, with Xiao He sauntering lazily behind him. The three of them regrouped and headed toward Zone 1 East, following the same route as the day before. With the prior day's experience, the path was now familiar to them. Wang Yan occasionally scanned their surroundings, wary of the two experts Li Yingtian had mentioned. The thought of being followed left him uneasy, and he even considered activating the purification aura to test the waters. However, remembering that the other party was also on a mission, he ultimately decided against it. So, Wang Yan, do we have a plan for today? Chen Yuan asked. Well, stick around the goblin settlement to gain experience and thin out their numbers, Wang Yan replied. Including the lumberjacks and roaming groups, there must be at least 1,000 goblins to deal with. Speaking of which, Chen Yuan chuckled. I asked our classmates about their levels in the group chat yesterday. Guess what? Apart from us, the highest level was only 14 levels behind. Su Mushiwe was close to reaching level 19, while Chen Yuan was still over 80 away from leveling up. As for Wang Yan, his level remained hidden, but the other two didn't press him about it, assuming their levels were roughly the same. At the current pace, newly awakened professionals should only be around level 15 at most, Su Mushiwe remarked. Their efficiency was indeed far superior to those in training groups or 10-person teams. Not only were they hunting higher-level monsters, but the experience points were shared among only 3 people. Additionally, the treasure map dungeon from the previous days had significantly widened the gap. As they progressed, the trio cleared out the monsters they encountered along the way and soon arrived in the goblin-populated eastern zone. Suddenly, Shueya let out a warning growl. Chen Yuan and Su Mushiwe looked at it curiously, but Wang Yan was inwardly startled. Shueya had just sent him a mental warning. There was the scent of enemies nearby. Bloodfang suddenly bristled, the scales on its back standing on edge, an unusual behavior that immediately caught Wang Yan's attention. He crouched down, gently stroking the head of the dark gold-tier dragon blood crocodile, silently pondering this unexpected discovery. Opening the pet interface, the attribute details appeared. Dragon blood crocodile bloodfang. Level, dark gold LV15. Type, strength-based mutant creature. Trait, dragon bloodline activated. Growth, tremendous potential. Skills, lunge bite. Charges up to 5 meters, scales with level for a deadly bite. Death roll. Rotates rapidly after biting, causing tearing damage. Dragon breath. Unleashes a destructive dragon breath. Dragon's might. Instills fear in nearby enemies. Movement speed 50. Attack 40. Casting speed 30. Skill cooldown 10. Duration, 20 seconds. Strange, there are no scouting skills listed on the panel, Wang Yan muttered in confusion. Su Mushiwe, deep in thought, spoke up. I think I know why. My father mentioned a couple of days ago that blood crocodiles have an exceptionally keen sense of smell, capable of detecting the scent of blood from kilometers away. I suspect bloodfang's innate ability has been growing stronger as it levels up. Wang Yan's eyes lit up. This could perfectly make up for our team's lack of a scouting role. Indeed, due to their limited numbers, their team not only lacked scouting capabilities, but also fell short on healing and crowd control roles. Fortunately, Wang Yan's extraordinary aura ability compensated for these gaps, effectively amplifying their combat strength to match that of an entire squad. Guided by Bloodfang's keen senses, the group advanced stealthily for approximately 200 meters before spotting their first Goblin Squad 5 combatants, accompanied by 7 or 8 lumberjacks. After yesterday's battle, they had become adept at handling goblins with ease. Bloodfang dashed forward in a blur, sinking its jaws into a goblin archer with precision before initiating a death roll, tearing its prey to shreds in an instant. It followed up with a devastating dragon breath, blanketing the battlefield and suppressing the remaining goblins. Seizing the opportunity, Su Mushiwe and Chen Yuan emerged from the shadows, striking swiftly and decisively. Within a minute, the skirmish was over. With Bloodfang's exceptional sense of smell leading the way, the trio continued their advance, gradually closing in on the goblin camp. They operated like a finely tuned war machine, systematically eliminating goblin squads on the outskirts. By 11:43 a.m., with Chen Yuan's crushing storm tearing through the last batch of goblins, a system notification chimed. Ding. Level up, current level 19. Reward, all attributes 1, free attribute points 5. Chen Yuan stretched his slightly sore arms and back. They had been fighting almost non-stop for 4 hours, taking down at least 300 to 400 goblins in the process. Su Muxue had already reached level 19 earlier, while Chen Yuan lagged, slightly behind due to sharing experience with Xiao He. At their current pace, the prospect of wiping out the entire goblin tribe no longer seemed like an unattainable goal. Chen Yuan gazed at Xiao He, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Although Xiao He's overall strength was indeed slightly inferior to bloodfang, as a pet beast with a BOS template attribute growth and mutated dragon bloodline, its potential far surpassed that of ordinary golden ear pet beasts. He could foresee that as Xiao He grew, his own combat power would experience a qualitative leap. I'm about 50 away from leveling up to 20, Su Muxue said softly, her tone filled with anticipation. Both of them were eagerly looking forward to the upcoming level 20 skill awakening. Based on the experiences of those before them, level 20 was a significant milestone. Below level 20, most of the awakened skills were basic ones, but at level 20, talented professionals often awakened immensely powerful skills. This was especially evident in the mage class. Aside from rare professions like Su Muxue's, most mages had relatively weak offensive capabilities in the early stages. It wasn't until they awakened their devastating output skill at level 20 that they truly entered their peak phase. If this was the case for ordinary mages, then someone like Su Muxue, with her rare profession, was bound to awaken even more astonishing skills. Wang Yan stood silently nearby, deep in thought. He planned to observe the skills awakened by Chen Yuan and Su Muxue before formulating a detailed strategy for attacking the goblin camp. Although they had already slain quite a few goblins earlier in the morning, most of them were low-combat woodcutters. The truly elite goblins were currently concentrated within the camp, overseeing the construction of defensive fortifications. Let's head back to the supply station first. I'm starving, Chen Yuan said, rubbing his sore muscles. With his stamina continuously depleting, the recovery speed of his battle energy was also gradually slowing down. It wasn't just him. Mages experienced a similar issue after prolonged combat. The recovery of their mana would also slow down. At this point, only a proper rest could alleviate the fatigue and restore their energy. The supply station was bustling with activity as the trio converted the resources they had gained from hunting goblins all morning into cash, earning a total of 60,000 dragon coins. While the amount was astonishing, the people at the station seemed unfazed, as if such feats from this three-person team were no longer surprising. Wang Yan stared at the 20,000 dragon coins in his hand, lost in thought. The 200,000 in compensation his parents had left him had been carefully budgeted to last him many years. Now, a single morning's work could yield a comparable sum. Although being a professional came with significant expenses, the speed at which money could be earned was something ordinary people could hardly imagine. After a simple lunch, the three of them wasted no time resting and immediately set out for the eastern zone. The changes along the way were striking. Where goblin patrols were previously encountered every 10 minutes or so, they now walked for over 20 minutes without spotting a single one. Could it be that we've hunted the goblins to near extinction? Chen Yuan asked in confusion. Wang Yan shook his head and explained, impossible. Most likely, they've sensed something is wrong and have restricted their movements. Goblins, as humanoid monsters, possess intelligence and a sense of community. They are among the few monsters below level 30 that will flee or call for reinforcements. Our massacre this morning must have alarmed them. If I'm not mistaken, the Goblin clan is currently on high alert, and their lumbering operations will likely decrease significantly in the short term. Sure enough, it wasn't until they had advanced for nearly 40 minutes that bloodfang issued another alert. Although it could detect the scent of blood from several kilometers away, its precise tracking range was limited to within 1 kilometer. Activating his stealth skill, Wang Yan moved forward cautiously. The scene before him made his heart tighten. This goblin group was massive, consisting of over 20 combat units, with not a single lumberjack among them. They were searching the forest methodically, clearly looking for something. Could they be coming for revenge against us? Chen Yuan exclaimed in surprise. Wang Yan nodded in agreement. Very likely. We killed so many goblins today that we've seriously disrupted their lumbering plans. This squad must have been dispatched to deal with the threat. The goblin team was well equipped. 1 goblin mage, 10 goblin warriors, 2 goblin archers, several goblin spearmen, and a goblin squad leader. Most notably, there was a new figure, a goblin centurion, a level 29 bronze-ranked all-around fighter. The centurion was not only physically imposing, covered in heavy armor, but also armed with a hand crossbow at its waist and a spear on its back, capable of both melee and ranged attacks. If the combat-type goblins were considered elite, then this goblin centurion was undoubtedly the elite of the elite. Wang Yan decided to eliminate the most dangerous threat first, the goblin mage. He directed bloodfang to stealthily approach, but this time, the mage was heavily guarded in the center of the formation by the warriors. Left with no other choice, Wang Yan ordered bloodfang to use its pounce skill. A flash of red light streaked through the air as bloodfang instantly pounced on the goblin mage. With the buffs from Wang Yan's aura, the fragile mage was torn to shreds in an instant. Rava! The goblin warriors roared in fury, raising their weapons to encircle bloodfang. Wang Yan quickly activated his slow aura, while bloodfang unleashed its dragon's might skill, reducing the movement speed of nearby enemies by 50, their attack power by 40, their casting speed by 30, and increasing their skill cooldown times by 10. Despite being surrounded, bloodfang's superior attributes shone through. The goblin's attacks landed on it with pitiful damage numbers: 448, 536, 490 for bloodfang. With its 140,000 health points, these attacks were mere scratches. This didn't surprise Wang Yan. At level 18, bloodfang boasted over 10,000 defense and an astounding 140,000 health. Such boss-like stats were far beyond the reach of ordinary monsters. Though the goblin horde was vast in number, their attacks, apart from those of the goblin mage, were utterly incapable of breaching bloodfang's formidable defenses. Adding to this, bloodfang's innate dragon aura further weakened the goblin's attack power by 40, reducing their strikes to a mere few hundred points of damage each time they landed. Amidst the chaos, bloodfang was an unstoppable force, tearing through the goblins as if they were nothing. With each exhalation of fiery breath, waves of flames engulfed the battlefield. Bloodfang moved with agility, rolling, biting, and lunging each assault, claiming the lives of multiple goblins. With the seamless coordination between Su Muxue and Chen Yuan, the battle became overwhelmingly one-sided. But then, a piercing shriek cut through the air. The goblin centurion let out a cry that sent visible shockwaves rippling outward. Its eyes turned blood red, and its body swelled, entering a frenzied state. For 5 seconds, it became immune to control effects, while its attack power, movement speed, and attack range were drastically amplified. Freed from the slowing effects that had hindered it, the goblin centurion moved with lightning speed. Drawing a long spear from its back, it tensed its body like a coiled spring and hurled the weapon with devastating force at Su Muxue, who was in the middle of casting a spell. This all-out attack came at the cost of 10 of the centurion's own health, but its lethal power was undeniable. The suddenness of the assault left everyone unprepared. Su Muxue, caught mid-spell, turned pale as despair flickered in her eyes. In that critical moment, a streak of red lightning flashed across the battlefield. Bloodfang. Following Wang Yan's command, bloodfang activated its pounce ability, leaping in front of Su Muxue to shield her from the deadly strike. A damage number of 27,190 floated above bloodfang. The nearly 30,000-point attack was a chilling testament to the goblin centurion's power in its frenzied state. If this strike had landed on Su Muxue, whose health was only 24,000 and whose defense was far inferior to bloodfang's, the consequences would have been catastrophic. Protected by bloodfang, Su Muxue quickly finished her spell. A dark meteor crashed down upon the goblin centurion, followed closely by a wave of sword energy from Chen Yuan. With the added effects of Wang Yan's aura, the goblin centurion didn't even have the chance to launch a second attack before collapsing to the ground. "Thanks. You really saved my life just now," Su Muxue said, trying to sound casual. But her trembling hands and pale face betrayed the lingering fear in her heart. The scene left Wang Yan reflecting on a critical weakness in their team. None of the three had adequate self-preservation skills. While Chen Yuan could rely on his heavy armor as a frontline warrior, and Wang Yan had his stealth aura for protection, the most vulnerable member was Su Muxue, their primary damage dealer. With the goblin centurion defeated, the remaining goblins were swiftly cleared out. As Chen Yuan busied himself collecting loot, Wang Yan turned to Su Muxue with concern. "Are you okay? Do you need to take a break?" "I'm fine," Su Muxue replied, shaking her head. "Just a scare, that's all. It won't get to me. Still, you need to be more careful next time. You're our main damage dealer, and if something happens to you, I wouldn't know how to face Uncle Su," Wang Yan said. At the mention of her father, a faint blush appeared in Su Muxue's eyes. "Damn, that goblin centurion was seriously tough. We almost got wiped out back there," Chen Yuan remarked after finishing his looting. "Good thing you reacted so fast, Wang. Hero saves the damsel in distress. Oh cool. If I were a girl and you saved me like that, I'd probably pledge my life to you right now." Wang Yan gave Chen Yuan a playful knock on the head with his bone staff. Unfortunately, the heavy armor Chen Yuan wore was as thick as his skin, producing only a crisp sound. "All right, enough joking. We actually got pretty lucky this time," Chen Yuan said, handing over an item to Wang Yan. The goblin centurion dropped a necklace, a silver piece. The necklace was a delicate chain of pure silver, adorned with a radiant red gemstone. The gemstone pulsed with an inner glow, like the beating of a heart. Heart of Frenzy Silver Tier. Equipment type: necklace. Required level: 20. Attributes: casting speed 10, intelligence 9. Active skill: Frenzy greatly increases casting speed and boosts skill damage by 10 for 5 seconds. Cooldown: 5 minutes. Interestingly, despite being dropped by a warrior-type goblin centurion, the necklace was clearly designed for mages. For spellcasters, casting speed was critical just like in the earlier battle. where Su Muxue had been unable to evade due to being midcast. Not only did the item provide useful base stats, but its active skill allowed for a brief burst of overwhelming power, akin to an unlimited firepower mode. The value of this equipment was indeed extraordinary. Wang Yan carefully examined the necklace in his hand, a chain of elegant, fine craftsmanship, forged from pure silver, with a dazzling ruby set at its center, glimmering with a captivating radiance under the faint light. Judging by its attributes, which far surpassed those of ordinary silver-grade equipment, this necklace could easily fetch over 100 to 200,000. This piece seems perfect for you, Wang Yan said, handing the necklace to Su Muxue. As a Dark Moon mage, Su Muxue's greatest strength was her formidable destructive power, though her casting speed was relatively slow. The attributes of this necklace perfectly compensated for that shortcoming. Su Muxue accepted the necklace, unable to hide her delight as she toyed with it fondly. She carefully put it on, the silver chain and ruby complementing each other in a way that was breathtakingly exquisite. As per the trio's prior agreement of distributing loot based on individual needs, whoever's attributes matched the item best would receive it. Therefore, she didn't bring up the matter of money. This sort of allocation system was typically used among close-knit teams, or those intending to cooperate long-term. Wang Yan understood this well. With his generous nature, someone who could even gift away a golden-tier pet, Eggy, naturally didn't mind such trivial losses. To him, building reliable partnerships was the real treasure. Although Su Muxue and Chen Yuan's abilities were still not on par with Li Yingtian and the others, their potential was undeniable. After dividing the spoils, the three continued forward. Su Muxue was on the verge of reaching level 20, and Chen Yuan was just one level behind her. If all went well, everyone should be able to reach level 20 today. By then, Wang Yan wouldn't need to allocate all his experience points to Xueya anymore, since a pet's level couldn't exceed its master's once they were at the same level. Wang Yan's decision to set Xueya's experience sharing ratio to 100 had been carefully thought out. As an aura master, his biggest weakness was his lack of personal combat power. But with Xueya, it was a different story. Activating his aura could amplify Xueya's combat strength to an almost cheat-like level. Wang Yan was eager to see what new skills Xueya would awaken upon reaching level 20. Would it gain the blood frenzy ability of that level 30 dragonblood crocodile, or perhaps some other unique power? Being a dark goldier pet of a higher grade than its parent, Xueya's potential was truly exciting. Just as the three were about to move on, Xueya let out a low growl of unease. Through the bond between them, Wang Yan sensed the sounds of fighting and the heavy scent of blood not far away. With Xueya's increasing level, it was now capable of transmitting more complex information beyond basic emotions. Should we check it out? Wang Yan relayed Xueya's discovery to the others. Chen Yuan seemed intrigued, while Su Muxue hesitated. That area is close to the second zone, isn't it? It is, Wang Yan confirmed, but I was thinking we might be able to reap the benefits of others' conflict. Worst case, if things go south, we can always use invisibility to retreat. Su Muxue found his reasoning sound and smiled. Your Xueya's nose is incredible way more useful than a ranger's eagle eye. Indeed, while ordinary blood crocodiles could only detect scents in the air, Xueya could pinpoint the exact direction and location of a target. Chen Yuan glanced at Xueya with envy in his eyes. I wonder when my Xiao He will be this powerful. You're too stingy with sharing experience points. You want the horse to run but don't want to feed it, Wang Yan teased. Chen Yuan's Xiao He was only level 9, lagging far behind. That won't work, Chen Yuan quickly defended himself. You can afford to be carefree with your guaranteed spot at Jiangnan University, but if I don't get into a good school, I might have to retake the exams. As a combat-focused class, Chen Yuan's reliance on his pet wasn't as strong as Wang Yan's. Activating his invisibility aura, Wang Yan led the group in the direction indicated by Xueya. After about 5 or 6 minutes, a thunderous tiger roar shattered the silence ahead, followed by the chaotic yelling of goblins. The tiger's roar stirred a primal fear within the man, instinctive human reaction to apex predators. Wang Yan's mind raced. What tiger-like creatures could be in this shadowy forest? Suddenly, he recalled the golden-striped Tiger King. This powerful beast of the second zone had no special abilities but dominated the forest with its incredible physical prowess. A body length of 5 to 6 meters, terrifying bite strength, paw strikes capable of exerting thousands of pounds of force, and a leap range of 7 to 8 meters, all of which allowed it to effortlessly tear through its prey. But why was it here? Puzzled, the trio quickened their pace. Soon, they were met with a shocking sight. A massive golden tiger was surrounded by 50 or 60 combat goblins. Scattered on the ground were several goblin corpses, some torn apart by enormous claw marks, others bearing gruesome puncture wounds on their necks, their deaths horrifying. For some reason, this group of goblins had decided to face the golden-striped Tiger King in direct combat. A massive golden tiger stood imposingly amidst the forest, its enormous frame stretching 5 to 6 meters in length. Its golden and white fur shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight, far more regal than the typical striped coats of ordinary tigers. The golden-striped Tiger King Bayin, this level 38 solitary predator, was a force to be reckoned with, ruling its domain with unmatched power. As a mini-elite monster, its combat capabilities far outclassed those of ordinary creatures of the same level. According to the Monster Compendium, this beast was not only fiercely territorial, but also vengeful to the extreme. With a thunderous roar, the golden-striped Tiger King displayed agility that belied its massive size. It leaped gracefully, landing right in front of a goblin warrior. The goblin swung its curved blade at the tiger's head, but the beast evaded effortlessly. In retaliation, the tiger swiped its massive paw, sending the goblin flying into a nearby tree. Boom! The impact shook the trunk violently, scattering leaves in every direction. A deep gash, exposing bone, marred the goblin's chest, blood gushing out as its lifeless body slumped against the tree. Under the command of their goblin captain, the remaining goblins, though visibly terrified, mustered their courage and launched an attack. Yet, the arrows of the archers and spears of the throwers were easily dodged by the tiger. Any goblin foolish enough to approach was swiftly struck down with a single blow. This beast, with a staggering 170,000 health points, barely flinched when hit, taking only 700 to 800 damage per strike. To the level 20-something goblins, this nearly level 40 elite monster was an insurmountable foe. In mere moments, the battlefield was littered with the corpses of goblins. Although the golden-striped Tiger King lacked special abilities and relied solely on physical combat, its overwhelming strength, speed, and resilience more than compensated for this. Before long, over half of the goblin squad of 50 to 60 had been wiped out, turning the encounter into a one-sided massacre. Ultimately, the goblins resorted to their most reliable tactic, fleeing. This time, the goblin captain didn't even bother blowing the war horn at its waist, clearly aware that summoning reinforcements would only serve to feed the tiger. The goblins scattered in all directions, and while the tiger managed to catch a few unlucky stragglers, most of them successfully escaped. Whoa, that was insane, Chen Yuan said, eyes wide in disbelief. This level 38 silver-ranked monster fights like an actual boss. So, old Wang, are we going to take it on? He asked. Wang Yan shook his head, not because they couldn't defeat it, but because he had a different plan in mind. I just thought of something. We might be able to use this tiger to our advantage, but we'll have to wait until we hit level 20. After finishing off a few goblins, the golden-striped Tiger King began making its way toward the second region. Wang Yan immediately gestured to the others. Quick, let's follow it. The three of them trailed it cautiously from a safe distance. The tiger ambled northeast toward the direction of the goblin camp. About 10 minutes later, it stopped in front of a small hill, drank from a nearby stream, and then disappeared into a hidden cave camouflaged by thick undergrowth. If they hadn't seen it enter, they would never have noticed the tiger's lair. Marking the location on his map, Wang Yan turned to the others. All right, let's go. Our next priority is reaching level 20 as quickly as possible. Since both the tiger's lair and the goblin camp were located in the second region, it was best to avoid that area for now given their current levels. The trio retreated to the boundary between the first and second regions, where their bloodhound, Shueya, resumed tracking goblin trails. Before long, they stumbled upon the group of goblins that had narrowly escaped the tiger. These creatures had regrouped in a new location, but their disheveled, exhausted state betrayed their lingering fear. Well, isn't this convenient? Wang Yuan chuckled. Ding! A crisp system notification sound rang in her ears. Su Muxue had successfully slain the LV-29 goblin squad leader, earning the team a reward of 1,450 experience points. Immediately after, another notification chimed, announcing that she had leveled up to LV-20. The past hour of hunting had been incredibly fruitful. Wang Yan's team had already earned a fearsome reputation in this area as the Goblin Slayers. Every goblin squad they encountered was wiped out with ease. They had long since mastered the strategies for combating goblins. So, what skill did you unlock? Wang Yan asked eagerly. Su Muxue closed her eyes and focused, clearly examining her attribute panel carefully. A moment later, a delighted smile spread across her face. It's an area effect skill, though the damage isn't particularly high. This response, however, brought joy to Wang Yan. The last thing he worried about was low damage, as his auras were perfectly suited to complement wide-range, low-damage skills. The combination of his damage aura and holy attack aura created a terrifying synergy. As seen before during their battle in the underground dungeon with Chan Ming, even a simple fire rain could instantly clear large groups of enemies. Su Muxue immediately displayed the skill's attributes to the two of them. Astral Gate summons multiple dark rifts that release countless small dark matter projectiles, dealing damage to a wide area of enemies. Cooldown time, 20 seconds. With Su Muxue's level up, Wang Yan's bloodfang had also reached level 19, and Chen Yuan's experience bar was already at 70, on the verge of breaking into level 20. Let's go find a goblin squad and test out your new skill, Wang Yan said, his excitement evident. Before long, they spotted a large patrol of goblins, numbering over 30, led by a goblin centurion. Upon seeing the centurion, same one that had nearly taken her life before Su Mushua's expression faltered slightly. Don't worry, this time you'll be at a safe distance, Wang Yan reassured her. With his stealth aura providing cover, Su Mushue could safely complete her chanting. As the goblins patrolled leisurely, several black rifts suddenly appeared in the sky. At first, they were only thin cracks, but as Su Mushue chanted, the rifts rapidly expanded like shattered glass. The pitch-black fissures seemed to lead to an abyssal void, yet they were studded with countless stars. The goblins curiously looked up, completely unaware of the impending danger. The goblin centurion let out a puzzled grara sound, clearly not understanding what these rifts signified. In the blink of an eye, the rifts had expanded to 100 meters wide, tearing open a patch of starlit sky in the middle of the day. The apocalyptic scene finally instilled a sense of dread in the goblins. The next moment, countless dark matter projectiles, each the size of hailstones, rained down with incredible speed, smashing into the ground and sending debris and dust flying. 13,648. 15,678. Under the amplification of Wang Yan's auras, the damage of what was originally an ordinary skill skyrocketed, resembling a forbidden spell in its devastating impact. The dark matter rained down relentlessly, leaving the goblins bloodied and battered. Terrified, they scattered in all directions. But the dark projectiles seemed to have a tracking ability, making escape futile. One by one, the goblins fell, and eerily, the rift above continued to expand even as it poured down destruction, soon covering an area of 300 meters in radius. Wang Yan and Chen Yuan stared in shock at the scene unfolding before them. The skill's attack range was utterly outrageous, and the terrifying storm of dark matter showed no signs of stopping. The dark matter pouring from the fissure erupted like a deadly storm, raging across the ground. Ripples of pitch-black energy swept outward, consuming all life in its path. The goblins' piercing screams echoed one after another, only to be swiftly silenced in the darkness. Their bodies fell one by one, like stalks of wheat being harvested, powerless against the overwhelming force. As the dark matter gradually dissipated, all that remained was a field strewn with corpses. Wang Yan surveyed the scene, clearly pleased with Su Mushue's skill. Its effects perfectly complemented his aura ability. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan stood dumbfounded, unable to believe that an entire squad of goblins had been utterly annihilated. Suddenly, there was movement amidst the pile of corpses. A blood-soaked figure struggled to its feet. It was the goblin centurion. Its eyes glowed red with frenzy, clearly driven into a berserk state. This elite warrior was far tougher than the average goblin, managing to cling to the last vestiges of life even after such a devastating dark onslaught. Just as Wang Yan was about to call bloodfang forward, Su Mushue acted first. With a graceful wave of her staff, she unleashed a dark orb crackling with terrifying energy. The goblin centurion's fingers barely brushed the hand crossbow at its waist before the orb exploded with a deafening roar. The massive impact tore its body apart, sending it hurtling nearly 3 meters through the air before crashing to the ground, lifeless. Having personally dispatched the goblin centurion, Su Mushue seemed to release a burden from her heart, a faint smile curling at the corners of her lips. She turned to Wang Yan, who froze for a moment before giving her a thumbs up in approval. Not bad. With your skill, taking down the goblin camp should be a sure thing, Wang Yan remarked. Now it's up to Chen Yuan to see what kind of skill he awakens. Chen Yuan burst into laughter. Why did the pressure suddenly shift to me? If you ask me, with Su Mushue's skill, that's all we need. I'll just cheer you on from the sidelines. The three of them joked and laughed as they continued deeper into the forest. Over the next hour, an unexpected discovery left Wang Yan and his team puzzled. The goblin groups in the entire eastern district seemed to have vanished into thin air. These goblins, once a dominant force that hunted other monsters in groups of 10 to 20, had suddenly gone into hiding. Chen Yuan and Su Mushue wore expressions of disbelief. After all, these goblins were the territorial overlords of the eastern district. Not only were they numerous, but they also worked together with remarkable coordination. Even a goblin centurion alone was enough to annihilate weaker teams. Well, this could be a good sign, Wang Yan analyzed. At least it suggests there aren't many goblins left in their camp. We've already taken down quite a few today, so their numbers are likely far less than yesterday. This is good news for our next plan. Looks like we'll have to head to the southeastern district to level up for now, Wang Yan continued. While the monsters in the southeastern district provided less experience, it was the closest option and the most practical choice at the moment. At this point, Chen Yuan was close to reaching level 20, and his pet, Xiao He, had already hit level 13. As a dragonblood crocodile, Xiao He boasted an astonishing 67,000 health points, far surpassing other monsters and fighters of the same level. By comparison, even the heavily armored melee fighter Qin Yuan had only around 17,000 health points at level 13. To maximize efficiency, Wang Yan activated his stealth aura and led the group swiftly to the southeastern district. As soon as they entered the area, bloodfang detected a heavy scent of blood lingering in the air. Following its lead, the three quickly stumbled upon a gruesome scene. Over 20 hunting ants were feasting on several mutilated corpses. These level 18 bronze hunting ants were each over half a meter long, with deep black exoskeletons covered in barbed spikes, gleaming like polished metal. They were greedily tearing apart the remains of 5 young individuals, a sight that made Su Moshue clutch her chest, struggling to suppress her discomfort. Judging by the bloodstains at the scene, the victims, who appeared to be around the same age as Wang Yan and his team, had only recently died. They had likely come here seeking to level up quickly, only to fall prey to these dangerous creatures. For beginners, they should have chosen the safer western or southern districts. Talk about bad luck, Wang Yan remarked. He was all too familiar with these hunting ants. Despite their large size, they were adept at digging tunnels. They would create underground passageways within a 500-meter radius, waiting patiently for prey to wander into their trap. Once they detected ground vibrations, they would swarm from all directions, leaving little chance for escape. Even more terrifying was their ability to fight as a group, coupled with venomous stingers on their tails that inflicted paralysis and excruciating pain. In the first district, their threat level was second only to goblin squads. They probably shouldn't have come here, Su Moshue said with a tinge of sorrow. Their parents won't see them come home tonight. They must be heartbroken. Qin Yuan remained silent, clearly moved by her words. Wang Yan, though also feeling a sense of lament, understood that this was the fate of combat professionals. They enjoyed the highest status, but had to bear the corresponding risks and responsibilities. Let's take them out and teach these bugs a lesson, Wang Yan ordered. We'll avenge these strangers and bring some peace to their departed souls. Without hesitation, Bloodfang and Xiao He launched the first attack, with Xiao He's dragon breath scorching the hunting ants, filling the air with sizzling sounds. Su Moshue's Dark Moon Blade and Qian Yuan's Sword Energy followed closely behind. For a team capable of effortlessly wiping out level 20 goblin squads, these level 18 ants posed no challenge. Almost as soon as they appeared, nearly half of the hunting ants were decimated. The remaining hunter ants, noticing the sudden appearance of the group, surged like a tide toward Shueya at the forefront. Faced with this sycophant's tactic, Wang Yan wisely directed Shueya to adopt a cautious strategy, avoiding direct confrontation and maintaining a safe distance while engaging in a fighting retreat. It was a prudent choice. After all, being struck simultaneously by a dozen venomous stingers would be too much for even the formidable Shueya to withstand. Under Wang Yan's command, Shueya focused on using Dragon's Breath for ranged attacks. Without their advantage of underground ambushes, the hunter ants proved to be far less agile on the surface. Spotting an opportunity, Chen Yuan unleashed a pulverizing storm, charging into the swarm and shredding the ants into pieces in an instant. Severed limbs littered the ground. Just as Chen Yuan prepared to sheath his weapon, a faint vibration spread through the ground. Chen Yuan, fall back now, Wang Yan called out sharply. Chen Yuan immediately switched to a defensive stance and swiftly retreated to rejoin the team. He had barely left his position when over 100 hunter ants erupted from the ground where he had stood. A moment's hesitation might have left him surrounded. The newly emerged swarm of hunter ants found no trace of their target. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Yuan and his team, along with the 2 dragon-blood crocodiles, had gone invisible once more. The ants waved their antennae, communicating and searching the clearing in dense, ominous clusters, creating a chilling sight. Looks like we've stirred up the ant nest, Wang Yan quipped, speculating that the hunter ants' lair must be nearby. Given their rapid mobilization, perfect. Saves us the trouble of hunting them down, Su Mushue replied coldly, her gaze fixed on the swarm. Having witnessed the grim fate of the other professionals, a spark of vengeance ignited within her. She began to wield her Nightfall staff, chanting the incantation for the Astral Gate spell. With prior experience, her casting speed was noticeably faster this time. A rift in the sky expanded rapidly, tearing open a dark and foreboding starry void above the ant swarm. The visually impaired hunter ants, reliant on vibrations, scents, and pheromones, remained oblivious to the ominous change overhead. Moments later, black matter rained down like a deluge, indiscriminately striking the hunter ants. Amplified by Wang Yan's aura, waves of damage numbers surged spectacularly. The power of the dark matter was astonishing, capable of killing a hunter ant within mere seconds. The entire swarm was annihilated by this magical meteor shower before they could even think of retreating underground. Brilliant work, Su Mushue. That hit the spodiary incredible, Chen Yuan shouted excitedly. The hunter ants' corpses quickly dissolved into glimmering light, leaving only a field of white-tire loot behind. As Chen Yuan moved to collect the gear, the ground began to quake violently, far more intensely than before. This time, the tremors came from a single, specific direction. The group turned toward the source, their expressions growing serious. In an instant, an enormous figure burst from the ground, sending dirt and stone flying in all directions. It was a massive hunter ant, the size of a full-grown bull. Its head bore a pair of immense serrated mandibles, resembling two hydraulic clamps of devastating power. Being caught in their grip would be catastrophic. A bronze hunter-soldier ant, level 22, Wang Yan identified. The strongest combat unit in the hunter ant colony. They're typically fed by worker ants and tasked with protecting the queen. They only join the fight in critical situations. Its jumping ability is incredible, Wang Yan added with a grim tone. Looks like we've summoned the boss. Watch out for sudden attacks. This thing can leap great distances. Wang Yan's knowledge of the hunter-soldier ant's capabilities was evident. Among this swarm of mutated hunting ants, the most terrifying of all was the soldier ant with its staggering size. Its body was several times larger than that of a regular hunting ant, fully encased in an impenetrable carapace, with a stinger at the tail that gleamed with a chilling, deadly light. Yet, what truly struck fear into one's heart was its grotesque leaping ability. This colossal creature could spring 10 meters into the air, seemingly unbound by the limitations of its massive form. Its menacing mandibles were far from decorative. Their biting force was powerful enough to snap the bones of its prey with ease. Within the hunting ant colony, the soldier ant was undeniably the ultimate combat force. However, due to its enormous size and the vast amounts of energy and food it required, a hunting ant colony typically raised only one such soldier ant. As for why the boss was the soldier ant rather than the queen, the answer was simple. The queen never participated in battles. Her sole duty was reproduction. If the colony faced a life-threatening danger, the queen's priority was to ensure the species' survival by retreating first. All the hunting ants, including the powerful soldier ant, would sacrifice themselves without hesitation to protect her. Wang Yan speculated that by now, the queen was already on her way to safety. Suddenly, the soldier ant's attention locked onto Su Mushue. Its massive body lowered slightly, and its 6 muscular legs tensed like drawn bows. In the next instant, all its leg muscles erupted with force, propelling its enormous form towards Su Mushue like an arrow released from a bowstring. Roar! Bloodfang let out a thunderous roar, unleashing its dragon's might to suppress the enemy while activating a charge skill to intercept. It transformed into a streak of blazing red lightning, moving even faster than the soldier ant. The two massive creatures collided midair with an earth-shattering crash. After the collision, Bloodfang landed firmly on the ground, retreating only half a step. In contrast, the soldier ant was sent flying by the terrifying impact, crashing heavily into a large tree. The tree, as thick as an adult's waist, snapped instantly, with splinters scattering and leaves raining down. This scene vividly displayed the sheer, awe-inspiring power of Bloodfang. From this intense battle, it was clear that Bloodfang's strength completely suppressed the hunter-soldier ant. This wasn't surprising. While both were classified as BOS-level creatures, the hunter-soldier ant was only of bronze quality, whereas Bloodfang was of dark gold quality. Even though Bloodfang was approximately 3 levels lower than the bull's-eyed hunter-soldier ant, the significant quality gap was not something that could easily be bridged by level alone. When professionals observe BOS-level creatures, a special hexagram symbol appears next to their health bar. Elite monsters like the Goblin Centurion and the Golden-Striped Tiger King display a pentagram, while excellent-grade creatures like the Goblin Captain show a triangle, and ordinary monsters have no markings. As for pet beasts, their information is hidden unless their owner chooses to reveal it. The fact that Wang Yan could see the hexagram next to Bloodfang's health bar indicated that, despite being tamed as a pet, it still retained its mutated boss attribute template. After being knocked to the ground, the soldier ant struggled to its feet and, undeterred, opened its massive mandibles to lunge at Bloodfang once more. Though Bloodfang's pounce and bite skill was still on cooldown, it opted to confront the attack head-on rather than using its dragon breath. In an instant, the soldier ant leapt to Bloodfang's flank, intending to clamp down with its powerful mandibles and deliver a venomous sting with its tail. However, at the critical moment, Bloodfang suddenly jerked its head and managed to clamp down on one side of the soldier ant's mandibles first. Bloodfang then began spinning rapidly, and with a sharp cracking sound, it forcibly tore off one side of the soldier ant's mandibles. Stripped of its ability to clamp down, the soldier ant stumbled backward in panic, but Bloodfang was relentless. It bit down on the ant's left 2 legs and executed another death roll. Although these 2 moves only dealt 30,000 damage, seemingly insignificant, compared to the soldier ant's 160,000 health points, everyone present understood that the soldier ant's combat effectiveness had been halved. Chen Yuan and Su Mushue watched in shock, their mouths agape, as this BOS-level duel unfolded like a scene from a monster movie. When they prepared to step in and assist, Wang Yan stopped them. explaining that Bloodfang was eager for a unknown fight. Bloodfang's thoughts continuously flowed into Wang Yan's mind, filled with a thirst for battle and the thrill of slaughter. This made Wang Yan marvel at its innate killer instinct, cold, ruthless, yet brimming with fighting spirit. Nevertheless, he was reassured by Bloodfang's unwavering loyalty. Even in its eagerness for a solo battle, it sought Wang Yan's approval first. Seeing that Bloodfang had gained the upper hand, Wang Yan permitted it to fully enjoy the fight. Realizing the disparity in strength after losing half a mandible and 2 legs, the soldier ant attempted to jump backward to create distance. However, with 2 legs gone, its jumping ability was severely diminished, and it barely managed to leap 7 or 8 meters before nearly losing its balance. Bloodfang seized the opportunity, roaring as it activated its no-cooldown pounce and bite skill. In a flash, it lunged at the soldier ant, biting off its last remaining left leg. With another death roll, a crisp crack echoed as the ant's remaining left leg was torn off. Bloodfang pressed on, mercilessly removing the soldier ant's remaining 3 legs, rendering it a helpless, legless stick. The gruesome scene made Su Muxue and Chen Yuan shiver with goosebumps. Chen Yuan inhaled sharply, exclaiming, "Whoa, old Wang, your Bloodfang is pretty brutal, haha." Su Muxue nodded, adding, "As expected of a dragonblood crocodile, its combat style is absolutely savage." However, she was more delighted than horrified, as Bloodfang's power gave her high hopes for the 2 eggs her family's company was nurturing. Standing over the struggling soldier ant like a victorious king, Bloodfang let out a thunderous roar that echoed through the forest. Then, it unleashed a torrent of crimson dragon breath onto the immobilized ant. Damage numbers 15920, 16415, 15676 popped up in quick succession as the soldier ant's health bar rapidly drained to 0, its body disintegrating into ashes. The system notification chimed. "Ding, your pet, Dragonblood Crocodile, has killed LV-22 Hunter Soldier Ant. You have gained 16,500 experience points." After the battle, Bloodfang strode proudly back to Wang Yan, rubbing against his leg like a playful child seeking affection. Wang Yan praised it with a "well done," fed it a piece of jerky, and gently patted its crocodilian head. No matter how ferocious it was in battle, Bloodfang was forever a big baby in front of Wang Yan, albeit a 3-meter-long, 300-kilogram baby. Aside from dropping a large quantity of materials, the soldier ant's corpse yielded a piece of silver-grade equipment. Chen Yuan picked it up and grinned. "Haha, it's my kind of gear, so I won't hold back." He displayed the equipment's attributes. Carapace chest plate silver. Required level, LV 20. Attributes, strength 20, physical defense 2080, magic defense 1872. Armor type, heavy. It was clearly a piece of equipment perfectly suited for Chen Yuan. He joked, "Old Wang, looks like you're the only one whose gear didn't drop this time." Wang Yan wasn't bothered. As an Aura Mystura niche subclass among Majeshi's equipment requirements were quite specific. Many items suitable for other mages weren't necessarily ideal for him. But this didn't concern him much. Having his auras was more than enough. Chen Yuan stared at Wang Yan's Bloodfang with envy gleaming in his eyes. That powerful blood-scale crocodile had managed to single-handedly take down the boss. Its strength left both him and Su Muxue in awe. Although Su Muxue had also obtained 2 pet eggs, the blood-scale crocodiles hatched from them were taken away by her father for the sake of their family's development. Chen Yuan glanced down at his own pet, Little Black, which was only level 13, and secretly hoped, "Do you think my Little Black can grow to be as strong as Bloodfang?" "Of course it can," Wang Yan encouraged. "They're both blood-scale crocodiles, so fundamentally, there shouldn't be much difference. It's just a matter of leveling up." Chen Yuan sighed. "Ah, if it weren't for the college entrance exams, I'd definitely focus on training Little Black like you." Suddenly, his eyes lit up. "Wait, my experience bar is already at 99. A few more monsters and I'll hit level 20. The soldier ant they had just defeated had indeed provided the group with a significant amount of experience points. Wang Yan checked the time. It was only around 2:30 in the afternoon. Today's progress had been unexpectedly smooth, and Chen Yuan and Su Mushua's levels were catching up to his at an impressive pace. "Looks like we have plenty of time to head to the goblin camp today." Wasting no time, Wang Yan commanded Bloodfang to search for the next wave of monsters. About 5 or 6 minutes later, they encountered a pack of 10 wind wolves. These monsters, which they once had to approach cautiously, were no longer a threat. The 3 of them, along with the 2 blood-scale crocodiles, made quick work of the wolves. Ding, a system notification chimed, and a faint white light enveloped Chen Yuan. "Your teammate Chen Yuan has leveled up. Current level, LV 20. Wang Yan observed Chen Yuan with curiosity. From his performance so far, it was clear that Chen Yuan had remarkable talent, even showing signs of rivaling Su Muxue. In Wang Yan's opinion, Chen Yuan might just turn out to be the unexpected dark horse among this year's awakened professionals at Tianshui No. 1 High School. Moments later, Chen Yuan opened his eyes, his face breaking into an ecstatic grin. Haha, I can't believe I hit the jackpot this time. He eagerly displayed his new skill description for his teammates to see. Death Whirlwind. Unleashes a small tornado composed of multiple sword slashes, lasting 10 seconds. The tornado's movement direction can be controlled until it dissipates. Cooldown. 7 seconds. You guys might not know this, Chen Yuan explained excitedly, but this move ranks at least in the top 10 among all known skills that can be awakened by heavy armor warriors. Not only is it incredibly powerful, but it's also an area effect attack with control capabilities. And the best part? The cooldown is ridiculously short. Wang Yan finally understood why Chen Yuan was so thrilled. He chuckled and gave Chen Yuan a playful punch on the shoulder. Not bad, kid. He was genuinely happy for him. For a professional, even if the class itself wasn't top tier, having a strong skill set could still lead to a promising future. Congratulations. Su Muxue chimed in with her own heartfelt congratulations. Chen Yuan was so overjoyed that he started jumping around, even pulling off a backflip before grabbing Little Black and smothering it with kisses. Alright, that's enough. Look at you acting like a monkey, Wang Yan said, quickly stopping him to prevent him from embarrassing himself in front of Su Muxue. Those two Dragon Flame squad members might still be nearby. Although they had been traveling stealthily, Wang Yan wasn't entirely sure if the two were keeping up. Sorry, I just got too excited, Chen Yuan said, patting Wang Yan on the shoulder. Let's go, old Wang. To the goblin camp. I'm on fire right now. No rush, Wang Yan replied calmly. Before we head to the camp, there's something else we need to do. About 10 minutes later, the group arrived at a familiar small hill. Wang Yan checked the map to confirm their location and quickly found the entrance to a cave that the golden-striped Tiger King had hidden with grass. Wait, isn't this the golden-striped Tiger King's den? Chen Yuan recognized the hill immediately. That's right, Wang Yan nodded. This is the Tiger King's lair. The question is it home right now? Why'd you bring us here? Old Wang? Chen Yuan asked, puzzled. Are we planning to take down the tiger? Su Muxue chimed in with a reminder, but the golden-striped Tiger King is level 28. And it's just an elite monster, not a boss. The experience it gives is low, and it might not even drop any good gear. Wang Yan shook his head. Of course, we're not here to fight it. That would take too much effort and waste valuable time. He then explained, right now, the goblin camp likely has over 300 goblins. Yesterday, we saw more than 300 there, not counting the wandering goblin squads in the eastern area. While we've killed quite a few, the remaining ones have probably regrouped near the camp. This afternoon, we barely found any goblin squads in the eastern area, which proves my point. All of these goblins are level 20 or higher. Even though we've reached level 20, we can't afford to let our guard down. And we still don't know what the goblin chieftain is capable of, Wang Yan continued. While the monster manual has some information, this particular chieftain is far stronger than usual and has only emerged in the past few decades. There's very little information about it online, and its skills are completely unknown. The unknown often means danger, so to play it safe, I plan to lure the Tiger King to the goblin camp to distract them. Chen Yuan's eyes lit up. And then we sneak into the camp to take down the goblin chieftain? Exactly. Haha, not bad, old Wang. You've really got a knack for coming up with clever ideas. Wait here for me. Unless I'm in danger, you don't need to come up. Wang Yan instructed Su Muxue and Chen Yuan. His decision to target the golden-spotted Tiger King was no coincidence. This ferocious beast, invincible against goblins, was particularly vulnerable to his slowing aura. Though the golden-spotted Tiger King could take on multiple foes at once, it relied solely on its raw attributes and physical prowess, lacking any special abilities. Despite its high resilience and resistance to most control skills, these advantages were rendered useless against Wang Yan's slowing aura, which ignored such defenses. Cautiously, Wang Yan approached the cave and pulled aside the covering foliage. As the beam of his flashlight pierced the darkness, a pair of oval-shaped eyes glowing with an eerie green light came into view, like those of a predator lurking in the shadows. Without hesitation, Wang Yan cranked the flashlight to its highest intensity, directing the blinding light straight at the Tiger King's face. Infuriated by this sudden provocation, the golden-spotted Tiger King let out a deafening roar. How dare this insignificant human offend the king of beasts? Enraged, it rose to its feet, preparing to pounce and tear its foe to shreds. Yet, just as it gathered its strength, an uncanny sluggishness swept over its body. A leap that should have easily covered more than 10 meters now barely reached 2, leaving the Tiger King sprawled awkwardly on the ground. Wang Yan couldn't help but chuckle, further enraging the beast. It roared thunderously, its eyes blazing with fury and a burning desire to obliterate the insolent human. Despite the Tiger King being slowed by 90, Wang Yan remained cautious, ensuring he kept a safe distance of about 10 meters at all times. Before long, Chen Yuan and Su Muxue witnessed the bizarre scene. Wang Yan sprinting out of the cave, followed by the golden-spotted Tiger King, which appeared to be moving in slow motion. What the heck? That tiger looks like it's glitching, Qin Yuan exclaimed in amazement. Since the slowing aura didn't affect allies, they had no first-hand experience with the skill's properties. To ensure they reached the goblin camp before nightfall, Wang Yan used his frequency-adjusting ring to modify the slowing effect to 80. The Tiger King's speed immediately improved noticeably. True to its status as a solitary elite monster, it demonstrated impressive mobility even under such a powerful slowing effect. The group jogged ahead, leading the golden-spotted Tiger King toward the goblin camp while occasionally tossing stones to provoke it. Though the stones caused little physical harm, the sheer insult further fueled the beast's rage, eliciting thunderous roars that sent shivers through the air. Meanwhile, the goblin camp was bustling with activity. Goblins hurriedly worked to repair their decaying walls, erect watchtowers, and set up barricades. The elderly goblin chieftain hobbled around the camp, leaning heavily on a wooden staff. One of its eyes was clouded and blind, and its steps were unsteady. Suddenly, the chieftain's face twisted in pain as it raised a trembling arm. A black magical rune etched into its skin began to glow ominously, burning its flesh with a sizzling sound that filled the air with unease. The goblin chieftain seemed utterly drained, as if the magical runes had sapped all his strength. His gaunt frame appeared even more withered under the sunlight. Just as he shook his head, ready to abandon his patrol and return to his quarters, a thunderous tiger roar shattered the camp's tranquility. Rawala! The chieftain's sharp voice rang through the encampment. At his call, the goblin warriors swiftly gathered in the direction of the roar. Not far beyond the wooden walls, a daunting sight unfolded. A human warrior, wielding a massive shield, stood side by side with a colossal golden-striped Tiger King. The warrior was none other than Qin Yuan, who maintained a vigilant defensive stance, his shield firmly held in front of him. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Wang Yan and Su Muxue had already activated their stealth abilities, waiting for the perfect moment. From the walls and watchtowers, goblin archers unleashed a relentless barrage of arrows. The projectiles clattered against Qin Yuan's shield with crisp impacts, but failed to penetrate his defense. At the precise moment when the golden-striped Tiger King was lured beneath the walls, Qin Yuan's figure suddenly vanished, leaving the Tiger King and the goblins atop the walls staring at each other in confusion. Simultaneously, Wang Yan dispelled the slowing effect he had cast on the Tiger King. Invisible, Qin Yuan silently rejoined Wang Yan and Su Muxue, and the trio held their breath, intently observing what would happen next. The golden-striped Tiger King warily scanned its surroundings, its nose twitching as it sniffed the air, seemingly searching for the hidden intruders. At that moment, an arrow recklessly fired by an impulsive goblin whistled through the air. The shot enraged the Tiger King. With a furious roar, it swiped the arrow into splinters with a single paw. In the next instant, the massive beast erupted into a burst of astonishing speed, charging toward the goblin camp's walls. As it neared, it suddenly leapt, demonstrating extraordinary agility. Using the wall for leverage, it propelled itself upward and effortlessly landed atop the wall's summit. Every goblin froze in place, their eyes wide with shock, as if a spell of paralysis had taken hold of them. The moment the golden-spotted Tiger King leapt onto the city wall, a blood-soaked frenzy was unleashed. Its golden eyes burned with a fiery rage, the humiliation of being toyed with by humans transforming into a primal thirst for slaughter. No longer restrained by the slowing aura, this massive beast finally revealed its true power. Each strike was as swift as lightning, and every claw tore through goblin flesh with ease. Ha ha ha, it worked. Qin Yuan laughed from the sidelines. Let's move quickly and take this chance. Taking advantage of the chaos, Wang Yan and the others swiftly slipped toward the mine. Thanks to the scouting they had done the previous day, they easily located the small entrance marked on the secret passage map. The cave was pitch black, but faint green glowing stones embedded at intervals along the walls provided just enough light to illuminate their path. What are these stones? Could they be some kind of treasure? Qin Yuan asked, reaching out to touch one in curiosity. Aren't you worried it might be radioactive? Su Muxue teased, causing Qin Yuan to immediately retract his hand in alarm. Leading the way, Wang Yan explained, they're just ordinary fluorite. After being exposed to sunlight, they can glow for decades. In human society, alchemists use them with monster cores to create lighting tools. Goblins simply embed sun-exposed fluorite into the cave walls. Old Wang, you really are our class-walking encyclopedia, Qin Yuan exclaimed in admiration. Su Muxue's eyes also glimmered with respect. This knowledge was clearly beyond the scope of their textbooks. After traversing a winding mining path, the three arrived at a fork in the tunnel. Following the map, they chose the left passage, where faint light and the sounds of tiger roars and goblin shouts could be heard ahead. Rounding the final bend, the scene opened up before them. They had successfully infiltrated the goblin camp. Low wooden structures and animal skin tents filled the area. The camp was almost deserted, as the goblins had all been drawn away by the golden-spotted Tiger King. In the center of the camp, a towering figure stood out: the goblin chieftain. It was observing the battle from afar, showing no intention of joining in. Taking advantage of their invisibility aura, the three crept to within 30 meters of the goblin chieftain. Attack together, don't give it a chance to fight back. Wang Yan adjusted the frequency ring to 60, instantly boosting their attack power. At Wang Yan's command, Bloodfang and Xiaohei initiated the assault with Dragon Breath. Su Muxue activated her Frenzied Heart ability, summoning the Astral Gate. Dark Moon Blades, Shadow Orbs, and Dark Matter rained down like a storm. Chen Yuan swung his sword, unleashing a 5-meter-high whirlwind of sword energy that roared toward the target. The goblin chieftain turned, its face frozen in shock, but it was too late. Overwhelmed by the relentless onslaught and weakened by a 50 attribute reduction, its defenses crumbled. Within 3 seconds, it collapsed into a pool of blood. A system notification sounded. Ding! Your pet, Dragonblood Crocodile, has killed LV-30 Goblin Chieftain Silver. You have gained 22,500 experience points. Chen Yuan quickly grabbed the golden equipment that had dropped, not even pausing to check its attributes as he prepared to retreat. But suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. The Goblin Chieftain's corpse burst into black flames. The magical runes on its wrist emitted a blinding light, detaching from the body and rapidly expanding, enveloping an area several hundred meters in radius. The Goblin Chieftain has cast Abyssal Magic. Cursed Soul's Abyssal Cage. The effects of the Abyssal Cage manifested immediately. All living beings within the range were trapped. Stealth, teleportation, blink, and dash skills were rendered useless, with the effect lasting for a full 10 minutes. Wang Yan's eyes flickered with shock. Abyssal magic? How could a goblin be connected to the abyss? The history of abyssal demons on Blue Star can be traced back thousands of years. It was a dark era when the abyssal demons invaded, unleashing relentless slaughter and tearing through spatial barriers, releasing countless otherworldly creatures. Human civilization was nearly wiped out in this cataclysm. The energy spilling from the spatial rifts not only brought alien creatures, but also caused severe mutations among Blue Star's native species. Many species went extinct, new ones emerged, and humanity was pushed to the very bottom of the food chain. The global population plummeted from a peak of 8 billion to a mere 300 million, and this harsh state of survival persisted for thousands of years. It wasn't until a few centuries ago that a powerful set of heavenly Tao rules changed everything. Humans began to develop various powerful professions, and countless monsters were sealed into dungeons, leaving only a few still roaming Blue Star. Human civilization was rebuilt, though its activities remained restricted. Forests, grasslands, lakes, oceans, and other wilderness areas outside the cities were still fraught with danger. Abyssal demons, as one of the few entities capable of breaking the heavenly Tao seals, remained humanity's greatest threat. Jiangnan University, where Wang Yan was about to enroll, was located near an abyssal demon lair. Battling these abyssal creatures was both a test for the students and a responsibility they bore as members of the university. When Wang Yan, Su Muxue, and Chen Yuan discovered that the goblin chieftain before them had ties to abyssal creatures, they were all stunned. Chen Yuan asked worriedly, could there be abyssal monsters hiding in this camp? Wang Yan shook his head and denied it. Highly unlikely. A small city like Tianshui wouldn't harbor abyssal monsters. If there were, the entire city would be in an uproar. My guess is that it worshipped some kind of abyssal deity to gain its special powers. The goblin chieftain unleashed an abyssal cage that covered a vast area, trapping Wang Yan and his team, the golden-striped Tiger King, and hundreds of goblins. In this unique space, movement skills like stealth and teleportation were rendered useless. With their greatest advantage, the invisibility aura disabled, Wang Yan's team suddenly found themselves in grave danger. Su Muxue said anxiously, Wang Yan, my astral gate still needs 10 seconds to cool down. Chen Yuan added urgently, my death tornado is almost ready. Both of them instinctively turned to Wang Yan for hope. Surrounded by goblins closing in from all directions, now less than 300 meters away, Wang Yan remained calm and composed. First, he activated a slowing aura to buy time, then attempted to break the cage with a divine purification aura, only to receive a system notification that it couldn't be purified. I can't purify this abyssal cage, Wang Yan said calmly, but don't worry, I still have a trump card. He gently touched the frequency-adjusting ring on his hand, setting the divine attack aura to 100, boosting both attack power and magic attack power by 1000. Simultaneously, he adjusted the holy damage aura to 100, converting all damage into holy damage that bypassed immunity, invincibility, and evasion. Seeing the astonishing attribute changes, Chen Yuan and Su Muxue were left speechless. Wang Yan smiled and said, go on. Let these goblins realize who's really trapped in this cage. As the aura adjustments took effect, the confidence in Su Muxue and Chen Yuan's eyes reignited. Chen Yuan charged forward, his long sword slicing through the air as he summoned a deadly tornado. Wherever the whirlwind passed, sand and debris were swept up, pulverized into dust by the ferocious sword energy. The goblin horde, immobilized under Wang Yan's slowing aura, was helplessly drawn into the lethal storm. With Wang Yan's aura amplifying its power, the tornado's destructive force became terrifying. Every goblin caught within was obliterated in an instant, leaving no chance of survival. While maintaining the whirlwind, Chen Yuan continuously unleashed waves of sword energy, each strike claiming a goblin's life with an efficiency akin to harvesting crops. All of this was thanks to Wang Yan's extraordinary aura boost. Each of Chen Yuan's attacks inflicted over 90,000 points of holy damage, ensuring instant annihilation of any goblin struck. Even the goblin chieftain at its peak would struggle to withstand such devastation. Meanwhile, Wang Yan's slowing aura rendered the goblins as if trapped in quicksand, leaving them with no chance to evade. Wang Yan couldn't help but smile as he watched Chen Yuan in action. The young man who once dreamed of becoming a knight charging into battle was now excelling as a wind mage. It seemed likely that his prized great shield might eventually rust away from disuse. Two dragonblood crocodiles joined the fray, using their charge abilities to savagely bite and unleash dragon breath attacks on the goblins. At this moment, Su Mushue's astral gate finally finished its cooldown. She raised her staff and summoned a rift in the sky above the goblin camp's rear. The rift expanded, releasing a downpour of dark matter like a rain of death. Each drop of the dark matter spelled certain doom. Within the area covered by the astral gate, the goblins let out blood-curdling screams. They tried desperately to escape the zone of death, but their limited movement speed left them unable to outrun the gate's expansion. In the blink of an eye, nearly 200 goblins fell to Su Mushue's devastating attack. The tide of battle shifted instantly, and the goblin army crumbled, scattering in all directions. At that moment, a gaunt, white-spotted goblin priest named Bronze stepped forward. This level 27 goblin high priest, covered in eerie symbols, beat a beast-high drum at his waist while chanting strange incantations. A red ripple spread outward from his body, an inspire skill that reduced 60 of negative status effects on allies for 10 seconds and significantly boosted their morale. Under the effect of inspire, the goblins temporarily broke free from the slowing aura, their eyes glowing red as they regrouped for a counterattack. Just then, Wang Yan received a system notification. His dragonblood crocodile had slain a goblin decurion, earning 1,350 experience points and leveling up to 20. More importantly, the dragonblood crocodile had awakened a new skill, Crimson Frenzy. This skill allowed the dragonblood crocodile to double in size, greatly increasing its health, attack power, and defense, while enhancing its dragon breath, movement speed, and granting magic immunity. It was now an even stronger Dark Gold tier version, surpassing the level 33 golden dragonblood crocodile they had encountered before. Wang Yan was thrilled this skill couldn't have come at a better time. The dragonblood crocodile's abilities far surpassed those of its predecessors. Its dragon breath now covered a wider range and inflicted 30 more damage. Additionally, it had gained a 50 boost in health and a 30 damage reduction effect. Even its size had doubled, growing from a 50 increase to a staggering 100, exuding an unprecedented aura of power. Wang Yan's gaze was fixed on the battlefield, a cold glint flickering in his eyes. The presence of the goblin priest was severely disrupting their tactical rhythm. The goblin horde, which should have been slowed by 90 and served as perfect prey for Chen Yuan and Su Mushue, had regained much of their mobility due to the priest's interference. This newfound freedom of movement posed a deadly threat to the duo. Shueya, Crimson Rampage. Wang Yan silently issued his icy command. A deafening roar erupted across the battlefield. Shueya's body began to expand visibly, its original 3-meter length rapidly growing to an astonishing 7 or 8 meters, resembling the rebirth of an ancient beast. Its crimson scales emitted intense heat, akin to molten lava, while the black patterns on its body writhed as if alive, resembling venomous serpents slithering across its form. Its health skyrocketed from 176,880 to an incredible 265,320, turning it into the most fearsome existence on the battlefield. Shueya's bloodthirsty eyes immediately locked onto the goblin priest amidst the horde. Its muscles tensed like coiled springs before it launched itself into the air with explosive force, covering a distance of over 40 meters in a single leap. The goblin priest froze as it stared at the towering beast. Its hands hovered midair, the drum made of animal hide forgotten, as terror widened its pupils. There was no time to react. Shueya's gaping maw, lined with razor-sharp teeth, engulfed the priest entirely. With a thunderous crash, Shueya landed, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air as the ground trembled beneath its massive weight. Its jaws closed with a sickening crack, the sound of bones shattering echoing across the battlefield. The goblin priest couldn't even let out a scream before its life was extinguished. With a disdainful flick of its neck, Shueya flung the lifeless body aside like a rag doll. Ding! A system notification chimed. Your pet, the Dragonblood Crocodile, has slain a level 27 Goblin Priest. You have earned 1,350 experience points. Bloodfang's attack struck like a crimson lightning bolt. Without any unnecessary flourish, it charged straight into the goblin horde and, in full view of everyone, tore the goblin priest to shreds. The suddenness of the scene left everyone stunned, especially Chen Yuan and Su Muxue. It was their first time witnessing Bloodfang's crimson berserk form, and its massive size delivered a visual impact that was nothing short of awe-inspiring. The goblin priest's lifeless body hit the ground with a heavy thud, breaking the frozen silence. Only then did the goblins snap out of their daze. Seeing the audacious giant crocodile daring to dive into their midst alone, they let out furious roars, raising their weapons as they swarmed toward it. Amid the glint of blades and the shadow of arrows raining down like a storm, spears thrust forward like a forest, all striking Bloodfang with relentless force. 387, 367, 397, 425. The damage numbers flickered incessantly, but under the dual protection of Dragon's dominance and damage reduction, these attacks were nothing more than tickles to Bloodfang, who boasted a staggering 260,000 health points. With a thunderous roar, Bloodfang swung its tail in a wide arc, instantly killing over a dozen goblins. Following up, a scorching dragon's breath erupted from its maw, reducing several more goblins to ashes. Meanwhile, a goblin mage in the rear seized the opportunity, channeling fire elements at the tip of its staff to form a massive fireball. The fiery projectile roared through the air and struck Bloodfang with a deafening explosion, gouging out a massive 10-meter crater in the ground. Amid the smoke and flames, Bloodfang's figure was completely swallowed. Chen Yuan and Su Muxue couldn't help but feel anxious, but Wang Yan wore a knowing smile. As the dust settled, the damage indicator above Bloodfang read a mere 0, and not a single scale was harmed. The attack had thoroughly enraged Bloodfang. Its blood-red eyes locked onto the goblin mage, and like a harbinger of death, it lunged forward. The goblin mage, terrified, dropped its staff and attempted to flee, but it only managed 2 steps before being pinned down by Bloodfang. With a single bite, its neck snapped, killing it instantly. Fear overtook anger as the goblins descended into chaos. Despite still bearing the priest's buffs, they found themselves completely trapped within the abyssal cage. There was no escape. Su Muxue, Chen Yuan, and Xiao He began their pursuit, turning the battle into a one-sided massacre. The stench of blood filled the camp, accompanied by the goblins' dying wails. Ironically, the very cages designed to imprison Wang Yan and his companions had now become the goblins' death traps. Even their signature escape tactics were rendered useless. Before long, the last goblin fell. Bloodfang's berserk state faded, and it returned to its normal form. The goblin corpses dissolved into motes of light, leaving behind a pile of loot, mostly common white-grade items, with a few bronze pieces and various materials scattered about. In the now empty camp, only bloodstains and the thick scent of blood remained. As Chen Yuan busied himself sorting through the equipment, Su Muxue suddenly cried out, "Wang Yan, look at this!" Wang Yan approached and saw, behind a wooden hut, a severely injured tiger glaring at them with a fierce but fading gazite. Was the golden-striped Tiger King from earlier. Now, its body was riddled with wounds, and its health bar was nearly depleted. The silhouette of the golden-striped Tiger King appeared particularly desolate under the shadows of the abyssal cage. Though fierce, it was no match for the swarm of goblins attacking it, not to mention the residual impact of the astral gate it had to endure. By diverting the attention of a large number of goblins, it allowed Wang Yan and his team to easily take down the goblin chieftain. Su Muxue gazed at the mighty beast that had shared their burden during the descent of the abyssal cage and nodded gently. Raising her staff, a pitch-black energy orb shot forth, ending the life of this jungle king. After collecting the spoils of battle, Chen Yuan returned to Wang Yan and Su Muxue's side. The abyssal cage still loomed over them, leaving the three with no choice but to continue waiting. "Old Wang, you're really good at hiding your skills, huh?" Chen Yuan grinned and patted Wang Yan on the shoulder. Wang Yan was just about to reply, "Same old rules," when Chen Yuan interrupted, I know, keep it a secret. Honestly, I don't get why you're so low-key. If I had your abilities, I'd make sure the whole world knew about it." "Not necessarily," Su Muxue said thoughtfully. "There's a saying, the higher the tree, the stronger the wind." Wang Yan must have his reasons for staying under the radar. As soon as she finished speaking, she noticed Wang Yan's expression turn strange. Her face flushed and she quickly added, I didn't mean to call you a pig or anything." Wang Yan sighed lightly and waved it off. "It's fine. I understand what you mean." Chen Yuan let out a hearty laugh and then, as if remembering something, pulled a ring out of his pocket. "This is some gear we got from killing the goblin chieftain, a gold tier item, and it's a ring." The group examined the ring's attributes closely. Ring of Covenant Gold Tier. Required level, LV20. Base attribute, grants 3,000 shield points upon equipping. Special effect. If the shield breaks, it requires a 10-second cooldown to regenerate. Active skill, Covenant of Protection. Skill effect. When you take damage, you can transfer a portion of it to your pet or summon creatures, up to a maximum of 50. This ring is truly a life-saving artifact. With a shield value of 3,000 points, it's already quite impressive, but what's even rarer is its ability to transfer damage to a pet. Until the pet is defeated, the wearer can enjoy up to a 50 damage reduction. This figure even surpasses the defensive skills of many warrior classes. For Wang Yan, this ring seems tailor-made. His bloodfang not only has thick skin and an enormous health pool, but when it activates its blood fury, it becomes practically indestructible. Although the ring has no class restrictions and any of the three could use it, Su Muxue was the first to speak. This ring isn't suitable for me. I don't have any pets or summons, so the passive attributes would be completely wasted. Chen Yuan quickly followed up, I don't need it either. With my heavy armor, I'm already well defended, so giving it to me would be a waste. He paused and then added, come to think of it, we've been teaming up for a while, and Old Wang hasn't gotten any good gear yet. This ring is perfect for you. Indeed, since the three had started working together, both Chen Yuan and Su Muxue had acquired 2 pieces of silver equipment each, while Wang Yan hadn't found anything suitable. Seeing how the other two were so insistent, Wang Yan didn't hold back. All right, we'll take it then. As the team's core support, Wang Yan's survival was crucial. Only by ensuring his safety could the team's combat effectiveness be maximized. At this point, Wang Yan already owned 2 rings, a dark gold storage ring and a gold contract ring. In just a few days since his awakening, his equipment level had already far surpassed that of the average rookie. After about 3 to 4 minutes of waiting, a massive crack suddenly appeared in the abyssal cage above them. The crack quickly expanded until the entire cage shattered with a thunderous crash, dissolving into tiny specks of starlight that rained down to the ground. It's finally over. Let's go. Just as the three were about to leave the now deserted goblin camp, a notification suddenly echoed in Wang Yan's mind. Congratulations on completing a special event. Eliminate the minions of the Abyss forces. You successfully killed the goblin chieftain infected by the power of the Abyss, thwarting its evil plan to sacrifice itself and summon an abyssal rift. You have earned the achievement medal Guardian. Guardian, you have slain the minions of the Abyss forces and prevented their invasion plan. Holding this medal grants you a permanent 10 to all attributes and increases your Abyss forces hatred level by 10. Wang Yan, bewildered, turned to Su Muxue and Chen Yuan, who were equally astonished. Did you hear that too? Yes, said Su Muxue. Yeah, added Chen Yuan. Wang Yan fell into deep thought before suddenly realizing, the minions of the Abyss forces? Summoning an abyssal rift, could it be that this goblin chieftain was planning to sacrifice itself before dying to summon the rift, hoping to gain the Abyss monster's protection for its goblin tribe? All 3 of them exchanged uneasy glances, their faces pale with fear. If an abyssal rift had truly appeared on the outskirts of Tinshui City, the consequences would have been catastrophic. Abyss monsters were at least gold tier, and generally much stronger than other monsters of the same level. If they had descended, Tinshui City might have faced a disaster comparable to the Beast Tide 10 years ago. The extent of the damage would depend on the size of the rift, but one thing was certain. Shadowy Forest would become a forbidden zone, and the residents of Tinshui City's northern suburbs would be forced to evacuate. Su Muxue suddenly understood. No wonder the goblins were cutting down trees and fortifying their camp. It wasn't to protect their besieged, was to prepare for the summoning of abyss monsters. Damn, that cunning old bastard. Chen Yuan gasped. It was planning something this big? If it had succeeded, I don't even want to imagine the outcome. Then he burst into laughter. So basically, this old geezer spent all that time scheming, only for us to sneak in and wreck its plans? Wang Yan chuckled as well. Talk about bad luck. This goblin chieftain ruled the eastern region for years without anyone daring to challenge it. It probably never dreamed that humans would infiltrate its camp and ambush it. Either way, its plan failed, and Tinshui City is safe for now. Suddenly, another notification rang in their minds. You have completed a special event. The current area will receive a regional reward. A regional announcement is about to be made. Would you like to remain anonymous? Chen Yuan and Su Muxue turned to Wang Yan. What do you think? Should we stay anonymous? Wang Yan shook his head. Why hide? Don't you two have college entrance exams coming up? These regional announcements can add bonus points and quite a lot, too. Don't you both want to get into Jiangnan University with me? But Su Muxue hesitated, her expression uncertain. Didn't you say we should keep it a secret? Chen Yuan asked with a frown. He added, even if the 2 of us don't stay anonymous, it's pointless for you to do it alone. By now, almost everyone at Tinshui First High knows we're a fixed team. Anyone could figure it out. Wang Yan's lips curled into a relaxed smile, a glint of slyness flashing in his eyes. Don't worry. When the time comes, just tell the truth. Say the goblin chief was weak, and we just got lucky. He knew full well that a regional announcement about a goblin chief boss wouldn't cause an international stir. Once the news spread, people would attribute the achievement to Qin Yuan and Su Mashua's skills, while he'd be seen as just tagging along. What really needed to stay under wraps was his unique aura ability. If the wrong people in other countries discovered it, the consequences could be disastrous. Guess I really need to grow stronger, Wang Yan thought to himself with a sigh. I can't keep hiding like this forever, it's exhausting. After convincing the other two, the trio unanimously decided not to stay anonymous. The worry on Chen Yuan's face instantly faded, replaced by a delighted smile. Thanks, old Wang, Qin Yuan said sincerely. Among the three, his academic performance was the weakest, and cramming at the last minute wasn't going to cut it. While Su Mashua had a good chance of getting into the Supreme Academy with her grades, for him, it was an uphill battle. Now, with the regional announcement and rewards, he finally felt confident about the college entrance exams. Wang Yan shook his head with a smile. Since when did you get so polite? I should be thanking you for bringing me to the shadowy forest to level up. Back then, he would never forget how, when everyone else looked down on him, only Qin Yuan and Su Mashua chose to stand by his side. Qin Yuan even argued with his girlfriend over it, and was willing to delay his own leveling progress just to help him. Those words seemed to strike a chord with Qin Yuan. His eyes suddenly reddened. Damn, got something in my eye, he muttered, quickly turning away to discreetly wipe the corners of his eyes. All right, let's go, Qin Yuan said, trying to sound casual. We've got 2 or 3 hours before it gets dark. Let's kill a few more monsters, and dinner's on me tonight. In the western region of the shadowy forest, a tense standoff was unfolding. A team of 5 professional adventurers stood against a group of formidable spiked wild boars, each twice the size of an ordinary domestic pig. Among them, one towering creature stood out, its size 3 times that of a normal Piga level 15 bronze tier boss, the spiked wild boar king. Zhang Xingyi, a student of Tianshui No. 1 High School, led the team, which included Jinlu, an earth element mage, a shield warrior named Wang Chong, and a ranger. These 3 male adventurers from other classes were handpicked by Zhang Xingyi for their exceptional skills. Wang Chong, don't be afraid. Go straight in. He'll shield you, Zhang Xingyi commanded in a calm, steady voice. Hearing this, Wang Chong tightened his grip on his large shield, his nervous expression easing slightly. Got it, brother Zhang. The spiked wild boar king began scraping the ground with its hooves, kicking up dirt as its heavy breaths grew louder, signaling an imminent charge. With a sharp screech, the boar suddenly launched itself forward. Following orders, Wang Chong stepped up to intercept, preparing to use a shield bash. In the critical moment, Zhang Xingyi swung his staff, and a radiant golden light flashed. A translucent protective shield enveloped Wang Chong instantly. Boom! A thunderous impact echoed. Wang Chong was knocked back, but thanks to the holy light shield, he escaped serious injury. The Boar King's charge was halted, leaving it staggering and visibly dazed. Now's our chance, Zhang Xingyi shouted, casting a holy light blessing on Jinlu, boosting his attack power by 20, all attributes by 5, and adding 10 light attribute damage. Seizing the opportunity, Jinlu darted toward the Boar King with his dagger. The mage and ranger, also empowered by the holy light blessing, launched a fierce assault. Zhang Xingyi struck again with his staff, binding the Boar King in place with a light bind spell. Seeing their leader trapped, the other spiked wild boars charged forward in unison. The Earth Mage reacted swiftly, summoning a long wall to block their charge. The wild boars crashed into the wall, disoriented. The mage followed up with a quicksand trap, completely immobilizing the herd. Under Zhang Xingyi's precise command, the team worked seamlessly. He continuously reinforced his teammates with holy light shields, while the others unleashed a relentless barrage on the Boar King. Before long, the Boar King let out a final, anguished cry and collapsed, dropping a piece of bronze equipment. With their leader defeated, the remaining wild boars either fled or were swiftly eliminated. Huh, great job everyone, Zhang Xingyi exclaimed, clearly in high spirits. Our team's combat power is pretty impressive, taking down a level 15 boss so smoothly, all thanks to Brother Zhang's holy light blessing and shields. Without them, there's no way we could have taken down that Boar King so easily, Jinlu said, quick to compliment. The others chimed in, praising Zhang Xingyi's support abilities as unmatched in the shadowy forest. Amid the chorus of Brother Zhang and their admiration, Zhang Xingyi's smile never faded, his expression brimming with pride. Ah, you guys are exaggerating too much, Jinlu said modestly, waving his hand, though his eyes gleamed with barely concealed pride. Without your contributions, it wouldn't matter how good my support was. But come to think of it, it's only the 4th day after the awakening ceremony, and our squad has already taken down a boss-level monster. That must be some kind of record, right? Zhang Xingyi's lips curved into a faint smile. Records aside, we are indeed the first team to take down a boss-level monster without any sparring partners. He paused for a moment, I checked the campus forum over the past couple of days. Most teams, when they encounter a boss-level monster, just turn tail and run. The ranger chimed in excitedly. I recorded the entire process of us taking down the boss earlier. I'll post it on the campus forum tonight. Jean Lu's eyes suddenly lit up as if a thought had struck him. Our first boss kill is way more impressive than earning some measly 90,000 bucks, don't you think? The other team members immediately voiced their agreement. Exactly. Taking down materials with 2 top-tier pets? That's nothing special. I could do that too. Absolutely. It takes real skill for Zhang to lead us in taking down a boss. Yeah, those 3 are hyped up so much on the campus forum. Let's see them try to take down a boss. The group grew more and more animated, and Zhang Xingyi couldn't help but feel immensely satisfied. As the most recognized top-tier awakener in Tianshui First High School this year, he had often been overshadowed by Su Muxue. The trio of Chen Yuan, Su Muxue, and Wang Yan had always been in the spotlight. But today, taking down this boss finally gave him a chance to bask in his own glory. Just as the group was enthusiastically chatting, a sudden notification echoed in their minds. Regional announcement. The Goblin Claw Squad, consisting of Wang Yan, Su Muxue, and Chen Yuan, has successfully slain the level 30 Goblin Chieftain Silver, completing a special event. They have earned an achievement medal and triggered a regional reward. Regional reward. All resource output in the Shadowy Forest increased by 9. Rare item drop rates increased by 3. Experience gain increased by 7. Monster density increased by 20. And monster danger level reduced by 20. Reward duration. Permanent. The unexpected announcement left Zhang Xingyi and his team utterly stunned. The pride and excitement they had felt just moments ago were instantly doused like a bucket of cold water poured over their heads. Zhang Shengyi and Jean Lu stood frozen in place, exchanging bewildered glances. The disbelief was written all over their faces. No way. Is my mouth cursed or something? Muttered the rogue who had earlier doubted others' abilities, swallowing nervously. His words had barely faded when Wang Yan and his team actually took down a boss and triggered a special event, as if fate itself conspired to humiliate him. Level 30? A Silverdeer boss? And from the goblin race? Zhang Xingyi rubbed his eyes, doubting what he just saw. It was only the 4th day since awakening. Even if Su Muxue were a prodigy, this was just too absurd. Goblin Shrimp Hand? What kind of ridiculous name is that? He mumbled. For such an important regional announcement, they really went with something so random? Are they trying to be cute? Jean Lu was equally baffled. A level 30 boss. Even for professionals above level 30, it would take a team of 10 to 20 to bring it down. Wang Chang cautiously offered a theory. Brother Zhang, could it be that they had trainers helping them out? Impossible. Jean Lu immediately refuted. If trainers were involved, their names would be on the list. The announcement only mentioned Wang Yan, Chen Yuan, and Su Muxue. The group fell into silence. The joy of defeating the Wild Boar King evaporated instantly. Maybe their battle pets are exceptionally strong, someone quietly speculated. Yeah, that must be it. Their pets must be insanely powerful. Su Muxue's family must have really invested heavily. Wang Yan's got it easy living off her. Zhang Xingyi said nothing, just shook his head. He knew that a battle pet's level couldn't exceed its owners. No matter how strong the pet, a level 20 creature couldn't defeat a level 30 boss. He himself was only level 17. Could Su Muxue and the others really be that far ahead? You can't bring pets to the college entrance exams. Jean Lu sneered. Let's see how they handle that. Exactly, relying too much on pets is a bad idea. Wang Chang agreed. Zhang Xingyi slowly regained his confidence. The college entrance exam was just 2 days away, and career potential assessments weighed heavily. He felt secure in his profession and combat experience. We'll see who's better in the exam, he thought to himself. Just then, the rogue hesitantly asked, Brother Zhang, should we still post our boss battle footage? Let's hold off on that. Zhang Shengyi replied awkwardly. By now, the entire Tianshui city knew that Wang Yan and his team had just taken down a level 30 boss. Posting footage of their own fight against a level 15 boss at this moment would only invite ridicule. Meanwhile, the Shadow Forest supply station was abuzz with excitement. When the regional announcement played, the entire hall fell silent for a moment before erupting into cheers. Whoa! Regional rewards. Who are these pros? Talk about hitting the jackpot. Students from Tianshui First High quickly stepped forward to claim credit. They're from our school. Wang Yan has been the top student in both academics and combat for 3 years straight, and Su Muxue is ranked 2nd. Newly awakened rookies? No way. Other professionals were stunned. That was a level 30 Silverdeer boss. The supply station was in chaos, with heated discussions breaking out everywhere. This news was destined to send shockwaves through Tianshui City. Inside the supply station, a heated discussion was unfolding about a rookie team defeating a level 30 boss. Impossible. A seasoned professional shook his head. Newly awakened professionals are, at best, level 20. How could they possibly take down a level 30 Silverdeer boss? especially the goblin chieftain. Goblins always fight in groups, another professional added. I've seen them in the eastern zone, they always swarm together, at least 100 at a time. A team of 3? No way. The students from Tianshui number 1 high school grew anxious. We're not joking. It was the 3 of them. Remember when a rookie team exchanged 90,000 dragon coins at the supply station a while ago? That was them. Their team also has 2 incredibly strong pet beasts. This detail caught everyone's attention. The story of the 90,000 dragon coins had indeed circulated in the shadowy forest, but the crowd still seemed skeptical. Just check the Tianshui number 1 high school website, and you'll see. Someone pulled out their phone to search. Holy crap, it's true, the person exclaimed. On the outstanding student rankings, Wang Yan and Su Muxue are in first and second place. Chen Yuan is Wang Yan's close buddy, and Su Muxue is in our class, another Tianshui number 1 student confirmed. With the evidence piling up, the crowd began checking their system panels. Sure enough, the regional announcements bonuses had already taken effect. The entire shadowy forest now had increased resource yields and experience points, higher monster density, and reduced danger levels. Who cares how they did it? Someone raised their glass. We're all benefiting from this. Drinks on me. Meanwhile, in the office of Tianshui number 1 high school, Principal Zhao Guofeng and teacher Qin Yao were busy with paperwork. When the regional announcement came through, they initially paid it no mind until they saw the names of the team members. That rascal. Principal Zhao chuckled and cursed. Didn't Chairman Li tell him to keep a low profile? Young people having a bit of drive is normal, Qin Yao said with a smile. Principal Zhao's eyes lit up. This regional reward couldn't have come at a better time. Not only will it add bonus points to their college entrance exams, but it might also secure them a spot in the Supreme Academy. Teacher Qin, contact the Tianshui City Professional Guild immediately. Got it. They'll reach out to Chairman Li right away. Qin Yao replied with a nod. This miracle created by 3 students from Tianshui number 1 high school not only brought benefits to the entire shadowy forest, but also opened a new door to a promising future for them. Shrimp goblin hands? Chen Yuan's face beamed with pride as his gaze shifted expectantly between Wang Yan and Su Muxue, clearly waiting for their praise. Wang Yan and Su Muxue exchanged glances, remaining silent for a good 3 to 4 seconds. Ahem. It's pretty good, definitely suits your style. Wang Yan finally spoke. Su Muxue nodded in agreement, adding, it's a great name. Just, maybe don't come up with another one next time. Chen Yuan chose to ignore the second half of Su Muxue's comment and grinned smugly. Haha, thank you. Thank you. It's all thanks to the support of my friends in the community. Honestly, I don't deserve the title of Little Prince of Naming. He laughed heartily as he led the way ahead with Xiao He, looking utterly satisfied with himself. That title. You came up with it yourself, didn't you? Wang Yan muttered, rubbing his forehead helplessly. Su Muxue leaned in and whispered, Has Chen Yuan always been like this? This has been going on for a while now, Wang Yan sighed. As dusk fell and the 3 returned to the supply station, they were greeted with an unexpected scene of celebration. Look, they're here. That's the team that killed the goblin chieftain. Wow, they look so young. That girl is so cute. Before the 3 could react, applause erupted like a tidal wave around them. Someone even set off a celebratory cannon, instantly making them the center of attention. Wang Yan quickly realized that this must have been the work of the students from Tianshui number 1 high school, who had spread the news of their feat to the other professionals at the supply station. A student from Tianshui number 1 high school eagerly asked, Su Muxue, could you share how you managed to take down the goblin chieftain? The crowd immediately fell silent, all eyes fixed on the 3 of them. This was clearly the burning question on everyone's mind. How had a 3-person team managed to defeat a level 30 Silverder boss? Su Muxue quickly explained, actually, we're not as impressive as everyone thinks. It was really just a stroke of luck. She then recited the explanation they had prepared in advance. While we were leveling up in the Eastern District, we happened to encounter a weakened goblin chieftain. It seemed to have contracted some kind of illness, which drastically reduced all its stats. Its combat ability was even weaker than that of a regular goblin. Honestly, it was on the verge of death, and we just happened to finish it off. We never expected to trigger a special event. Her explanation, while truthful, carefully omitted several key details. For instance, how much had the goblin chieftain's stats been reduced? What exactly happened during the fight? And what kind of special event had been triggered? These details were left to the imagination of the audience. The crowd collectively nodded in understanding. Ah, that makes sense. I was wondering how a rookie 3-person team could possibly take down a level 30 boss. Still, that's pretty amazing. Even a weakened goblin chieftain must have put up some fight. Su Muxue, you might have a shot at getting into one of the top 3 elite academies this year. So jealous, why don't I ever come across opportunities like that? You're thinking too small, buddy. This is a stroke of luck for all of Tianshui City. Many people came forward to congratulate them, and some students even asked for photos. Interestingly, most of the attention was focused on Su Muxue and Chen Yuan. with Wang Yan receiving significantly less notice. In fact, even the two dragonblood crocodiles attracted more interest than Wang Yan, as more students asked to take pictures with them than with him. Wang Yan, however, was perfectly content with this arrangement, as he had been instructed to keep a low profile. Originally, Chen Yuan had planned to treat Wang Yan and Su Muxue to a meal at the supply station, but the overwhelming enthusiasm of the crowd forced them to make their escape back to the city, where they ended up dining at Keixuan. After dinner, they parted ways. Wang Yan decided to take a walk along the riverbank to aid digestion, with Xueya leisurely following behind him. As it was Xueya's first time exploring the city, the massive 3-meter-long crocodile was brimming with curiosity about its surroundings. Though its size made it quite conspicuous, the sight of a large pet beast was not uncommon in this world. Passers-by hardly gave it a second glance, as the streets often featured all kinds of peculiar creatures. Even walking trees were no longer a novelty. As Wang Yan strolled, he checked his friends' list and found several unread messages. There were congratulatory notes from Qin Yao and Zhao Guofeng, as well as a complaint from Li Yingtian. "You're really causing me a headache here. I've been getting an earful from the higher-ups, but I have to give you credit. Great job. Your cover story about the sick goblin chieftain was pretty convincing. Honestly, I'm impressed by you young folks' creativity." Wang Yan couldn't help but laugh. "Chairmanly, I swear I didn't make it up. The goblin chieftain really was seriously ill. By the way, I have something important to report to you." "Oh? What's the matter?" Li Yingtian responded quickly. "It's a serious issue. Where are you now? I think it's best we discuss this in person." Half an hour later, Wang Yan arrived at the Tianshui City Professional Guild and entered Li Yingtian's private office. To his surprise, there was another man in the room. The stranger had a square face, wore a black combat training uniform, and bore a prominent scar on his otherwise fair face, a scar that resembled a centipede crawling across his features. The moment Wang Yan saw him, he felt an inexplicable sense of pressure. This man was dangerous. That was Wang Yan's immediate impression. "Wang Yan, let me introduce you. This is Captain Su Jingfeng, leader of the Dragon Flame Squad. His team has been tasked with ensuring your personal safety." "Pleasure to meet you, sir," Wang Yan greeted respectfully. Su Jingfeng sized Wang Yan up, then gave a faint smile and nodded. The moment Li Yingtian saw Wang Yan, he began to complain, his face etched with exhaustion. "You've been living leisurely these past 2 days, but I've been overwhelmed with pressure from above. They've been urging me to assign someone to help you level up and have given me a mountain of tasks. It took all my effort to postpone these things until after the college entrance exams." Wang Yan gave an awkward smile. He had indeed been keeping busy these past couple of days. Teaming up with Chen Yuan, Su Muxue, and the others was not only to repay their help but also to start forming his own team. As an Aura Master, having strong teammates was essential. "Once the exams are over, you can arrange things however you like," Wang Yan said cheerfully. He still vividly remembered the enjoyable time leveling up with Li Yingtian before endless supplies of beast blood potions, 2 dedicated healers protecting him, and leveling up so fast it felt like he was riding a rocket. Li Yingtian opened the chat list and sent over a link. "By the way, your digital admission letter has been issued." Wang Yan clicked the link and saw that he was officially registered as a new student at Jiangnan University. The record showed that the semester would start 2 months later, on October 1st. Early check-in was allowed, but late arrivals were not. With this document in hand, he would only need to provide his ID to complete the enrollment process. As one of the 3 supreme universities in Longhua, Jiangnan University was said to have simulated battlefields and facilities for honing special abilities. Although the specifics were still unclear, Wang Yan was filled with anticipation for his upcoming university life. "Your situation is unique, so the tuition and fees have already been covered by higher authorities. You just need to prepare for your living expenses," Li Yingtian added. Wang Yan broke into a wide grin. "Thank you, President Li." Although he currently had over 25 million in savings, tuition at a supreme university wasn't cheap. If he ever encountered rare items or equipment, the money could disappear in the blink of an eye. He silently made a note of Li Yingshin's kindness. "All right, enough about that. Didn't you say you had something important to report? What is it?" Li Yingtian asked. Wang Yan opened the achievement system and displayed a badge. The Guardian Medal awarded for defeating the minions of the Abyssal forces and stopping their invasion plans. The holder received a permanent 10 to all attributes, but also gained 10 hostility from Abyssal forces. Seeing the badge, Li Yingtian and Su Jingfeng, who stood nearby, immediately grew serious. "The Abyss?" Su Jingfeng asked gravely. "Are you saying that the special event triggered by the Goblin Chieftain is related to the Abyss?" Wang Yan nodded and took out his phone, showing several photos taken at the Goblin camp. The images depicted a clearing covered with magical symbols, with a nearly decayed deer leg placed in the center, exuding an eerie sacrificial aura. He then recounted the details of what he had discovered at the Goblin camp. "Does anyone else know about this?" Su Jingfeng asked, his expression tense. "No, only the 3 of us know. I've already agreed with Chen Yuan and Su Muxue to keep it confidential." Wang Yan explained. The horrors of abyssal monsters are already etched into human history. Spreading this kind of news would only cause panic. Su Jingfeng let out a slight sigh of relief. You handled it well. Li Yingtian added. This kind of information could also be exploited by foreign powers to create trouble for us. Noticing Wang Yan's puzzled look, Su Jingfeng explained. The fact that a goblin chieftain could establish contact with an abyssal evil god suggests that the power of the abyssal rift is growing stronger. Even such a weak entity being able to perform a sacrifice is a dangerous sign. Wang Yan quickly grasped the implications. Are you saying that such sacrificial activities might be happening all over the country? Exactly. This is not something we can take lightly, Su Jingfeng said, looking intently at Wang Yan. How much do you know about abyssal monsters? After thinking for a moment, Wang Yan replied, from what I know, the abyss is filled with chaotic and violent energy. Any creature infected by it gains immense power, but loses their sanity due to the inability to control it. This energy defines the brutal nature of abyssal creatures. They invade other worlds through spatial rifts, leaving nothing but devastation in their wake. The corners of Su Jingfeng's mouth curled into a meaningful smile. He slowly revealed a harsh truth. These abyssal creatures, rather than being driven by interests, are inherently drawn to destruction. What they crave is nothing more than the thrill of watching the world burn to ashes. His sharp gaze fixed on Wang Yan. Think about it, if even a goblin chieftain can collude with abyssal forces, what about other creatures? More importantly, he deliberately paused, then continued. If the Dragon Kingdom were to face an invasion from the abyss, what do you think those opportunistic nations would do? Wang Yan suddenly came to a realization, finally understanding Li Yingtian's earlier concerns. The Dragon Kingdom, with its vast lands and abundant resources, would become a golden opportunity for those covetous nations if internal chaos arose. Although the spread of abyssal creatures could evolve into a global catastrophe, humanity has never been a united front. Su Jingfeng pointed to the grotesque scar on his face, resembling a centipede. A level 75 heart-gouging demon did this. The doctor said if it had gone half a centimeter deeper, I wouldn't be alive. Level 75? Epic rank? Wang Yan gasped. The fact that this man in black had survived an encounter with such a terrifying entity spoke volumes about his strength. For someone like Wang Yan, who was still stuck at the bronze rank, the epic rank seemed like an unattainable goal. After all, the higher a professional's level, the harder it became to break through, let alone crossing the nearly insurmountable chasm to reach the epic rank. You probably don't know, Su Jingfeng sighed, but abyssal creatures have never been truly defeated by humanity. Hundreds of years ago, when the heavenly Tao's rules descended and professionals emerged, the abyssal forces seemed to vanish, but that was not humanity's doing. Wang Yan nodded in agreement. History books clearly recorded that humanity had escaped the Dark Ages only because of the heavenly Tao's protection. Since then, wherever abyssal rifts appeared, they turned the area into hell on earth. He recalled the events over 2 centuries ago when the southern Han Kingdom was massacred by abyssal monsters. Though international forces eventually subdued the creatures, the southern Han Kingdom had already been wiped from history. The later Ice Han Kingdom, established on that land, became a puppet of the Lighthouse Nation due to its weakened state, its fate akin to that of a defeated stray. Is there any way to stop this? Wang Yan asked urgently. If creatures colluding with the abyss appear all over the Dragon Kingdom, Su Jingfeng nodded slightly. There is a way, of course. Speaking of which, aren't you heading to Jiangnan University? Seeing Wang Yan nod, he asked meaningfully, do you know why Jiangnan University was built right next to an abyssal lair? But then Su Jingfeng abruptly shifted the topic. Forget it. This is all too early for you to understand. Work hard, join the Zhongting Guild, and when you're stronger, you'll naturally come to understand. Wang Yan was slightly exasperated by the obvious attempt to change the subject, but he understood that, as a mere level 20 Aura master, some matters were beyond his concern for now. Su Jingfeng stood up. Presently, I had planned to leave after the college entrance exams, but it seems I need to return to the guild immediately. Take care. They'll handle things here, Li Yingtian quickly replied. Su Jingfeng cupped his hands in a respectful gesture before hurrying off, leaving only Li Yingtian and Wang Yan in the office. Presently, what should we do next? Wang Yan asked. What else can we do? Li Yingtian chuckled, looking at Wang Yan. Just carry on with your usual tasks. This kind of matter is beyond our control. There are people who will handle it. All we need to do is focus on our responsibilities. As for you, just focus on leveling up and don't overthink it, Li Yingtian said with a hint of concern in his tone. Then, his expression shifted slightly. Oh, by the way, Captain Su came to Tianshui City this time because of you. As he spoke, he pulled out a roll of specially crafted paper from his drawer. The document was clearly unusual. Its surface had a faint yellowish tint and an almost leathery texture, reminiscent of meticulously treated animal hide. It exuded an aura of antiquity and mystery. This is the confidentiality agreement and employment application for the Zhongting Guild, Li Yingtian said as he handed the papers to Wang Yan. Take a look, and if everything checks out, sign it and activate the blood contract. Wang Yan skimmed through the document quickly and, without any hesitation, signed his name in the designated spot. He then drew a small blade from his pocket and lightly nicked his fingertip. A bead of crimson blood welled up and fell onto the signature line. Strangely, the paper absorbed the blood instantly, leaving no trace behind. His name glimmered faintly for a moment before returning to its original state. All done, Wang Yan said nonchalantly, giving his injured finger a quick suck before handing the document back to Li Yingtian. Li Yingtian looked at Wang Yan's calm demeanor and couldn't help but comment, "I can't believe you're not even a little excited. Back in my day, I went to great lengths to try and get into the Zhongting Guild, but I never made it. And here you are, acting like it's no big deal. You don't know how lucky you are." Scratching his head awkwardly, Wang Yan replied, "Well, honestly, which guild I join doesn't matter that much to me. As long as they pay on time, I'm good." Li Yingtian was momentarily speechless. He hadn't expected such a straightforward and unambitious response from a young man widely regarded as a prodigy. Just so you know, there's no salary for the first month," Li Yingtian added. "That's the evaluation period. The resources you'll have access to depend entirely on your performance." "No salary for the first month?" Wang Yan's tone noticeably dropped. Li Yingtian felt his frustration rising. "Why are you so fixated on the salary? Do you even realize what being in the Zhongting Guild means for a professional? Ugh, forget it. Once your college entrance exams are over, come find me here. I've got a mission lined up for you." "Got it, no problem," Wang Yan said with a grin. "If there's nothing else, I'll head back now." After bidding Li Yingtian farewell, Wang Yan returned to his home. Wang Yan returned home, turned on his computer, and started browsing the internet. He quickly noticed an interesting phenomenon. The recent event of defeating the Goblin Chieftain hadn't caused an uproar like the previous nationwide reward. In fact, aside from the campus network of Tianshui No. 1 High School and the local forums of Tianshui City, the internet as a whole was surprisingly calm. After all, this was only a regional reward. For the professionals in Tianshui City, it was naturally a cause for celebration, but for people outside the city, it was just an ordinary piece of news. Especially after Su Muxue publicly stated that they had simply encountered the Goblin Chieftain in an extremely weakened state. Most people chalked it up to sheer luck. If they had truly defeated a level 30 Silverdeer boss across levels, it would have surely drawn national or even global attention by now. Wang Yan clicked his mouse, scrolling through the campus forum. What filled the screen were discussion threads about Su Muxue, with the occasional topic about Chenyuan. Clearly, these two had become the talk of Tianshui No. 1 High School. The titles of the trending posts made him chuckle. "The Dark Moon Mage is the strongest?" Analyzing the strength of Tianshui No. 1 High School's top goddess, Su Muxue. How much is the pet Su Muxue gave to Wang Yan actually worth? Beauty and the Beast? Why does Su Muxue stay so loyal to Wang Yan? A hidden expert. Chen Yuan's heavy armor warrior skills are more impressive than you think. A mathematical deep dive. The true impact of this regional reward. Could Shadowy Forest replace Ancient Ruins as the best leveling spot for Silverdeer and above? These titles brought a faint smile to Wang Yan's face. Ever since he awakened as an Aura Master, people's attitudes toward him had drastically shifted. He was no longer seen as a brilliant prodigy, but rather as a figure of pity and lost potential. This perception wasn't entirely unfounded. The Aura Master profession did come with significant limitations. Level 1 auras only provided a 1 boost, with painfully slow growth. Energy consumption was high while recovery was slow, often requiring expensive equipment and items for support. And the cost of training was exorbitant, making it nearly impossible for an average family to bear. What made matters worse was how low-level Aura Masters had no presence in a team and often became burdensome liabilities that required protection. Few people wanted to team up with them, and they couldn't level up alone. Without the financial means to hire sparring partners, their career paths were often doomed from the start. Even for those who persevered to the Dark Gold tier, an Aura Master's abilities were only on par with those of ordinary support classes like priests, sorcerers, or paladins, nothing particularly exceptional. This meant that all the early struggles and sacrifices often led to nothing more than mediocrity. However, Wang Yan's case was unique. While his aura abilities didn't seem to improve with level progression, their initial attributes were astonishingly high, which was a pleasant surprise. As he continued browsing the forum, one particular thread caught his eye. Is it possible that Wang Yan's strength isn't as bad as everyone thinks? Amid a sea of criticism, this post stood out like a refreshing breeze, compelling him to click on it and see what unique perspective the author had to offer. In Wang Yan's opinion, this analysis did have its unique perspective. A team relying solely on Su Muxue's magic output and Chen Yuan's abilities certainly had obvious shortcomings. Not only was their offensive strategy overly simplistic, but they also lacked support, reconnaissance, and even basic healing capabilities. To have achieved so many impressive records, Their team composition couldn't possibly be this rudimentary. He continued to browse through the thread replies with interest. As expected, this rational analysis was soon buried under a flood of ridicule. Wang Yan, use your main account to talk. Ha ha ha, could the original poster actually be Wang Yan himself? A bronze tier aura master wanting a 10 bonus? Keep dreaming. I saw Qin Yuan's girlfriend the other day, and she'd rather break up than team up with Wang Yan. Forget 10. If he even had 5, I'd eat my hat. If his aura was really that strong, every team would be fighting to recruit him. But now, aside from Qin Yuan, his loyal buddy, and Su Ma Xue, who else would want to team up with him? Reading these replies, Wang Yan couldn't help but chuckle. Since when did Su Ma Xue become his girlfriend? How come he wasn't aware of this development? Watching this insightful analysis thread get drowned in mockery, Wang Yan suddenly felt playful. Switching to anonymous mode, he replied under the post. OP, you'd rather believe Wang Yan is competent than believe him Qin Shi Huang. The sarcastic reply quickly garnered dozens of likes. Seeing the predictable reaction, Wang Yan burst out laughing. In this absurd and theatrical moment, he felt like he was catching a glimpse of the world's irony and humor. Dozens of meters beneath the capital city, a stone chamber stood silently. This underground room had been converted into a conference room. At its center was a marble stone table surrounded by a circle of stone stools. Aside from these, the chamber was devoid of any other objects, its simplicity bordering on solemnity. At the moment, 8 figures were already seated, among them Su Jingfeng. The chair at the head of the table remained vacant, and everyone held their breath in anticipation. About a minute later, a holographic projection materialized in the chairman's seat. A mysterious man dressed in a black robe. His hood obscured most of his face, revealing only the edges of his eyes, which bore faint wrinkles that spoke of the passage of time. His eyes, sharp and steady like cold stars, conveyed a sense of unwavering determination. Greetings, Chairman. The 8 individuals rose in unison. The man raised his hand gently, signaling them to sit. Jingfeng, I heard you've discovered signs of an abyssal creature attempting to invade? The chairman's voice was deep and commanding. Su Jingfeng stood and replied, that's correct. Do you recall the aura master Wang Yan I mentioned before? Wang Yan? The name rings a bell. He's the one who reported this anomaly, Su Jingfeng explained, proceeding to detail Wang Yan's findings after defeating the goblin chieftain. The others present furrowed their brows. A creature successfully offering sacrifices to an abyssal evil god, this is no trivial matter, the chairman said with a sigh. And it had to happen at a time like this. Noticing the confusion among the group, he elaborated. Our informants in Sakura Nation have reported that they obtained a challenge token. The atmosphere in the room immediately grew tense. A challenge token? This is serious. Sakura Nation's ambitions to undermine us have never waned, and this token is likely aimed at us. Do we know what level of challenge token it is? Su Jingfeng asked. The chairman shook his head. Our informant nearly lost their life to deliver this information, but this is all we know. Everyone understood the gravity of the situation. Challenge tokens came in different levels, with varying powers. A bronze level token could draw up to 500 people into a battle arena, while higher level tokens could trigger national wars, granting significant advantages to the initiator. That's enough for now, the chairman said, attempting to reassure them. Everyone, focus on your respective duties. Jingfeng, well done. I'll report this information. By the way, have we finalized the list of candidates for the national war from each province? Su Jingfeng nodded. It's been compiled and will be sent to you shortly. Also, I believe you might be interested in the evaluation report on the Aura Master. The chairman's interest was piqued. Oh, send it over. A few minutes later, a smile appeared on the chairman's face. Impressive. Very intriguing. He's heading to Jiangnan University? Convenient, the Abyssal cavern is nearby. Yes, and he'll also be heading to Jiangnan University. Good. Wang Yan will be your responsibility. Understood. Meanwhile, in a remote mountain region of Sakura Nation, Kitahara Sosuke and Yashikoka Bunyan stood atop a high platform, overlooking a plaza where 499 warriors dressed in black stood in formation. These young professionals, around 18 years old, had vacant expressions, resembling soulless machines. These are the handpicked ones, freshly awakened to combat professions this year, Kitahara Sosuke explained. Their lifespans? Yashikoka asked. Ordinary death soldiers can live up to around 30 years, but to ensure the success of their mission, they will take the Crimson Lotus pill. After their return, their lifespan will be reduced to no more than 5 years. Yashikoka bowed deeply. Once they return in triumph, I will ensure they are properly taken care of. Kitahara Sosuke stepped forward to address the group, his voice booming like thunder. The swords in your hands are the steel and fire of the great Sakura Empire. Your blood and bones are the dust and soil of the great Sakura Empire. For the glory of the great Sakura Empire, burn brightly. Elsewhere, in a training room, hand. At the low command, a figure moved like lightning, the flash of a katana slicing through the air. The wooden dummy's hands fell to the ground in an instant. Legs. The figure blurred once more, and another dummy lost its legs. Body. The blade gleamed like a crescent moon, and the suspended dummy was instantly cleaved in two, the cut smooth as a mirror. Finally, the figure came into view, a pale-skinned 18-year-old boy, none other than Kitahara Asuka, the prodigious swordsman of the Kitahara clan. Beside him, an elderly swordsman with silvery hair nodded in approval. Excellent, Asuka. There's nothing more I can teach you. Sensei, why won't you give me the Crimson Lotus Pill? I don't want to disappoint the clan leader on this mission. The old swordsman shook his head. You are different from them. Your path is much longer. One day, you will enter the Kasuga Shrine and become the first sword saint of Sakura Nation. The next morning, the outskirts of the shadowy forest were bustling with a large number of adventurers. Unlike the past 2 days, when only a handful of beginners were leveling up in the area, today the crowd included skilled professionals of the gold rank moving through the throng. Wang Yan stood quietly among the crowd, observing everything. Clearly, the region's enticing bonuses, 9 resource yield, 7 experience boost, and a 3 rare item drop rate had successfully attracted numerous powerful teams hoping to try their luck. Behind Wang Yan, bloodfang followed imposingly, immediately drawing the attention of those nearby. Discussions on the forums about this silver or possibly gold-tier beast had been fervent over the past 2 days. Several acquaintances of Wang Yan came over to greet him, and although their enthusiasm wasn't as high as when they interacted with Su Muxue or Chen Yuan, their attitude remained friendly, given his contribution to unlocking the regional rewards. Class Monitor Wang, good to see you again. Why are you alone today? A familiar voice called out from beside him. Wang Yan turned to see Gongyu. I'm not alone. I'm still teaming up with Chen Yuan and Su Muxue. They should be here in a little while, Wang Yan replied, glancing at his watch. Oh, I see. Gongyu looked a bit disappointed. I was planning to invite you to join our team. She gestured toward a group of 7 or 8 classmates not far behind her. They waved at Wang Yan. Wang Yan nodded in acknowledgement, but politely declined. Our 3-person team is used to working together. Adding more people might throw us off. Well, technically, you're a 5-person team, aren't you? Considering you've got 2 big crocodiles. Gongyu squatted down and patted Bloodfang on the head. Bloodfang glared at her, but refrained from reacting out of respect for its master. Wow, this one has quite the temper, she remarked, clapping her hands and standing up. Since you've got your team, well, head in first. As she was about to leave, Gongyu suddenly turned back with a mysterious smile. Oh, by the way, I heard that earning regional rewards can add a lot of bonus points to the college entrance exams. And teacher Qinyao mentioned that because 2 of our classmates made it onto the rewards list, the school gave our class an extra 10 points in the comprehensive assessment. That could really impact the final scores. Wang Yan finally understood why his classmates were being unusually warm today. As class monitor, he hadn't checked the class group messages in a while, leaving him less informed than Gongyu. About 10 minutes after Gongyu's group entered the forest, Su Muxue and Chen Yuan arrived. Wang Yan noticed that Chen Yuan was particularly excited today. What's with you? Did something good happen? Wang Yan asked. You have no idea, Chen Yuan beamed. When I got home yesterday, my parents were over the moon. They praised me like never before. They even said if I get into a good university, they'll buy me a castle. A castle, man? That's been my dream since I was a kid. A castle? Wang Yan was taken aback. Do you know how much a castle costs? You rich kids have some unique hobbies. Chen Yuan puffed out his chest and said boldly, Old Wang, it's all thanks to you this time. If I really get a castle, they'll give you half of it to live in. Let's wait until you get into that university first. Wang Yan laughed. By the way, there's something I need to tell you guys. Let's talk as we walk. The 3 of them entered the forest. Su Muxue asked, where are we headed today? The goblins in the eastern zone are gone, and the other creatures won't go there anytime soon. It's not worth it for now. Due to the regional rewards, other outdoor areas in Tianshui City were almost deserted today, with most adventurers flooding into the shadowy forest. If they want popular spots, they would inevitably have to compete with other teams for monsters. Let's head to the northeastern area. I remember there's a river there, Wang Yan said, glancing at Bloodfang and Xiaohei. The northeastern area was at the border between Zone 1 and Zone 2, with a large river running through both zones. The river was home to numerous aquatic monsters. These creatures were not only plentiful, but also adept at using the water to their advantage in battle. If they were at a disadvantage, they would retreat into the water. Most people, aside from those with specialized skills, were ill-suited for combat in the water, so the area was usually deserted. However, with Bloodfang and Xiaohei, 2 dragon-blooded crocodiles, their efficiency in dealing with aquatic monsters would be significantly higher. Once they reached a quiet spot, Wang Yan finally spoke. Do you remember the sacrificial altar we found in the Goblin Chief's chamber yesterday? Chen Yuan and Su Muxue nodded. Yeah, what about it? You told us to keep it a secret, so we haven't mentioned it to anyone. Same here. I didn't even tell my family. Good. Keeping it quiet was the right move, Wang Yan said, his expression serious. This situation might be far more dangerous than we initially thought. Hearing this, both Chen Yuan and Su Mux's faces grew solemn. Are you saying that this incident might turn into a nationwide disaster? Chen Yuan and Su Mushue's faces simultaneously showed expressions of shock. Wang Yin nodded gravely. After I reported this to the Tianshui City Professional Guild, they concluded that this situation might not be an isolated case. So what do we do? How can we stop them? Su Mushue asked, her eyes filled with concern. Wang Yin shook his head helplessly. That's not something we need to worry about. There are specialized people who will handle it. Our responsibility is to keep this confidential and avoid causing widespread panic. If the news spreads, it might attract the attention of other nations with ulterior motives. Looking at his own attribute panel, Wang Yin couldn't help but sigh at how weak they still were. As newly awakened professionals, there were many things beyond their control. In this world where strength reigns supreme, all they could do was steadily improve themselves. For him, the priority was leveling up and unlocking more aura skills. Old Wang, the way you put it sounds terrifying. Like the end of the world is coming, Chen Yuan remarked, though he, like Su Mushue, felt a growing sense of urgency. Wang Yin let out a bitter laugh. He didn't want to exaggerate, but if an invasion by the Abyss army occurred on a large scale, how would it be any different from the end of the world? At that point, the entire Long Nation would be in grave danger, and the only thing that could ensure their survival in such chaos was strength. Alright, enough overthinking. Focus on leveling up, that's what really matters. Wang Yin glanced at his level 20, soon to reach level 21. Bloodfang had also caught up to his level, so he readjusted Bloodfang's experience share to 50. In just 4 more levels, he would unlock his next aura. While his current auras were highly effective offensively, they still lacked in defense and support. Before heading into the forest, Wang Yin studied the map and said, "There's a frogman tribe by the river in the northeast quadrant. They're amphibious creatures. The river also has large black-toothed piranhas. The frogman tribe is upstream, at the border between Zone 1 and Zone 2. These frogmen, like kobolds and goblins, were humanoid creatures with a certain level of intelligence and a preference for group actions. For ordinary teams, they could be troublesome, but for Wang Yan's team, with its overwhelming firepower, they were advantageous targets. Concentrated enemies meant higher efficiency in kills." As they talked, a sharp whistle suddenly pierced the air. The three of them looked up to see a red flare shooting into the sky, exploding into a lingering cloud of green smoke. A distress signal from Tianshui High School. Is that someone from our school in trouble? Chen Yuan frowned. It's coming from the West Quadrant, Su Mushue said worriedly. The West Quadrant was the most popular area in the shadowy forest Zone 1. The monsters there mostly acted alone, posing minimal threats while offering valuable experience. For that reason, it was crowded with professional teams, leading to intense competition and frequent conflicts over resources, sometimes resulting in injuries or even fatalities. Su Mushue and Chen Yuan both turned to Wang Yin. Although Wang Yin didn't feel much attachment to his schoolmates, Tianshui High School was still his alma mater, and he couldn't ignore the help he'd received from Zhao Guofeng and Qinyao. Let's go and take a look. In the West Quadrant, Gongyu held a short sword and a round shield, standing defensively against a group of people. Behind her were classmates from Tianshui High School's Class 31. One male student lay unconscious with a severe wound on his right shoulder, deep enough to expose bone, his face covered in blood. The team's healer was casting a slow healing spell, trying to stop the bleeding of the pale-faced boy who had lost too much blood. You're going too far. Gong Yu's voice trembled, her eyes burning with fury. Opposite her stood a 6-person team, 5 men and 1 woman. The leader, an older man, sneered disdainfully. Too far? Didn't your teacher ever teach you? Outside the city, strength rules. If you're weak, you'd better tuck your tails and crawl away. Fan, stop wasting time with them, said a burly man nearly 2 meters tall, wielding a giant sword. Listen up, you weaklings, this territory is claimed by Tianshui No. 3 High School. If you know what's good for you, leave now. Otherwise, no one's walking out of this forest alive. At that moment, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Oh, Tianshui No. 3 High School, huh? What an impressive show of arrogance. The students from Tianshui High School turned to see a 5-person team emerge from the bushes. Recognizing the familiar faces, Gong Yu and her classmates immediately showed expressions of relief and excitement. It was Jin Lu and his team, along with Zhang Xingyi. Jin Lu was a student from Tianshui High School's Class 31, so Gong Yu and the others naturally knew him. As for Zhang Xingyi, one of the 3 rare awakened professionals this year from Tianshui High, he was someone they were all well aware of. The crowd had long heard of the formidable partnership between Jin Lu and Zhang Xingyi, and today, they finally witnessed it firsthand. One had awakened the rare Sklas Holy Light Priest, while the other possessed the A-class bloodthirsty berserker, both elite combat professions. With these two legends from Tianshui No. 1 High School stepping forward, the crowd felt a glimmer of relief. Zhang Shengyi approached Gongyu and her team with measured steps, his brows furrowed. "What's going on here?" he asked. "We were just here to level up, not looking for trouble," Gongyu explained, pointing to the unconscious boy on the ground. "They told us to leave and then attacked, injuring one of our teammates. If we hadn't stopped them in time, they might have actually killed someone." Hearing this, Zhang Xingyi and Jin Lu's expressions darkened. The opposing group, except for the one called Brother Fan, who appeared to be in his 20s, were all students roughly their age. To think they were so ruthless. While clashes between adventurers in the wild were common, it was rare to see someone resort to such deadly measures over a training spot. The bearded, tall man among them sneered as he saw Zhang Shengyi and Jin Lu standing in their way. "What? You two want to play heroes?" He hefted his massive axe off his shoulder, slamming it into the ground with a heavy thud. "I've heard Tianshui No. 1 High School folks are tight-knit. Seems true enough today." His expression twisted into a menacing grin. "Since that's the case, I'll send you all to the afterlife together." Zhang Xingyi scrutinized the towering figure before him, suddenly exclaiming, nearly 2 meters tall, wielding a greatsword, thick body hair. "You're Xingzhou from Tianshui No. 3 High School? Well, you know me?" The bearded man seemed intrigued. Gongyu and the others exchanged uneasy looks. Xingzhou was somewhat of a local celebrity in Tianshui City, known as the strongest rookie adventurer at Tianshui No. 3 High School that year. He had awakened the exceedingly rare S-class barbarian profession, which granted him a natural 90 magic resistance, 50 resilience, and strength and health 3 times that of an ordinary warrior, a veritable humanoid beast. Rumor had it he had already secured a recommendation to the prestigious Kyoto University. Realizing who they were up against, Gongyu and her team felt their confidence crumble. "Now that you know who I am, why aren't you scramming?" Xingzhou bellowed. Zhang Xingyi's face darkened further as he wrestled with his thoughts. He had only intended to investigate the distress signal, not to face such a formidable opponent. He understood all too well the terrifying strength of a barbarian, but retreating now would be a blow to his pride. "Maybe we should leave, Jin Lu," Zhang Xingyi, Gongyu suggested, stepping forward. "We can find another spot. Plus, our injured teammate needs medical attention at the supply station." "Still here? Get lost." Xingzhou snapped, his patience wearing thin. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Xingyi finally conceded. "Let's go," he said to Gongyu. "That's more like it." A bunch of weaklings pretending to be heroes without knowing their limits, Xingzhou and his group jeered with laughter. Just as Zhang Shengyi was about to walk away, the mocking words ignited his fury. "What did you just say?" he snarled, raising his staff. With a chant, he launched a blade of light directly at Xingzhou's throat. Xingzhou roared in anger, gripping his greatsword and charging forward. He didn't even bother dodging the light blade, opting instead for a barbaric charge. The blade shattered upon impact, dispersing into golden sparks, failing to slow him down in the slightest. Gongyu and her team paled, unleashing their skills in desperation. Ice breath, earth walls, arrows, but Xingzhou barreled through them like an unstoppable force, unscathed. Wang Chong, the shield warrior in Jin Lu's team, stepped forward to intercept, attempting to stun Xingzhou with a shield bash. However, Xingzhou's powerful horizontal slash sent Wang Chong flying, shield and all. Wang tumbled several times before coming to a halt, blood trickling from his lips. His shield was shattered in two, and his health had plummeted. It was then that Zhang Xingyi realized he'd forgotten to cast a protective shield on Wang Chong. The sheer pressure Xingzhou exuded was overwhelming, more akin to a bloodthirsty beast than a human. Zhang Xingyi was paralyzed with fear, unable to even activate his skills. Seeing Wang Chong fall, Gongyu charged forward to block Xingzhou. She knew full well that if Xingzhou reached Zhang Shengyi, it would be over. Snapping out of his daze, Zhang Shengyi hastily cast a holy light shield and blessing on Gongyu. As Gongyu rushed forward, Xingzhou suddenly stomped the ground with tremendous force. A shockwave rippled outward, and Gongyu felt as though she were caught in an earthquake. Her mind reeled, plunging into disarray. The shockwave from the war stomp sent Gongyu flying instantly. Zhang Xingyi's purification spell was still uncast, leaving him no choice but to watch helplessly as his teammate was thrown across the battlefield. His mind went blank, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. This was the first time he had felt the threat of death so vividly. Fortunately, the previously applied holy light shield had done its job. Though Gongyu was gravely injured and collapsed to the ground, her life was not in immediate danger. Zhang Xingyi barely managed to cast a healing spell on Wang Chong and Gongyu, but his hand shook so violently that he was at a complete loss as to what to do next. Not far away, Jin Lu was equally paralyzed with fear, clutching a dagger with a pale face. It was clear he had lost the courage to confront Xingzhou Heiden. At that moment, the ranger in their team cast a detection spell on Xingzhou. Xing Zhou, barbarian, level 22, bronze rank. The information made everyone gasp in shock. Zhang Xingyi, the highest level among them, was only level 17, while Jin Lu was merely level 15. The vast level disparity, coupled with Xing Zhou's specialized class, explained why they were being so thoroughly overwhelmed. Zhang Xingyi made a quick decision and cast a holy light imprisonment spell on Xing Zhou. We need to run now. But before he could finish his sentence, countless thorny vines erupted from the ground, binding everyone's feet tightly. Zhang Xingyi's heart sank as he noticed a man behind Xing Zhou, referred to as Fange, waving a staff. Is this a tree shepherd? Or a thorn mage? Zhang Xingyi's face turned grim as he recalled last year's awakening ceremony at Tianshui No. 3 High School, where a student named Lu Zifan had awakened as a tree shepherd. Lu Zifan sneered. Leaving? Did I say you could? Despair was written all over Gongyu and the others' faces as they desperately hacked at the regenerating vines beneath their feet. Meanwhile, Xing Zhou, bolstered by 50 tenacity, broke free from the holy light imprisonment with ease and leisurely approached Jin Lu. So, you're the bloodthirsty berserker of Tianshui No. 1 High School? Xing Zhou's eyes were filled with disdain. People actually compare you to me? How laughable. Jin Lu stammered in panic. Wait, what good does killing us do for you? Just for a training ground? We'll give it up to you. Isn't that enough? Xing Zhou lowered his greatsword and burst into laughter. Such naive thinking, and people still dare to compare you to me? It's an insult. You're not even prepared to kill or be killed, and you call yourself a professional? Pathetic. Go home and drink milk. Zhang Xingyi glanced at the trapped Jin Lu, his purification spell ready in his hand. Sorry, Jin Lu. I can't die here with you all. I have a bright future ahead of me. With that, he decisively used purification on himself, breaking free from the vines. Just as he was about to flee, a fierce gust of wind swept through the area. Dust and debris whirled around, forming a massive tornado that roared toward Xing Zhou and his companions. Sensing the murderous intent and sword energy hidden within the whirlwind, Xing Zhou's expression changed drastically. He tried to dodge, but found his legs as heavy as lead. Despite his 50 tenacity, the slowing effect completely ignored his resistance. In the next instant, the violent tornado shredded Xing Zhou into pieces. Without losing momentum, the tornado surged toward Lu Zifan and the others. Panicking, Lu Zifan summoned 2 Treants, each with a staggering health pool of 100,000, only to watch them be pulverized into sawdust within seconds. Realizing he had been hit with a 90 slowing effect, Lu Zifan yelled frantically, Quick! Quick! The teleportation scroll! Damn it! Stop staring and use it now! His teammates finally snapped out of their daze and hastily tore open a teleportation scroll. A flash of white light appeared, forming a magical circle, and the 5 of them vanished into its glow. Too bad, old Wang. They managed to escape. Yeah, though they really shelled out for it. If I remember correctly, those teleportation scrolls cost 500,000 dragon coins each. Gongyu and the others turned around to see Wang Yan, Su Muxue, and Chen Yuan standing behind them, with 2 massive red crocodiles following closely at their heels. Chen Yuan greeted the group with a smile. Sorry for being late. Are you all okay? Gongyu and the others stood frozen in place, utterly shocked by what they had just witnessed. The usually cheerful and easygoing Chen Yuan, who always joked around in class, had just displayed an overwhelming level of power. With a single move, a devastating death tornado had obliterated the arrogant Xing Zhou, leaving not even a trace of his body behind. Zhang Xingyi and Jin Lu were even more stunned, unable to utter a word. One was a holy light priest, the other a bloodthirsty berserker, yet neither had stood a chance against Xing Zhou. Who would have thought that Chen Yuan, despite choosing the heavy armor warrior, an attire class, could be this powerful? Hey, I came all the way here to save you guys, and this is the welcome I get? Chen Yuan waved his hand in front of them, breaking their stupor. Gongyu finally snapped out of her daze. Chen Yuan, that death tornado of yours is insane. No wonder your 3-person team is so impressively ridiculously strong. Haha, it's nothing, really. Just a simple little move, Chen Yuan replied, clearly basking in the praise. It was then that Wang Yan noticed the presence of Jin Lu, Zhang Xingyi, and the 3 students from Tianshui No. 1 High School standing behind them. Wait, what are you guys doing here? Gongyu quickly explained. I think they saw our signal and came to help. Everyone was aware of the personal grudge between Chen Yuan and Jin Lu over Jiang Yueqi, but Chen Yuan seemed unbothered. After piecing together the full story, Chen Yuan frowned. So, you're telling me they were willing to kill someone just to fight over a leveling spot? Wang Yan shook his head, warning, the students from Tianshui No. 3 High School have always had it out for us. Be careful, they might try to retaliate later. Gongyu nodded emphatically and expressed her gratitude to everyone. Even though Zhang Xingyi and Jin Lu hadn't been much help, she still politely thanked them. Technically, it was Zhang Xingyi's initial clash with the enemy, prompted by his humiliation, that had escalated the situation. But since they had come with good intentions, Gong Yu chose not to dwell on the details. Jin Lu and Zhang Shengyi, however, couldn't hide their embarrassment. They had hoped to play the role of heroes but had nearly gotten themselves killed instead. If not for Wang Yan and the others arriving in time, they might have been trapped in the shadowy forest forever. Zhang Shengyi, in particular, was relieved that he hadn't tried to flee alone. His reputation at school would have been ruined. Meanwhile, Su Muxue quietly picked up the equipment Xing Zhou had dropped. To everyone's surprise, she handed all of it to Wang Yan. This unexpected gesture left the group puzzled. In most game teams, the captain, the core figure of the group, was responsible for distributing resources and equipment. Everyone had assumed that Su Muxue was the team leader, but now it seemed Wang Yan held that role. This revelation baffled them. Wasn't Wang Yan just tagging along with Su Muxue and Chen Yuan to gain experience? Wang Yan carefully examined the equipment in his hands. Xing Zhou's armor was ordinary, a mix of bronze and silver tier gear. However, the crimson greatsword stood out. It gleamed like a ruby, a rare piece of gold tier equipment. Crimson sword, gold tier. Traits: equipment level and attribute scale with the owner's level. Growth limit: level 40. Attributes: strength bonus, physical attack power increases with level. Passive skill: bloodthirst. Effect: killing creatures collects blood energy. Stronger targets yield more. Every 100 blood energy grants 1 life steal. Life steal cap: 50. Current life steal: 13. This weapon's not bad, Wang Yan remarked as he handed the greatsword to Chen Yuan. Take a look. Chen Yuan took the sword, his eyes lighting up. Wow, these stats are amazing. He paused, then added, no wonder Xing Zhou is so blood-st's been collecting blood energy all along. Scratching his head sheepishly, he grinned. Honestly, I kind of want this sword. Take it, Wang Yan said without hesitation. We agreed to distribute items based on need. Whether it's gold tier, dark gold, or even hero tier gear. The rule stays the same. Whoever can use it, keeps it. Chen Yuan beamed with delight. All right, I won't be shy then. He'll treat you all to a meal later. He handed his old silver tier Gale greatsword to Wang Yan. We can sell this one and split the money. Then, unable to hide his excitement, he began swinging the crimson sword enthusiastically. The onlookers couldn't help but feel envious. Gold tier weapons were already rare, often selling for hundreds of thousands. A growth type weapon like this was practically priceless. What surprised them even more was Wang Yan's team's distribution method. Allocating items based on need was almost unheard of in teams without a strong bond. Yet, Su Muxue and Chen Yuan clearly regarded Wang Yan as their leader, deferring to his decisions even during equipment distribution. Zhang Xingyi discreetly observed Wang Yan, but found nothing particularly remarkable about him. He's just a lucky support specialist, Zhang thought dismissively. Probably their leader out of habit, since they've been friends for a while. Since everyone's fine, we'll be heading off, Zhang Xingyi announced. Though he had just been rescued, his mood was sour. As an awakened holy light priest, he considered himself chosen by fate. Yet Wang Yan and his team had completely stolen the spotlight. It was a bitter pill for him to swallow. After Zhang Xingyi's group departed, Wang Yan turned to Gong Yu. What are your plans next? We need to head back to the supply station, Gong Yu replied. Song Xiao has a broken bone and needs advanced priest treatment. As Gong Yu's team disappeared into the distance, Qin Yuan asked, Old Wang, are we still heading to the river in the northeast zone? Wang Yan shook his head. No, let's search around here first. Seeing Qian Yuan's puzzled expression, Wang Yan elaborated. Do you really think the students from Tianshui number 3 high would kill someone just to secure a leveling spot? Su Muxue seemed to catch on. I agree, doesn't make sense. While the West Zone is crowded and conflicts are common, they usually stop at fights. Killing someone just to claim a training area would create unnecessary enemies, unless it involved some valuable treasure. Wang Yan pulled out a map and pointed to a few locations. The areas with the highest monster density in the West Zone are here and here. Finally, he pointed to their current location. This place has sparse monsters and doesn't even rank among the popular leveling spots. It's near the West Zone entrance and far from the best training areas. For a group as strong as theirs, there's no reason to fight over a place like this. Su Muxue nodded in agreement. We've been here for a while and haven't seen any other teams. Clearly, this spot isn't in demand. Chen Yuan stared at Wang Yan in amazement, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Wow, Old Wang, you even know all this in such detail? Isn't that normal? Wang Yan replied calmly. For the sake of our leveling efficiency, of course, I had to do my homework. He went on to explain how he had thoroughly memorized the distribution of monsters and terrain in the outskirts, Zone 1, and even Zone 2. In these areas, he could pinpoint the common monster types and their exact locations with precision. I really have to hand it to you, Old Wang. You're incredible, Qin Yuan said, impressed. Just now, with so many people around, only you noticed something was off. His eyes suddenly lit up with excitement. That means there must be some treasure hidden here. Something big enough to make them go to all this trouble. Su Muxue nodded thoughtfully. It could very well be a hidden boss or a secret map, definitely something valuable. The crucial information Gong Yu shared before leaving further confirmed this suspicion. Among those who escaped using teleport scrolls was a rare-class professional named Lu Zifan. This tree shepherd was somewhat famous in Tianxue City, skilled in plant-based magic and crowd control, and had already been admitted to Qingmu University in the capital. As an honored graduate, he was likely invited back to Tianxue No. 3 High School for a school event. If they brought in someone as skilled as Lu Zifan, it means this treasure is beyond what ordinary people can handle, Su Muxue analyzed. Haha, then what are we waiting for? Let's start searching, Chen Yuan said eagerly. The three of them carefully studied their map, divided the area into sections, and began their search. Wang Yan let his bloodfang sniff the air for scents while observing footprints, droppings, and crushed plants nearby. However, after 10 minutes, they still found nothing. Other passing professional teams merely glanced at them curiously. Well, did you two find anything? Chen Yuan asked. Wang Yan and Su Muxue both shook their heads. Su Muxue suggested, could there be some kind of secret mechanism or hidden passage? Doesn't seem likely, Chen Yuan said, a bit frustrated. It's just trees everywhere, how could there be a secret passage? Old Wang, do you think we might be overthinking this? Wang Yan smiled faintly. Don't rush. We have another option, let's stay right here and wait. If there's really something special about this place, they'll have to come back. After all, they were willing to kill for this territory. Realization dawned on Chen Yuan, and Su Muxue's eyes showed a glimmer of admiration. Wang Yan truly had a sharp mind, always staying calm in critical moments. Haha, old Wang, you're so smart. No wonder you're the top student, and I'm just scraping by, Chen Yuan joked. Wang Yan glanced at his watch and proposed waiting for an hour. Activating his stealth aura and adjusting its effect to just one to conserve energy, he led the three of them into hiding. Time ticked by slowly, with the occasional professional team passing through. After nearly half an hour, Bloodfang suddenly turned its head, alert. In the distance, faint voices could be heard. Brother Fan, this is bad. If the mentor finds out that Xingzhou is dead, how are we going to explain it? Explain? Explain what? An impatient voice snapped. He had a knack for stirring up trouble. I told him to keep a low profile. We could have gone straight through the secret passage without any issues, but no had to mess with those Tianxue No. 1 high school kids. Now look where it got him, killed by their reinforcements and wasted one of my teleport scrolls. Besides, once you're out in the wild, it's survival of the fittest. Just because he's the top seed doesn't mean he's invincible. Wang Yan and the others followed the sound and spotted a small team heading in their direction. The composition of this 5-person team was striking 4 men and 1 woman, seemingly a standard setup of 2 spellcasters, a ranger, and 2 melee fighters based on their attire. Leading the group was none other than Lu Zifan, whom Wang Yan and his companions had encountered before. Though only a year ahead of them, Lu Zifan appeared notably mature, sporting a small goatee and wearing glasses, distinct features that made him instantly recognizable to Wang Yan's group. The three exchanged a knowing glance and quietly followed. Upon reaching their destination, Lu Zifan's team exhibited extreme caution, pausing to carefully survey their surroundings. Suddenly, Lu Zifan gestured toward the ranger in their group. The ranger promptly pulled out a tool resembling a flintlock pistol and fired a single, bright projectile into the air. The projectile ascended about 3 meters before bursting into a dazzling white light. All right, looks like no one's following us, Lu Zifan said with a sigh of relief after confirming the area was clear. Old Wang, what are they up to? Chen Yuan asked curiously. That's a ranger's flash round, Wang Yan explained. It can blind enemies and detect hidden units. So, he's worried about being tracked? Su Muxue realized. Wang Yan nodded in agreement. Lu Zifan is definitely cautious, which means they must know something important. However, Lu Zifan's caution failed to account for Wang Yan and his companions, who were only a short distance away. Even if they spoke loudly, they wouldn't be detected after all. The kind of stealth ability that could bypass detection skills and suppress sound and light was typically reserved for assassins of the dark gold rank or higher. You didn't tell anyone else about this, right? Lu Zifan asked in a low voice. Of course not, Brother Fan. Not even the mentor knows, we only told you. One of the team members quickly assured him. Good, Lu Zifan said, looking satisfied. But Brother Fan, what if the mentor asks about Xingzhou? How should we explain it? Just tell the truth, Lu Zifan replied impatiently. Xingzhou got himself into trouble this time. My defensive Treant Guardians each have 100,000 HP, and that guy took one out in a single hit. Forget Xingzhou, even I wouldn't stand much of a chance against him. As he spoke, a trace of lingering fear crossed his expression. Some of the team members suggested seeking revenge against Tianxue First High, but Lu Zifan scoffed. You lot are just a bunch of kids who haven't even graduated yet. Only fools would think like that. Once you leave school, do you think the school will care about you at all? In this world, you've got to be selfish. If you don't get that, you'll end up like Xingzhou sooner or later. They stopped in front of a dense thicket, the very spot Wang Yan had previously searched. Lu Zifan glanced at his watch. Made it just in time. Any later, and the disguise spell would have worn off. With a wave of his staff, a flash of green light dispelled the thicket, revealing a large, man-made pit. At the bottom lay a slab of obsidian engraved with magical runes, about half a meter wide and a meter long, with a neatly missing corner on its lower right. So it was a disguise spell. Wang Yan muttered to himself, silently regretting not using a purification aura to scan the area earlier. Judging by the soil color, this pit was freshly dug, Su Mushue observed. Lu Zifan carefully retrieved a palm-sized triangular piece of obsidian from his pocket and fitted it into the missing corner of the slab. The pieces merged perfectly, and the runes on the slab began to glow. A brilliant portal appeared before them, identical to the Kobold Camp portal Wang Yan and his companions had seen by the freshwater lake. The treasure map was real after all. Brother Fan, we're going to strike it rich. The group erupted into excited cheers. The excitement of Lu Zifan and his companions seemed almost contagious, quickly spreading to Wang Yan's group. Chen Yuan couldn't help but burst into laughter. This group had actually stumbled upon a treasure trove. Su Mushue carefully examined the portal before them, a faint smile curling on her lips. Judging by the size of this portal, it's much larger than the one we found at the Kobold Camp. This suggests the creatures inside are likely stronger. However, she paused briefly. The rewards must be far greater as well. Lu Zifan's group erupted in cheers, eagerly filing into the portal one by one. Wang Yan's team followed closely, their movements swift and precise. The portal's rules were simple. Once the first person entered, it would automatically close after 30 seconds, preventing entry by any other adventurers. A blinding white light flashed, and as their vision cleared, they found themselves in a vast underground chamber. Smooth granite walls, polished stone floors, and a dome towering 4 or 5 meters high surrounded them. Massive chandeliers hung from chains every 10 meters, and as the group arrived, the candles within them lit up automatically. The flickering light reflected off the polished walls, illuminating the entire space in an instant. The architectural style reminded Wang Yan of the frozen tomb, though there were clear differences. The frozen tomb was littered with bones, heavy with dust, and draped in cobwebs. Here, however, everything was spotless, as if meticulously maintained by unseen hands. A system notification chimed in at just the right moment. Welcome to the Martyr's Mausoleum. Level 1520, Bronze Tier. Fanatical followers sacrifice their lives for the favor of their god, receiving the gift of eternal life in return. But is this truly a divine blessing, or an inescapable curse? Note: if your team leaves the dungeon before defeating the martyr's leader, you will forfeit all rewards, and any experience and loot gained will be reclaimed. Lu Zifan and his companions, caught up in their excitement, scanned their surroundings eagerly, unaware of the 3 invisible figures trailing behind them. Old Wang, what's the plan? Should we take them out now? Chen Yuan whispered. Now that we're in the dungeon, they're of no use to us. The monsters here in a hidden dungeon offer great experience. Wang Yan shook his head. No rush. Even though this is a level 1520 dungeon, as a hidden one, the monster's strength is unpredictable. He glanced at the excited Lu Zifan and his group ahead. Let them scout for us. Experience's secondary hidden dungeons usually have the best rewards on the boss. Wang Yan had already looked into Lu Zifan's background, guaranteed admission to Qingmu University, and currently a silver-tier adventurer. Having such a strong, free bodyguard, clearing the way was too good an opportunity to pass up. The group pressed on, the chandeliers lighting up as they advanced and extinguishing as they moved away. The eerie cleanliness of the environment, combined with the unnerving silence, made even Lu Zifan's group grow tense. They had walked roughly 100 meters without encountering a single monster. As they ventured deeper, the space began to open up. Soon, a grand altar came into view, a circular area with a soaring dome. Unlike the pristine granite walls from earlier, the floors and walls here were covered in murals. The murals inside the altar were breathtaking. They were not ordinary figurative patterns, but an immense design composed of countless lotus-like geometric motifs. Every line adhered to a rigorous symmetry, radiating outward like ripples from the center point at the highest part of the dome, covering the walls and floors of the entire altar. The deep blue background, adorned with white specks resembling stars, seemed to lift the entire altar, suspending it in the boundless expanse of the cosmos. At the very center of the altar stood a striking male stone statue atop a stone platform. Towering at 3 meters tall, the sculpture showcased flawless human proportions, with smooth and graceful muscle contours exuding an artistic beauty. The stonemason had clearly poured immense effort into the work, polishing the material to a smooth and rounded finish. The flickering candlelight caressed the surface of the statue, reflecting a soft glow that added an aura of sanctity to the figure. What a load of junk! Lu Zifan muttered impatiently as he glanced around. The lack of any sign of monsters along the way had left him increasingly irritable. He spat disdainfully toward the statue. Not a single monster here, and instead, they've got this lousy statue. With that, he raised his staff, ready to strike the statue. Brother Fan, let's just keep moving. One of the team members quickly intervened. This statue might be some sort of mechanism. Better not mess with it. A flicker of hesitation crossed Lu Ziffin's face before he reluctantly lowered his staff. Fine, let's keep going. The tomb had only one passageway, which at least saved them the trouble of exploring. They only needed to move straight ahead. As the group pressed onward, Su Mushue lingered, her gaze fixed on the statue, lost in thought. This statue. Wang Yan noticed her unusual behavior. What is it? Do you recognize it? If I'm not mistaken, Su Mushue said slowly, this should be the god of life Yuvira. He governs grains, agriculture, and fertility, symbolizing abundance and harvest. How do you know that? Wang Yan asked curiously. There are indeed many legends about deities in this world, but most people don't really care about them. Legends of deities often originate from the words of certain specialized individuals, especially priests who claim to communicate with the divine. These priests insist their powers are gifts from Avila, the goddess of life. Such beliefs became widespread following the emergence of countless human practitioners. When it comes to the existence of gods, most people don't outright disbelieve. After all, the existence of abyssal evil gods is undeniable, and the idea of other deities in alternate dimensions isn't far-fetched. However, the general lack of interest stems from the fact that these gods usually only interact with specific professions: priests, shamans, witches, and the like. Ordinary practitioners can gain power without divine intervention, so few bother to study the tomes documenting these deities. My sister is a priest, so I know a bit more about this, Su Mushue remarked. Wang Yan and Qin Yuan exchanged a glance, suddenly understanding. In that case, Wang Yan analyzed, these monsters' abilities are probably related to regeneration and healing. But none of us have skills to reduce healing effects. Come on, Wang, you're overthinking it. Qin Yuan interrupted with a grin. With your aura in play, do we even need counter-attributes? Just charge in and take them down. He shot a glance at Lu Ziffin and the others ahead. Besides, this isn't even our fight. Lu Ziffin's a silver-ranked practitioner. A mere bronze-level special dungeon shouldn't be a problem for him. As they spoke, a sudden commotion erupted ahead. Everyone turned toward the noise to see a group of humanoid creatures dressed in red advancing on Lu Ziffin's team. The system promptly displayed the monster's details. Martyrs. Level: Bronze 15. Traits: gained immortality by sacrificing their hearts, existing in a state of half-life to sustain eternal existence. The martyrs' clothing had large holes over their chests, revealing deep gashes where their hearts should have been. Strangely, the wounds neither bled nor healed, as if they were permanently preserved. Their skin was pale, bloated like waterlogged corpses, and their vacant eyes and jerky movements made them appear like soulless husks. Wang Yan couldn't help but think of the zombies from myth, recalling the system's earlier warning upon entering the graveyard. They achieved the immortality they desired, but is it truly a blessing from the gods or an inescapable curse? Unlike traditional zombies, however, these martyrs wielded an array of weapons: longswords, broadswords, longbows, crossbows, staves, indicating that they had once been practitioners themselves. Intruders! Kill them! For the glory of the gods, the martyrs bellowed in slurred, broken voices, as if their ability to speak had decayed along with their bodies. Far from panicking, Lu Ziffin greeted the oncoming monsters with a gleeful smirk. Raising his staff, he unleashed a flash of green light, and countless razor-sharp leaves spun through the air like flying blades, slicing into the martyrs. The leaves left deep, bone-revealing gashes and even severed some of the creature's limbs. But then, something eerie happened. The severed limbs began to regrow at an astonishing speed, and the wounds closed almost instantly. Incredible regeneration! Lu Ziffin exclaimed, quickly summoning two sturdy treants. The towering creatures, with their thick bark-like skin and massive health pools, positioned themselves as shields, absorbing the martyrs' attacks. Though their offensive capabilities were limited, the treants bought Lu Ziffin the time he needed to cast another spell. With a low chant, countless thorny vines burst from the ground, the same skill he had used earlier to trap the students of Tianshui First High. The vines quickly ensnared the martyrs, who, in their mindless state, attempted to break free through brute force rather than cutting the vines with their weapons. Their futile struggles only caused the thorns to tighten their grip. These monsters have strong healing abilities. Focus your attacks and take them down one at a time, Lu Ziffin sneered. To him, dealing with these level 15 creatures was child's play. Trapped within the thorny vines, the martyrs were now nothing more than lambs awaiting slaughter. The group of bound martyrs, like lambs to the slaughter, quickly turned into glowing streams of experience points under the onslaught of the team. Wow, such high experience points! the female priest exclaimed, her delighted voice echoing through the graveyard. The others also displayed astonished expressions. These monsters give at least 3 times the experience of the level 15 monsters outside, truly worthy of a silver-tier treasure map. While some lamented that Xingzhou missed out on this opportunity, the abundant experience points still brought joy to the students from Tianshui No. 3 High School. However, as a silver-tier professional, Lu Zifan seemed unimpressed. Due to the dual effects of shared experience in a party and level penalties, these monsters no longer provided him with significant experience gains. Keep moving. These monsters are trash and pose no threat to me, Lu Zifan said impatiently. I'm not getting much experience anyway, so just think of it as me helping you level up. Thanks to Brother Fan, the nearby ranger quickly flattered him. If it weren't for your binding skill, these monsters whose combat power is nothing like level 15 would have been impossible for us to handle. I propose that no matter what treasure we find later, Brother Fan should get the biggest share. I agree. Me too. The flattery finally improved Lu Zifan's mood a little. He commanded the Treant to scout ahead as they continued deeper into the graveyard. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan, who was hidden nearby, overheard their conversation and felt a surge of envy. Damn, they said these monsters give triple the experience. That's even better than that kobold camp back then. Wang Yan nodded thoughtfully. These martyrs not only fight like professionals, but also have incredibly strong self-healing abilities. If you can't finish them quickly, you'll get dragged into a prolonged battle. A regular level 15 team wouldn't stand a chance, but for a rare silver-tier mage, they're manageable. Should we take them out and claim the experience for ourselves? Chen Yuan's greed for the abundant experience points was evident. Wang Yan shook his head in disapproval. I don't recommend it. This dungeon isn't simple. Letting them scout ahead is better. Can use the opportunity to assess the boss strength. Passing through a hall lined with statues, the group advanced another 100 meters and arrived at a dining room. At the center stood a long table, flanked by neatly arranged chairs on both sides. Like the rest of the area, the room was spotless, making Wang Yan wonder if the monsters here all suffered from obsessive-compulsive tendencies. The moment Lu Zifan and the others stepped into the dining room, the clear chime of a dinner bell suddenly rang out. Immediately, countless martyrs of varying forms surged in from all directions, some with arms that reached the floor, others towering at nearly 2 meters like small giants, and still others with beast-like, razor-sharp claws. The forms of these mutated martyrs were truly shocking. Their bodies had completely transcended the realm of humanity, twisted grotesquely in agony and torment. Their minds lost to reason. Their organs and limbs were horrifyingly deformed. A system notification revealed their nature. These level 16 bronze-tier creatures possessed regenerative abilities, yet they were forever trapped between life and death, consumed by endless pain and reduced to acting purely on instinct as monstrous beings. Seriously? This is supposed to be a blessing from the god of life? Chen Yuan exclaimed in disbelief after reading the information. Su Muxue pondered. Rather than a blessing, it feels more like a curse. These martyrs' fanatical worship of the god of life drove them to sacrifice their own lives in exchange for immortality. It's likely that this blasphemous act angered Avila, trapping them in this eternal state of half-life and suffering. Praying to the god of life by sacrificing your life, what kind of twisted logic is that? Wang Yan shook his head in amazement. As the three conversed, Lu Zifan and the others had already engaged the mutated martyrs in combat. These creatures were far stronger than ordinary martyrs, pouring endlessly from various doors. In no time, over 100 of them had gathered in the narrow dining hall. Despite their grotesque forms, their strength and regenerative abilities far surpassed those of regular martyrs. Flesh, hunger, devour them. The monsters let out bone-chilling shrieks. Against these level 16 creatures, the silver-tier Lu Zifan seemed to handle the situation with ease. He first summoned 2 treants to hold the front line, then waved his staff, causing a mass of thorny vines to erupt from the ground, entangling the mutated martyrs. Hold back. Let me thin their numbers first. Lu Zifan stopped his teammates from charging in and waved his staff again, chanting a few syllables. The vines suddenly became restless, rapidly thickening and growing sharp thorns that extended up to 20 or 30 centimeters, skewering 5 or 6 dozen of the mutated martyrs into sieves. All right, now you can go in, Lu Zifan instructed, and the others joined the fight. This tree shepherd class is seriously powerful, Wang Yan remarked. Even with the level advantage, Lu Zifan's strength is clearly above that of an ordinary mage. Su Muxue added, globally, this class is ranked among the top tier of a class professions. While its individual combat power isn't exceptional, its treant tanking and crowd control abilities make it highly effective for team battles. When the fight ended, numerous pieces of equipment were scattered across the floor, including a silver-tier item. The group handed everything to Lu Zifan for distribution, unanimously agreeing to let him take it all if necessary. Haha, don't worry, they'll divide it fairly, Lu Zifan assured them, bringing smiles to everyone's faces. Qin Yuan looked on enviously. Not only did they gain a ton of experience, but they also scored all this loot. I get it. Wang Yan chuckled. You're the type who finds it harder to see others profit than to take a loss yourself. Exactly, Qin Yuan admitted bluntly. As they ventured deeper, the number of martyrs they encountered increased. However, under Lu Zifin's leadership, they were all dispatched with ease. After countless battles against hundreds of martyrs, the group arrived at a massive plaza. The area, roughly the size of 2 basketball courts, was paved with broken tiles and stained with dried blood. At the center of the plaza stood a damaged statue of a god. Though it resembled the statue of the god of life, Avila, they had seen before, this one was riddled with cracks and missing large chunks. At the far end of the wishing square stood a dilapidated church, silently looming over its surroundings. Once a grand structure, it now lay in ruins, cobwebs draped across its interior, the roof riddled with gaping holes, and the outer walls crumbling with decay. Yet, its sheer size faintly hinted at its former glory. A system notification appeared. You have arrived at Wishing Square? Lu Zifin surveyed the area and remarked. If my guess is correct, that church is likely the location of the boss. His words immediately invigorated the group. Where there was a boss, there was often treasure. As they stepped onto the square's cracked tiles and began approaching the church, a sudden sound of stone splitting echoed from the massive central statue. The group instinctively took a few steps back, watching as the statue fractured down the middle and crumbled into a heap of rubble. At that moment, feral growls erupted from all around the square. From the shadows emerged dozens of grotesque creatures resembling oversized, hairless apes. These beings were massive, standing 3 to 4 meters tall, with pale, sickly white skin devoid of any hair. Their muscular bodies were knotted with bulging veins, their claws razor-sharp, and their gaping maws emitted menacing snarls. A system notification appeared. Mutated Martyr, Bronze, level 18. Their ceaseless growth has made them far stronger than ordinary humans, but it has also turned them into true monsters and beasts. These creatures bore no semblance of humanity, moving on all fours like apes. Within a minute, more than 30 of them had amassed in the square. Suddenly, one of the mutated martyrs let out a roar and hurled a chunk of rubble from the ground. The projectile whistled through the air, striking a warrior and sending him flying several meters. Despite the dented armor and blood trickling from his mouth, the warrior's robust physique allowed him to remain battle-ready. What incredible strength, Lu Zifin marveled, though a faint, confident smile soon crossed his face. But no matter how strong they are, they're still just bronze-tier trash. As the other martyrs began lifting rocks to throw, the group's expressions turned grim. However, Lu Zifin remained calm. With a sharp command, "Wood prison," he waved his staff. Thick branches erupted from the ground, intertwining like serpents to form a spherical wooden barrier around the group. The incoming rocks thudded harmlessly against the wooden prison and bounced away. Lu Zifin then slammed his staff into the ground, summoning a glowing magic circle. From it emerged a creature resembling a treant but much smaller, its body adorned with vibrant red blossoms. A system notification appeared. Demonic Flower, Silver, level 27. Remaining duration, 29 seconds. The demonic flower unfurled its petals, releasing a pink mist into the air. Wang Yan and the others quickly retreated, while the martyrs caught in the mist convulsed violently before collapsing. They've been poisoned by my summoned creature's flower toxin. They're temporarily paralyzed. Attack now. Lu Zifin dispelled the wooden prison. The group immediately launched an assault, taking advantage of the martyrs' immobilization. Lu Zifin continued to cast spells, coordinating with the team. Within moments, the combined efforts of the group reduced the 30-odd martyrs to just a few stragglers. Without the advantage of numbers, the creatures that recovered from the flower toxin posed little threat and were swiftly eliminated by Lu Zifin's team. After an intense battle, the squad led by Lu Zifin easily defeated the group of mutated martyrs. Once the fight was over, everyone gathered around, their eyes shining with excitement. Brother Fan is amazing. These level 15 monsters are so terrifying an average squad wouldn't have stood a chance here, right? Someone exclaimed. This time, the looks directed at Lu Zifin were filled with genuine admiration, no longer the forced flattery of before. The mutated martyrs dropped some generous loot, 5 or 6 pieces of bronze equipment, and even one rare silver item. The team members respectfully presented the gear to Lu Zifin before settling down to rest and recover. Thanks to Lu Zifin's overwhelming strength, only one warrior sustained a minor injury during the battle, and they were quickly healed by the priest. Not far away, Qin Yuan watched enviously. Damn, old Wang, look at their haul. When we killed a boss, we only got 2 silver items, and they didn't even fight a boss yet. Wang Yan smiled and explained, that's normal. This dungeon is clearly way harder than the one we did. Even Lu Zifin had to use quite a few of his skills. A standard level 15 team wouldn't be able to handle these martyrs. You'd need at least a level 25 squad to get through this smoothly. Could it be a medium-tier treasure map? Su Muxue speculated. Treasure maps come in small, medium, and large tiers, and the dungeon's level depends on the monster that dropped the map. The higher the tier, the better the rewards. Then I'm even more excited to see what the boss drops, Wang Yan said, a glint of anticipation in his eyes. After finishing their preparations, Lu Zifan reminded everyone, next up is the boss. Be careful, this dungeon isn't easy. So the boss is bound to be even tougher. Although there was a hint of concern on the team members' faces, the presence of their silver-ranked Treant healer kept their confidence high. They cautiously entered the dilapidated church. Dust covered every surface, and the furniture was in disarray, a far cry from the grandeur it must have once had. At the center of the church, beneath a pile of debris, a coffin with a transparent lid was faintly visible. Clearing away the debris and dust, they were shocked to find a young man with golden hair and blue eyes lying inside. He looked to be only around 30 years old, with fair, rosy skin that showed no signs of death, as if he were merely asleep. As the group murmured in astonishment, the man suddenly opened his eyes. Oh my God, he's come back to life. The girls screamed, retreating in panic. The man leapt gracefully out of the shattered coffin, his cold gaze sweeping across the crowd. Heretics, you have trespassed into this sacred church, disturbed my slumber, and defiled the domain of the divine. In the name of the God of life, your hearts shall be sacrificed, so that your sins may be forgiven. The system displayed his information. Looker level 23 bronze, leader of the martyrs, fanatical believer, immortal. With a gesture, a glowing golden staff flew from the coffin into Lukar's hand. He immediately cast Holy Light Shield and Holy Light Blessing, enhancing his defenses and boosting his attributes. Damn it, the boss is a Holy Light Priest, Chen Yuan whispered in shock. Wang Yan added, this is the first time I've seen a boss so close to human form. He looks just like a regular adventurer. Lukel's continuous use of self-enhancing buffs finally provoked Lu Zifan and his team. As the fastest spellcaster among them, Lu Zifan immediately launched a counterattack. Guided by his staff, 2 towering treants rose from the ground, followed by countless thorny vines breaking through the earth, twisting and writhing to ensnare their opponent. However, Lukel merely waved his staff lightly, and a pair of golden wings made of holy light unfurled behind him. These were the wings of light, a skill that granted the user temporary flight. With a single powerful flap, he soared into the air, effortlessly evading the vines that stretched upward in vain. This sudden turn of events left the 2 warriors in the team dumbfounded. They had no means of attacking from a distance. Apart from Lu Zifan, a tree shepherd, the team's other spellcaster was an ordinary priest, skilled in support but lacking combat prowess. Only the ranger drew a hand crossbow, aiming at the airborne target and firing. Seeing this, Lu Zifan quickly switched his skills, summoning a flurry of leaves to launch an offensive. Yet all these attacks were deflected by Lukel's Holy Light Shield, failing even to crack its defenses. Pathetic mortals, Lukel sneered from above. I am a messenger of the divine, and I shall play a triumphant hymn over your corpses. With those words, he raised his staff, and golden light coalesced in the air to form a massive hammer of holy light. The sight sent a jolt through Wang Yan, who had been observing the battle. This was the very technique he had seen the Holy Light Priest Su Muqing use before. Its devastating power was undeniable, but it required a long cooldown. Lukel's casting speed was astonishing. The enormous hammer of light descended with overwhelming force, targeting the warrior at the forefront of the team. The warrior, unable to dodge in time, could only raise his shield to block. The priest beside him hurriedly cast a protective shield on him. Lu Zifan prepared to cast a spell but hesitated at the last moment and ultimately refrained. Boom! With a deafening crash, the holy light hammer smashed into the ground. Dust and debris flew in all directions, and the shockwave reverberated through the air, causing everyone present to feel their eardrums and insides tremble. When the dust settled, a mangled corpse lay in the crater, the warrior's armor completely shattered. Professional Qin Yongjun, bronze tier, level 16, has fallen. The system notification sounded, and everyone's expressions changed drastically. A one-hit kill. This level 23 bronze tier boss had eliminated their team's strongest defender with a single strike. Are you kidding me? Exclaimed Chen Yuan, who had been watching the fight. This boss is ridiculous. A few more hits like that, and the whole team's done for. Wang Yan, however, shook his head and said, if I'm not mistaken, that was probably his ultimate move, and it should have a long cooldown. While treasure map bosses tend to be stronger than usual, they're not supposed to be overwhelmingly so. These guys were just 2 reckless. A level 15 treasure map dungeon should be tackled by professionals around level 25. The only reason we were able to clear similar dungeons so easily before was because my aura skills are unusually powerful. But they're just an ordinary group of level 15 professionals. Although Lu Zifan was leading the team, Such an unexpected incident seemed almost inevitable. Wang Yan pondered silently. When faced with a rare treasure like a map to hidden riches, how many could truly resist the temptation? Such artifacts are incredibly rare, almost priceless, and opportunities like this are not something anyone would easily let slip away. Wang Yan carefully analyzed the situation at that moment. Their decision to act immediately likely stemmed from a fear that the longer they delayed, the deeper the suspicions among teammates would grow. After all, no matter who was entrusted with the treasure map, it could spark doubt among the others. Instead of risking internal conflict, they chose to take a gamble right away. However, they placed too much trust in Lu Zifen's abilities, assuming that with such a skilled fighter leading them, nothing could go wrong. This belief now seemed naively optimistic. What surprised Wang Yan the most was Lu Zifen's reaction. He clearly remembered seeing Lu Zifen use the wooden prison skill in the plaza move, not only capable of trapping enemies, but also protecting allies. Yet, when Chen Yongjun was in critical danger, Lu Zifen hesitated and failed to act in time. Was it due to extreme tension causing a delayed reaction? Whatever the reason, Wang Yan believed that Lu Zifen bore undeniable responsibility for the Shield Warrior's death. The team had now descended into chaos. Chen Yongjun's tragic death had utterly shattered the psychological resilience of his teammates, leaving them in a state of panic and irrationality. "We can't do this anymore, brother Fan. This boss is way too strong, we have to retreat. While we still can, let's get out of this dungeon." A warrior standing near Chen Yongjun's lifeless body was visibly terrified. "Jun is really gone? No, it can't be." Another teammate murmured, his voice trembling with disbelief. His eyes were filled with shock and sorrow. As Chen Yongjun's close friend for many years, witnessing him crushed like an ant was a devastating blow that he struggled to process. Lu Zifen observed the chaotic scene before him, a glint of cold sharpness flashing in his eyes. He suddenly swung his staff with force and shouted angrily, "You fools, shut up!" His voice was like a heavy hammer, instantly silencing his panicked teammates. Lu Zifen calmly analyzed, "This skill must have a long cooldown. We need to avenge our fallen teammate, but we can't lose our composure. If we leave the dungeon now, all the experience, materials, and equipment we've gained so far will be forfeited, and no one will be compensated." The group turned their eyes to him, as if clinging to their last hope. Lu Zifen spoke with a steady voice, "As long as I'm here, we still have a chance to defeat this boss." His words brought a trace of calm to the team, though fear still lingered on their faces. At least they were regaining their focus on the battle. Lu Zifen raised his staff and cast the wood prison skill. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Chen Yongjun's lifeless body not far away, his expression showing a fleeting trace of indifference. The truth was, he could have saved Chen Yongjun. His instinct had even led him to prepare the wood prison spell. But reason held him back. Such a move would have been too risky. The boss's strength far exceeded expectations, and the wood prison skill had a cooldown of 120 seconds. Who could guarantee nothing unexpected would happen during that time? If Lucar's next Holy Light Hammer targeted him, the most threatening member of the team, the entire group would be doomed. The level 14 priestess couldn't even save Chen Yongjun, let alone protect him. The wood prison was his sole defensive skill and the key to controlling Lucar. At this moment, with the boss hovering in the air, his prized Thorn Bind and Trance Summon were almost useless. To make matters worse, Lucar appeared to be a holy light priest capable of purging the toxic mist from his Demon Flower skill. Only the wood prison was immune to purification. Weighing the pros and cons, Lu Zifen chose to let Chen Yongjun die. A cold sneer crossed his mind. "Blame your incompetent priest teammate." High in the sky, the victorious Lucar began chanting again, "O Lord, do not stay far from me. Teach my hands to fight. Grant me strength and courage. Your guidance is my faith and fortress, my tower and salvation." His voice was like a madman's murmur, as golden light gathered once more on his staff. "Ding Dao, distract him," Lu Zifen commanded sharply. "Priest, shield him." As the team's last warrior, Ding Dao's legs trembled, but he knew he couldn't shirk his duty. He picked up a rock from the ground and hurled it at Lucar, successfully provoking the boss. Lucar swung his staff, unleashing a holy light slash. The golden blade carved a deep, bone-revealing wound into Ding Dao's body. Ding Dao fell heavily to the ground, blood gushing out as his health dropped by 2/3. Fortunately, the priest's timely healing spell stopped the bleeding. It was clear that the holy light slash was far less devastating than the earlier holy light hammer. From a distance, Chun Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, "Whoa, Lao Wang, your guess was spot on. That move really is the boss's strongest skill." Wang Yan, however, showed no sign of pride. His gaze remained fixed on the battlefield, his mind racing with tactical analysis. If their trio were to face this boss, what would their chances of victory be? Their team's strengths were clear. Group stealth capabilities, dual attack and damage buffs, allowing for explosive damage at the start of a fight. a god-ear slowing aura that synergized perfectly with Chen Yuan and Su Mushue's ranged attacks, making them especially effective against slow-moving opponents. But the fatal weakness was just as obvious: almost no defensive measures. Wang Yan frowned slightly. If their initial burst failed to take down the opponent and the enemy found a chance to counterattack, the consequences could be disastrous. His eyes followed the airborne boss, Looker, as his analysis continued. Flight rendered the two dragonblood crocodiles completely irrelevant. The holy light shield was incredibly durable. Even the ranger's sustained attacks hadn't managed to break through. Even with the aura buffs, Chen Yuan and Su Mushue's damage might struggle to penetrate the defenses quickly enough. As a holy light priest, Looker undoubtedly had skills to cleanse negative statuses, meaning the slowing aura and dragons might would likely be ineffective. The most troublesome factor was that devastating skill, the hammer of holy light. If they got too close, Wang Yan instinctively touched the contract ring on his finger. Perhaps he'd have to rely on the shield and damage reduction effects provided by the ring, taking the hit hidden to create opportunities for Chen Yuan and Su Mushue to deal damage. But whether I'll survive that hammer strike? Wang Yan chuckled bitterly. I might just have to pray to the gods like Looker does. While he was deep in thought, an excited shout suddenly erupted from the battlefield. Ding Dao yelled, Fanga, I'm alive. Ha ha ha. Lu Zifan frowned in silence, showing indifference to Ding Dao's plight. At this moment, only one thought occupied his mind. As long as Ding Dao could block Ruckel's deadly strike for him, life or death was irrelevant. As Ruckel's attention was drawn to Ding Dao and the holy light blade shot forth with a whistle, Lu Zifan made his move. Branches that had been lying dormant underground burst through the soil, surging upward like venomous snakes. These branches intertwined in midair, weaving together into a massive spherical cage that trapped the unsuspecting Ruckel within. A glimmer of satisfaction flashed in Lu Zifan's eyes as he lightly waved his staff, commanding the branches to grow thicker and denser. The wooden cage expanded, its branches becoming more robust. With a powerful swing of his staff, Lu Zifan sent the cage hurtling downward, slamming Ruckel into the ground with a thunderous crash. With the impact, the holy light wings on Ruckel's back instantly dissipated, and his holy light shield shattered. 1450. This was the first time Ruckel had lost health in battle. He let out a pained grunt. You damned mortal. How dare you defile the messenger of the divine? Ruckel rose to his feet and unleashed the holy light blade once more. Though the branches of the wooden cage were severed, they quickly regrew. Seeing this, Ruckel abandoned the ineffective approach and began chanting in a low voice, Your radiance is the sword in my hand. Golden light gathered in his palm, forming a glowing blade. The onlookers were stunned. This holy light priest was skilled in close combat as well. Ruckel swung the blade at the wooden cage, cutting through the branches with ease. The severed ends sizzled, losing their ability to regenerate. As the wooden cage neared destruction, Lu Zifan remained composed. Unbeknownst to Ruckel, Lu Zifan had already cast a spell while he was summoning the light blade, calling forth countless thorny vines. Trapped within the cage, Ruckel had no escape and could only watch as the vines crept over him. However, Ruckel was still a holy light priest, and cleansing negative effects was second nature to him. With a flash of golden light, the vines dissolved into black smoke. But this played right into Lu Zifan's hands. A sly smile tugged at his lips as he summoned a demonic flower, which unleashed a pink poisonous mist that enveloped Ruckel. This time, Ruckel's purification skill was on cooldown, leaving him immobilized within the toxic mist, unable to move. Even the glowing blade frozen midair. Acting swiftly, Lu Zifan dispelled the wooden cage and shouted, Now's your chance. Attack. The team's ranger and warrior charged forward, unleashing a flurry of arrows and sword strikes. Two treants joined the fray, pounding on Ruckel relentlessly. Lu Zifan himself summoned razor-sharp leaves that continuously slashed at Ruckel's body. In mere moments, Ruckel's health had dropped to half. Suddenly, Ruckel let out an earth-shaking roar. His body swelled rapidly, shredding his garments. His skin turned a grotesque shade of blue-black, his muscles bulged, and claws and fangs emerged, transforming him into a massive humanoid beast. At his chest, like other martyrs, a gaping hole appeared where his heart should have been. I'll tear you apart and devour you. In his frenzied state, Ruckel lost all sense of reason, lunging at the nearest treant. Seeing this, Lu Zifan was overjoyed. Although transformed, Ruckel possessed immense strength. The treants had remarkable defenses, making them ideal for stalling. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Lu Zifan summoned more thorny vines. Even with Ruckel's tremendous power, he couldn't break free from the incredibly resilient vines. No matter how strong he is, he's just a bronze-level boss, Lu Zifan thought with a hint of disdain. Finally, Lu Zifan tapped his staff lightly, and a green light flared. Countless spikes erupted from the vines, piercing through Ruckel's body until he was left riddled like a sieve. Roar! Countless sharp thorns pierced into Lucar's body, and he let out a heart-wrenching roar. Blood gushed from his wounds like a fountain, instantly dyeing his entire body a glaring crimson. At this moment, Lucrer had completely lost his sanity, emitting beast-like growls as he thrashed wildly, trying to free himself from the entangling thorns. However, the more he struggled, the deeper the thorns cut into his flesh, and the faster his blood drained away. 13,819, 14,592, 13,794. A series of shocking damage numbers floated above his head, signaling the impending end of this formidable boss. Lu Zifen's teammates seized this rare opportunity and unleashed a final, frenzied assault. Under their combined attacks and the strikes of the two treants, Lucrer's health finally hit zero. Roar! With one last mournful cry, Lucrer's massive beast form began to shrink, reverting to his human shape. He staggered forward a couple of steps before collapsing heavily onto the ground. In his final moments, his face was filled with despair, tears welling in his eyes. With the last remnants of his strength, he murmured, "God, why have you forsaken me?" Before his voice faded entirely, his body dissolved into specks of golden light, disappearing into the air. From a distance, Chen Yuan, who had been observing the battle, couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, I thought they wouldn't pull it off." Su Muxue replied nonchalantly, "After all, they're silver-rank professionals. A bronze-level dungeon isn't much of a challenge for them." As Wang Yan watched Lucrer fall, his eyes instantly sharpened. "Get ready. The treasure should appear soon." Just as he finished speaking, the entire cathedral was suddenly filled with golden holy light, transforming the previously dim space into a scene of dazzling splendor. While everyone stood in awe, an even brighter beam of golden light pierced through the ceiling, shining directly onto the spot where Lucrer had vanished. Within that radiant glow, a beautifully crafted ceramic jug adorned with golden embellishments slowly floated into view. When the item's details were revealed, everyone gasped in astonishment. Fountain of Life. Quality: dark gold. Effect: restores all injuries upon consumption and permanently increases maximum health. Increase amount: level 4002, scaling with level progression. Trait: divisible. Effect scales proportionally with the amount of water consumed. This was an unbelievable surprise. A dark gold grade item that permanently boosts attributes such treasures are nearly impossible to find on the market. It's well known that once professionals reach hero rank level 60, leveling up becomes extremely slow, with each level only granting 8 attribute points. Yet, the Fountain of Life could provide an additional 4,002 health points per level, giving the user a nearly insurmountable advantage against peers of the same level. Lu Zifen's teammates erupted into cheers. "Haha, we're rich now." But their excitement was soon tempered by the memory of their fallen comrades, Xing Zhou and Qin Yongjun, casting a shadow over the group's joy. "Damn those jerks from Yizhong. If they hadn't killed Xing Zhou, this dungeon would have been so much easier for us. Yeah, once we get out of here, we have to settle the score with those scumbags from Tianshui Yizhong." However, a pressing issue quickly emerged. There were now only 4 members left in the team. How should they divide the Fountain of Life? If they shared it equally, each person would only gain around 1,000 health points per level, far less tempting than the 4,000 points that came with sole ownership. Ding Dao noticed the look in Lu Zifen's eyes and promptly spoke up, "Brother Fan, we owe our survival to your strength. How about this: you take half of the Fountain of Life, and the 3 of us will split the rest." "Brother Fan, how about this? You take half of the Life Spring, and the rest of us will split the other half equally," Ding Dao cautiously suggested, his eyes fixed on Lu Zifen's expression for any sign of reaction. Lu Zifen glanced at him briefly, then fell into silent contemplation. After a moment of quiet, he sighed softly but still said nothing. His unusual behavior made the other 3 uneasy as they exchanged nervous glances. "Senior Lu," the female cleric hesitantly broke the silence, biting her lip. "We couldn't contribute much during this battle, but after all, it was our treasure map that led us here. Maybe you take 2/3, and we split the remaining third among the 3 of us?" The 3 had already made the biggest concession they could. Splitting a third among themselves would only increase their maximum health by about 400 points each. However, in hopes of appeasing this powerful player, they were willing to suffer the loss. Regret gnawed at all of them. Had they known the rewards would be this rich, they would have waited until they were stronger to attempt this. "Brother Fan, say something, will you?" Ding Dao grew anxious as Lu Zifen remained silent. "If the plan doesn't work, we can discuss it further. The treasure map was our discovery, after all." Before he could finish, Lu Zifen suddenly burst into laughter. "You guys." His grin turned sinister as his eyes grew cold. "I was just waiting for my skills to finish cooling down." His words hit them like a death sentence. Terror struck their hearts as they realized what was happening. "He's going to kill us. Exit the dungeon now!" Ding Dao shouted in panic, but it was already too late. Thick vines had silently grown beneath their feet, binding them tightly in place. Lu Zifan strolled leisurely to the female cleric, pinching her cheek with disdain. I've been annoyed by you for a while now. A level 15 cleric without even a purification skill? Your shields and buffs are pathetic. If it weren't for your face, do you think they'd have taken you in? Please, senior. Don't kill me. I'll do anything you want, and I won't tell anyone. The girl begged, tears streaming down her face. You miss Xingzhou and Qin Yongjun, don't you? I'll send you to reunite with them. Lu Zifan sneered coldly. A team should stick together. After all, Ding Dao and the other ranger panicked. Brother Fan, you can have all the life spring. Take the equipment and materials too. Just spare us. Idiots. Lu Zifan sneered dismissively. You dared to tackle a mid-ear treasure map's hidden dungeon at level 15? Even with Xingzhou, it was a death sentence. Trash like you is bound to die sooner or later. Despair gripped them. The female cleric sobbed uncontrollably, while Ding Dao cursed in rage. Lu Zifan, you're heartless. Even as a ghost, I won't let you off. With a snap of his fingers, the vines erupted into sharp thorns. The three fell lifelessly to the ground. The heavily armored warrior struggled for a few more seconds before succumbing as well. A bunch of fools, thinking they could challenge students from first high. They never understood the gap. Lu Zifan muttered coldly as he turned to the glowing life spring. His eyes filled with fervor. You are mine. But just as he stepped forward, the life spring suddenly vanished into thin air. No. Lu Zifan let out a heart-wrenching scream. Where's my life spring? He frantically clawed at the spot where the golden light had been, but grasped only empty air. How is this possible? Damn it. This can't be happening. He grabbed at his hair, his eyes bloodshot. I've never heard of hidden dungeon boss rewards having a pickup time limit. His gaze fell on the three corpses. Could they have turned into vengeful spirits? Driven mad, Lu Zifan rushed to Ding Dao's body and began smashing it with his staff. You useless trash. Give me back my life spring. At that moment, a figure emerged from the void, laughing uproariously. Ha ha ha, old Wang, stop teasing him. Look at him's like a clown. You. Lu Zifan gasped in shock, instantly recognizing the figure as the heavily armored warrior who had unleashed a tornado of sword energy in the shadowy forest. That's right, it's me, Chen Yuan said, raising his blade. Let's see where you run this time. Lu Zifan's heart sank. He instinctively tried to exit the dungeon, but pain shot through his legs. Looking down, he saw two massive red crocodiles had clamped their jaws tightly around him. Lu Zifan's agonized scream pierced the silence. With a sickening crunch, both his legs were severed in the crocodile's massive jaws. Before the full force of the pain could hit him, a suffocating wave of energy descended from above. Looking up, he saw a chunk of dark matter, resembling a small meteorite, hurtling toward him at an alarming speed. In a panic, he commanded two treants to charge at Qin Yuan, hoping to buy himself enough time to cast a spell. But just as he raised his staff, a red figure leapt through the air like lightning. It was the crimson crocodile. Its razor-sharp teeth tore through flesh in an instant, ripping his entire arm off, staff and all, leaving them to fall to the ground. Another blood-curdling scream erupted as Lu Zifan lost his balance and collapsed to his knees. At that moment, the dark matter struck with a deafening impact. 51003, the shocking damage number floated above his head, instantly draining most of his once healthy pool of over 80,000 hit points. Terror etched itself onto Lu Zifan's face, but the deadliest attack was only just beginning. Qi Yuan's death tornado had fully formed. The violent whirlwind roared toward him. Bloodfang seized the moment, clamping its jaws around Lu Zifan's body and hurling him straight into the cyclone. There was no time for another scream. Within moments, Lu Zifan's body was shredded into fragments by the raging winds. A Silverder mage, without the protection of his teammates, ambushed, and with Wang Yan's aura boosting their attacks, it seemed this outcome had been inevitable from the start. As the chaos subsided, Wang Yan emerged from stealth, holding the priceless fountain of life in his hand. This previously unlootable item had now become ownerless following the annihilation of Lu Zifan's party. With this fountain of life, this trip was definitely worth it. Chen Yuan laughed heartily. Even Su Mushue's face softened into a rare smile. I remember my father saying that this kind of dark gold grade, permanently attribute boosting item is worth at least tens of millions. More than that, Chen Yuan shook his head. This one scales with level, the value is even higher. But honestly, no one would ever sell something like this. Wang Yan weighed the roughly 1-liter container of fountain of life in his hands. The system promptly notified him that it could be divided into 3 portions. He confirmed without hesitation, and with a flash of golden light, the elegant flask transformed into 3 smaller containers. The item's description read, small portion of fountain of life dark gold. Consuming it heals injuries and permanently increases maximum health level 1334, scaling with level. Wang Yan handed the other 2 bottles to his companions without ceremony. They all knew their leader's unwavering commitment to absolute fairness. "Cheers," Wang Yan said, raising his bottle before taking a deep drink. The sweet, fragrant liquid flowed down his throat, as refreshing as mountain spring water and as sweet as nectar. A warm sensation spread from his stomach, as if he were basking in sunlight. A system notification followed. Gained 26,680 extra health points. Health increases by 1,334 points per level. This boost left Wang Yan, who originally had just over 20,000 health points, feeling more than satisfied. Coupled with his contract ring, his defensive capabilities now far exceeded those of other mages at his level. As the trio exited the dungeon, they discovered, to their surprise, that they had leveled up twice, reaching level 22. Just as they were puzzling over this unexpected development, a system notification rang in their minds. Due to the complete annihilation of Lu Zifan, Ding Dao, Jin Yongjun, and their team, Wang Yan and his group became the sole survivors of this hidden dungeon. A system notification promptly appeared. They would automatically inherit all the experience, materials, and equipment obtained by the other team in the dungeon. "Did you get the notification?" Wang Yan turned to the two people beside him, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Chen Yuan broke into a wide grin. "Ha ha ha, who would have thought? I was worried all that experience and material would go to waste. In this world, when a professional is killed, only the equipment they are wearing drops. Items stored in their inventory, including their body, disappear after a certain amount of time. Rumor has it that this mechanism was established by the laws of heaven to curb the mutual slaughter among professionals. However, even with such rules in place, conflicts between professionals never ceased, especially in battles between nations, where professionals often served as the most critical combat force." Through their conversation, Wang Yan learned that both Chen Yuan and Su Muxue had leveled up to 22. Not only that, but their storage spaces were now filled with a wealth of materials, all from the items dropped by the fallen team. Even the equipment Lu Zifan and his team had obtained earlier was now in their possession. This dungeon run turned out to be highly rewarding, with each of them gaining nearly 2 levels, an impressive amount of experience points, and a wealth of materials and equipment. As they broke past level 20, their leveling speed had noticeably slowed. If they had only been training near the rivers in the northeastern region, it would have been far more difficult to reach level 22 so quickly. Wang Yan glanced down at his attribute panel. Information: Divine Aura Master Wang Yan. Level: 22. Attributes: Intelligence 120, Strength 32, Constitution 32, Agility 32. Energy: 634-1000. Skills: Divine Damage Aura, Divine Attack Aura, Divine Stealth Aura, Divine Purification Aura, Divine Slow Aura. Wang Yan calculated silently. Just 3 more levels, and he could awaken a new skill. What he desired most was a defensive-type Divine Aura. It was precisely his lack of defensive capabilities that made him hesitate to confront Lu Zifan's team immediately upon entering the hidden dungeon. Instead, he opted to first assess the boss situation. So, when a team in a hidden dungeon is wiped out, all their gains are transferred to another team. "I've never heard of such a mechanic before," Chen Yuan said curiously. "This isn't something most people would know unless they experienced it firsthand," Wang Yan explained. "It makes sense though. Aside from large-scale dungeons, most standard dungeons can only accommodate up to 10 people. Teams are usually fully staffed with 10 members, so it's rare for 2 teams to enter at the same time. Leaving aside the issue of resource distribution, what if the boss drops some rare treasure? That would definitely lead to conflict." Su Muxue chimed in. "Exactly. And for hidden dungeons that require treasure maps or special items to unlock, smaller teams are often preferred. Fewer people mean more resources for each individual. Besides, the entrance to a hidden dungeon closes 30 seconds after the first professional enters, so it's not easy for other teams to follow." Wang Yan suddenly remembered something. "Oh, I recall reading an online tip. If a smaller team discovers a treasure map, it's best to have just one person enter the dungeon first while the others stay outside to stand guard for about 10 seconds. This way, they can prevent other teams from sneaking in." Their current situation was indeed unusual. Lu Zifan's team, inexperienced and blinded by greed, had rushed in all at once, completely oblivious to the 3 individuals following them under the cover of stealth auras. Wang Yan glanced at the time. It was almost noon. "Let's head to the supply station and grab some food." Although they didn't stick to their original plan of heading to the northeastern region, this hidden dungeon turned out to be an unexpected windfall, yielding significant rewards. The western region was closer to the supply station, so the group quickly made their way through the dense forest and arrived at their destination. Around noon, the supply station was always bustling with activity. Since the regional reward system was implemented, the shadowy forest supply station had become even livelier. The restaurant seating was often in short supply, with business booming like never before. Wang Yan and his team had long become well acquainted with the staff at the supply station. Ever since manager Wang Shun had seen Chen Yuan's black card, their treatment at the station had taken a dramatic turn. Every time they visited, A private room was prepared in advance, and the service was nothing short of impeccable. At this moment, the three of them entered the supply station to exchange the resources they had gathered for the day. In the main hall, many people recognized this team that had gained fame in the shadowy forest, greeting them warmly. Ever since they won the regional reward, they had become somewhat well known in the area. Wang Yan remained indifferent to their newfound reputation, while Chen Yuan thoroughly enjoyed the attention, especially when attractive female adventurers asked for his contact information. His face beamed with a grin so wide it could rival a blooming sunflower. Wang Yan was patiently waiting in line at the exchange counter when a sudden commotion from a corner of the hall disrupted the calm. What? 5,000 bucks for this piece of junk? Are you out of your mind? An angry male voice drew the attention of everyone nearby. This item is really rare. I checked all over the online trading platforms, and no one else is selling it. A hesitant female voice responded defensively. Wang Yan turned toward the source of the argument and spotted a familiar figure, Zhang Xingyi, accompanied by Jin Lu and a few teammates. What a coincidence. Although Wang Yan wasn't particularly close to Zhang Xingyi, they seemed to cross paths more often than chance would suggest, as if fate had a hand in it. However, Zhang Xingyi's friendship with Jin Lu left Wang Yan with a poor impression of him. After all, Jin Lu had a history with Chen Yuan, including repeated provocations when they first encountered Su Muxue. Lately, though, Jin Lu had kept a lower profile and rarely caused trouble for them. Wang Yan followed the sound of the argument and saw that it was coming from the temporary stall area near the supply station. This open space had turned into an informal marketplace for professionals to trade selling unique equipment that wasn't suitable for direct exchange at the supply station. Rare? Are you kidding me, girl? Zhang Xingyi's voice carried a distinct tone of anger. Take a proper look, this is just a bronze tier item. The situation was straightforward. Zhang Xingyi had taken an interest in an item on a young girl's stall and initially planned to generously buy all of it as a gift for his teammates. However, the seemingly innocent and friendly girl shocked him with her asking price 50,000 yuan. The figure left him momentarily speechless. As one of the strongest students at Tianshui No. 1 High School, Zhang Xingyi was always mindful of his reputation. People often compared him to Su Muxue. Some admired Su Muxue, the Dark Moon Mage, for her individual prowess, while others believed Zhang Xingyi, as a holy light priest, contributed more to his team. Yet at this moment, this talented professional from an ordinary working-class family found himself caught in an awkward position due to his limited funds. This really isn't an ordinary bronze-tier item. The girl's voice was soft, almost inaudible, and her cheeks turned red under the crowd's scrutiny. My grandfather got it from a hero-level monster. I'm only selling it because I urgently need money. Curious, Wang Yan stepped closer and glanced at the red cloth on the stall. There were 10 aquamarine water-repelling pearls neatly arranged. Their attributes immediately caught his attention. Bronze quality, no level requirement, and when held in the mouth, they not only allowed underwater breathing but also significantly enhanced underwater speed and visibility. The girl was dressed in slightly worn clothing, faded jeans, and a black short-sleeved shirt with a small tear in the right sleeve. In the increasingly chilly weather, her outfit seemed too thin, hinting at her modest background. Are you trying to make fools of us? Jin Lu chimed in. Bronze-tier equipment usually only sells for a few thousand yuan. Even if it's rare, you can't price it in the tens of thousands. Just then, Su Muxue's voice came from beside Wang Yan. Hey, isn't that Xiang from our class? It turned out the girl was a druid professional who had once declined Su Muxue's invitation to join her team. Su Muxue sighed, a trace of sympathy in her eyes. Her father is seriously ill and needs treatment from high-level healers. The medical expenses are not cheap. Only then did Wang Yan and Chen Yuan understand why Xiaoying was selling items here. At the supply station, equipment recycling was based solely on level and quality, so these water-repelling pearls would fetch no more than a few thousand yuan. While selling them at the professional guild or an auction house might yield a better price, the process was cumbersome and involved fees. For Xiaoying, who desperately needed money, setting up a stall at the supply station was indeed the most practical option. Zhang Xingyi stood in front of the stall, his face clearly laced with anger. Let me tell you something, it's not that I can't afford it, but this thing isn't worth the price you're asking. A crowd quickly gathered, their murmurs growing louder. This girl is really something, asking such a high price for a bronze trinket. Exactly. It's not even a combat-enhancing item. Someone pulled out their phone and searched hurriedly. This water-repelling pearl does seem rare. I can't find it for sale online. Others confirmed the claim but soon dismissed it. So what if it's rare? Who has time to go diving into water? Everyone knows how dangerous underwater areas are in the wild. Xia Ying stood there, her cheeks turning a deeper shade of red, her eyes beginning to glisten with unshed tears. This was the first time she'd been publicly accused by so many people, as if she really was some kind of fraud. Her grandfather's story echoed in her mind detail. He used to tell about the time their group encountered a molting hero-level flood dragon by a pond. The battle had raged for 3 hours, costing 5 lives before they finally brought the creature down. This water-repelling pearl was one of the treasures they had retrieved from the dragon's lair. As Xiaoying silently began to fold up the red cloth beneath her items, Zhang Shengyi's eyes flashed with disdain. He spoke with condescending pity. Look, I'm not trying to make things difficult for you, and it's not about whether I can afford it. But your price is just absurd. The crowd grew larger, perhaps drawn by Xiaoying's striking appearance. The juxtaposition of a beautiful girl and the suspicion of being a swindler seemed to captivate onlookers. Sensing the growing attention, Zhang Xingyi decided to play the magnanimous benefactor. All right, how about this? Since we're classmates, I'll give you a deal 10,000 per pearl. I'll take 5. How about that? Xiaoying opened her mouth to refuse, but hesitation stopped her. Her family had already sold nearly everything they could, and her father's condition was worsening. Though 50,000 wouldn't come close to covering the 400,000 needed for his treatment, it could at least provide temporary relief. But agreeing to such a deal felt like a bitter compromise, a desperate act akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. On the day she became a druid, her teacher had told her she had limitless potential. Yet now, Xiaoying felt utterly lost. Her level was still stuck at 1 because she spent all her time caring for her father, whose health continued to deteriorate by the day. Well, are you selling or not? 10,000 each, take it or leave it. Zhang Xingyi pressed impatiently. The murmurs in the crowd continued. This guy's already being generous. If it were me, I wouldn't even pay 7,000. This money is for my father's treatment. Could you? Xiaoying's words were cut off abruptly as Zhang Xingyi interjected. What you do with the money is none of my business. This is a transaction, not charity. 10,000 per pearl is already a favor. One moment it's a hero level drop, the next it's for medical bill. Show many excuses do you need? 10,000. Not a cent more. Take it or leave it. Xiaoying's grip on the pearl tightened until her knuckles turned white. Countless thoughts raced through her mind as she stood frozen, caught in an agonizing dilemma. Watching the bustling crowd, Su Muxue suddenly turned to Wang Yan and Chen Yuan, her voice tinged with hesitation. Do either of you have some money in your accounts? Can you lend me a bit? I'll pay you back tomorrow. You want to buy her water-repelling pearls? Wang Yan asked perceptively. Su Muxue nodded in confirmation. Yes, Xiaoying is one of the few good friends I have in class. She sighed. She finally awakened such a great profession, only to run into this trouble. I originally wanted to organize the class to raise money for her, but she's too stubborn, so I thought I'd buy these pearls myself to help her out. It's just that my family monitors my spending closely, and I don't have much on me. Wang Yan waved his hand, a slight smile playing on his lips. Then I have to apologize, because I'm determined to buy these pearls. Truthfully, from the moment he first saw the water-repelling pearls, he had already decided to purchase them. It wasn't out of sympathy, but because he was heading to the river in the northeastern district later, and these pearls might prove useful. Although he was skeptical about Xiaoying's claim that these were drops from a hero-level monster since hero-level creatures rarely drop bronze-grade items when bloodfang approached the crowd earlier, Wang Yan noticed its unusual interest in the pearls. Bloodfang even conveyed a strong desire for them through their bond. This abnormal reaction indirectly confirmed that the pearls were far from ordinary. You're actually going to use them? Seriously? Su Muxue looked at him in surprise. Yeah, since we're heading to that river in the eastern district, they might come in handy. While the three of them discussed in hushed tones, Xiaoying was not far away, bargaining with Zhang Shengyi. How about 20,000? These water-repelling pearls were found in the lair of a hero-level boss. They might have special value, Xiaoying said tentatively. Zhang Shengyi waved his hand impatiently. Don't waste my time. If you think they're so great, just keep them as family heirlooms. As he turned to leave, he noticed Wang Yan approaching. Zhang Shengyi's expression immediately turned complicated. Over the past few days in the shadowy forest, he had frequently run into Wang Yan. While it wasn't unusual to encounter familiar faces in such a limited area, every meeting left him feeling unsettled. Before the awakening ceremony, Wang Yan had been undoubtedly the top student at Tianshui High. But now, things were different. Between a holy light priest and an aura master, wasn't it obvious which was stronger? Yet Wang Yan's string of fortuitous encounters had somehow overshadowed him. Zhang Shengyi simply turned his head, pretending not to see him. Wang Yan, unfazed, walked straight up to the dejected Xiaoying. 5,000 per pearl, right? He'll take all 10. The moment those words left his mouth, the crowd fell silent. Even Xiaoying was stunned. Oh really? You'll take them all? Wait, you're... Wang Yan? Zhang Shengyi turned to look, his face darkening. He suspected Wang Yan was deliberately showing off to spite him. But Wang Yan continued as if nothing had happened. Yes, add me as a friend. They'll transfer the money to you right away. Xiaoying's face lit up with joy. Okay, let's add each other now. Whispers broke out in the crowd. Is this guy crazy? 5,000 for a single item? Maybe he's trying to impress a girl? Wait, isn't that Wang Yan? Oh, that explains it. His team probably has plenty of cash. Wang Yan ignored the chatter, quickly completing the $50,000 transfer. Then, in front of everyone, he stored the 10 water-repelling pearls in his storage ring, sparking another round of exclamations. Whoa, a storage ring. No wonder he's so generous. He's loaded. A bronze storage ring costs tens of thousands, right? Most beginner professionals use storage bags. Storage rings, while more convenient, were dozens or even hundreds of times more expensive. Only those who didn't lack money would consider buying one early on. Receiving the payment, Xia Ying was almost moved to tears. Thank you so much, Wang Yan. I need to head back now. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me. Sure. Wang Yan nodded. Watching Xia Ying's hurried departure, it was clear she was eager to share the good news with her father. Wang Yan turned to Chen Yuan and Su Muxue. Let's go. First, we'll sell off the loot, then grab some food. This time, their haul from the martyrs' graveyard was quite profitable. Just for materials and equipment, they earned 160,000 dragon coins, with each person receiving over 50,000. While eating in a private room, Chen Yuan brought up the earlier incident. Old Wang, I didn't expect you to be so compassionate. It's not about compassion, Wang Yan replied calmly. These water-repelling pearls might be more extraordinary than you think. As he spoke, he retrieved one from his storage ring. Bloodfang immediately perked up, its eyes fixed intently on the pearl, unmoving. Even Little Black seemed to sense something but, intimidated by Bloodfang, didn't dare get too close and could only gaze longingly from a distance. You want it that badly? Here. Wang Yan handed the pearl to Bloodfang, who instantly grabbed it and swallowed it whole. What the heck? Chen Yuan was dumbfounded. It just ate it? Wang Yan was equally stunned. Is that even edible? Bloodfang suddenly swallowed the water-repelling pearl in one swift motion, catching everyone off guard. Chen Yuan's brows furrowed immediately as he looked at the dragon blood crocodile with concern. Su Muxue crouched down and carefully observed Bloodfang's condition. As she gently pried open its mouth to check, she explained, Don't worry too much. Beasts like this have physical resilience far beyond ordinary creatures. They can even digest something as hard as iron. Bloodfang cooperatively opened its mouth wide, but the pearl was already completely swallowed and no longer visible. It's just, Su Muxue mused. Beasts like this are highly perceptive and wouldn't consume something useless without reason. There must be more to this. Wang Yan noticed Xiao He nearby, staring at the water-repelling pearl with a longing gaze, its eyes glinting with an unusual light. Look, Xiao He seems really interested in the pearl too. As the three of them pondered this strange situation, a system notification suddenly echoed in Wang Yan's mind. Your pet, the dragonblood crocodile, has consumed a special item and is progressing to the next level of ability. Time remaining, 1 hour and 15 minutes. Upon completion, the dragonblood crocodile will gain enhanced water element affinity, a random water type skill, and strengthen dragon bloodline attributes with an overall stat boost. Wang Yan's face lit up with joy. Seeing his reaction, Chen Yuan quickly asked what was going on. Wang Yan shared the system notification with his 2 friends through the friend list. This is incredible! Chen Yuan exclaimed excitedly. It's like getting a free skill upgrade with attribute bonuses too. Su Muxue suddenly understood. I just remembered. Some intelligent beasts can indeed evolve by consuming elemental cores of the same type. She glanced thoughtfully at the other water-repelling pearl in Wang Yan's hand. If this pearl can strengthen a dragon bloodline, it must have come from a creature with dragon ancestry. This reminded Wang Yan of what Xia Ying had mentioned before these pearls were obtained from a hero-level boss. At first, he had only cared about the pearl's water-repelling properties, but now it seemed there was much more to it. Su Muxue, do you know Xia Ying well? Wang Yan asked. Su Muxue nodded. Xia Ying is a very kind person. Back then, I wanted to organize a fundraiser among our classmates to help her, but her father refused any external assistance. Even though their family was struggling, they insisted on standing by their principles. She sighed. I heard their family used to be well off. Her grandfather was once a senior mentor at the Tianshui City Professional Guild. But later, Wang Yan and Chen Yuan were moved by her words. They had assumed Xia Ying came from an ordinary family, unaware of the story behind her. Wang Yan couldn't help but recall the difficult days when he had to rely on a 200,000 yuan compensation to get by. He gently patted Bloodfang's head. At that moment, Bloodfang seemed to be resting peacefully with its eyes closed, motionless, as if basking in the sun. Wang Yan took out another water-repelling pearl and offered it, but Bloodfang showed no interest this time. Looks like it's had enough for now. Wang Yan tossed the pearl to Xiao He, who eagerly swallowed it and found a corner to begin digesting. Chen Yuan received a system notification and immediately stood up. Wang Yan, I have to transfer you the money for this. Come on, sit down. No way. These pearls cost 50,000 each. That's not a small amount. After some back and forth, Chen Yuan insisted on transferring the money. Wang Yan examined another water-repelling pearl closely. A bronze-tier item capable of evolving a pet was far beyond what he had expected. Initially, he had purchased 10 pearls partly for practical use and partly to help Xiaoying. Now it seemed he had gained much more than he bargained for. Thinking about the dragon race's penchant for collecting treasures, Wang Yan found his mind wandering briefly. But he quickly shook off those thoughts and opened his friend list to message Xiaoying. Hey Xiaoying, are you there? Xiaoying replied quickly. What's up, Wang Yan? Is there something wrong with the water-repelling pearls? Her words carried a hint of nervousness. The pearls are great. I just wanted to ask, I heard they were obtained from hero-level monsters. About a minute later, Xiaoying responded. That's right. I know it might sound hard to believe, but these pearls really are connected to hero-level creatures. In the chat window, Xiaoying recounted a truly astonishing story from the past. Her grandfather once led a 10-member team that, during an unexpected encounter, faced off against a heroic-level flood dragon boss. In that brutal battle, 5 members lost their lives before the team finally managed to slay the dragon. Although they discovered many treasures in the dragon's cavern, the heavy casualties left her grandfather deeply scarred. He never formed another independent adventuring team and instead took up a position as a mentor at the professional guild in Tianshui City. Among the treasures from that dragon's lair was this very water-repelling pearl. Wang Yan was stunned after hearing the story. He hadn't expected this seemingly ordinary bronze-tier item to have such a profound backstory. He chatted with Xiaoying for a little while longer before closing the chat window and sharing the story with Chen Yuan and Su Muxue. So that's how it is. No wonder the water-repelling pearl could trigger bloodfang's evolution, Su Muxue remarked thoughtfully. Wang Yan, knowing that Su Muxue's family specialized in nurturing companion beasts, asked, if we can get more items dropped by dragonhead creatures in the future, does that mean bloodfang could keep evolving endlessly? Su Muxue chuckled and shook her head. It's not that simple, she replied patiently. Not all crystal core items can be absorbed easily. It depends on luck. Beasts have an innate instinct to discern what they can and cannot absorb. Even dragon's blood would be useless if bloodfang couldn't absorb it. And even with the water-repelling pearl, the number of times it can be absorbed is limited. It worked this time, but next time it might not take to it at all. She glanced at bloodfang with a hint of envy in her eyes. You're really lucky, you know? Wang Yan finally realized that his success this time had been sheer luck. Suddenly, he thought of something. By the way, should we invite Xiaoying to join us? Didn't you say her class is pretty good? She's awakened as a druid, just like Lu Xifan's tree shepherd class. In the global class ranking system, it's rated as a tier, and it's in the top tier of attire classes, Su Muxue said, pausing hesitantly. But are you sure you want to invite her? She's only level 1 right now. I want to help her, but am worried it might slow down your leveling progress. Wang Yan waved it off. I don't mind. Levels don't matter much to me. He knew that once the college entrance exams were over, Li Yingtian would have plenty of tasks waiting for him, leaving him little time to level up slowly. Chen Yuan chimed in, I don't mind either. We're already level 22, which is more than enough for the exams. For students taking the exams, being level 20 or above was considered excellent. However, admission to prestigious schools would depend on individual performance and potential evaluations. But if she's only level 1, no good schools would consider her, right? Chen Yuan added. Wang Yan nodded. Tomorrow's the last day. It'd be such a waste if such a great class got held back by her level. She's your friend, isn't she? Besides, our team is short on members, and the more diverse the classes, the better. Truthfully, Wang Yan had his own reasons. He wanted to build a team that was truly his. While the teammates assigned by Li Yingtian were undoubtedly strong, they ultimately followed Li's lead. For any future challenges or hidden dungeon explorations, having his own team would give him greater peace of mind. The druid class was one Wang Yan knew a bit about. It was versatile, capable of transforming into various beasts for melee combat, and wielding nature magic for healing and support. Typically, versatility came at the cost of mediocrity, but with Wang Yan's aura boosting the team, it would be a different story. Su Muxue was touched by their words. All right, he'll contact her right away. By the afternoon, after having lunch, the group didn't head straight to the northeastern region. Instead, they found a spot to rest at the supply station. They had already reached out to Xiaoying and invited her to join the team. Xiaoying was overwhelmed by the invitation. Initially, she was worried her low level would drag the team down, but after Su Muxue's persistent encouragement, she finally agreed, though she needed to take care of some matters with her father first. Wang Yan and the others weren't in a rush. After all, Bloodfang and Xiaohei needed over an hour to complete their evolutions, leaving them unable to fight during this time. Even without waiting for Xiaoying, they would still need to wait for the evolutions to finish. Meanwhile, in the western region of the shadowy forest, Zhang Xinjia's team was making their way through the woods, occasionally checking the map to confirm their direction. During their idle chatter, Zhang Xinjia remarked, that Wang Yan guy must have too much money to burn, spending 50,000 on a single bronze tier item. Yeah, what a sucker, Jinlu agreed, though after a brief pause, he added, but his buddy Chen Yuan seems pretty loaded. Maybe Chen Yuan lent him the money. Jin Lu recalled seeing Chen Yuan use a merchant guild black card at the supply station the other day. When he told his father about it, he got a harsh scolding and was even told to apologize to Chen Yuan. However, his pride held him back, and he never did. Since then, Jin Lu had been more cautious around Chen Yuan. A family with access to a merchant guild black card could easily crush a small company like theirs. But after worrying for a while, nothing seemed to happen to their company, and Jin Lu finally relaxed a bit. What puzzled him most was why someone with Chen Yuan's wealth would hang out with Wang Yan, and even seem to follow Wang Yan's lead. Jin Lu couldn't help but envy Wang Yan's luck having people like Su Muxue and Chen Yuan so devoted to him. The team's Earth Element mage chimed in. Maybe he's just into that cute girl. It's strange, though Su Muxue doesn't even seem upset about it. Zhang Xingyi leaned back against his chair, a trace of disdain flickering in his eyes. Wang Yan is really getting ahead of himself, hanging around Chen Yuan and Su Muxue for a few days, and now he's all puffed up, spending 500,000 yuan in one go to buy 10 bronze-grade items? With that kind of intelligence, I honestly can't figure out how he managed to be both the top scholar in liberal arts and martial arts at Tianshui High School. Jin Lu adjusted his glasses, his tone carrying a hint of scorn. I looked into his background. His family situation isn't great. Lives in a rented apartment in an old neighborhood. Before the awakening ceremony, he was even 2 months behind on rent. Hearing this, the people around them exchanged derisive looks. What a wasteful guy. Just earned a bit of money and already forgot who he is. Someone like that won't amount to much. Honestly, only Brother Zhang deserves to be called the best at Tianshui High School. Of course, another chimed in. When it comes to this year's college entrance exam scores, no one will come close to Brother Zhang. As the group showered him with praise, Zhang Xingyi couldn't help but let a smug smile curl at the corners of his lips. Jin Lu, also invigorated, added, after all, he's one of the 3 rare professions in Tianshui High School. That alone guarantees his college entrance exam results will be outstanding. I'm curious to see how Wang Yan performs. The exam mainly evaluates a professional's combat skills and potential, with academic scores being a smaller factor. The group continued chatting as they wandered through the Western District. When they arrived at a popular leveling spot, they found it already packed with people. On a patch of land no larger than a football field, 3 professional teams were crowded together. Zhang Xingyi frowned. Where the hell did all these people come from? How are we supposed to level up like this? Shield warrior Wang Cheng explained helplessly, there's nothing we can do. Ever since Su Muxue and her team earned the regional reward, Shadowy Forest has become the most popular leveling spot in Tianshui City, especially the Western District. At the mention of Su Muxue and her team, both Zhang Xingyi and Jin Lu's expressions darkened. We've been wandering around aimlessly for half the day and still can't find a decent spot. We've barely encountered any monsters, but ran into a ton of professional teams instead. Why do all these people have to crowd into the same place to fight over monsters? Let's keep looking, Jin Lu suggested. Meanwhile, Wang Yan was reclining on a wooden chair with his eyes closed, basking in the sunlight. Suddenly, a notification echoed in his mind. Dragon Blood Crocodile has successfully evolved. All attribute growth increased by 5, water element affinity enhanced, and 3 new water-based skills unlocked. Excited, Wang Yan immediately opened the pet interface to check. The panel displayed, Dragon Blood Crocodile Dark Gold Grade, LV22. A strength-type mutated creature with activated Dragon Bloodline. Skills included, Bite, Dragon Breath, Death Roll, Dragon's Might, Blood Frenzy, as well as the newly acquired Water Prison, Deep Sea Whirlpool, and Water Dragon Blast. Seeing that Shueya had gained 3 new water-based skills, Wang Yan was overjoyed. The value of the water-repelling pearl far exceeded his expectations, making him feel he had gotten an incredible deal from Xiaoying. Chen Yuan noticed the smile on Wang Yan's face and leaned over curiously. What's up, old Wang? Did Shueya evolve successfully? Su Muxue also approached with interest. Wang Yan shared Shueya's updated stats, leaving both of them stunned. Whoa, 3 skills. Xiaoying only sold that water-repelling pearl for 50,000 yuan. She really took a loss. Chen Yuan exclaimed. Suddenly, his expression shifted. Wait, my Xiaohei just evolved too. Moments later, Chen Yuan checked and found that Xiaohei had only awakened 1 new skill, Water Dragon Blast. Wang Yan comforted him. It might be because of the level. Xiaohei is only level 18. It might learn new skills later on. Su Muxue, however, was more straightforward. It's about the grade. Wang Yan's Shueya is dark gold, so there's a gap. It's normal. Seeing Chen Yuan's dejected look, she added, but your Xiaohei is already amazing. A gold-grade mutated pet is very powerful. As the 3 of them chatted, a flustered female voice suddenly called out from behind them. Sorry, I'm late. Xiaoying stood beside Su Muxue, looking particularly uneasy in front of Wang Yan and Chen Yuan. Her gaze flickered slightly as she softly asked, I'm only level 1 right now. Are you sure you want to take me along? A gentle smile spread across Wang Yan's face. What's wrong with being level 1? Everyone starts there. Your class is pretty good. It has a lot of potential. By the way, how's your father doing? Seeing Xia Ying's puzzled expression, he added, Su Muxue already told us about your family situation. I hope you don't mind. Xia Ying quickly shook her head. Of course not. Muxue is so kind. She even wanted to organize a class donation for me. As she mentioned her father, her eyes lit up. I hired a shaman to treat my dad, and he's already much better. A few more days of rest, and he should fully recover. As she spoke, she bowed deeply to Wang Yan, her voice trembling slightly. Thank you so much, Wang Yan. If it weren't for you buying those water-repelling beads, I don't know if my dad would have. Her eyes reddened with emotion. Don't say that, Wang Yan interrupted hastily. It was just a normal transaction. Besides, those water-repelling beads are truly amazing. They're worth the price. He openly shared how the beads had worked wonders for Shuya and Xiaohe, which visibly relieved Xiaoying, who had been worried about their pricing. Su Muxue asked with concern, was that shaman really that skilled? How could they heal him so quickly? Yes, Xiaoying nodded. She must be at least of an epic tier rank. Among high-tier professionals, her fees are considered low. It seems she's about to leave Tianshui City, so I was really lucky. If it had been another healer, they might not have been able to cure my father. Everyone finally understood. While the 400,000 yuan treatment cost might be astronomical for ordinary people, it was reasonable for a high-tier professional. Wang Yan speculated that the shaman's fees might have been intentionally set as a threshold offering free treatment, would have been unmanageable for just one person. Come on, let's help you level up, Wang Yan said, steering the conversation. What skills do you have right now? Getting from level 1 to 20 is pretty quick, especially during the beginner phase. With someone guiding you, it'll be even faster. Things only slow down after reaching the silver rank. I only have one healing skill, Xiaoying replied, displaying her ability. Nature's healing. Heals allies within a 50-meter radius. When targeting a single ally, the range increases to 200 meters. Healing effectiveness scales with magic attack power. Wow, that's incredible, a group healing skill. Chun Yuan exclaimed. Wang Yan and Su Muxue were equally amazed. Druids typically start with elemental damage skills like Rock Spike or Lightning Strike. Group healing abilities are exceedingly rare, and most standard healers only gain such skills at levels 20-30, often with fixed healing amounts. Xia Ying's skill not only provided group healing but also scaled with magic attack power, making it a perfect complement to Wang Yan's attack aura. Feeling shy under their praise, Xiaoying murmured, is this skill really that good? I was more interested in shape-shifting abilities, like turning into a little deer or something. Good? It's amazing, Wang Yan said earnestly. The odds of a druid awakening a group healing skill as their first ability are less than 5. You got really lucky, and the healing range is impressive too. Hearing this, Xia Ying's face lit up with a joyful smile. After leaving the supply station, Wang Yan briefly explained the plan. Until you reach level 15, just stay hidden and focus on healing us. You don't need to attack any monsters. Hidden? But I don't know how to go invisible, Xiaoying said, puzzled. Wang Yan smiled mysteriously, then activated his invisibility aura after confirming they were alone. Wow, a group invisibility skill. That's amazing. Xia Ying's eyes widened in awe, especially when she saw the aura's range extended over 2,000 meters. She looked at Wang Yan with admiration mixed with confusion. Hadn't the school rumors claimed that his aura masterclass was useless? Yet this skill seemed anything but. As long as you don't attack any monsters, your invisibility won't break, Wang Yan explained. Just stick with us. Got it. Xiaoying nodded obediently. By the way, Captain, are we heading to the northeastern area? Isn't that the hardest region? Wouldn't the southeastern zone be easier? You're right, the northern part of the eastern zone is the toughest, Wang Yan confirmed. The monsters there tend to move in groups and have their own tribes. But that's exactly why there are fewer people there. He turned to address the group. Did you notice? The number of people at the supply station today was at least double yesterday's. If I'm not mistaken, the western zone is probably overcrowded by now. As Wang Yan had anticipated, the western zone was bustling with activity. Zhang Xingyi and his 2 companions weaved through the area, struggling to find a few wild monsters to hunt, only to be constantly approached by other teams. Nobody wanted to waste energy fighting over territory. Conflicts could lead to injuries and grudges. Yet, prime leveling spots were too valuable to give up, leaving teams with no choice but to reluctantly share the space. The teams aiming for the regional rewards were full of complaints. They had thoroughly prepared, studying strategies and maps in advance, only to find that there were more adventurers than monsters in the shadowy forest. Some people decisively shifted to other outdoor zones in Tianshui City. Although the city's transportation was convenient, traveling back and forth from the northern shadowy forest to popular locations in the south could easily consume an entire morning. Many others, however, adopted a since we're already here mindset, crowding into Zone 1, where they fought and argued, creating a chaotic yet lively scene. Wang Yan didn't head straight to the riverside in the northern zone. Instead, he led the team to a spot in the southern part of the eastern zone. Xiaoying, the newest member, was still at level 1, and he decided to help her level up first. As a druid, Xiaoying currently only had 2 skills: the group healing spell, Nature's Cure, and the single target attack, Lightning Strike. These skills showcased the unique traits of druids. They not only mastered shapeshifting and nature magic, but could also learn elemental spells. Unlike mages, who specialized in a single branch of magic, druids could awaken multiple types of spells. While their power might not rival that of mages, they served as excellent support with additional offensive capabilities. Wang Yan was curious to see what skills Xiaoying would awaken once she reached level 10. Most adventurers could unlock several skills in their first 10 levels, but after that, skill awakenings typically occurred every 10 levels. However, those with special or powerful classes might awaken new skills every 5 levels, just like Wang Yan, who gained a new aura every 5 levels. Xiaoying walked within the team, her expression brimming with joy. Recently, Wang Yan's trio had been a hot topic on their school's forum, especially after their impressive achievement of completing a special event that triggered regional rewards. This accomplishment would be permanently recorded by Tianshui City's officials, making them the envy of countless students at Tianshui No. 1 High School. Regardless of the rewards, the honor alone was something to aspire to. She had never imagined she would have the chance to join such a renowned team. After the awakening ceremony, Xiaoying, who had gained a decent class and had a good reputation, received many invitations from other teams. However, she turned them all down to take care of her father. As the college entrance exams approached, her low level became a disadvantage, preventing her from being invited to any teams. She had even considered skipping this year's exams and trying again next year. But then, as if by divine intervention, both her father's medical expenses and her team situation were resolved on the same day. No, it wasn't divine intervention, it was them. Xia Ying's gaze fell on Wang Yan, her heart filled with gratitude and relief. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Wang Yan's actions had changed her fate. Thinking about the negative rumors about Wang Yan on the school forum, she shook her head silently. No matter what others said, she was determined to repay his kindness. Because of her introverted nature, Xia Ying remained reserved throughout the journey, staying silent while the others chatted. Noticing this, Wang Yan made an effort to steer the conversation toward her, ensuring she didn't feel left out. By the way, Xiaoying, which university do you want to go to? This sudden question caused a slight pause in the classroom atmosphere. Su Muxue leaned over as well, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Yeah, Xiaoying, have you decided which university to apply to? Caught off guard by the unexpected attention, Xiaoying looked a bit flustered, her slender fingers unconsciously twisting together. University? I haven't really thought about it yet. She lifted her head, a hint of uncertainty in her eyes. Have you guys already decided? Of course. Su Mushue's voice was brimming with energy. The 3 of us are planning to go to Jiangnan University. Do you want to join us? Then we can still team up together. At the mention of Jiangnan University, a noticeable shadow crossed Xia Ying's expression. She forced a faint smile. Jiangnan University? Huh. One of the 3 supreme academies. I don't know if I can even get in, and I've heard the tuition for those top-tier universities is really expensive. Her words brought a sudden heaviness to the classroom. It was true supreme academies boasted the nation's most advanced facilities and the most elite instructors. Even with government subsidies, the tuition fees remained staggeringly high. The first year alone cost around 500,000, excluding living expenses and miscellaneous fees. For professional individuals, it might not seem like much, but for an ordinary family, it was an astronomical figure. Noticing the downcast look on Xia Ying's face, Wang Yan quickly stepped in to break the silence. Your profession is excellent, and your first level awakening skill is outstanding. As long as you level up a bit more, you have a good chance of getting into a great university. His tone was filled with encouragement. As for the tuition, you don't need to worry too much. Professionals earn decent money. There are 2 months between the end of the college entrance exams and the start of school. If you work hard, you should be able to save up for the first year's fees. His words seemed to ignite a spark in Xia Ying's eyes. She clenched her fists, her voice resolute. All right, I'll do my best. Jiangnan University, right? They'll give it everything I've got. You have entered Spider Cave. As Wang Yan and his team stepped into the cave's entrance, a mechanical voice echoed in their ears. The cave was damp and dark, with faint glimmers of light reflecting off the stone walls. The previous battles had been remarkably easy. Packs of wind wolves couldn't even get close under the firepower of Chen Yuan and Su Muxue. Wang Yan didn't even bother activating his aura, while Xia Ying quietly observed from within a stealth aura, occasionally casting group healing spells. This relaxed pace of combat allowed her to quickly reach level 4, with level 5 just around the corner. Following their usual strategy, They left one wind wolf alive to lure its companions. However, during the chase, they stumbled upon the entrance to this mysterious cave. Spider Cave? Wang Yan frowned slightly, quickly recalling video footage he had seen online. This was one of the most dangerous places in the entire first zone, home to the sky spiders. These creatures are only level 15 and about the size of a basketball, with negligible individual combat strength. Wang Yan explained to his teammates. They're fragile and weak, with a single attack pattern jumping close to inject venom. But his tone grew serious. The real threat is their numbers. The video documented an initial wave of over 100 sky spiders. Worse still, they can spray toxic mist. While its range is only about 5 meters, it's insignificant in open areas, but deadly in such an enclosed cave. Old Wang, don't you have a purification aura? Chun Yuan suggested. Wang Yan shook his head. Purification does help, but in persistent toxic mist, there's still a 0.5-second health drain. Even with a Goddard purification aura active, we can't withstand continuous poison fog. Then how about finding another place? Chun Yuan proposed. Instead, Wang Yan turned to Xia Ying. How much health can you restore per second right now? About 2,300 points, Xia Ying replied after checking her stats. Wang Yan nodded and activated his Goddard attack aura with a 30 effect. Captain, is that a 300 attack boost? Xia Ying gasped, covering her mouth in surprise. Chen Yuan and Su Muxue, however, appeared unfazed, as if used to it. And now? Wang Yan asked. Per second. Over 6,900. Xia Ying exclaimed, excitedly showing her data panel. This meant she could fully heal a 20,000 health player in just 3 seconds. Perfect. Wang Yan nodded in satisfaction. This level of healing even surpassed the Holy Light Priest Zhang Shenji's Holy Light Restoration. More importantly, it was an area effect heal, with the range extended from 50 meters to 80 meters. With this, the toxic mist won't be a problem, Wang Yan concluded. Xia Ying just needs to activate nature's cure for 1 second when our health drops close to 7,000. Your mana should be more than sufficient. Wang Yan gazed at the scene before him, growing increasingly certain that bringing Xia Ying into the team had been a wise decision. Her exceptional healing abilities perfectly compensated for the team's weakness. Without Xia Ying, this exploration of the spider cavern would likely have been abandoned after all. Their 3-person squad excelled in stealth and burst attacks, but sustained healing had always been a challenge. The cavern was dark and damp. Wang Yan hung an illumination crystal on his staff, while all 4 of them wore headlamps. 2 dragonblood crocodiles led the way, and as they ventured deeper, the cavern gradually widened. Suddenly, a chilling hissing sound echoed through the space. Under the light, the walls were covered with countless brown wolf spiders, their white-striped, hairy bodies looking especially eerie in the glow. Bloodfang struck first, releasing a ferocious burst of dragon fire that instantly incinerated a dozen spiders. However, the spiders' corpses exploded one after another, leaving behind clouds of poisonous gas. The remaining wolf spiders retaliated by spewing toxic mist, and soon the narrow cavern was filled with a thick, green fog. Countless spiders leapt from the walls, swarming Bloodfang in an instant. When Xia Ying attempted to cast a lightning spell to assist, Wang Yan placed a steady hand on her staff. Stay invisible and focus on healing, he instructed. Seeing Wang Yan's composed expression, Xia Ying nodded in agreement. Bloodfang was quickly covered in spiders, their venomous fangs sinking into its hide. Enraged, Bloodfang activated its blood rage mode, its body swelling to several times its original size, nearly filling the entire cavern. The venom was instantly neutralized, and with a single roll, Bloodfang flung off dozens of spiders. It unleashed a relentless assault of fire breath, bites, claws, and tail strikes, exterminating most of the wolf spiders in a matter of moments. Consumed by its fury, Bloodfang even charged into the next bend, where distant roars and flashes of firelight echoed back. Wang Yan shook his head helplessly. Bloodfang had a tendency to lose control when fighting. Still, with the immunity granted by its blood rage state, these spiders posed no real threat to it. The rest of the team hurried to follow, with Chen Yuan and Su Muxue handling the occasional stragglers. As more spider corpses exploded, the green poison fog thickened, reducing visibility. Although Wang Yan's purification aura mitigated some of the damage, their health was still draining at a rate of about 200 points per second. Wang Yan silently calculated at this rate. Even his own health would only last about 2 minutes. Yet, the high risk was matched by high rewards. These wolf spiders were far easier to handle than ordinary level 15 monsters, but offered the same amount of experience points. Thanks to Bloodfang's relentless offense, Xia Ying's level skyrocketed, and she quickly reached level 6. The cavern maintained its narrow dimensions, about 2 meters wide and just tall enough for a person to pass through, while the poisonous mist lingered. Within minutes, Xia Ying's backpack was filled with materials. She finally understood how Wang Yan's team had achieved their impressive records. This level of efficiency was unmatched in the entire Shadowed Forest. And the dragon blood crocodile known as bloodfang was astonishingly powerful, single-handedly taking down nearly 90 of the wolf spiders. As she thought about how this incredibly strong dragon blood crocodile was merely Wang Yan's pet, Xiaoying couldn't help but look at him with a newfound sense of admiration. Xiaoying stood at the edge of the battlefield, her gaze fixed intently on Su Muxue and Chen Yuan. Their coordination was seamless, each strike precise and deadly as they effortlessly took down the celestial spiders left behind by bloodfang. There were no superfluous movements, no wasted energy. Is this really a team I can be a part of? Xiaoying couldn't help but wonder to herself. She recalled how she had almost broken Wang Yan's instructions earlier, her nerves driving her to impulsively try to assist bloodfang. The thought made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. If she had acted on that impulse, not only would she have broken her stealth, but she might have also caused trouble for the team. Watching this formidable team in action, Xiaoying felt her own presence was nearly insignificant. Even Chen Yuan's summoned beast, Xiao He, a mighty crocodile, seemed to contribute more than she did. What if they kick me out of the team tomorrow? The mere thought sent a wave of panic through her. She stole a glance at Wang Yan. The captain was calmly observing their surroundings, his face bearing that same inscrutable, composed expression. Over their time together, Xia Ying had come to realize that while Wang Yan appeared friendly, he exuded an unfathomable air of mystery. No, I must prove my worth. Xia Ying clenched her fists in determination, focusing intently on monitoring her teammates' health, ready to cast healing spells at a moment's notice. The battle on Bloodfang's side raged on as waves of celestial spiders surged forward. After about 2 minutes, the enemy horde finally began to dwindle until no more spiders appeared. Wang Yan estimated that they had eliminated nearly 500 to 600 celestial spiders. Bloodfang's blood-red berserk state subsided, and his body returned to its normal form. All right, let's take a 30-second break, Wang Yan ordered. The cave's pervasive toxic mist made him reluctant to linger for long. During the brief respite, Xia Ying healed her teammates several times with her efficient and mana-saving nature's healing, which only took a second to cast. How about it, Xia Ying? Have you awakened any new skills? Wang Yan asked, noticing that Xia Ying had already reached level 8A, rather impressive progression. Yes, I did. I just received the notification, Xia Ying replied with a nod. She hadn't had the chance to check her new skill earlier due to the ongoing battle. Closing her eyes briefly, Xia Ying then demonstrated her new ability to the team. Mental Link, the skill that allowed her to establish a psychic connection with summoned creatures and up to 5 teammates, enabling direct mental communication and visual sharing within a maximum range of 1,000 meters, which would increase with her level. While linked, all members would form a unified mental network, capable of resisting weaker mental attacks. This skill can currently link 5 teammates, but the number of connections and the range will increase as I level up. It seems that at a certain point, there won't be any limit on the number of connections, Xiaoying explained. Excellent, 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 Wang Yan exclaimed with excitement, his eyes gleaming. This seemingly non-offensive, non-attribute-enhancing skill was, in fact, an incredibly powerful team ability. It perfectly addressed communication challenges during large-scale battles. Compared to shouting commands or relying on potentially faulty communication devices, this skill was undoubtedly far more reliable. Wang Yan had already experienced the convenience of mental communication. When communicating with bloodfang, they could share thoughts with just a single idea, an instantaneous connection that was especially valuable in battle. He vividly remembered how, with just one thought, bloodfang could precisely understand his intentions. On the battlefield, this kind of instant information exchange could mean the difference between life and death, Wang Yan mused as he analyzed the situation. He thought about the fatal delays in conventional communication, spotting danger, voicing a warning, and waiting for teammates to react, each second feeling excruciatingly long. Mental links, however, eliminated these delays entirely, synchronizing the team as if they were one unified entity. What amazed Wang Yan even more was Xia Ying's ability to share vision through her skill. His eyes gleamed with appreciation as he envisioned the immense strategic value this ability could bring to national battles on the battlefield. The sharing of information often determined victory or defeat. By the way, Wang Yan asked with a hint of concern, glancing at Xia Ying, does this mental link skill consume a lot of mana? Xia Ying smiled and shook her head. This skill barely uses any mana. In fact, the consumption rate is slower than my mana recovery rate, so I can keep it active indefinitely. Hearing this, Wang Yan was completely reassured. Alright, activate the skill later so we can get familiar with this communication method. As he spoke, he retrieved a few items from his inventory, white tier and bronze tier equipment that had dropped from the sky spider earlier. Looking at Xia Ying, who had the least gear, nothing but a staff and a storage backpack, Wang Yan handed the equipment directly to her. Here, take these for now. You can switch them out when we find better ones. No, Xia Ying stammered, feeling a bit overwhelmed and trying to decline. But Wang Yan firmly placed the equipment in her hands. Our team distributes items based on need. Don't feel embarrassed. All right, let's move on. Xia Ying accepted the equipment, her eyes welling with tears of gratitude. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. After some inquiries, Xia Ying learned that Wang Yan's team had an unexpectedly simple and fair distribution system. All items and equipment were evenly shared, regardless of individual strength. This was in stark contrast to the strength-based allocation methods she had heard about in other teams. As a new member, Xiaoying felt a twinge of guilt for easily obtaining a set of equipment. Yet it was precisely this humane system that gave her a deep sense of belonging to the team. What truly stunned her, however, was the team's incredible efficiency in taking down monsters, far exceeding her expectations. Although she already knew Wang Yan's trio was formidable, witnessing it firsthand made her realize the vast gap between their abilities and hers. Wang Yan, in particular, was the team's linchpin with his aura abilities, which could significantly amplify the team's overall strength. Xiaoying couldn't help but marvel internally. He really is a genius, but why does he keep his strength so low-key? As she stole a glance at Wang Yan, she noticed he was looking at her too, causing her cheeks to flush. Wang Yan, seemingly oblivious to her awkwardness, said directly, Xiaoying, try using your mental link. Got it. Xiaoying responded immediately, activating her skill. In an instant, a gentle stream of mental energy flowed into Wang Yan's consciousness, linking him with Chen Yuan, Su Muxue, and even the two dragon-blooded crocodiles. Can you hear me? Wang Yan asked through the mental connection. I can hear you. No problem. All good. The team members responded almost simultaneously. Wang Yan nodded in satisfaction, carefully feeling the subtleties of the mental link. Closing his eyes, he was surprised to find that he could sense the exact positions of all his teammates, including the bloodfang and Xiaohei up ahead. Even more astonishing was his ability to seamlessly switch to their perspectives. When he tried switching to bloodfang's vision, Wang Yan discovered that an animal's perception of colors differed significantly from a human's, and its eyesight was far sharper. Although the inability to control bloodfang's line of sight felt slightly disorienting, the discovery thrilled him. How does it feel, Captain? Xiaoying asked expectantly. Fantastic. Wang Yan praised sincerely. I have an idea if we could apply this mental link to a druid's summon creatures. It might greatly enhance our scouting capabilities. This proposal immediately resonated with the team. Su Muxue excitedly mentioned her pet owl, Coco. Though not strong in combat, Coco was fast and could fly high, making it perfect for reconnaissance missions. Watching her teammates enthusiastically discuss the idea, Xiaoying realized her skill was far more powerful than she had imagined. When Wang Yan suggested that she aim to attend Jiangnan University so they could form a permanent team, she was both surprised and deeply moved. Can I really do that? She stammered. Let's keep moving. The poison mist is still here, Su Muxue reminded them. With the mental link in place, the team's coordination became even more seamless. Xia Ying's group healing skill, which restored full health in just a second, provided the team with consistent support. As they ventured deeper into the cave, the space gradually widened, and higher-level sky wolf spiders began to appear. These level 16-19 spiders, now equipped with a web-spitting skill, were completely countered by Wang Yan's purification aura. Bloodfang unleashed its full power, effortlessly tearing apart the fragile spiders, while Chen Yuan and Su Muxue continued to harvest the remaining creatures. To everyone's surprise, the number of skywolf spiders not only didn't decrease but actually increased. They surged in from all directions, densely covering the walls and ground, as if guarding something precious. Even the tough and sturdy bloodfang lost 20 to 30,000 health points from their bites, but for the team, this was merely a minor setback. Under Xia Ying's stealth aura, she skillfully cast nature's healing, restoring Bloodfang's health to full within seconds. Bloodfang unleashed a dragon breath attack, instantly turning swathes of skywolf spiders into experience points. Chen Yuan seized the moment, executing a death tornado slash that swept up hundreds of the spiders, shredding them into pieces that dissolved into toxic mist. Ha ha ha, Lao Wang, this place is absolutely the right spot to be. The experience points here are insane. Far from being troubled, the team was all smiles. Even Xiaoying, the lowest level member of the team, saw her experience bar skyrocket as if on steroids, leveling up 3 times in a blink to reach level 11. Meanwhile, Wang Yan and the others, originally at level 22, had all reached level 23. Although these skywolf spiders were under level 20, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. The difficulty of this spider cave clearly exceeded the capabilities of an average level 20 team. However, with Wang Yan's purification aura, Xia Ying's high-value group healing, and the relentless damage output from Chen Yuan, Su Muxue, and Bloodfang, they were able to dominate this treacherous area with ease. Ordinary teams would have struggled just to deal with the toxic mist. The slaughter continued as the group moved into a more open area, roughly the size of half a basketball court, a stark contrast to the narrow tunnels they traversed before. Under the dim light, they noticed the ground was littered with dozens of large white cocoons, each about half a person's height. Strangely, these cocoons pulsed rhythmically, as though they were breathing. The moment the team stepped into the clearing, the cocoons began to stir violently, their breathing becoming rapid and erratic. With a loud pop, one of the cocoons burst open, releasing hundreds of palm-sized spiders that swarmed out like a tidal wave. The system immediately displayed information about these creatures. Toxic burst skywolf spiders, bronze level 19. These were a special type of skywolf spider known for their incredible speed and self-destructive attack style, capable of ejecting corrosive venom. Wang Yan noticed their semi-transparent abdomens filled with green liquid, clearly their venom reserves. These smaller spiders moved with astonishing speed, practically skimming the ground. Meanwhile, dozens of other cocoons burst open one after another, unleashing thousands upon thousands of toxic burst skywolf spidercite that made everyone's skin crawl. Reacting swiftly, Wang Yan activated a slow aura within a second or two of the first cocoon's explosion, instantly halting the rapid advance of the toxic burst skywolf spiders. Mushue, use Stargate now. Wang Yan commanded through their mental link, simultaneously ordering bloodfang to retreat. The explosive power of these creatures was no joke. Even a tank like bloodfang couldn't withstand the combined force of thousands of self-detonating spiders. Su Mushue hesitated briefly before beginning her incantation. Bloodfang retreated quickly, breathing dragon fire to clear the toxic burst skywolf spiders in his path as he pulled back. Chen Yuan, hold the line and use tornado, slash to buy Su Mushue some time for her casting. The poison burst tarantulas moved with astonishing speed. Even under Wang Yan's slowing aura, several ferocious spiders managed to break through the defensive line, closing into within 5 meters of the group. Chen Yuan acted swiftly. With a single command, he unleashed the death tornado slash. A raging tornado roared to life, shredding the frontmost poison burst tarantulas into pieces. Unlike ordinary tarantulas, these poison burst tarantulas had a perilous way of dying when their bodies exploded. They emitted a muffled sound like firecrackers, releasing not only a dense toxic mist but also large amounts of green corrosive liquid that splattered in all directions. The liquid hit the ground with a harsh sizzling sound, instantly corroding the hard surface into countless pitted holes. Witnessing this, everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock. If that corrosive liquid had landed on a person, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Thankfully, they had maintained enough distance from the poison burst tarantulas to avoid disaster. As the residual force of the tornado subsided, Su Mushue's astral gate summoning was finally complete. Jet black dark matter poured down like torrential rain, expanding its coverage area. The continuous crackling explosions resounded as swathes of poison burst tarantulas perished one after another, their green corrosive liquid forming a horrifying rain curtain over the battlefield. Despite their formidable offensive power, these poison burst tarantulas shared a fatal weakness with ordinary tarantulas-fragile defenses. Amplified by Wang Yan's aura, Su Mushue's astral gate annihilated the entire spider swarm in one fell swoop. Summer Sakura, watching from the side, was left speechless and wide-eyed. She couldn't help but exclaim, "That's incredible." The seamless coordination convinced her that it would be nearly impossible to find a team of such strength at the same level anywhere else in Tianjue City. When all the poison burst tarantulas lay lifeless, there remained scattered a trove of equipment across the ground. Summer Sakura's backpack was soon stuffed to the brim with various materials. At that moment, she finally understood how Wang Yan had managed to earn an astonishing 90,000 yuan in just one day. After a flash of white light, Xia Ying was astonished to find herself at level 13. What amazed her even more was that after defeating the group of venomous explosive spiders, her level jumped another 2 ranks. This rate of leveling up was simply unbelievable, far beyond anything she had ever known about professional power leveling teams. She knew very well that even those power levelers above level 30 couldn't achieve such impressive efficiency due to the experience penalty mechanism. Yet, the combat prowess displayed by Wang Yan's team completely transcended the limits of level differences, all thanks to Wang Yan's seemingly overpowered aura attributes. There are a few good pieces of equipment here, perfect for a druid. You can equip them. Wang Yan's voice snapped Xia Ying out of her shock. He handed her several items, most of which were bronze tier, but one of them was a silver tier chest piece. Xia Ying took the equipment in a daze, her mind in turmoil. In a short amount of time, not only had she reached level 13, but her entire gear from staff to armor was completely upgraded. The total value of this set, including the silver tier chest piece, was estimated to be over 100,000. After equipping the new gear, Xia Ying returned her old equipment to Wang Yan. She casually glanced at her inventory and found it filled with various materials, their rough value amounting to tens of thousands. It felt like a dream just this morning. She had been worrying about selling a water-repellent pearl for a few thousand, and now her inventory was brimming with valuable materials. Wang Yan and his team seemed unfazed, swiftly completing the distribution of equipment and items. Noticing Xia Ying standing in a daze, Wang Yan approached her and asked, "How are you feeling? I see you've reached level 13. What skill did you awaken at level 10? Xia Ying immediately opened her attributes panel and displayed her level 10 awakened skill. Shapeshifting allows transformation into animal forms, consuming a small amount of mana over time. More forms can be unlocked as the skill levels up. Right now, I can only transform into common animals, like birds, deer, or fish, so it's not very useful for combat yet," Xia Ying explained while waving her staff. In an instant, she transformed into an adorable little deer. The little deer had a pair of slender, elegant antlers, clear eyes, and a delicate nose that twitched as it sniffed the surrounding air. Its grayish-brown fur was dotted with white spots like plum blossoms. Wang Yan almost couldn't resist reaching out to touch it, but remembering that it was Xia Ying, he quickly pulled his hand back. "Wow, so cute," Su Muxue exclaimed as she hugged the deer-shaped Xia Ying, rubbing her face against its head, leaving Xia Ying feeling slightly embarrassed. "Hee, this skill is really interesting," Chen Yuan chimed in with a laugh. Wang Yan thought for a moment and concluded that while the skill currently lacked combat utility, it could be highly effective for disguise. As for other potential uses, Xia Ying would have to discover them through practice. Returning to her human form, Xia Ying continued, "According to the skill description, as I level up, they'll be able to unlock more forms and eventually access combat forms." Wang Yan nodded in approval. A skill that can level up? That's definitely a good one. Such scalable skills were rare among druids and had significant growth potential. While some druids awakened werewolf or bear forms, Xia Ying's shapeshifting ability seemed to hold even greater possibilities. Let's move on. If I'm not mistaken, there should be a boss-level creature somewhere in this cave, Wang Yan decided after a brief rest, leading the team deeper into the cave. The difficulty of this spider cave was on par with high-level dungeons, and it didn't seem like an ordinary monster lair. A boss-level entity was likely lurking within. At the end of the clearing, they discovered a new cave entrance. Upon entering, the terrain became narrower, but strangely, the poisonous mist began to dissipate, temporarily freeing the group from the poisoned state. The passage was unusually long, and it took about 5 or 6 minutes of walking before it opened up again. Gradually, the cave became filled with spider silk that covered the entire space. Walking on it felt like stepping on cotton. The sticky web significantly hindered their movement, and if they weren't everywhere, Wang Yan would have considered setting them ablaze. After a few more minutes, they arrived at a spacious area roughly the size of half a basketball court. The surrounding walls were rough and unrefined, clearly a naturally formed cave that the spiders had claimed as their own. Unlike before, there was no path forward here. The area was sealed off by rocky walls, marking the end of the spider cave. However, aside from the dense spider webs, there was nothing else in the space. It was a relatively small chamber, and there was no sign of a boss, not even a single venomous explosive spider or cocoon, just webs everywhere. "Looks like there's no boss here," Chen Yuan said, his tone tinged with disappointment. Just as he was about to step forward, Wang Yan grabbed him firmly by the arm. "Hold on, don't move just yet," Wang Yan said, his brows slightly furrowed. There was an indescribable strangeness about this space. He gestured for Shueya to reveal itself from its stealth state, intending to have it scout ahead. The moment Shueya became visible, a massive shadow suddenly leapt down from the cave ceiling. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat as they finally saw it clearly: an enormous spider. Queen of the Skyfang spider. Level: Bronze 20. Traits: Hunting spider, skilled in camouflage. Abilities: Venomous, ambush attacks that are often lethal in one strike. "I see now," Wang Yan murmured in realization. The boss had mastered some sort of camouflage technique. Thankfully, he hadn't let the group move forward recklessly. The Skyfang spider queen moved with astonishing speed, pouncing on Shueya in an instant. Its venomous fangs sank deep into Shueya, and damage numbers floated above its head. 12,390. 11,285. 13,784. In just 2 seconds, nearly 30,000 health was gone. While this wasn't fatal for Shueya, which had over 100,000 health, the sheer damage still made Chen Yuan gasp. If he had been the one ambushed, he might not have survived. Shueya's status bar quickly filled with negative effects: poisoned, weakened, paralyzed, bleeding, yet it reacted swiftly, activating its blood frenzy without waiting for Wang Yan's command. Its body grew larger, and all negative effects were instantly cleared. "Nicely done," Wang Yan nodded approvingly. Shueya's combat instincts were indeed impressive. Freed from the debuffs, Shueya unleashed a breath of dragon fire, severely injuring the Skyfang spider queen, which hadn't had time to dodge. Ambush-type monsters like this lost much of their threat once their surprise advantage was gone. Wang Yan activated his slowing aura, while Chen Yuan and Su Muxue seized the opportunity to attack. Sword energy and dark moon magic rained down, and the weakened Skyfang spider queen was soon defeated. Among the loot were materials, and a piece of silvered ear equipment. Silkweave gauntlets. Quality: silver. Level: 15. Effect: attacks cause a 10 slow. Physical attack 1845. Unfortunately, it was exclusive to fighters and would have to be sold. This battle left Xia Ying in awe. She knew Wang Yan and the others had defeated a level 30 silvered ear boss before, but Su Muxue had dismissed it as luck. Now, Xia Ying couldn't help but wonder, was it really just luck? The rewards were substantial. Everyone leveled up to 23, and they were close to reaching 24. Xia Ying, in particular, jumped to level 13 and acquired a full set of bronze and silvered ear gear. As they exited the cave, the sky was already dark. What a shame, Wang Yan glanced at the time. I was hoping to head to the Northern River District, but I guess that'll have to wait until tomorrow. Still, the experience here was worth it. Speaking of which, tomorrow's the last day, Wang Yan said, looking at the other three. After that, it's time for the college entrance exams. Although he had already been admitted to Jiangnan University, the others still needed to give it their all. Stop, you're stressing me out, Chen Yuan said with a wry smile. Just do your best, Wang Yan encouraged. He was confident in their abilities. Su Muxue excelled academically and had a strong class in game. Chen Yuan and Xia Ying, though their classes were slightly less powerful, had excellent skill combinations. Chen Yuan was a rare sword energy tank, while Xia Ying was a team-oriented druid mage hybrid. Easy for you to say you've already been admitted, Chen Yuan teased. What? Wang Yan got into Jiangnan University? Xia Ying asked, surprised. Yep, and we're aiming for Jiangnan University just to stick with him, Chen Yuan said with a grin. Wang Yan's our ace in the hole. Su Muxue nodded in agreement, though she remained silent. But, the things people are saying about you on the forums, Xia Ying hesitated. Ignore them, Wang Yan said calmly, his expression indifferent. Xia Ying seemed to understand something from his demeanor. Perhaps this was the confidence of a true genius. After selling their loot at the recycling station, Xia Ying received 110,000 dragon coins, staring at her account balance with excitement. See you tomorrow. It's the last day, so don't be late, Wang Yan said as they parted ways at the Shadow Forest entrance. As soon as he got into a taxi, he received a message from Li Yingtian. Wang Yan, can you come to the guild? Captain Su wants to see you. There's something he needs to discuss. Wang Yan was puzzled. Wasn't the captain of the Longyan squad from the Central Court Guild supposed to have returned to the guild last time? Why was he back so soon? He didn't dwell on it and simply replied, I'll head over now. Although it was already late, Wang Yan had no complaints about Li Yingtian's sudden summons. He gently stroked Shuya's head. The massive beast, now nearly 4 meters tall, was reluctantly eyeing the pet beast ball in Wang Yan's hand. Easy now, you'll be out soon, Wang Yan reassured Shuya softly. Ever since reaching level 23, this creature had grown even more averse to the confinement of the pet beast ball. After returning Shuya to the ball, Wang Yan flagged down a taxi. Thanks to the Yuan power pool provided by the Tianshui City Professional Guild recently, he was able to sustain his energy consumption, which far exceeded that of an average Aura master. Even with his frequent trips to train over the past few days, Li Yingtian had never complained. Driver, to the Tianshui City Professional Guild. Hey there, young man. The driver glanced back at Wang Yan. Heading to the guild this late? They stop handling outside affairs after 5 p.m. Despite his words, the driver had already started the car. It's fine. I'm meeting someone there. The driver, seemingly in a chatty mood, began talking about recent events. I heard a lot of newly awakened professionals have gone missing in the shadowy forest lately. You know, when they say missing. This comment reminded Wang Yan of the students from Tianshui No. 3 High School who had met their tragic fate. He replied calmly, that's the life of a combat professional. You must always be prepared for the possibility of sacrifice. You're young, but you've got quite the mindset, the driver remarked. Wang Yan's gaze darkened. Mindset. It was a lesson instilled by his late father. His father had always hoped he would become a strong combat professional, gain admission to a prestigious academy, and bring honor to the family. Before long, the vehicle reached the familiar 10-meter-high city wall. After passing the security check, Wang Yan noticed some construction work taking place near the massive stone monument behind the wall. Young man, do you know what this monument is for? The driver asked. Of course, Wang Yan nodded. It bears the names of those who sacrificed themselves 10 years ago. Among those names were his parents. That's right. The 11th anniversary of the Beast Tide is coming up soon, the driver said, his tone filled with indignation. I'd bet my life that the Beast Tide was orchestrated by Sakura Nation. Those sneaky bastards. Wang Yan responded with a light acknowledgement. While it was widely known that the disaster was indeed a plot by Sakura Nation, the matter had been left unresolved to avoid internal conflict among humans. Even so, Wang Yan silently vowed to make Sakura Nation pay for his parents' sacrifice. Half an hour later, the taxi arrived at the professional guild. After paying the fare, Wang Yan stepped out of the car and noticed someone already waiting for him at the entrance. Brother Chun Ming. Wang Yan immediately recognized the man in the mage's robe standing before him. It was none other than Chen Ming, the Sunfire mage known for his powerful attacks and a former teammate during their perilous adventure in the Frozen Tomb. As the second-in-command of Li Yingtian's team, Chen Ming had always been an indispensable core member, providing the main firepower. Ha ha ha, long time no see, Wang Yan. Chen Ming laughed heartily, spreading his arms to give Wang Yan a warm hug. It had been an entire month since they parted ways after the Frozen Tomb expedition. Brother Chen, what brings you here? I just came by to take care of something, but President Li stopped me from leaving, saying he had something important to arrange. Chen Ming patted Wang Yan on the shoulder. Come on, they're already waiting for you. Under Chen Ming's guidance, the two of them headed to the familiar president's office. As they pushed the door open, Wang Yan saw Li Yingtian, Su Jingfeng, and two unfamiliar young individuals, a man and a woman. President, Captain Su, I've brought him, Chen Ming said. After a brief exchange of greetings, Li Yingtian introduced the two strangers. These two are members of the Dragonflame Squad. They'll be responsible for ensuring your safety in the coming days. Wang Yan gave them a friendly smile and a nod. Thank you both for your hard work. Li Yingtian gestured towards the tall, dark-skinned man. This is Xiao Lan, an epic deer knight warrior. Xiao Lan's gaze carried a hint of arrogance as he sized up Wang Yan, his look a mix of curiosity and slight disdain. And this is Zhao Xiaotao, though most people call her Peach. She's an epic deer assassin. Zhao Xiaotao was dressed in a sleek black combat suit, her perfect curves exuding a feline-like grace and agility. Despite her striking appearance and figure, Wang Yan felt she had an unusual presence, one that made her easy to overlook if one wasn't paying attention. Hearing that both were epic deer professionals, Wang Yan couldn't help but feel astonished. These two seemed to be under 30, yet their strength was already comparable to Li Yingtian's. Today, we called you here mainly because President Li wants to discuss the matter of the national war, Li Yingtian said straightforwardly. Wang Yan understood immediately. Li Yingtian had previously mentioned the possibility of him participating in the national war. Despite being at a lower level compared to veterans who had awakened a decade ago, Wang Yan's unique aura skills made him a valuable asset to any team. Su Jingfeng stepped forward and asked, how much do you know about the national war, Wang Yan? Wang Yan thought for a moment. The national war takes place roughly every 10 years and is open to professionals who awaken within the past decade. Teams represent their respective nations, and the Heavenly Dao's rules allocate zones based on each country's strength. The rankings are determined through competition, and higher-ranked nations receive greater rewards. These rewards last until the next national war, when new rankings are established. Su Jingfeng nodded in approval. That's correct. To put it simply, every national war is a redistribution of global resources. The Lighthouse Nation has won the championship for 2 consecutive wars, using the rewards to widen the gap between themselves and other nations. They are now undeniably the world's strongest power. Do you know why Long Nation's rankings have been so poor in recent years? Su Jingfeng asked. Wang Yan hesitated. Indeed, despite being one of the top 3 global powers, Long Nation had only placed 6th in the last national war and 5th in the one before that. I heard some countries use underhanded methods. That's only part of it, Su Jingfeng interrupted. The Sakura Nation uses forbidden drugs, and the Lighthouse Nation employs advanced biological technology to enhance their professionals. While these methods can provide short-term gains, they come at the cost of lifespan and potential. But these aren't the main reasons. Su Jingfeng sighed. Long Nation has been developing at an incredible pace. Our professionals are among the best in the world, and this rapid progress has made many countries uneasy. He fixed his gaze on Wang Yan. To put it bluntly, if you participate in the national war, you'd better be prepared to face opponents from at least 5 nations led by the Lighthouse Nation. Wang Yan was shaken, suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation. The Lighthouse Nation's vast influence and numerous alliances explained why Long Nation had struggled to achieve higher rankings in recent years. So that's it. The national war is far from being as fair as I imagined. Still, you don't need to worry too much, Su Jingfeng reassured him, giving his shoulder a pat. The national war may be tough, but no one actually dies. Just do your best. Wang Yan was already aware of this. The national war took place in a special realm created by the Heavenly Dao's rules, where being killed only resulted in elimination, not real injury. It operated on the same principles as the training facilities at advanced academies, ensuring the safety of professionals during combat practice. Su Jingfeng concluded with a sigh. What concerns me more right now is the recent news about Sakura Nation obtaining a challenge token. Challenge order? A collective gasp echoed through the meeting room. Su Jingfeng nodded slowly, his sharp gaze sweeping across everyone seated. That's right. This news hasn't been made public yet, but it will be soon. The authorities have decided to officially announce it after the college entrance exams. He paused briefly before adding, even the lowest tier bronze challenge order, with a scale of 500 participants, is enough to cause headaches. Anxious expressions spread across the faces of the attendees. Su Jingfeng turned his attention to Wang Yan. So, Wang Yan, how much do you know about the challenge order? Wang Yan frowned, deep in thought, before responding. The challenge order. In my opinion, it's probably the only legal form of warfare left. This answer sparked a flicker of interest in Su Jingfeng's eyes, and a faint smile tugged at his lips. Interesting. Go on. Wang Yan's demeanor grew serious, his voice steady. Back when we studied the challenge order in class, I was actually quite puzzled. The United Nations has explicitly banned warfare. If any country attempts to start a war, others are obligated to join forces and impose sanctions. This is a law recognized by the rules of the heavenly Tao, and violations are met with punishment. All eyes in the room were now fixed on the young man. Despite being surrounded by influential figures, Wang Yan remained composed as he continued his analysis. At the time, I couldn't understand if the UN prohibits war. Why allow challenge orders? Large-scale, epic-level challenge orders are practically indistinguishable from full-scale warfare between nations. What's even more striking is that in national wars, no one dies, but challenge orders are a fight to the death. Once initiated, they only end when the victory conditions are met, with clear winners and losers and lives lost. His expression grew more complex as he added, "Eventually, I figured it out. No matter which side wins, humanity as a whole grows stronger." Su Jingfeng's eyes lit up, surprised by the depth of insight coming from this 18-year-old. Wang Yan offered a bitter smile as he pressed on. "I've crunched the numbers on the outcomes of past challenge orders. While the losing side faces severe penalties, the victorious side gains enormous rewards. Even with the loss of many professionals, the total resources humanity gains still show a positive growth. The rewards from national wars are temporary, but the advancements brought by challenge orders are permanent. Ordinary wars only waste resources and combat strength. Although challenge orders are equally brutal, they ultimately benefit humanity as a whole. I suspect this is the form of warfare encouraged by the heavenly Tao rules. Otherwise, high-level dungeons and bosses wouldn't drop challenge orders as loot." Wang Yan sighed, his tone tinged with resignation. The UN and the heavenly Tao rules don't care which country wins or loses, nor do they concern themselves with casualties. What they focus on is humanity's overall development and progress. This creates a dynamic where the strong grow stronger, while the weak fall further behind. Powerful nations can legally plunder weaker ones through challenge orders, and small countries will eventually be annexed. It's a never-ending cycle of conflict, where only the most powerful nation will prevail and become humanity's beacon of hope and ultimate ruler. That's the logical outcome. Wang Yan's lips curled into a faint smile. A single sacred domain-level weapon is worth far more than 10,000 bronze-tier weapons. Power should be concentrated where it's most effective. The question is, what does this mean for the future of Longhua? Can we emerge as the final victor? That remains uncertain. Everyone in the room caught the underlying message. Longhua's current position was precarious, particularly given the hostility from the strongest nation, the lighthouse country, and its numerous allies. Their gazes toward Wang Yan shifted, filled with a newfound respect. Even Li Yingtian had to admit that his understanding of the challenge order paled in comparison to this young man's. "Did you come up with all these theories on your own?" Su Jingfeng asked. Wang Yan chuckled. "I just like to overthink things in my spare time." Su Jingfeng shook his head. "No, your analysis is excellent. I'm just surprised. Most students your age wouldn't be interested in such matters. Your generation has grown up in an era of peace and rarely contemplates the harsh realities of the world." His tone carried a hint of regret. "Some young people even idolize Sakura country's culture, naively believing that peace can solve everything. But not you. You see the cruelty of this world clearly." Wang Yan's expression suddenly turned somber. "To be honest, I wasn't always this way." Su Jingfeng looked at him curiously. 10 years ago, during the Beast Tide, my parents were killed." Wang Yan's voice trembled slightly with emotion. "Everyone knows it was Sakura country's doing behind the scenes. Longhua appealed to the UN for an investigation, but without concrete evidence, it was ultimately dismissed. At the time, I couldn't understand why a small country like Sakura could act so brazenly on our territory and walk away unscathed. Isn't Longhua ranked among the top 3 global powers? Why didn't we retaliate? I felt humiliated, angry. But eventually, I understood. Longhua, as one of the 3 permanent members of the UN Security Council, carries the responsibility of advancing humanity as a whole. Acting impulsively out of revenge would have played right into their hands." The room fell silent as everyone stared at Wang Yan in astonishment. Even seasoned figures like Li Yingtian, Chen Ming, Xiaolan, and Zhao Xiaotao were visibly taken aback. No one had expected such profound insights from an 18-year-old, based purely on his reasoning. Su Jingfeng was momentarily at a loss for words. He could only pat Wang Yan's shoulder in silent acknowledgement. That catastrophe a decade ago was not only a national humiliation but also a scar that the city of Tianshui could never erase. "I won't let this matter slide," Wang Yan said with a hint of coldness in his voice. I will obtain the challenge token and repay everything that happened in Tianshui City to Sakura Nation tenfold. The unwavering determination and thirst for vengeance in his eyes left Su Jingfeng slightly surprised. Su Jingfeng laughed heartily and patted Wang Yan on the shoulder. Good. That's the spirit of a Dragon Nation man. However, his laughter faded as his expression turned serious. Sakura Nation may be small, but it's not that easy to deal with. Do you know why they are so fixated on our Dragon Nation? Territorial issues, I suppose? Wang Yan pondered aloud. Exactly. Su Jingfeng grew increasingly impressed with the young man. Sakura Nation's territory is only 1/25th the size of Dragon Nation's. In this world, territory determines the output of all resources. Monster cores are our energy source. Their materials are the foundation of manufacturing, and even the meat of certain monsters has become a main food source for humanity. He paused briefly before continuing. But the gap between us is now too great. They can no longer shake Dragon Nation's foundation. At least, events like what happened 10 years ago are no longer possible. Wang Yan shook his head. In my opinion, Sakura Nation launching an all-out attack on Dragon Nation is only a matter of time. Besides the territorial issue, there's an even more critical reason: their geographical location. Sakura Nation is surrounded by the ocean, and the sea remains a forbidden zone for humanity. I read in a geography book that 200 years ago, a coastal nation called Yaman was wiped out after provoking a mysterious sea monster, Wang Yan added. Li Yingtian interjected. That sea beast was massive, like a small mountain. It could summon 100-meter-high tsunamis, absolutely terrifying. Exactly, Wang Yan nodded. When faced with the ocean, humans are like ants. Living in constant fear of destruction has driven the people of Sakura Nation to madness, making them reckless in their actions. Su Jingfeng chuckled. Well said. Only lunatics like them could come up with something as dangerous as the Chilean pill. But enough small talk. I brought you here today to show you what real combat is all about. With that, Su Jingfeng led the group to the third floor of the Adventurers Guild, where the training arena was located. This arena, capable of simulating various environments, was a safe space for combat practice. Although activating it required the consumption of monster cores, it was ideal for honing battle techniques. I heard you have a pretty powerful blood-scale crocodile? Su Jingfeng asked while adjusting the holographic settings. Yes, among the 3 pet beast eggs our team found. One turned out to be dark gold grade, Wang Yan replied. Not bad, Su Jingfeng said with a smile. If I suppress my level to 20, do you think you and your pet can beat me in a Versus fight? Wang Yan thought for a few seconds before answering earnestly. I think there's a 90% chance of victory. He wasn't being modest. He was simply stating the truth. While he could sense the indescribable pressure emanating from Su Jingfeng, Wang Yan had absolute confidence in his abilities as an aura master. Coupled with the blood-scale crocodile's exceptional attributes, he believed he could completely overpower his opponent in both skill and strength. Hearing Wang Yan's words, Su Jingfeng's lips curled into a slight smile. Confidence in youth was admirable, but today, he intended to show this newcomer what real combat truly meant. Wait, are you seriously going to fight me? Wang Yan asked in surprise. Of course. To be precise, it'll be me alone against you and your pet beast, Su Jingfeng replied, his fingers gliding swiftly across the holographic screen to finalize the battle setup. Talk is cheap. Let's settle this in the arena. The training ground began to hum as a box embedded with mystic realm stones spun rapidly, signaling the imminent formation of the battle space. Turning around, Su Jingfeng said, I'll suppress my level to 20 for a fair duel. Even though his opponent opted for a level cap, Wang Yan couldn't help but feel a twinge of nervousness. After all, Su Jingfeng was the captain of the Longyan squad from the Zhongting Guild, and every member of this enigmatic team was exceptionally powerful. However, when Wang Yan recalled his own advanced skill set and the overwhelming stats of his pet, Shueya, his confidence returned. All right, let's do this. Wang Yan agreed, though hesitation flickered across his face. But won't this be too unfair? It's 2 of us against just you. Maybe you should raise your level a bit? Su Jingfeng chuckled lightly. No need. You're an aura master, incapable of independent combat. If I don't let your pet participate, it would feel like bullying. Besides, in real combat, level isn't everything. Level 20 is more than enough for me. Nearby, Xiaolan couldn't help but burst out laughing. This is the first time I've seen someone ask the captain to raise his level. You've got guts, kid. Wang Yan noticed even Taozi, standing to the side, had a knowing smile on her face, which caused him to waver slightly. Could Su Jingfeng's strength really exceed his expectations? The training ground's lights activated, and 2 glowing blue circles, each around 10 square meters, appeared. Su Jingfeng stepped into the left circle alone, while Wang Yan summoned Shueya and entered the right circle together. Confirmed. In an instant, a flash of light enveloped them, and Wang Yan felt a brief sensation of weightlessness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a golden autumn forest. Towering trees stretched toward the sky, their leaves swirling in the crisp autumn breeze. The immersive environment left Wang Yan quietly impressed, but now was not the time to admire the scenery. As the battle commenced, Wang Yan immediately activated his stealth aura. As both he and Shueya began to fade from view, his confidence grew even stronger. While searching for Su Jingfeng's whereabouts, Wang Yan strategized in his mind. At level 20, how many skills could Su Jingfeng possibly have? Wang Yan, on the other hand, boasted 5 Orison impressive feat for his level. Though he didn't know Su Jingfeng's exact class, the short blade always strapped to his waist suggested he was likely a melee fighter. Wang Yan had already devised his plan. As soon as he located the target, he would send Shueya to launch an offensive, while he provided support from the shadows under the protection of his stealth aura. In Wang Yan's eyes, he was virtually invincible in this fight. With Shueya's massive health pool and high defense, it was a natural counter to physical attackers. Plus, with the stealth aura in play, Su Jingfeng wouldn't be able to directly threaten Wang Yan himself. Even in the worst-case scenario, Shueya could retreat and vanish after a single second of not attacking. And with stats comparable to a boss, could Shueya really lose to a level 20 opponent? As long as Wang Yan stayed safely hidden within the stealth aura's protection, Su Jingfeng would be forced into an unknown showdown with Shueya. From every perspective, Su Jingfeng seemed to be at an overwhelming disadvantage. Wang Yan strolled through the golden forest, the dry leaves crunching softly beneath his feet. Each step was accompanied by careful observation, but the feeling of being watched grew stronger, as if Su Jingfeng's presence was everywhere around him. Am I just being paranoid? Wang Yan adjusted his breathing, trying to calm the unease in his heart. Ever since stepping into the martial arena, an indescribable sense of danger had clung to him like a shadow. This secret realm felt like an enormous hunting ground, and he was the prey awaiting its fate. Even though he prided himself on being composed, the prickling sensation on the back of his neck made his breathing heavy. Focus. Stay focused. Wang Yan shook his head, dispelling stray thoughts as he moved forward, scanning his surroundings. In this relatively small secret realm, he estimated it wouldn't take long to encounter Su Jingfeng. Bloodfang, do you sense anything unusual? Wang Yan asked in his mind. Bloodfang indicated nothing, causing Wang Yan to sigh. While Bloodfang was highly sensitive to the scent of blood, the autumn air, filled with the fragrance of flowers and grass, made it difficult to pinpoint Su Jingfeng's location. After activating his stealth aura and searching for a while, Wang Yan finally spotted his target in a clearing. Su Jingfeng stood motionless like a statue, his arms hanging loosely at his sides, eyes closed in apparent meditation, exuding an air of complete defenselessness. So relaxed. Wang Yan frowned. Knowing he possessed stealth capabilities, Su Jingfeng's nonchalant demeanor puzzled him. Fine, if you're so confident, let's see what you've got. Bloodfang attack. Bloodfang leaped forward like a streak of red lightning, but Su Jingfeng, as if he had eyes on the back of his head, suddenly opened his eyes and rolled to the side, effortlessly dodging the attack. Bloodfang immediately unleashed a searing dragon's breath, but Su Jingfeng didn't retreat. Instead, he advanced with a daring mid-air roll, narrowly evading the flames before swiftly drawing a dagger to counterattack. 2 slashes of his blade struck Bloodfang, and damage indicators 5023 and 5108 floated in the air. Seeing these numbers, Wang Yan actually felt relieved. Although Su Jingfeng's agility was impressive, the level 20 attribute cap restricted him from breaking through Bloodfang's defenses. Each strike only dealt around 5,000 damage, which was far from enough to deplete Bloodfang's over 100,000 health points. Wang Yan immediately commanded Bloodfang to continue attacking, simultaneously activating his attack aura, holy damage aura, and slow aura. As the 90 slow effect took hold, Su Jingfeng's expression visibly shifted, prompting a confident smile from Wang Yan. But just then, Su Jingfeng suddenly vanished. A sense of foreboding gripped Wang Yan as a chill ran down his spine. The system notification rang out. Your shield has been shattered. The 3,000-point shield provided by his contract ring was instantly broken, followed by a series of damage numbers floating above his head. 6081, 5810, 5934. Outside the arena, Li Yingtian and others watched the battle unfold on a large screen. When Wang Yan activated his auras, Li Yingtian shook his head and remarked, "This is trouble for Captain Su. The 90 slow aura ignores resilience. His agility will be hard to utilize now." However, Xiao Lan and Zhao Xiaotao exchanged knowing smiles. Zhao Xiaotao said calmly, "Wang Yan has already lost." Her words left Li Yingtian and Chan Ming puzzled, as the situation on the screen clearly seemed to favor Wang Yan. Wang Yan abruptly turned around, only to find himself face-to-face with Su Jingfeng's cold and stern expression. Although the contract ring had transferred part of the damage to Bloodfang, it couldn't change the fragile nature of a mage. Su Jingfeng's short sword flashed with icy brilliance, each strike landing precisely on Wang Yan. In mere moments, Wang Yan's health bar was completely depleted, and the system notification, "You have been defeated," appeared. The scene flickered, and the forest vanished. When Wang Yan regained his senses, he was already standing outside the training arena. Looking around, he saw that while Xiao Lan and Zhao Xiaotao remained calm, disbelief was written all over everyone else's faces. Before the battle, everyone, including Li Yingtian, had assumed Wang Yan would have the upper hand. Despite knowing little about Su Jingfeng's abilities, Wang Yan's overpowered aura effects were well known. However, the outcome was completely unexpected. Su Jingfeng had defeated Wang Yan swiftly and decisively in less than a minute. So, want to try again? Su Jingfeng asked, a faint smile playing on his lips as he glanced at Wang Yan. No, I admit defeat. Wang Yan replied with a wry smile. I just can't figure out how I lost. Would you mind explaining, senior? Since Su Jingfeng had offered a rematch, it was clear his victory wasn't a fluke. Wang Yan was certain that even if they fought again, Su Jingfeng would still be able to locate him while he was cloaked. That was the most puzzling part throughout the entire battle. Wang Yan had been protected by his invisibility aura. This strategy was something Wang Yan had carefully devised. Bloodfang would engage the enemy hidden, while he remained hidden and prepared to ambush. Even if Bloodfang was defeated, the worst-case scenario would be a draw. After all, his Godder invisibility aura, which nullified any detection skills or tools, was supposed to be unbreakable. If it's inconvenient for you, forget I asked, Wang Yan added, knowing that for any professional fighter, their battle techniques were their most valuable secrets. It doesn't matter. This isn't much of a secret, Su Jingfeng replied calmly. My class is illusionary swordsman. I can create illusions to assist in combat. As he spoke, he snapped his fingers, and two identical illusions of himself appeared by his side, mimicking his every move and expression perfectly. Even after careful observation, Wang Yan couldn't tell them apart from the real Su Jingfeng. Su Jingfeng walked over to the target range, drew his short sword, and slashed at a black stone target. A blade-like projection struck the target, leaving a deep groove. This attack, which looks like sword energy, is actually an illusion as well. So, all illusions can attack? Wang Yan asked. That's correct, though their damage is weaker than my own, Su Jingfeng confirmed with a nod. Wang Yan quickly recalled everything he knew about the illusionary swordsman class. It was only rated as a tier class in the ranking system. While its combat style was unique, it wasn't particularly strong in offense or defense. The illusions had some offensive capabilities, but were extremely fragile, often wiped out by a single area attack. This made Wang Yan all the more astonished. Had faced formidable opponents like the barbarian Xing Zhou and the tree shepherd Lu Zifan, yet none had exerted such overwhelming pressure on him. What puzzles me the most is how you managed to detect me, Wang Yan said. Illusionary swordsmen shouldn't have any detection skills. Su Jingfeng didn't answer directly. Instead, he said meaningfully, you young professionals have a major flaw in your combat awareness. You rely too heavily on skills and stats, neglecting the growth of your innate battle instincts. Hearing this, Wang Yan suddenly felt as if he had gained a new understanding. Su Jingfeng stood at the control panel in the training arena, his fingers gliding deftly across the screen. His voice was steady and magnetic. To many of you, a person's strength is determined solely by attack power, defense, skills, or class. That kind of thinking might suffice when dealing with monsters. But when you're up against other professionals, his tone became tinged with a warning. It's nothing short of courting death. As he operated the controls, a massive semi-transparent screen unfolded slowly in front of the crowd. Wang Yan immediately recognized it as the training arena's playback Futuria system that allowed professionals to review their combat performance from an observer's perspective and gain valuable insights. The footage froze on Su Jingfeng. The moment he stepped into the simulated battlefield, he efficiently summoned 4 illusions. Under his precise control, each illusion infiltrated a different direction of the battlefield: east, south, west, and north. Some skillfully concealed themselves under layers of thick fallen leaves, while others silently perched within the dense canopy of trees. Every movement of his was executed with professional precision, displaying techniques rivaling those of seasoned rogue assassins. It was evident that he had undergone rigorous training. Once everything was in place, Su Jingfeng remained stationary, like a patient hunter awaiting his prey. As the footage reached the moment when Wang Yan discovered his position, Su Jingfeng's lips curled into a meaningful smile. One of my core skills allows me to instantly teleport to the location of any of my illusions. When you saw me disappear from my spot, I had actually teleported to one of the illusions. He turned to Wang Yan, his eyes gleaming with intelligence. You're probably wondering how I managed to find you, aren't you? Your stealth aura is indeed impressive. It blocks detection and sound. However, his tone carried a hint of amusement. There's no such thing as a perfect stealth skill in this world. Su Jingfeng froze the battle scene on the screen of the training ground, tapping lightly to zoom in. His gaze locked onto Wang Yan's footsteps, and a faint, almost imperceptible smile appeared on his lips. When fighting against your pet, my focus was never on it, Su Jingfeng said, pointing at the slightly sunken fallen leaves in the image. Even when you're in stealth mode, stepping on fallen leaves and dry grass still leaves subtle traces. It was through these nearly invisible footprints that I could roughly determine your location. He continued to explain. The strategy after that was simple: teleport to the nearest illusion's position and launch an attack on you. Once you're injured, your stealth mode naturally deactivates. As an aura master, once you're in close range, you have no means to resist, and your pet wouldn't have time to save you. Wang Yan stood frozen, staring in disbelief as his once spirited god-ear stealth aura was unraveled so effortlessly. Just like that? He asked bitterly. Exactly. Su Jingfeng's expression turned serious. This is what real combat looks like. Every detail, every unexpected occurrence on the battlefield can determine life or death in an instant. But what if you hadn't noticed me? Wang Yan pressed further. Wouldn't you have lost then? Su Jingfeng chuckled lightly. You're still underestimating the combat intuition of high-level professionals. As you said, if I hadn't noticed you, I would indeed have been the one to die. But even if we repeated this scenario 10 times, I am more than 90 confident I would detect you. Seeing Wang Yan's puzzled look, he added, you're probably wondering why it's not 100, right? Because even the top-tier professionals can't guarantee they will always win. That's why, no matter who your opponent is, you must give it your all. Wang Yan hesitated to speak, but Su Jingfeng read his thoughts. Of course, you're not a fool. With more duels, you'd undoubtedly come up with better strategies, and my win rate would decrease accordingly. I have to admit, your aura skills are indeed impressive. You're, well, a ancien several centuries genius. Su Jingfeng initially wanted to say ancien millennium, but considering that the Great Mutation era of Blue Planet had only lasted a few centuries, he corrected himself. But remember, there are many geniuses in this world, and not all of them survive to the end. Just like this duel, your loss on the training ground is equivalent to a real death in actual combat. In real battles, there are no second chances. Wang Yan nodded silently, acknowledging this truth. A loss was a loss. No explanation could change that. So, for professionals, the most important thing is combat intuition. You could say that, Su Jingfeng explained. There are too many variables in combat. Even two people with identical professions and skills can have vastly different combat effectiveness due to differences in intuition. He suddenly changed the topic. Do you know Xiao Jianyun? Of course, Xiao Jianyun, Dragon Nation's #1 warrior, hailed as the first war god of the nation. That's right. But what you might not know is that Xiao Jianyun is actually just an ordinary warrior profession, not even a rare class. Seeing Wang Yan's astonished expression, Su Jingfeng continued, remember this, Wang Yan. Profession strength and attribute strength aren't everything. Then how can I improve my combat intuition? Wang Yan asked. Su Jingfeng smiled. There are no shortcuts. The only way is to gain experience through constant battles until combat intuition becomes second nature to you. This is also why I called you here today. The national war is approaching, and after the college entrance exams, the higher-ups will arrange for you to team up with other national war candidates. You'll need to practice teamwork. Just like combat intuition, team coordination requires long-term honing. He gestured toward Xiaolon and Zhao Xiaotao nearby. Earlier, we only dueled unknown, with relatively fewer variables. In a team battle, with your current level of experience, to put it bluntly, my team could easily annihilate yours. Having experienced the earlier battle, Wang Yan had no doubt about the truth in Su Jingfeng's words. Still, he sighed. I understand what you mean, but I'm just an aura master. As an aura master, his role was to activate auras to enhance his teammates' combat abilities. There was only so much he could do. Wang Yan stood at the edge of the training ground, his brows slightly furrowed as he wrestled with how to sharpen his combat instincts. Su Jingfeng, noticing the subtle change in his expression, had a knowing glint in his eyes. I might have a direction for you, Su Jingfeng said slowly, his voice calm and steady. As an aura master, you actually possess a unique advantage. You don't need to focus too much on the combat itself. He paused briefly before continuing. You can leverage this trait to dedicate more of your attention to analyzing the battlefield. Think about it. Support roles like priests and sorcerers often take on the responsibility of leading the team, precisely because they aren't as entrenched in direct combat. Your aura master abilities make you even more suited for the role of a commander. These words seemed to pierce through the haze in Wang Yan's mind, lighting up his thoughts. His eyes gradually brightened with newfound clarity. It was no surprise that Su Jingfeng, as the captain of the Longyan squad, could pinpoint the crux of the matter with a single remark. Seeing his reaction, Su Jingfeng's tone turned more serious. With your abilities, it's likely that you'll take on a captain's role in the future. Use this time to reflect on how to lead a team to victory. Casual decision-making like today's could cost your teammates their lives in a real battle. Wang Yan nodded solemnly. Though Su Jingfeng's words were blunt and piercing, they offered valuable guidance, filling Wang Yan's heart with deep gratitude. After the college entrance exam, Su Jingfeng continued, they'll assign you some tasks and analyze your combat performance. Build a national battle team around you. with you as its core, to serve as the main force in this campaign. Wang Yan nodded again in agreement, but Su Jingfeng's tone shifted. However, if you want to take the top spot in the national battle, you still need to hone your sense of warfare. Hearing this, Wang Yan fell into contemplation. It was true though he had become an aura master, his experience in warfare was still limited. To make a name for himself on the national battlefield, he would need to amass more real-world combat experience. You're absolutely right. Wang Yan responded with firm resolve, his eyes gleaming with determination. Wang Yan had already mentally prepared himself for issues regarding the national competition and team dynamics. Although there was already a team formed specifically for the national competition, he believed it was equally important to establish a team of his own. The current lineup satisfied him. Qin Yuan, Su Muxue, and the newly joined Xia Ying were all excellent choices. Xia Ying, in particular, stood out. Her professional traits complemented his perfectly. With the combined strength of the three, their chances of being accepted into Jiangnan University were significantly high. As night fell, Wang Yan bid farewell to Su Jingfeng and his group, walking home alone under the darkening sky. Su Jingfeng's words of wisdom echoed in his mind. The true strength of a professional lies in their combat instincts. This encompasses not only raw combat power but also battlefield awareness, the ability to assess the situation and make judgments about allies and enemies. As his thoughts settled, Wang Yan began to reassess the current state of his team, and new ideas started to take form in his mind. The next morning, the familiar shadowy forest was bustling with activity. The fervor brought by the regional announcement had yet to subside. However, Wang Yan paid little attention to the surrounding gazes, focusing instead on planning for the day. "Good morning, Captain. You're here so early." Xia Ying's cheerful voice suddenly rang out. Her current demeanor was a far cry from when they first met, with her newfound confidence being the most noticeable change. The past 2 days had been nothing short of a dream for her. Her father's health showed signs of improvement, financial pressures eased, and her level had skyrocketed by more than 10 ranks. All these changes stemmed from the calm and composed young man standing before her. Today is the last day before the university entrance exams. The stronger you become, the better your chances, Wang Yan said calmly. Hearing the mention of the exams, Xia Ying couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. But when she thought about how Wang Yan, who already had a guaranteed admission, was still taking the time to lead them, she was deeply moved. Subconsciously, she clenched the hem of her shirt. Although her role in the team seemed simple, activating shared abilities and occasionally casting group heals, she resolved to work even harder. "Old Wang, still this early, huh?" Chun Yuan's voice approached from a distance, brimming with energy. "Today's the last day. I figured it out last night. Sure, my academic scores might be lacking, but my combat skills are solid. With that alone, how could any school not want me?" Wang Yan couldn't help but chuckle, but had to admit that Qin Yuan was indeed a formidable fighter. His skill strength was notably impressive. Recalling Su Jingfeng's words that even an ordinary warrior could grow into a top-tier powerhouse, Wang Yan thought that with Chun Yuan's potential, the possibilities were endless. Well said. Jiangnan University places the most emphasis on combat skills, so you're on the right track. As long as you're strong enough, you might just make it. Might? What's with the might? Of course, they'll be fighting over me, Chen Yuan said, puffing out his chest confidently. Su Muxue's arrival completed the team. She quickly struck up a lively conversation with Xia Ying, creating a warm and friendly atmosphere. Wang Yan unfolded a map and pointed to the northeastern area. "Today, we're heading to the Frogman tribe near the upper reaches of the river. Similar to the Goblin tribe, the Frogmen are intelligent and tend to stick together. This actually works to our advantage given our combat style." Chen Yuan rubbed his chin thoughtfully, muttering to himself, "That tribe's pretty big. There's a good chance we'll come across treasure maps, or even a hidden boss." Upon reaching the northeastern area, they were greeted by the sight of a wide river that stretched across the first and second regions. The river's surface was calm, spanning several dozen meters in width. Just as Wang Yan was about to provide further instructions, he suddenly paused, glancing at bloodfang. "Correction, there are monsters in the river, and there are some not far ahead of us as well." "Huh!" Xia Ying exclaimed in surprise. Wang Yan crouched down, stroking bloodfang's head while activating the stealth aura. "Don't worry. Stick to the usual plan. Get ready for battle." The moment the invisibility aura activated, four figures vanished like phantoms from sight. Wang Yan gave a light pat on bloodfang's head, and the well-trained partner immediately understood, stealthily moving ahead to clear the way. "Let's go, follow me." Wang Yan signaled in a low voice, and the group advanced swiftly like hunters on the prowl. After countless battles, their teamwork had become seamless. It wasn't long before a squad of over 20 came into view ahead. Most of them were level 25 frogman warriors, creatures with dark green skin resembling upright frogs. They wielded long staffs and were known for their incredible jumping ability but had relatively weak defenses. Among the slender frogmen, one figure stood out, a burly level 27 frogman heavy warrior named Bronze. He wielded a massive hammer larger than his own head. Though he sacrificed the agility typical of frogmen, his overwhelming strength more than made up for it. Wang Yan quickly devised a plan. Bloodfang, shall we? And Chen Yuan, you three flank from different directions. Wait for my signal. Shall we? You initiate. He'll activate the slowing aura immediately after. Mushue, focus your attacks on the heavy warrior. With the slow effect, he'll be a sitting duck. Chen Yuan and Shall we synchronize with Muxue's attack rhythm. The two nodded in agreement. Xiaoying, Wang Yin turned to the last member. You'll handle support and healing. Don't worry, I've got this. Xia Ying replied with determination, her fiery confidence bringing a smile to Wang Yan's face. As the gap between them and their targets closed, Wang Yin gave a sharp gesture. Go. Chen Yuan burst forward with an eerie chuckle, while Xia Ying immediately activated the shared vision link. Bloodfang and Shao Wei followed closely, their movements perfectly coordinated through the mental connection. The group, along with two crocodile companions, encircled the frogman squad with precision. The moment the heavy frogman was still croaking orders, Wang Yin gave the command attack. Bloodfang instantly revealed itself, its massive form moving like a red-black bolt of lightning as it pounced on the nearest frogman. The sheer force of its several-meter-long body knocked the unfortunate creature to the ground, and its gaping jaws tore into its prey with savage ferocity. The sudden assault threw the entire frogman squad into chaos. Are you kidding me? How did such a massive beast get this close without anyone noticing? You're all blind, aren't you? Don't panic. Spread out and regroup. Though the heavy frogman's enraged croaks were incomprehensible, his twisted expression spoke volumes. Before he could rally his troops, a crushing sense of suppression blanketed the battlefield. Wang Yan's slowing aura, holy damage, and attack aura activated simultaneously. The fight instantly escalated into an intense melee. Bloodfang had already torn off the first frogman's head, letting out a thunderous roar that radiated a terrifying presence. Meanwhile, a dim, glowing projectile streaked through the air and struck the stunned heavy frogman squarely. Boom! A wave of energy rippled outward, causing the heavy frogman's health bar to plummet. As he tried to react, he found himself nearly immobilized under the slowing effect. From a distance, Mushue had already begun her relentless assault. The battlefield erupted into chaos. On one side, Bloodfang's fiery breath swept across the enemies, their screams echoing through the inferno. On the other, Shao Wei joined the fray with exhilaration. Most shocking of all was Chen Yuan, who had somehow infiltrated the enemy ranks unnoticed, unleashing a devastating whirlwind attack that exploded with lethal force. Wang Yan was utterly stunned. Chen Yuan, that sly fox, had chosen a position slightly different from what was expected, but it was a hot spot teeming with frogmen. Under the glowing halo's effect, he darted and weaved nimbly, his movements perfectly synchronized with Su Muxue's relentless storm of attacks. In just 2 seconds, the battlefield turned into a hellscape, with severed limbs flying everywhere. The scene made Wang Yin chuckle to himself. If Chen Yuan were to shout Demacia right now, it would certainly fit the moment. Su Muxue's attacks came in unending waves, her focus unwaveringly locked onto the heavily armored frogman. Under her precise suppressive fire, the frogman squad lost over half its members in the blink of an eye. The remaining stragglers, crippled by a 90 slow effect, found even their proud leaping ability reduced to a comical farce, as if they were moving in a film slowed down tenfold. Xiaoying activated a group heal just in time. Though she wanted to contribute more, the likes of Bloodfang and the others barely lost any health before being fully healed again, leaving her both amused and exasperated. Moments later, with Su Mushue and Chen Yuan's whirlwind coordination, the last of the enemies, including the heavily armored frogman, were completely wiped out. The battlefield fell silent once more, leaving behind only 3 or 4 white-grade items and a single bronze-grade item scattered on the ground. These pieces of equipment were of no use to them anymore and would merely be taken back to sell. Standing over the armored frogman's corpse, Chen Yuan planted one foot on it, hoisted his massive sword, and laughed smugly. That's it? I didn't even need my left hand. All right, no need to show off over just one small squad. Wang Yan chuckled, motioning him over. Come here. Chen Yuan grinned sheepishly and jogged over, sword in hand. Watching this lighthearted scene, Xiaoying couldn't help but smile as well. This team was not only powerful but also shared a rare bond of camaraderie and trust. Wang Yan knelt down and spread out a map, prompting everyone to gather around. This is where we are, he said, pointing to a spot on the map. Since we've encountered frogmen here, it's likely their activity range lies further upstream. Seeing that Chen Yuan and Su Mushue didn't quite grasp his point yet, Wang Yan turned to Su Mushue. I suggest you send out the owl and use Xia Ying's shared vision. That way, we can scout the area and, ideally, locate the frogman's lair. This tribe should be similar to the goblin one we faced before, but we're not the same team we were back then. If possible, I'd like to take down their entire lair before the final day. Xia Ying's mouth fell open in surprise at the suggestion, but Su Muxue and Chen Yuan seemed thrilled. The trio had always been equally bold, and Chen Yuan grinned from ear to ear in excitement. Without a word, Su Muxue released her owl, silently signaling her agreement with the plan. Swallowing nervously, Xia Ying watched the scene unfold and couldn't help but think to herself, this team is something else, each member more daring than the last. Chen Yuan's wolf-like eagerness, Su Muxue's quiet determination to get things done. She quietly activated shared vision, linking herself and the owl to the group. Wang Yan immediately switched to the owl's perspective, and the others followed suit. Su Muxue gently stroked the owl before it spread its wings and soared into the sky. For an airborne scout, surveying the frogman's territory was virtually risk-free. Wow, the aerial view is amazing, Chen Yuan exclaimed. If only I could fly too. A flying heavy warrior? Wang Yan quipped as he activated a stealth aura to shield the group. You're dreaming of the skies now? Chen Yuan shot back without missing a beat. And if you could fly, wouldn't you, as a Halo master, want to take to the skies too? Wang Yan paused before admitting, I definitely would. Can't deny it. Su Muxue couldn't help but laugh at their banter. While the owl continued its reconnaissance, Wang Yan reminded the group, by the way, don't forget tomorrow's the college entrance exam. There won't be any of my halos to rely on in the exam hall, so don't mess up. That remark caused all three of them to grimace, clearly envisioning less than ideal scenarios. Chen Yuan immediately looked distraught. Oh no, what if I don't get into Jiangnan University? How am I supposed to survive without a strong ally to rely on? Even while sharing the owl's vision, Xia Ying couldn't help but glance sideways at him. Who would have guessed that Chen Yuan and Su Muxue, so impressive in the eyes of outsiders, actually revolved around Wang Yan as their core? Chen Yuan had even openly admitted to clinging to his strength. Reflecting on this, Xia Ying began to reconsider her own position. Over the past 2 days, she hadn't contributed much at all, almost as if she'd been freeloading. Yet Wang Yan seemed to genuinely value her, even extending an olive branch to her. If Wang Yan's true capabilities were ever revealed, it would surely make countless people green with envy. This was an opportunity handed directly to her by Wang Yan, and she was determined to seize it. Xia Ying silently vowed to herself, I must get into Jiangnan University. This newfound resolve was stronger than anything she'd ever felt before. If you give it your all, you definitely stand a chance, Wang Yan encouraged her. I'm not exaggerating. Jiangnan University places the highest emphasis on practical skills. When evaluating a professional, academic performance is just the foundation. What matters more are overall abilities and combat instincts. Although, yeah, your academic scores are pretty weak. Hearing this, Chen Yuan awkwardly turned his head away. Come on, man. You don't have to rub it in like that. Chen Yuan's face scrunched up dramatically, resembling a comical mask. Unfortunately, the group was focused on the owl's perspective and missed his theatrical expression. What is combat instinct? Su Muxue asked curiously. If Chen Yuan hadn't beaten her to it, the question would have come from her instead. Wang Yan pondered for a moment before slowly explaining, here's how I understand it. It's the level of combat ability you can exert under the same circumstances. For instance, if someone swings a knife at you, some people instinctively retreat, while others might kick the attacker's wrist away. The more critical the situation, the more apparent one's combat instinct becomes. As he spoke, Wang Yan recalled what Su Jingfeng had said the previous day. Do you know Xiao Jianyun? The #1 war god of Longhua? Who doesn't know him? Chen Yuan blurted out. Wang Yan's lips curled slightly, and a flicker of awe flashed in his eyes. He's actually just a regular warrior class. What? Chen Yuan exclaimed in disbelief. Are you kidding me? The country's top warrior is just a regular class? What have all the other warriors been training for? Su Muxue and Xia Ying were equally shocked. Seeing their reactions, Wang Yan couldn't help but smile. He imagined Su Jingfeng must have found his reaction just as amusing back then. We still have a long way to go, Wang Yan sighed. It may seem like we're ahead in some ways, but compared to true powerhouses, we're embarrassingly weak. This isn't self-deprecation, it's about direction. Measuring a professional strength has never been about class or attribute strength. It's about battlefield awareness, adaptability, and things like my recent ability to analyze the combat environment. These are all reflections of strength. The three fell into deep thought until Su Muxue's eyes lit up. You're different today, suddenly so profound. Did you meet a master? You can't hide anything from you. Wang Yan laughed. As expected of Su Muxue. Look at Chen Yuan over there, still in brainstorming mode. A master? What kind? How tall? The three pressed him for details. About 1 meter tall, Wang Yan replied with a mysterious smile. Chen Yuan. Su Muxue. Xia Ying. So the expert is this humorous. Wang Yan chuckled inwardly. I can't say much more. I'll just tell you Fish level 20, and when bloodfang and I teamed up against him, I used all my auras and even went invisible. He didn't even have any detection skills. The result? I was taken out instantly. Su Mushue's eyes widened in disbelief. She had a clear sense of Wang Yan's and bloodfang's strength over the past few days. Suddenly, Qin Yuan snapped back to reality, gripping his greatsword tightly. Old Wang, I found my direction. That master will be my role model. You aren't saying that just because he took you out instantly, are you? Su Mushue gave him a strange look. Chen Yuan froze, then laughed sheepishly. Heh, don't say it out loud, it's a little embarrassing. Wang Yin. From above, the frogmen's numbers were indeed alarming, easily surpassing the goblins. Flying in a straight line, they spotted 6 or 7 patrol squads, suggesting the entire tribe numbered at least 1,000. Wang Yin couldn't help but feel a headache. Coming on it would be no small feat to wipe them all out. However, the scattered patrols on the outskirts might provide an opening. Soon, a large cluster of tents came into view, situated at the edge of a forest. About 100 meters from the riverbank, the location was strategic. It allowed them to detect threats from the water while offering a retreat to the river if attacked on land. The owl perched on a tree as Wang Yin observed the frogmen settlement below. Tents were densely packed, and frogmen moved in and out. Besides those wielding large hammers, there were many with battle axes, greatswords, and spears, as well as a few holding staffs, clear priority targets. A good assassin would come in handy right now, Wang Yin thought to himself. Finally, he noticed a particularly burly figure emerging from the largest tent, croaking orders at the guards outside. This one was twice as large as an ordinary frogman and wore a crude crown. Frogman Chieftain, Silver rank, level 30. This is an adult frogman lord in its prime. As the chieftain, it possesses the abilities of all frogman types except for the heavy armored warriors. Its spellcasting is its most formidable skill, with water magic even more refined than that of the high priests. Reading this description, Wang Yin felt a weight settle in his chest. It wasn't just Wang Yin, everyone present grew visibly serious as they read through the introduction. This chieftain was practically the perfect all-rounder, a six-sided warrior with every skill imaginable. With a staff in hand, he was a boss-level mage. Wielding a hammer, he transformed into a boss-level warrior. Worst of all, his jumping ability seemed entirely unrestricted by his class. Chen Yuan let out a sharp inhale, his lips twitching slightly. Old Wang, do you think we might bitten off more than we can chew with this one? The atmosphere turned heavy for a moment, but Su Muxue's voice broke the tension at just the right time. Why are you panicking? This is just reconnaissance. We haven't even decided on a strategy yet. Didn't Wang Yin just talk about maintaining proper combat composure? Chen Yuan blinked in surprise, then his expression turned oddly amused. You know what? You actually listened to old Wang for once. Look at you, already putting his advice into practice. Su Mushue fell silent at that remark. Thanks to the owl's perspective, no one noticed the faint blush creeping onto her otherwise cool and elegant face. Wang Yin shook his head, speechless, wondering why the conversation had suddenly veered toward him. Focus. Wang Yin snapped himself back to attention, his eyes glinting with thought. Though Chen Yuan couldn't resist making a joke, it was clear that Su Muxue's words had struck a chord with him. Don't panic, maintain composure. Wang Yin silently resolved to learn from the veteran who had once bested him. Chen Yuan stared intently at the owl's perspective for a long moment, only to scratch his head in frustration. This is going to be tough. Really tough. That chieftain's already a headache on his own, and now he's got an entire army with him. It's just the three of us. Are we supposed to take them down? They could drown us in spit alone. Wang Yin had no rebuttal. Chen Yuan's assessment was, unfortunately, accurate. Last time, we brought in a tool tiger to split the pressure from the minions, Chen Yuan continued. That strategy was basically using one enemy to take down another, divide and conquer, and then go straight for the leader. Flawless. Chen Yuan gave a thumbs up. You're a real scholar, with all those idioms up your sleeve. I've got plenty more where that came from, Wang Yin replied dryly. You're not too shabby yourself. Chen Yuan chuckled, then adopted a faux serious tone, clasping his hands in mock respect. So, may I ask the strategist what's the plan this time? The enemy outnumbers us. How do we win? Surely, we must rely on unconventional tactics. Leaning in eagerly, he added. And what might those unconventional tactics be? O wise strategist? Su Mushue turned her head away silently, her face a perfect picture of exasperation. These two clowns, were they performing a comedy routine? Chen Yuan playing the straight man was one thing, but why was Wang Yin suddenly acting as the comic? Xia Ying, on the other hand, found the whole exchange highly entertaining, covering her mouth to stifle her laughter. She thought to herself, who else has a treasure trove of a team like this? Meanwhile, Wang Yin felt his headache growing. Faced with a chieftain with no apparent weaknesses, how were they supposed to win this fight? He had no idea. He was about to respond when he felt someone nudge his arm. Though the owl's perspective didn't reveal who it was, he didn't need to guess. It had to be Su Mushue. Chen Yuan was still bantering, and Xiang wouldn't dare. So Wang Yin clamped his mouth shut, and plunged into deep thought. After a long silence, Qin Yuan called out hesitantly, "Strategist? Strategist? Shut up, Qin Yuan." About 10 minutes later, the owl flapped its wings and returned, signaling that the tactical plan was finally complete. Su Muxue dismissed the owl. Wang Yan folded up the map, and the group exchanged a knowing glance before silently moving upstream. A closer look would reveal that in just those few short minutes, the doubt in their eyes had completely vanished. Chen Yuan's gaze now burned with a familiar fighting spirit, like a hungry wolf ready to strike. Su Muxue's cool and striking features carried a hint of lingering awe. The more she interacted with Wang Yan, the more his ability to dominate the rankings became evident. The stark contrast between his unassuming demeanor and his brilliance left her utterly captivated. During those brief moments, she had listened as he meticulously laid out their strategy, considering every possible factor with astounding precision. As they moved silently, Su Muxue's gaze drifted toward him, her eyes alight with a warm, starry admiration. "He really is incredible. Same as always. Don't alert them," Wang Yin whispered, pressing himself against a tree trunk. Not far ahead, a frogman patrol squad came into view. Including the one they had already taken out, this was the 5th squad they'd encountered. Based on Wang Yan's estimates, they were now very close to the frogman's lair. Carefully bypassing the patrol, they soon spotted the outlines of tents in the distance. We're here. Old Wang, this is it. Victory and glory await." Chen Yuan could barely contain his excitement, his hands trembling with anticipation. This was the adrenaline of an impending battle, the fierce hunger for combat roaring to life. He was so ready. It was as if his blade was already dull from overuse. Wang Yan couldn't help but smile at Chen Yuan's enthusiasm. With a battle looming, this kind of energy was exactly what they needed. Chen Yuan was becoming more and more like a true frontline warrior. Raising his hand for silence, Wang Yan's expression grew serious. "Hold your excitement for now, and listen carefully. Even with our detailed plan, there's always the chance something unexpected could happen. This won't be an easy fight. Remember, in war, people die. So, follow orders to the letter. If the situation becomes untenable, retreat immediately. Is that clear?" The weight in his tone sobered the group instantly. Over the past few days, it was the first time Wang Yan had shown such a solemn demeanor. The gravity of his words brought a new sense of urgency. This wasn't a game, it was real combat. Seeing that they had taken his words to heart, Wang Yan nodded subtly. "Let's move." The great river flowed silently, while strong winds swept across the open field, making Wang Yan's hair sway in all directions, creating a somewhat comical sight. Yet his expression remained unusually serious, his sharp gaze scanning the battlefield ahead. All the team members were in position. Shueya and Xiao He were lurking on the far edge of the camp, while Chen Yuan guarded the area near the riverbank. Su Muxue was stationed at the farthest point, positioned behind Wang Yan at a safe distance from the camp's perimeter. At this moment, only Xia Ying remained by Wang Yan's side. They had almost completely infiltrated the camp. This arrangement was carefully planned to ensure the invisibility aura could cover everyone perfectly. Quack quack, quack quack. The cacophony of the frogmen's croaks echoed through the air, contrasting sharply with the absolute silence of Wang Yan and his team. They held their breath, their eyes vigilant, scanning their surroundings with heightened alertness, their breathing unconsciously slowed. The carefully orchestrated battle was about to begin. Suddenly, Wang Yan's eyes sharpened, and the hand he extended froze in midair. "Take action." The command was transmitted instantly to everyone through their shared connection. In an instant, brilliant flames erupted simultaneously from two edges of the forest camp. Fueled by the strong winds along the river, the fire spread at an astonishing speed. But this was no ordinary fire, it was dragon fire. The intense heat ignited everything in its path within moments. Trees, branches, fallen leaves, and even tents were consumed. Quack quack, quack quack quack. Panic-stricken cries erupted throughout the camp as more and more frogmen turned their attention to the flames. Instinctive fear of the raging fire threw the frogs into chaos. Those closest to the flames scattered in all directions, creating a scene of pandemonium that looked even more dramatic under the glow of the firelight. Wang Yan stood motionless, a faint smile playing on his lips as if he were detached from the surrounding chaos. Excellent, just perfect. The wind was exactly as he had anticipated, and the first phase of the plan had been flawlessly executed. His gaze shifted to the largest tent in the camp. "Your tribe is in shambles, Frog Prince. Isn't it time for you to make your grand entrance?" As expected, within seconds, a massive figure emerged from the tent. "Wawawa! Quack quack quack!" Though Wang Yin couldn't understand the Frog Prince's cries, he saw the smaller guards at the entrance reporting to him. Immediately, the Frog Prince's gaze turned toward the two sources of fire. Time was running out. The forest, teeming with flammable materials, combined with the power of dragon fire, had caused the flames to spread uncontrollably. Under the Frog Prince's frantic commands, blue glows began to flash throughout the camp. These were emitted from the staves held by a group of Frogman shamans dressed in dark red robes. Frogman Shaman, Bronze, level 28. As the only magic-wielding class in the tribe, the shamans held a status second only to their chieftain. They possessed a natural affinity for water magic. 7 or 8 shamans of similar level began conjuring massive water spheres, each taller than a person, and hurled them toward the spreading fire. The water spheres arched gracefully through the air, a sight that left Xia Ying utterly stunned. Exactly the same. Absolutely identical. Every move the Frogman tribe made was perfectly aligned with Wang Yan's predictions. Xia Ying was at a loss for words, her astonishment growing. This guy was a monster. Despite everyone having access to the same reconnaissance footage, only Wang Yan could analyze such intricate details and flawlessly predict the enemy's actions. Was this what the captain referred to as combat intuition? It was breathtaking. At that moment, the sky suddenly tore open, revealing a massive rift that continued to expand. Within moments, the rift stretched over 100 meters wide. The dark void was speckled with faint, glowing stars, as if leading to an endless abyss. From the rift, a torrent of dense black energy spheres poured down, their immense power sweeping across the battlefield like a torrential storm. By a distant tree, Su Muxue stood with one hand resting against the trunk and the other gripping her staff. The staff's gem glimmered faintly, its light dim yet steady. Her timing was impeccable, seamlessly executing her move. Though her spell had revealed her position, she was stationed far beyond the tribe's range, her figure pressed against the tree unnoticed amidst the chaos. Watching the dark barrage rain down, Su Muxue remained vigilant, a subtle smile appearing on her lips. Her positioning was spot on. The rising water spheres and the conspicuous oversized tent were all within the 100-meter radius of her spell. Anticipation surged in Su Muxue's heart. This battle was unfolding with artistic precision, and her opening act had been flawlessly executed. Will your predictions continue to land perfectly, every single time? Ribbit, 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 ribbit. A piercing scream shattered the night sky, accompanied by the deafening crash of objects toppling over and the relentless pounding of hailstones on the ground. This sudden onslaught of a dark, icy storm plunged the Frogman tribe into utter chaos. Within the camp, the frogmen scattered in all directions. Under Wang Yan's terrifying six-fold damage boost, damage numbers cascaded like a waterfall. 65,312, 63,193, 64,581. Each number marked the end of a life. The frogmen's bodies were pierced through by the devastating force, leaving the area around the Frogman chieftain littered with lifeless forms, a veritable wasteland of destruction. The bulliest of the frogmen, their chieftain, leaped clumsily amidst the icy downpour, clutching his head with both hands and croaking incoherently. Though Wang Yan couldn't understand what he was saying, it was undoubtedly nothing pleasant. The battle was about to enter a new phase. Wang Yan took a deep breath and activated his fourth aura, the Divine Slow Aura. A 90 slowing effect instantly blanketed the battlefield, as though the entire space had been submerged in an invisible quagmire. This became the final straw that broke the morale of the Frogman forces. Within mere seconds, the battlefield descended into complete chaos. Yet, the reaction of the Frogman chieftain was unexpected. Despite his movements being drastically hindered, his eyes scanned his surroundings with sharp vigilance. Swiftly, he pulled a staff from the nearby wreckage. As he slammed it heavily into the ground, an aura of authority and dominance radiated from him. But his moment of triumph was fleeting. Less than 10 meters away, a swirling vortex of sword energy suddenly erupted, heralding the arrival of a figure wielding a greatsword. It was Chen Yuan. At the same time, Bloodfang and Xiao He unleashed their dragon breaths from behind, forming a flawless three-pronged assault. With their synchronized coordination, the trio's attacks landed almost simultaneously. Crushing Storm, Savage Bite, Death Roll. Damage numbers surged wildly as the Frogman chieftain desperately tried to block with his staff. Yet, the three pressed on relentlessly, risking everything to exploit this rare opportunity to inflict maximum damage. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Wang Yan noticed that the frogmen on the perimeter, upon hearing their chieftain's agonized cries, all turned bloodshot eyes toward the center and charged forward with reckless abandon. Even under the extreme slowing effect, they pushed forward with all their might, croaking hysterically. At that moment, the 100-meter-wide vacuum zone, once cleared of enemies, now seemed like bait. From all directions, the frogmen surged like ravenous wolves, recklessly rushing toward the center. But what awaited them there was not some grand feast, only their king. In Wang Yan and his companions' view, an unprecedented battle was unfolding. The unity displayed by the Frogman tribe was astonishing, painting the battlefield with a grim, blood-soaked hue. The frogmen surged madly toward the center, their focus locked on a single target, the chieftain standing in the middle, letting out bizarre cries. He was their king. The eyes of every frogman warrior burned with fervent determination. Even under a 90 slowing effect, they pushed forward with relentless effort. Slower. Just a bit slower, Wang Yan muttered to himself. At that moment, Su Mushue sent in a request to launch an attack. Surveying the battlefield, Wang Yan noticed that all the frogmen's attention was fixated on their king. He nodded silently, granting her permission. Dark orbs rained down like a storm. Enhanced by the attack aura and the holy damage aura, each strike instantly obliterated a frogman warrior. System notifications popped up continuously. Your teammate Su Mushue has killed a frogman warrior, gaining 3,521 experience points. Yet these losses seemed to do nothing to shake the frogmen's resolve. Their croaking war cries now carried a tragic and almost heroic undertone. As the frogman chieftain was on the verge of collapse, his body suddenly radiated a golden glow. Gwa gwa wa gwa. Gwala gwala. What the heck are you babbling about? I can't understand a word. Chen Yuan shouted angrily, swinging his massive sword. The system notification followed. Ding. The frogman chieftain has activated the skill. Frogman glory. Ding. You are now affected by a negative status. This dual support skill, which would have been a game changer in a team fight, was rendered ineffective under Wang Yan's purifying aura. Scared me for a second? Whatever weird debuffs you've got, they'll cleanse them all, Wang Yan said defiantly. The battle raged on fiercely. When the safe zone compressed to a 50-meter radius, the frogman chieftain finally fell with a thunderous crash. The system notifications came in rapid succession. Ding. Your teammate Chen Yuan has killed a level 30 frogman chieftain silver. Ding. Your level has increased. Ding. You have received attribute rewards. A shining treasure chest emerged from the chieftain's lifeless body. But just as it appeared, the entire frogman tribe erupted in a deafening wail of sorrow. Chen Yuan hurriedly stashed the chest away, shuddering as he felt the hateful gazes surrounding him. Su Mushue had already gone back into stealth, her eyes glimmering with excitement. Now, the real show begins, she whispered. Meanwhile, Wang Yan took his first decisive step forward. Follow me, he commanded. At this moment, a new battle was about to commence. The battle has begun. Wang Yan's voice carried urgency as his gaze remained fixed on the battlefield. Xiaoying stood beside him, her heart racing. This was the pivotal moment in their plan, and she was destined to play a crucial role. Suddenly, Bloodfang's presence erupted with an overwhelming aura, his draconic might crashing down like thunder upon the entire field. In the blink of an eye, he, Chen Yuan, and Xiao He vanished from their spots. This time, Bloodfang led the charge, surging ahead of the group and covering 50 meters of open ground in an instant, racing directly toward Wang Yan's position. A flash of crimson glinted in Bloodfang's eyes as a deafening roar of water erupted from the frogmen army ahead. A massive whirlpool began to form amidst the dense ranks of frogmen, its sheer size rivaling that of the astral gate, spanning 100 meters across. The deep-sea whirlpool, a wide area control skill with a lengthy 60-second cooldown, unleashed its full potential at this critical juncture. Countless frogmen were swept into the swirling, churning waves, creating a scene as spectacular as a colossal washing machine. Bloodfang and Xiao He followed up immediately with bursts of dragon fire, massive damage numbers flashing above the chaos as the air filled with the faint scent of roasted meat. At the same time, Su Mushue seized the moment, summoning the astral gate beside a towering tree. The two large-scale abilities connected seamlessly, opening a path for Chen Yuan and his team to break through. Ahead, dark hail rained down relentlessly, felling scores of frogmen in its wake. As the effects of the deep-sea whirlpool gradually faded, it had already inflicted 15 to 20 casualties. When the trio finally crossed into the range of the astral gate, the true melee battle began. Chen Yuan led the charge, activating Shattering Storm. While the frogmen's attacks barely scratched him, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Under Xia Ying's continuous healing, Chen Yuan's eyes turned bloodshot as he roared like a wild beast. Kill. Bloodfang and Xiao He, fully unleashing their ferocity, fearlessly charged ahead. With the steady support of healing, these warriors were now completely consumed by their battle frenzy. Kill. Their thunderous cries echoed across the battlefield as they tore into the enemy lines like unleashed beasts, charging forward with unwavering determination. When Chen Yuan and his team broke through the encirclement, about a minute had passed. The cooldown for Bloodfang's deep-sea whirlpool had ended, and without hesitation, the skill was unleashed again. With a roaring crash, massive waves surged, forming an enormous whirlpool once more, buying the trio valuable breathing room. Despite the continuous healing, Chen Yuan's health had already dropped by a third, a testament to the immense damage he'd endured in such a short time. However, with Xia Ying's powerful healing and Wang Yan's supportive buffs, his health bar was quickly restored to full. Xia Ying's incredible healing output was nothing short of formidable. The trio fought fiercely, pushing forward to break out. The most perilous moment had passed. The 1-minute gap between the deep-sea whirlpool and the astral gate was the true test of life and death. Now, having overcome all dangers, they sprinted relentlessly, finally escaping the range of the astral gate and regrouping with Wang Yan. The frogman troops behind them, though numerous, had been completely left behind. The encirclement, in the end, couldn't hold them. Covered in blood mostly from the frogman, Chen Yuan panted heavily, his face alight with excitement. The first thing he said to Wang Yan was, "Old Wang, admit it, wasn't I tough as nails today?" Wang Yan was momentarily speechless, but gave a thumbs up before quickly changing the subject. "Save the talk for later. Let's find a safe place to settle down first." Chen Yuan chuckled foolishly, clearly proud of his performance today. Indeed, while his bravery was bolstered by Xia Ying's healing, charging headfirst into such a massive enemy force was undeniably commendable. Meanwhile, Su Mashue had ceased her attacks and entered stealth mode, swiftly closing in on the group. As they retreated together, Chen Yuan turned to Xia Ying with a grin. "Xia Ying, thanks a lot. Your heals were incredible. Without you, the three of us would have been done for." Caught off guard by the compliment, Xia Ying's face turned bright red. It's nothing, it's just the captain's aura was too strong. I didn't really do much." Seeing her embarrassment, Chen Yuan tactfully dropped the subject. At that moment, Su Mashue, who had been circling on the outskirts, rejoined the group, her eyes glinting with a peculiar light. The group continued their retreat until they confirmed they were out of danger, finally stopping beside a large tree. "All right, let's rest here for a bit. There aren't many frogmen left in the area, and with the stealth aura, they won't be able to find us," Wang Yan said. Chen Yuan immediately plopped down onto the ground, his greatsword clanging as it hit the dirt. "Man, I'm exhausted. Didn't feel it during the fight, but now it's hitting me. His job is brutal." Wang Yan smiled faintly. "Everyone worked hard. This mission was a team effort, and every one of you played a crucial role." Chen Yuan's eyes sparkled. "Exactly. The four of us? We're an unbeatable squad. With this record, who in school could even compare? They're probably still playing at being heroes while we've already taken down an entire tribe." "It's all thanks to Wang Yan's leadership," Su Mashue chimed in. Chen Yuan suddenly adopted a strange tone. "I feel like I'm that dog on the street that just got kicked out of nowhere." The group was visibly worn out. The combination of long-distance travel and high-intensity combat had taken its toll. Even after resting for a while, they still felt drained, especially Chen Yuan, who had fought with reckless abandon. Realizing that simple rest wasn't enough, they decided to head back to the supply station to recover. Chen Yuan declared, "I'm going to eat a feast." In a private dining room, the group gathered for a meal, once again in a room reserved by Chen Yuan. The manager downstairs greeted their black card member with enthusiasm. After ordering the dishes, Chen Yuan even made sure to order some meat for bloodfang and Xiaohe, as they had been instrumental in the day's battle. While waiting for the food, the four chatted casually. Chen Yuan pulled out a box dropped by the frogman chieftain. "Old Wang, hey, race the box the frogman chieftain dropped. What do you think we should do?" Wang Yan thought for a moment. "It's a loot box. Just open it. Levels are more important than boxes anyway." But Wang Yan glanced around and noticed that everyone except Xia Ying had opened a box before. "This time, the honor is yours. Go ahead and open our spoils." "Me?" Xia Ying was stunned. Don't think I should. You all fought so hard for this." Su Mashue tugged at her arm. "Don't overthink it. Just open it, come on." "Exactly." Chen Yuan laughed heartily. "We've all opened one before. Besides, we couldn't have made it out without you today." A silverware boss chest opening, it is a thrill. Blushing slightly, Xia Ying hesitated but finally stepped forward, encouraged by Wang Yan's nod. "A silverware boss chest? I can't believe they're letting me open it. What amazing teammates I have." Xia Ying thought, her heart racing with excitement. The system displayed. Acquired Honor Scepter Gold. Acquired Honor Boots Silver. Acquired Honor Ring Silver. Whoa, not bad at all. A gold tier item dropped. The group was thrilled, and Xia Ying's face was flushed with excitement. A gold tier item. A silverware boss chest actually dropped a gold tier item. Check the stats if it fits. We'll keep it for use. The Golden Scepter of Glory, a level 20 piece of equipment, boasts extraordinary attributes, a 10 cooldown reduction and a 30 increase in spell power. Despite having only 2 attributes, both are incredibly valuable, especially the 30 spell power, which is a rarity among equipment stats. Among everyone present, only Su Mashue and Xia Ying were suitable for this equipment. As the atmosphere grew subtly tense, Xia Ying's eyes lit up, and she quickly turned to Su Mashue. "These 2 attributes are practically tailor-made for you. Honestly, I don't need cooldown reduction right now, so it would be wasted on me. You should take it." Su Mashue hesitated for only a moment before nodding graciously. "All right, I won't hold back then." The remaining 2 silver pieces of equipment were unremarkable, and the group unanimously agreed to treat them as scrap. With that, half of the loot was sorted. At this moment, Chen Yuan suddenly sat up straight, cleared his throat dramatically and said, "Ahem. Everyone, I have something to say." Huh. Su Muxue and Xia Ying looked at him in surprise. "Hey man, is this really the stance you should be taking? Do you even know who's in charge here?" Wang Yan teased with a smirk. Chen Yuan struggled to suppress a grin before finally slapping the table and standing up. "Guys, I leveled up again. Level 25. And I unlocked a new skill." His eyes sparkled with pride as he declared, "One big push, and I hit level 25 today. How's that for impressive?" Xiaoying, being the lowest leveled member of the group, was genuinely amazed by the level 25 milestone. Wang Yan, however, seemed unsurprised, while Su Muxue, level 25? That's incredible. Su Muxue exclaimed in an exaggerated tone, instantly putting Chen Yuan on alert. As expected, her expression quickly turned calm again. "But you seem to have forgotten we're on the same team, and experience is shared. Oh, by the way, I unlocked a skill too." Chen Yuan's smile froze, but he quickly rebounded, eager to showcase his new ability. War God's Descent. He launched into an explanation of the powerful skill's effects. While leaping through the air, it grants 50 damage reduction and immunity to crowd control for 3 seconds. Upon landing, it creates a 100-meter diameter War God zone that lasts up to 10 seconds, granting a 50 damage boost and inflicting 1 second silence and 30 damage reduction on enemies within the zone. The cooldown is 60 seconds. This all-encompassing skill, combining mobility, crowd control, damage mitigation, and debuffs, immediately caught everyone's attention. Wang Yan marveled. What a god-tier ability. With this broken skill on a tank like you, kid, you're officially unstoppable now. Chen Yuan, bolstered by Wang Yan's praise, grew even more smug and provocatively glanced at Su Muxue. "Well, Su the Scholar, how's that for a skill? Impressive enough?" Faced with such an undeniably powerful ability, even Su Muxue, who usually enjoyed taking him down a peg, had to admit, not bad. It's actually pretty good. Chen Yuan's grin widened. All right, let's stay humble. But since I've already shown my hand, Su the Scholar, isn't it your turn to show us what you've got? Su Muxue pursed her lips, glancing at Chen Yuan's childish demeanor. With an air of nonchalance, she began to demonstrate her skill. On the surface, she appeared indifferent, but if one looked closely, a faint glimmer of anticipation could be seen in her eyes. The skill introduction for Dark Moon Blossom unfolded gradually. It was a powerful ability that harnessed the energy of the dark moon, summoning its projection in the void. The skill boasted an impressive range, covering a diameter of 300 meters, where countless dark moon flowers would bloom. The moonlight within this area inflicted continuous damage on enemies. Even more terrifying, any enemy caught within the zone would be immobilized for 2 seconds, unable to escape, while suffering a 20 reduction in all attributes and a 40 increase in skill cooldown times. The skill lasted up to 10 seconds and had a cooldown of 60 seconds. After hearing the detailed description, everyone present was left speechless. Wow. Wang Yan couldn't help but exclaim, "This skill is as explosive as a god descending to earth." Indeed, the 300-meter coverage was absurd. While the damage didn't seem particularly high, for someone like Wang Yan, a support or a specialist, damage was never the main concern. The true terror of this skill lay in its control effects, especially the cooldown extension debuff, which was every opponent's nightmare. Wang Yan's mind was already picturing enemies trapped within the skill's range, utterly helpless and on the verge of tears. The combination of these two skills was simply flawless: a large area, trapping a smaller one, creating a literal death zone. Silence, immobilization, and a host of debuffs. Wouldn't be left stunned when facing this? Chen Yuan was rendered completely speechless, while Wang Yan, after holding back for a long moment, managed to squeeze out just 2 words, "Incredible." Though the comment was brief, it carried significant weight. Hearing it, Su Muxue couldn't help but smile, her lips curling upward and her eyes brimming with joy. She thought to herself, "See? Even Wang Yan is impressed." Soon, the food arrived, and the group started eating while chatting. Wang Yan shared his unique insights on how to utilize the 2 skills, proposing several innovative strategies that benefited both Su Muxue and Chen Yuan. By the end of the meal, even Chen Yuan was slumped in his chair, sighing in contentment, as the atmosphere naturally shifted to lighthearted conversation. This relaxed vibe quietly strengthened the team's bond, even prompting the usually reserved Xia Ying to visibly unwind. Suddenly, Su Muxue changed the subject. "This morning, did you notice the Frogman tribe? Specifically, when the Frogman chieftain was cornered?" Wang Yan's interest was piqued immediately. "You mean the Frogman warriors surrounding him?" Su Muxue nodded and began to share her thoughts. She admitted that she'd initially viewed these creatures as mere robots, but today, within the Frogman tribe, she saw for the first time a complete and independent civilization. When the frogmen charged toward their chieftain without regard for their own lives, it stirred a pang of guilt within her. Chen Yuan, who had been preoccupied with battle at the time, was utterly confused by her words. But Wang Yan completely understood Su Mushue's feelings, as he too had witnessed the stirring scene. That's war, I suppose, Wang Yan said after taking a deep breath. A war for the survival of a species brutal and tragic. But you don't need to feel guilty. This is Longhua. We're not the invaders they are. His words left Su Mushue and Xiaoying momentarily stunned. As one of the witnesses to the event, Xiaoying now felt a sudden clarity as well. Wang Yan went on, sharing his perspective on war and humanity's place in this transformative era. His words left Chen Yuan with a newfound appreciation, prompting him to joke, "No wonder you awakened as such an overpowered aura specialist. Your worldview is just on another level. Get lost. Stop trying to flatter me," Wang Yan retorted with mock irritation. Chen Yuan scoffed and rolled his eyes. "Tisich, some people really can't even handle a compliment. Watch and learn from Medhis is what it means to have a big heart. I can take any praise people throw at me." He even began winking and gesturing for others to shower him with compliments. Su Mushue rolled her eyes and turned away, while Xia Ying, amused by the antics, broke into a soft laugh, covering her mouth as she chuckled. The forest in the afternoon was peaceful and serene. The Frogman tribe, now leaderless, was in disarray, making it the perfect opportunity for a hunt. The four-person team executed lightning-fast guerrilla tactics with precision, ensuring every strike was clean and decisive. When they assaulted the shattered stronghold of the Frogmen, Chen Yuan and Su Mushue finally unveiled their newly acquired ultimate abilities. The scene was nothing short of spectacular, with dazzling special effects lighting up the battlefield. Su Muxue's Dark Moon Splendor was particularly breathtaking, painting the entire battleground in a brilliant shade of dark purple. By the time the sun dipped below the horizon, the Frogman tribe was no more than a memory. Although the intensity of the afternoon battles rivaled that of the morning, the rewards were substantial. Both Su Mushue and Chen Yuan leveled up to 27, thanks to the immense experience gained from defeating the Frogman chieftain earlier and the countless minions they took down throughout the day. Wang Yan, who had to share experience with his companion bloodfang in the morning, didn't quite make it to level 25 then, but he finally achieved it in the afternoon. His new skill, Divine Cooldown Aura, was nothing short of overpowered. It reduced skill cooldowns by 90 within its standard aura range. Wang Yan was so thrilled he could hardly form coherent sentences. Imagine. 100 holy damage, 10-fold attack power, constant purification, 90 slow, and now a 90 cooldown reduction. Practically invincible. However, he joked that his teammates might start worrying if their mana reserves could keep up with such an outrageous buff. Xia Ying was the last to level up that day, reaching level 20 and unlocking the skill Wrath of the Forest. It was her first truly offensive control skill, allowing her to summon up to 5 phantom vines to bind enemies, each holding them for 3 seconds. Even more excitingly, if she was in her transformed state, the number of vines would double to 10. Although the one-minute cooldown was somewhat lengthy, it was still an impressive ability. Wang Yan advised her to practice her transformation skill more, especially her flying form. He speculated that shape-shifting might become her core ability in the future, aligning perfectly with the druid archetype. Xiaoying immediately took his advice, transforming into a small bird for practice. At first, she nearly fell, but Su Mushue caught her just in time. On the way back to town, Xiaoying remained in her bird form, perched on Su Muxue's shoulder. The scene was warm and harmonious, and her flying skills had noticeably improved. However, at the edge of the forest, they encountered Zhang Shengyi and his group. With a sarcastic tone, Zhang Shengyi said to Su Mushue, "Grinding levels with a support or a user, huh? Must be tough. He's outdated now. It's the era of professionals." He even tried to persuade Su Mushue to reconsider her choices. Su Mushue merely glanced at him coldly and spat out a single word, "Leave," as though she were addressing a loathsome toad. Zhang Shengyi froze, his face turning ashen. "Fine, be ungrateful. You'll regret it when you're dragged down to the level of an average mage." At that moment, Chen Yuan suddenly turned to look at Zhang Shengyi. That single glance was enough to make Zhang Shengyi tremble, as if he were staring at a blood-soaked blade aimed directly at his face. His heart raced, and he couldn't believe that the usually composed Chen Yuan could exude such a terrifying killing intent. After an intense battle with the monster horde in the morning, Chen Yuan's strength had undergone a remarkable transformation. The aura of someone who had fought on the edge of life and death emanated from him, signaling his complete metamorphosis. While he was still not on par with the top-tier elites, the iron-blooded ferocity radiating from him was far beyond what any ordinary novice could compare to. He had undeniably become a true warrior. Faced with such a formidable figure, Zhang Shengyi couldn't help but feel intimidated by Chen Yuan's piercing gaze. However, his pride wouldn't allow him to back down. Being rendered speechless by just a look? How embarrassing would that be? What are you looking at? Zhang Xingyi forced himself to maintain his composure. I know you're strong. No need to act tough in front of me. You wouldn't be able to lead an aura master without some real skills. Chen Yuan was momentarily stunned. He had expected Zhang Xingyi to make a move, but instead, the conversation took a sudden turn into what seemed like a compliment. However, he quickly realized something was off. This wasn't praise at all. It was a tactic to belittle Wang Yan while giving him backhanded recognition. Using Wang Yan as a stepping stone to flatter him, Chen Yuan knew all too well what Wang Yan was truly capable of. This kind of flattery only made him feel awkward. Before Chen Yuan could react, Su Muxue had already exploded with anger. Her face turned icy as she snapped, "Say one more word of nonsense, and you'll be spending the night in the hospital. Forget about taking the college entrance exams tomorrow. With that foul mouth of yours, the ICU is where you belong." Wang Yan glanced at Su Muxue, and for a moment, it was as if he saw the fierce yet adorable Yan Luo Wang reincarnated before him. Her feisty demeanor, though aggressive, somehow felt endearing. As for Zhang Xingyi's sarcastic remarks, Wang Yan couldn't care less. He had mentally prepared himself for this ever since awakening his profession. As a future cornerstone of the battlefield, his starting point was to stand shoulder to shoulder with powerhouses like Li Yingtian, tackling high-difficulty missions. Besides, with his achievement badges, someone of Zhang Xingyi's level was nothing more than an ant. What caught Wang Yan's attention instead was Su Muxue's fiery attitude, which he found amusing and, oddly enough, adorable. Realizing where his thoughts were heading, Wang Yan's lips twitched. What am I even thinking? Zhang Xingyi, however, was enraged by Su Muxue's threat. As a holy light priest, how could he tolerate such disrespect? Songhui, take action. Songhui hesitated, clearly reluctant, but thoughts of his future after the college entrance exams pushed him forward. If that's the case, forgive me, he said, drawing his greatsword. The rest of their team prepared as well, a burly shield-bearer and two girls wielding staffs. Seeing this, Chen Yuan's anger erupted. You've got some nerve, he roared, his killing intent unmistakable. Without hesitation, he raised his sword and charged, paying no mind to the fact that he was up against 5 opponents. Song Hui faltered under Chen Yuan's overwhelming presence, but with Zhang Xingyi's holy light spells bolstering him, he regained his confidence. Yet, the moment their blades clashed, clang, a deafening sound rang out. Song Hui's expression instantly shifted. What? How is this possible? The clash of swords echoed sharply through the air. As fellow students, Chen Yuan held back, relying solely on his physical strength without using any skills. On the other hand, though Song Hui lacked a strong fighting spirit, he wasn't foolish. His body was still enhanced by the holy light spell. Yet, in the instant their blades connected, an unexpected event unfolded. Thud, thud, thud. Song Hui staggered back 4 or 5 steps, his hands numb, nearly losing his grip on his greatsword. He looked up at Chen Yuan with a gaze filled with shock, as if he had just seen a ghost. What the heck? That strength of yours, are you cheating? Song Hui exclaimed in disbelief. We're all warriors, and we've only just awakened. How could this be possible? The overwhelming disparity in power left only one possible explanation. Chen Yuan's level was far beyond his own. What level are you, exactly? Chen Yuan let out a cold chuckle, resting his greatsword effortlessly on his shoulder. Humph, a frog at the bottom of a well. This scene left not only Song Hui visibly unsettled, but also caused Zhang Xingyi, who had been watching with a stern expression, to waver. If Chen Yuan was already this powerful, then Su Muxue, one of the 3 great prodigies and the most promising Dark Moon mage, would be an even more formidable opponent. Today's situation is turning out to be a tough one, Zhang Xingyi thought bitterly, casting a resentful glance at Wang Yan. Lucky bastard, always hiding behind women. Humph, let's go. Hearing this, Song Hui seemed relieved and quickly turned to leave. As they departed, the glances they cast at Wang Yan's group carried a newfound wariness. Well, old Wang, did I embarrass you? Chen Yuan asked as he sheathed his greatsword, walking back with a grin. Wang Yan patted him on the shoulder. Not at all. I've got to say, the way you carry yourself, you're really starting to look like a seasoned warrior. Oh, such high praise. Chen Yuan laughed. Not bad, old Wang. That compliment feels way better than any flattery. It's not flattery. I know, that's why it feels so good. Genuine praise from a brother who wouldn't be happy about that. Back on campus, the familiar sounds of classmates chatting on the sports field greeted them, the peaceful atmosphere making it feel like they had returned to a different world. Their homeroom teacher held the final class meeting, going over key points for the college entrance exam and offering heartfelt blessings. To their surprise, Principal Zhao Guofeng personally sought out the 3 of them for a conversation. As someone in the know, he was well aware of Wang Yan's unique circumstances, as well as the extraordinary talents of Chen Yuan and Su Muxue. Wang Yan, You've already been accepted early by Jiangnan University, Zhao Guofeng announced with a smile, dropping a bombshell. After the college entrance exam, you'll be allowed to choose any silverware equipment from the school's treasure vault. As for you too, he continued, looking at Chen Yuan and Su Muxue, if you're admitted to any of the three supreme academies, you'll receive the same privilege. This gesture of support from their alma mater filled the three with joy, and they expressed their gratitude repeatedly. That evening, they raised their glasses in celebration, vowing not to stop until they were thoroughly drunk. The next morning, while the other students headed off to take the college entrance exam, Wang Yan, having already secured his admission, received an invitation from Li Yingtian to meet at a cafe. Sunlight streamed through the second-floor window, casting a warm glow on Li Yingtian's face, making him appear especially approachable. Have a seat, Wang Yan. No need to stand on ceremony, Li Yingtian said warmly. Wang Yan smiled politely, reflecting inwardly. These people, they're all so kind to him. The private room was filled with the rich aroma of coffee. Li Yingtian's expression suddenly turned serious, switching from a casual demeanor to a professional mode. About Captain Su's previous arrangements, he began directly. The core national battle team centered around you has already been finalized. Some of them arrived in Tianshui City just last night. So soon? Wang Yan's eyes widened in surprise. Li Yingtian smiled and explained, it's a team tailored specifically for you. The sooner you start working together, the better. Besides, the ones who came this time are no ordinary individuals. This immediately piqued Wang Yan's curiosity. Thinking of Su Jingfeng's astonishing combat skills, he couldn't help but look forward to seeing the strength of these new teammates. Don't worry, you'll definitely be impressed, Li Yingtian said confidently, then elaborated on the upcoming plans. For a while, you'll be leveling up with the new team to improve coordination and understanding. This process is crucial. Wang Yan nodded enthusiastically. Having top-tier players help him level up? It was an opportunity he couldn't refuse. Seeing his reaction, Li Yingtian seemed reassured. He took a sip of coffee before continuing. There's one more thing about the challenge orders. We anticipate that they might launch challenges at any time, possibly even starting tomorrow. This is one of the reasons we're rushing to get you leveled up. Sakura Nation, a bunch of sneaky scoundrels. Wang Yan gritted his teeth, nodding resolutely. Li Yingtian added, as for the future of the team, whether or not you continue after the national battle is entirely up to you. By the way, I heard you've been teaming up with your classmates to level up these past few days and getting along quite well? Something about Jiwan. Oh well? Wang Yan chuckled awkwardly. Just teasing, Li Yingtian said with a wave of his hand. You're young. I may be getting old, but I was young once too. Back in my day. He paused mid-sentence, smiling wryly and shaking his head. Though it seems I wasn't as impressive as you back then. After wrapping up their conversation, the two headed straight to the professional guild. Just outside the office door, Li Yingtian suddenly stopped. Are you ready? Wang Yan hesitated for a moment before realizing he was referring to meeting his new teammates. Relax, Li Yingtian said, patting him on the shoulder. You're the world's one and only aura master, the strongest support. You're second to none. As the door opened, they were greeted by the sight of a young man reclining on the sofa. In his early 20s, he wore loose black clothing, his fair complexion and almond-shaped eyes giving him a strikingly handsome appearance. But what truly caught Wang Yan's attention was the powerful aura emanating from him. It was an innate kingly presence, devoid of arrogance, as if he was naturally destined to be admired and followed. Beside this aloof man, seated on a smaller sofa, was a stunningly beautiful woman. Clad in tight-fitting pants, a simple t-shirt, and a cropped denim jacket, her elegance made it hard to look away. It was only then that Wang Yan understood why Li Yingtian had given him a heads-up. With a lineup like this, mental preparation was indeed necessary. Wang Yan's gaze was uncontrollably drawn to the woman in front of him. Her long legs were particularly striking, especially paired with a cropped jacket that barely reached her ribs, perfectly accentuating her astonishing body proportions. Her thick, platinum blonde wavy hair added an extra touch of allure, exuding an air of a mature and confident woman, the kind who was both free-spirited and undeniably capably a true powerhouse. However, when her eyes met Wang Yan's, the atmosphere suddenly took a subtle turn. A smirk played on her lips, and her gaze carried an unmistakable aggressiveness. So, this is the legendary Wang Yan? Not bad. Do you have a girlfriend? Wang Yan froze for a moment. This woman was undoubtedly the second person, after Su Jingfeng, to leave such a strong impression on him. What surprised him wasn't her slightly flirtatious attitude, but rather her expressive eyes, which seemed to speak volumes. Even before she opened her mouth, that fleeting glance had already conveyed her thoughts clearly. She was interested in him. Of course, not in a genuine way, but more in a teasing, playful manner, like a predator toying with its prey. The others in the room were visibly taken aback by this unexpected scene, especially Li Yingtian, who wore a faintly helpless smile. Wang Yan instantly picked up on this detail. If even Li Yingtian, the president of the Tianshui City Professionals Guild, appeared powerless in this situation, it spoke volumes about the extraordinary status of the people present. There were two other individuals in the room. One was a towering, burly man. Not the muscular, gym-sculpted type, but someone naturally massive. His figure was at least 2 or 3 times larger than an average person, and combined with his full beard, he exuded a rugged and imposing presence. The other was a tall, lean man sitting in the corner, looking young yet cold and unapproachable. "I'm only 18, Wang Yan replied. "Instead of asking me that question, why not ask the guy next to you?" "Him?" The woman raised an amused eyebrow. "Not a chance. That guy's definitely trouble. Girls who like him could line up all the way from Shanghai to Beijing. Why would I even bother? And you, little guy? Only 18, but already so crafty? Throwing me under the bus right off the bat?" The cold, aloof man seemed mildly surprised by her comment. "This kid's got guts. Interesting." Li Yingtian quickly clapped his hands to interrupt the playful exchange. "All right, since everyone's here, let me make some introductions. You all know about Wang Yan's situation, so why don't we go around and introduce ourselves?" "We'll go first," the woman said, suddenly adopting a more serious demeanor. "Song Wanqiu, profession, Steried Mage King, level 76. My specialties are damage and control." She then winked mischievously. "There are too many people here, so that's all I can share for now. If you want to know more, come find me privately." Wang Yan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, while the others showed varying degrees of exasperation. Next was the aloof man, who spoke in an indifferent and distant tone. "Qin Haochen, profession, Blazing Monarch, level 78. Specializes in damage, using Southern Vermilion Fire." At the mention of Southern Vermilion Fire, Wang Yan's eyes narrowed. In mythology, this was said to be the flame of the vermilion bird. These people were clearly no ordinary individuals. "My name's Zhang Xiong," the burly man with the beard said next. "Wherever I go, I'm the tank, the guy who stands in front and takes the hits. My profession is Fearless Vanguard, level 76. I heard from Captain Su that you've got a skill that boosts attack power tenfold. Well, I've got a unique trait me defense and health scale with my attack power. So even though I'm a tank, all my stat points are allocated to attack." He scratched his head with a sheepish grin. "Wang Yan, with your tenfold attack aura, I feel like I could be ridiculously tough. Would make a great team." Wang Yan stared in surprise at this unconventional tank. A tank focused on attack, whose defense and health increased with attack power paired with his aura. The synergy was perfect. Su Jingfeng truly had an eye for talent. "Nice to meet you," Wang Yan said with a warm smile. "As you said, we'd make a great team. You look older than me, so we'll call you Brother Zhang from now on." He had initially considered calling him Uncle Zhang, given the man's bearded, rugged appearance, which gave off a distinctly older vibe. But Zhang Xiong scratched his head in embarrassment. "Actually, I'm not as old as I look. I'm 28 this year." This simple statement sparked a wave of laughter in the office, with Song Wanqiu laughing so hard she almost fell out of her chair. Wang Yan stood there awkwardly, forcing a stiff smile. Sorry about that. I'll just call you Brother Zhang." "Haha, that's fine. Just call me Brother Zhang." Zhang Xiong's booming laughter immediately dissipated the intimidating aura around him, transforming him into a warm and straightforward big brother figure. Then it was the turn of the tall, lean, cold-faced man. To everyone's surprise, he revealed a completely different side. Well, my name is Thunder Assassin. No, I mean Wang Lei. Sorry, I'm a bit nervous." Wang Yan was almost petrified on the spot, so the aloof-looking guy was actually socially anxious. Quickly, he gave him a friendly smile. "Hello, Brother Lei. We'll be teammates from now on. Please guide me. By the way, your ability. Is it really Thunder Assassin?" "Yes, that's right. Thunder Assassin. I can harness lightning, and my movement speed is incredibly fast. I'm at level 77, epic rank." Wang Yan glanced around the room, noticing that everyone's eyes were now on him. Li Yingtian seemed ready to step in as the mediator again, but Wang Yan stopped him. "All right, I've got a rough idea of everyone's abilities." Wang Yan locked eyes with Qin Haochen. "But about your power, is it really the Southern Bright Flame?" Qin Haochen clearly had to answer this question many times before, yet he patiently explained again. "It might be someday, but for now, it's not that impressive. My first skill is called Southern Bright Flame, and it has some passive-like effects. Me flames evolve into Southern Bright Flame, and all my attacks come with a burning effect." He went on to detail its 3 main features: innate area effect attacks, a flame shield for teammates worth 10 of their health which has a 3-second cooldown once broken, and its unquenchable nature. This vivid explanation painted a fiery inferno in Wang Yan's mind. He responded with a meaningful smile. "As for me, you probably know a lot already, but there's something you might not be aware of." The group's curiosity was piqued. Even Li Yingtian, who had been quietly observing, now had a glimmer of interest in his eyes. I just awakened a new skill, Wang Yan announced with a grin. Its effect? A 90 cooldown reduction. How much? This time, it was their turn to be shocked. Song Wanqia's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Even Qin Haochen, who was usually composed, sat up straighter in his seat. Wang Yan savored their reactions, secretly delighted. Though he carried himself with the demeanor of a strong leader, everyone could sense he was showing off. And the truth was, Wang Yan was laughing internally. That's right, I am showing off. Southern Bright Flame? Bring it on, I'm not intimidated in the slightest. In the end, the group gathered around the sofa, including Li Yingtian. While they still had a long way to go in terms of building familiarity as a national battle team, they knew they would eventually develop strong chemistry. When the topic turned to bloodfang, Wang Yan casually summoned the dark gold-ranked pet beast. As soon as the nearly 3-meter-long bloodfang appeared, the office suddenly felt cramped. The creature immediately pressed its massive head against Wang Yan's leg, expressing its dissatisfaction. Meet bloodfang, Wang Yan introduced. It's of the dragonblood crocodile lineage and has already awakened its draconic bloodline. It can use dragonfire and dragon's might. Besides its natural crocodilian skills, it has also awakened 3 additional water-based abilities. The beast's crimson body, streaked with black markings, exuded a ferocious yet captivating presence. Song Wanqiao couldn't help but praise it, only to be interrupted by Wang Yan. Sister Wanqiao, bloodfang can understand you. Don't praise it too much, or its tail will be up in the clouds. Sure enough, bloodfang immediately raised its tail proudly, eliciting a burst of laughter from everyone. Finally, Qin Haochen steered the conversation back on track, discussing Captain Zu's plans. The next steps would focus on helping Wang Yan level up while deepening their understanding of one another. As for bloodfang, as an aura master, Wang Yan deeply understood that bloodfang was his most crucial battle companion. At this significant moment, he nodded slightly, confidence gleaming in his eyes. Bloodfang's status was unquestionable, and if anyone dared to underestimate it, he would never stand idly by. As for the concerns Li Yingtian had mentioned earlier, pressure, inferiority, Wang Yan scoffed inwardly. What a joke. As the world's #1 support, such emotions were irrelevant to him. First destination, the ice cavern. Qin Haochen's voice was calm and firm. Although we're not at full team capacity, taking on an epic-level dungeon of the same rank is just a walk in the park for us. Song Wanqiao suddenly leaned closer, a mischievous glint in her beautiful eyes. Little brother, let me tell you, this dungeon comes with a surprise. What kind of surprise? Wang Yan asked instinctively. Song Wanqiao leaned in further, her voice dripping with allure. Wanna know? Call me big sister. Wang Yan let out an awkward laugh. Wanqiaji, I'll find out sooner or later anyway, right? Don't call me Wanqiaji, call me big sister. Song Wanqiao insisted, pressing even harder. Ah geez. Wang Yan was utterly flustered and quickly tried to change the topic. Oh, the weather's nice today. When are we heading out? Qin Haochen and Wang Lei exchanged a knowing glance, while the honest Zhang Xiong looked puzzled. What's the difference between calling her Wanqiaji and calling her big sister? Everyone tacitly chose not to explain the subtle distinction. Qin Haochen smoothly shifted the conversation. Regarding departure, we can leave anytime. But before that, there's something we need to confirm, Wang Yan. Starting today, you're our team leader. Wang Yan gave it some serious thought. Isn't it a bit too early for that? Not at all. Qin Haochen replied with a smile. You'll have to lead on your own eventually, and we'll be here to back you up. The discussion turned to the team name. After some deliberation, Wang Yan suggested the name Junlin, meaning dominance. Dominance overall. The group's eyes lit up, unanimously approving the bold and powerful name. Finally, Qin Haochen brought up an important issue: the team lacked a proper support for logistics and healing. While Wang Yan was a support, his skills leaned more towards buffs and utility, leaving gaps in recovery and survival support. Captain Su asked us to bring you a piece of equipment, Qin Haochen said, handing over a piece of gear to Wang Yan. A system notification immediately followed. Ding! You have obtained new equipment, Immortal Heroic Garment. The equipment details of the Immortal Sacred Armor Hero unfolded slowly before Wang Yan's eyes. Equipment level, level 20. Base attribute, HP 10. Special effect, Immortal Body. Trigger condition, HP drops to 3. Effect, HP locks for 5 seconds, preventing further decrease. Resolution, restores 30 HP. Cooldown, 1 hour. Wang Yan quickly evaluated the equipment. It was undoubtedly a powerful life-saving item, comparable to the famed Blade of Immortality, but its 5-second protection and additional healing effect made it even better. This would be a crucial tool for leveling up in the near future. Ready to head out? Anything else to add? Song Wanqiao casually asked as the group finished their preparations. The team ventured deep into the wilderness, reaching an epic-level dungeon by midday. As the system notification popped up, Qin Haochen cautiously selected the hard difficulty, just one step above easy. In an instant, the scenery shifted. The group found themselves standing on a crystalline, ice-blue surface. It wasn't ordinary snow or typical ice, but a shade of blue, so pure it felt otherworldly. In the distance, a massive snow-capped mountain loomed, while nearby stood a wide cavern entrance, towering over 10 meters high. Zhang Xiong took the lead as the vanguard, while Wang Lei fell back slightly to guard the rear, keeping Wang Yan protected in the middle. The walls of the cavern mirrored the translucent blue of the ground, exuding a mysterious, unfathomable depth. The monsters should be inside, Qin Haochen murmured as he surveyed their surroundings. Wang Yan rubbed his chilled arms, but suddenly noticed that the entrance behind them had disappeared, replaced by a solid ice-blue wall. Moving forward became their only option. Look up, Wang Yan shouted abruptly. The group raised their heads to see a dense cluster of massive, ice-blue bat-like creatures hanging upside down from the ceiling. Each one was the size of a grade schooler, and their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Got any anti-air measures? Wang Yan asked, glancing at his teammates. However, they appeared calm and unbothered, as if this was a trivial encounter. Relax, it's no big deal, Qin Haochen assured him. You should have a little more faith in you and in yourself. Before his words fully landed, the creature's eyes suddenly glowed blood red. In the next moment, the upper half of the cavern was filled with the flurry of their outstretched wings. The system identified them as Level 71's Ice Spirit Guardians, equipped with a cold surge skill that dealt damage while slowing movement. As the Ice Spirit Guardians swarmed down, Qin Haochen stomped the ground, his eyes igniting with a fiery red hue. A massive crimson magic circle lit up beneath their feet, erupting into a field of blazing red lotuses. Wang Yan felt a faint red shield enveloping him, Qin Haochen's blazing fire shield. Without hesitation, Wang Yan activated his triple aura, holy damage, attack, and purification, adding a shimmering glow to the fiery battlefield. By then, countless ice spirit guardians had begun their descent, their wings glinting like icy blades under the chilling light. And so, the frost-filled battle began. As the blade closed in, Wang Yan felt an intense sense of urgency driven by his survival instincts. At that very moment, the previously gentle flames on the ground suddenly roared to life. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the cavern as countless pillars of fire shot up like bamboo after rain, surging straight toward the cave ceiling. In an instant, the dense, crimson columns of fire enveloped everyone's vision. The scene was breathtakingly overwhelming. Every ice bird was instantly consumed by the flames, transforming the entire space into a sea of fire. System notifications began chiming incessantly. Ding! Your teammate Qin Haochen has slain LV-71 Ice Spirit Guardian. You have gained 12,500 experience points. Ding! Your teammate Qin Haochen has slain LV-71 Ice Spirit Guardian. You have gained 12,500 experience points. Well, damn. This is definitely Nanming Lihua, Wang Yan muttered, awestruck at the spectacle before him. Any monster touched by the flames erupted into a blazing inferno, with damage numbers cascading like a waterfall. 375,000. 375,000. The sheer scale of the area damage left Wang Yan speechless. Without hesitation, he activated his God-Ear stealth ability. In an instant, everyone's presence vanished except for Qin Haochen. Within mere seconds, all the ice birds were reduced to ashes. As the towering fire pillars gradually dissipated, only faint, flickering flames remained, casting light over the barren, icy blue ground. What you just witnessed is my first skill, Nanming Lihua, Qin Haochen explained. Initially, its radius was only 30 meters, but it's grown to cover a full kilometer now. A kilometer? Wang Yan's mouth twitched. If this was used against land creatures, Qin Haochen chuckled. It's not as overpowered as you think. The flames on the ground don't deal much damage. At higher levels, this skill is more like a signal to start the battle. Without it, it's just regular fire. Lintian, my other skill, can now reach up to 100 meters high, with the number of pillars adjustable by percentage. What you saw earlier was its maximum output, Qin Haochen continued, glancing at Wang Yan. These two skills aren't meant to be my main damage dealers, but with your help, it's a different story. A rising star indeed. You live up to your reputation. Wang Yan nodded thoughtfully. He could tell that beneath the flashy display, the real credit for the dramatic outcome lay with him. Honestly, I think you and Brother Zheng make a perfect match for me, Wang Yan said with a grin. Your wide area coverage makes me your extra damage output. For once, Qin Haochen allowed himself a smile. It's an honor to fight alongside you in the national war. Looking forward to working with you. Wang Yan chuckled inwardly. The usually aloof and composed Qin Haochen finally let his guard down. Two seemingly ordinary skills, amplified by him, had turned into a massive area effect spell. Who wouldn't be impressed? With a wave of Qin Haochen's hand, The flames on the ground extinguished, revealing a field littered with equipment. I'm grabbing the loot first, Wang Lei exclaimed eagerly. Let's all share it. Don't leave Shikong out, Wang Yan suggested. The five of them began collecting the spoils together. I'm telling you this so you can understand our strength, Qin Haochen remarked while picking up items. The others haven't even made a move yet. I cleared the field with just 2 skills. By the way, you've probably received an invitation from Captain Su, right? You guys are all from the Zhongting Guild? That's right. We're from different squads, but we all set aside our original teams for the national war, Qin Haochen replied, glancing at Song Wanqiu. You're up for the next wave. Got it, Song Wanqiu said excitedly. 10 times the damage, fully boosted with holy damage. I can't wait. Wang Yan silently reflected on the gap in power. This was his first time working with epic tier players, and the difference was staggering. After collecting all the equipment, the group pressed on. Buoyed by the recent victory, Wang Yan felt a surge of confidence. This difficulty level is nothing. Just need to use our hands. They walked for nearly 10 minutes without encountering any monsters. Have you noticed? The cavern seems to be getting bigger, Wang Yan observed, looking around. Indeed, Song Wanqiu said seriously. That means the upcoming monsters will likely be much larger. Just then, a sudden, violent tremor came from ahead. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.